The end of the world has already come. What happened next changed everything. Chen Li huddled in an abandoned farmhouse, his white t-shirt stained blood red. He had been fired from his job 2 weeks ago, and to unwind, he bought a ticket and returned to his long-abandoned parental home. But the entire village? No, the entire world changed dramatically. First, the sun suddenly disappeared in the middle of the day, plunging the entire planet into darkness. Then monsters appeared. Chen Li saw with his own eyes how the werewolf jumped out of the darkness and tore his neighbor Uncle Wang in half. Hiding on the second floor of the bedroom, he was so scared that he could hardly breathe and almost passed out from lack of air. Luckily, the creature seemed to have had its fill and disappeared back into the darkness. A month ago, Chen Li had seen a lot of apocalypse posts on the internet calling for people to build shelters. At the time, he had just scoffed at them and ignored them. Who could have thought that the end of the world would actually happen? Despite his fear, Chen Li still believed in his country. After all, his state had unrivaled military power and technological capabilities on the planet. It was called a country capable of carrying out interstellar colonization within a century and opening the space era. This spoke of the colossal power of the state. But in the following days, Chen Li heard the sounds of the defense forces arriving in the distance, which ended in complete destruction. The monsters devoured the entire squad without a trace. Chen Li was left with only despair. Apocalypse Survival System. Activated. Select a shelter location. In a moment of extreme despair, a melodious female voice sounded in Chen Li's head. At the same time, the corresponding information appeared in his memory. Simply put, for each day he survived, the system would evaluate his results at midnight the next day and reward him with survival points. These points, similar to game points, can be used to improve Chen Li's items and physical attributes. Choose a location for your hideout. Option 1. Ground shelter. Low security, stealth and protection. There are risks, low initial investment, very high development potential. Option 2. Underground shelter. High security and stealth, low protection, high initial investment, limited development potential. The location has been selected. Construction has begun. Please wait. The system's voice was still melodious. Chen Li was puzzled. In novels, systems usually had mechanical voices. Why did his voice sound female? While he was thinking, the shelter was ready. Following the instructions of the system, he carefully descended with a flashlight and reached the entrance to the cellar behind the house. It was a long-abandoned cellar, closed with a wooden board almost rotted with time. System, don't tell me that this is my hideout. Chen Li anxiously put away the board and went down the stairs to the cellar. The previously empty room now had a grey iron door that looked rather fragile. The door had only a peephole on top, no keyhole or handle. With the system's prompting, Chen Li could open and close the door with his mind, eliminating the need for keys. Opening the door, he saw the entire shelter. An underground space of about 50 square meters with smooth earthen walls. Clearly an artificially dug cave. In the center of the ceiling hung a 30-watt energy-saving lamp, emitting a dim light. Is this my hideout? Chen Li's eyes widened. Perhaps attracted by the light, strange sounds could be heard from outside. He quickly jumped into the hideout and closed the iron door tightly. Reward for owning a shelter. 100 survival points. The shelter is linked. The data panel is accessible. Standing at the entrance, Chen Li, at the prompt of the system, said, "Open the panel." Instantly, 2 translucent light green panels appeared in front of him, on the left and right. Chen Li raised an eyebrow. It looks very similar to augmented reality, but modern AR technology is not controlled by thoughts. He looked at the left panel. Personal information. Name. Chen Li survival points. 100 strength. 9, 10. Constitution. 9, 10. Dexterity. 9, 10. Intelligence. 10, 10. Abilities. None. Note, the values in brackets are the standard values for a healthy adult. According to the panel's prompts, strength affected muscular endurance, explosive power, bone density. Physique, for recovery, defense, endurance. Agility, for reaction speed and movement. Intelligence was connected to the soul and seemed mystical. The information was laconic without detailed explanations. Chen Li tried to exchange one PowerPoint. Exchange one PowerPoint costs 10 survival points. Exchange? He firmly refused. After checking the other stats, he found the same ratio of 1 to 10 for all. After reviewing the personal information, Chen Li switched to the right panel. Shelter information. Owner, Chen Li level 1, ceiling height, 4 meters area, 50 square meters. Compared to the personal data, the shelter panel was simpler and did not have interactive functions. After closing the panels, Chen Li examined the items in the shelter. A 15 kilowatt diesel generator, a battery, a 15 kilowatt water pump, a 10-liter white bucket, a 1.8 meter camp bed. All of this was piled up in the corner, making the shelter even more miserable. But Chen Li didn't complain. He had a shelter to hide from the monsters. Then he focused on the diesel generator. Suddenly, lines of text appeared. Diesel generator 15 kilowatts. Upgrade 1. Upgrade internal structure, reduce noise, reduce fuel consumption. 20 survival points. Upgrade 2. Upgrade internal structure, reduce noise, increase efficiency. 20 survival points. The next discovery completely changed his ideas about survival. Chen Li was in no hurry to improve the generator, but instead inspected the battery, water pump, even the camp bed and white bucket one by one. It turned out that all of these items could be upgraded. Each object offered 2 upgrade options, but the required amount of survival points varied. The battery and pump required the same number of points as the generator, 50 points each. But the camp bed and white bucket were much cheaper. For example, a single camp bed. Option 1. Upgrade the bed frame. Increase comfort, 1 survival point. Option 2. Upgrade the bed frame. Increase size, 1 survival point. Both options cost only 1 point. Chen Li guessed that the more complex the structure of the item's upgrade, the more points it would require. And if the necessary materials were provided for the upgrade, the cost would be significantly reduced. Having finished examining the items, he looked at the shelter itself, and immediately 2 upgrade options appeared. Personal shelter. Option 1. Expanding the shelter area, adding a greenhouse module. 500 survival points. Option 2. Expand the shelter area, add iron walls, increase protection from disasters. 500 survival points. Both options increased the shelter area, but the first one added a greenhouse for growing vegetables. The second one reinforced the entire shelter with iron walls, increasing its defensive properties. Both options were attractive, but for Chen Li with only 100 survival points, it was still a dream. While Chen Li was studying the system, the energy-saving lamp on the ceiling began to flicker, and a few seconds later, the shelter was plunged into complete darkness. Chen Li realized that the electricity had run out. He took out his phone and checked the charge. 10% left. Despite the apocalypse, the phone still worked. Even the internet was functioning. All thanks to the satellite network, Star Network, developed by his country. Even if the entire planet were to be completely destroyed, it would not affect the satellites in space. They would still orbit the planet one after another. Although the grid was working, the power supply had collapsed. For electricity, Chen Li could only rely on the shelter's diesel generator. And to run a generator, he needed diesel fuel. Chen Li knew where to get it. In the countryside, almost every home had a generator and fuel reserves. Uncle Van's neighbor had quite a bit of such fuel. And not only fuel, the shelter was in dire need of many things. In addition to water, which could be pumped muddy from under the ground, there was a severe shortage of food, clothing, and medicine. I'll have to go out for supplies. Since he had to get out, Chen Li decided to spend 100 survival points on improving his attributes. At the rate of 10 points per attribute, he had 10 spare points to spend. I remember Uncle Wang had fuel in 10-liter canisters. That's about 17 kilograms. After thinking about it, Chen Li decided to increase his strength and agility to 12 each, which required 60 survival points. Exchange 3 points of strength and 3 points of agility, he said in his mind. 60 survival points were written off. 40 points remained. After the system's words, Chen Li felt a wave of warmth pass through his body. His hands were filled with strength, and his body became noticeably lighter. If I continue to develop like this, I might become a Superman. Chen Li took a deep breath and looked at the flashlight. Soon, he would not only have to bring fuel, but also find food, and holding the flashlight in his hands would be awkward. Regular flashlight. Option 1. Change the overall design of the flashlight. Transform it into a headlamp, narrow the illumination area, increase the range and brightness. 2 survival points. Option 2. Improve the internal structure of the flashlight. Range and brightness unchanged, expand the illumination area. 2 survival points. Chen Li decisively chose the first option. He then saw the flashlight become covered in thin green mesh lines, and after about 3 seconds, the system reported a successful upgrade. The flashlight has been transformed from a handheld one into a headlamp. The width of the illumination has been halved, but the brightness has increased significantly, and there is even an intensity regulator. Chen Li put it on his head and set the brightness to the lowest level. He planned to first move the food and clothes from his house to the shelter, and then go to Uncle Wang to get the remaining fuel. Having prepared himself, he opened the door of the shelter and carefully walked towards the exit of the cellar. Outside, there was impenetrable darkness. Even the light of a flashlight could not penetrate far. Chen Li didn't linger, trying to step as quietly as possible, taking turns carrying clothes, bedding, and food from the house to the shelter. But before going to Uncle Wang, he found a mountain knife in the storage room. It was a 50 yuan purchase, long unused, rusty, and tarnished. But it was the only weapon in the house, so Chen Li decided to try to improve it. Rusty mountain knife. Option 1. Improve blade material, increase sharpness. 2 survival points. Option 2. Upgrade blade material, increase durability. 2 survival points. Both options only cost 2 points. Chen Li chose the first one without hesitation. After the green grid lines disappeared, the rusty mountain knife was transformed. The blade even emitted a cold shine, perhaps not inferior to the famous Longquan swords with their legendary sharpness. With such a blade in his hands, Chen Li felt more confident. He took the knife and slowly made his way to the right side of the courtyard. His house was separated from Uncle Van's house only by a wall slightly higher than a man's height, which over time had lost its function. It was easy to step over it. There was a faint smell of blood in the air, irritating Chen Li's nerves. He could still hear Uncle Wang's dying screams. Chen Li watched from behind the wall for a long time, making sure that there were no monsters in the house, and only then carefully made his way inside. Now that the sun had disappeared and everything was plunged into darkness, even the minimal brightness of the flashlight made it visible, like a firefly in the night. If it attracted that werewolf, death was inevitable. So he quickened his pace. After his parents died when he was a child, Uncle Wang took good care of Chen Li, often inviting him out to eat. Therefore, he knew the house well, and immediately went to the place where the fuel was stored, the room next to the kitchen. Seeing several white canisters of fuel, Chen Li entered the kitchen. He took an unopened bag of flour and 2 packages of noodles. Then he grabbed a can of fuel and prepared to head back. With the added strength points, even this kind of load was no problem for him. Chen Li walked to the wall, looked at the distant cellar, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was about to climb over the wall when he heard a rustling sound from behind. And then he knew the system could give him so much more than just survival. Chen Li instantly became wary and quickly turned around. When the light from the flashlight illuminated the space behind him, a hairless mongrel with grinning teeth appeared in his field of vision. The animal's skin was a pale purple tint, its eyes were white, and it was clearly reacting painfully to the light of the flashlight, emitting a low growl. Chen Li had seen this dog when he returned to the village, and even fed it. But now, judging by its appearance, it had mutated under the influence of the apocalypse. He didn't turn around and run away, but put the things on the ground, grabbed the mountain knife with both hands, and looked warily at the dog. The animal was clearly angered by his movements, pushed off sharply with its hind legs, and jumped at him. The movement that seemed to be rapid in Chen Li's eyes looked noticeably slow. Although it was not the bullet time from the movies, it was still enough to react. He leaned slightly to the side, avoiding the jump, and at the same time powerfully kicked his right foot into the dog's stomach. With 12 points of strength, the dog flew away, fell to the ground, and rolled several times. Finish him off while he's weak. Chen Li immediately followed her, raising the knife high with both hands, intending to split the head with one blow. But the dog was very agile, instantly turned over and avoided the blow. It opened its mouth to bite back, but ended up right under the light of the flashlight. It blinded her, and she jumped to the side. Chen Li noticed this and quickly switched his headlamp to maximum brightness, pointing the beam at the dog's eyes. The improved flashlight was so bright that even Chen Li himself would be temporarily blinded if exposed to the light, let alone a dog. While the blinded animal was shaking its head in place, Chen Li ran up in 3 steps and hit its head with all his might. It all happened in less than 10 seconds. If he hadn't raised his agility to 12 points, Chen Li thought he might not have had time to react to the dog's jump. After dealing with the animal, he didn't linger, quickly picked up the things from the ground, climbed over the wall, and ran to the shelter. After closing the iron door of the shelter, Chen Li finally relaxed completely. Using the light of a flashlight, he poured diesel fuel into the generator through a funnel, then connected it to the battery. The roar of the engine brought light back into the shelter. Although the generator was noisy, it was only a 15 kilowatt unit, and its noise did not penetrate the 5-meter layer of earth. After receiving electricity, Chen Li first put on his autumn and winter jacket and then began to count the supplies. After the sun disappeared, the temperature dropped sharply, and although it was now the end of May, it was autumn and winter weather outside. Judging by the situation, the temperature will continue to drop, so it was necessary to prepare warm clothes. Chen Li dragged almost all the warm clothes into the shelter. In extreme cases, they can be improved through the system. Besides a pile of clothes, the main part was food. 2 bags of wheat flour of 10 kilograms, 3 packages of noodles, 1 box of instant noodles, 20 bags of bread. Even if consumed sparingly, this would last for half a month at most. He took a packet of instant noodles and tried to improve it. Unexpectedly, it was possible, and for only 1 survival point. Instant noodles, elephant with sauerkraut. Option 1. Improve the composition of ingredients, increase nutritional value, decrease taste qualities. 1 survival point. Option 2. Improve the ingredients, increase satiety, decrease taste. 1 survival point. Chen Li improved 2 packets of noodles, choosing the first and second options respectively. As a result, both bags turned into silver vacuum packages, similar to the nutritional packets from science fiction films. Chen Li opened one and sniffed. No strange smell. After pouring some into his palm, he found that it resembled a stew, a yellow porridge in which you could still see the beans. After tasting it, Chen Li did not feel any unpleasant taste. But there was a feeling of chewing wax. The taste was terrible. However, he was very hungry, so he closed his eyes and swallowed the contents of both bags. Touching his slightly swollen belly, he said with a sour expression, "Disgusting. I'll eat less in the future." Chen Li put the noodles aside and finally looked at the 10-liter can of diesel fuel he had worked so hard to obtain. He only had one 15-kilowatt power plant, which theoretically produces 15 kilowatt hours per hour, but usually doesn't reach 100% efficiency, so it actually produces about 12 kilowatt hours. Fuel consumption is approximately 4.5 liters per hour. That is, 10 liters of fuel will provide about 24 kilowatt hours of electricity. Although 24 kilowatt hours seems small, it is enough for current needs. After all, 1 kilowatt hour can power a 100-watt light bulb for 10 hours. However, Chen Li did not use all the fuel at once, but used 5 liters, charging a 13 kilowatt hour battery. Chen Li put his dead phone on charge and looked at the time. It was 11:50 p.m. He lay down on his camp bed and quietly waited for midnight to arrive. Finally, the system signal sounded in your head. You've successfully spent your first night in the shelter. No longer need to be afraid of waking up with a monster nearby. 30 survival points received. You improved your stats by increasing your combat abilities. 10 survival points gained. You killed a monster for the first time, experiencing both excitement and fear. Basic blade mastery gained. You upgraded the mountain knife, getting a convenient weapon. 1 survival point received. You collected supplies, temporarily solving the problems with electricity and food. 5 survival points received. Personal shelter evaluation. Received 10 survival points today. All evaluation for the day is complete. Received a total of 56 survival points. The current balance is 92 survival points. Chen Li sat up abruptly on the bed and muttered, "It seems like something strange has slipped into the list." He quickly opened the data panel. Sure enough, a new name had appeared in the Personal Information Ability section. Basic Blade Mastery. It turns out the system rewards more than just survival points. Chen Li was delighted. When he gained Basic Blade Mastery, he felt his body change. He quickly picked up the mountain knife that was lying nearby. Now, Chen Li's body seemed to have acquired muscle memory, instinctively performing movements, chopping blows, slashes, jabs, and sliding attacks. The entire sequence of movements was smooth and natural. Basic blade control was not some secret martial art. The name with the hieroglyph art clearly indicated the technique of handling the blade. With his basic blade skills, Chen Li instantly became a master of knife fighting. He was confident that if he encountered that dog again, he would be able to kill it with 1 blow. Chen Li had not known what a peaceful sleep was since the end of the world. Now that he had his own shelter, he woke up for the first time without a sense of anxiety and fear. For the first time in a long time, he understood what it was like to wake up of his own free will, and not because of the terrifying noise outside. The system gave him a small 15-kilowatt pump, but the water it lifted from the ground was muddy and dirty. So he filled a couple of buckets the night before and left them to settle. The noodles cooked in this water, although they had an earthy taste, were quite edible. After breakfast, Chen Li turned on his charged phone and opened a notebook to write down his current plans. In the apocalypse, the main task was to provide himself with water and food. He partially solved the water problem with a pump. But with food, everything is much more complicated. Until you set up your own production, you will have to scour the surrounding area in search of supplies. Only if you improve the shelter and build a greenhouse will it be possible to grow simple crops like cabbage, garlic or carrots, those that ripen quickly. The next question was energy. If he had enough survival points, he could upgrade the diesel generator to more advanced models, from a biogenerator to a thermoelectric, or even a nuclear one. But such upgrades were astronomically expensive, so for now, it's just a dream. At this stage, there's only one way out: to extract diesel from the ruins of the city. And now the shelter itself. In fact, his shelter was a regular cave underground. No ventilation, no proper drainage, just a metal pipe and a ditch. A real temporary structure. Analyzing the system report from yesterday, he realized that the daily survival score depended mainly on the level of shelter. His current location gave a measly 10 points. So the higher the level of the shelter, the more points it would earn. This became a priority for him. He was just deep in planning when a new message popped up on the screen. If you see this message, download the Survivors Community app immediately, from the Xia government. Chen Li was surprised, but immediately opened the App Store and found the program in question. According to the information, it was released literally today. After installation, he was asked to enter his full name, gender, age, and current address. After registering, he was automatically added to the local community, the one that covers the town of Anyang. He looked at the number of participants, more than 300 people. This amazed him. After all, the infrastructure was already destroyed, which meant that hundreds of people were somehow still receiving electricity. Apparently, he wasn't the only one who had thought of building a shelter. Although, on the other hand, the number is not that big. Perhaps many have lost electricity and simply cannot receive this message and therefore will not join. The chat feed was filled with messages. Please save us. We're in a cheap restaurant in Anyang, surrounded by creatures. I'm starving. Does anyone have food? Where are the defenders? Why is no one coming to help? Who has seen my son? He is only 10. Help. And so on. Most of these people had no shelter. Some were hiding in the basements, some were just behind the door. Everyone was hoping that someone would save them, that someone would come. Chen Li just shook his head quietly. He was just like them, a normal person trying to survive. Not a god, not a superhero. He couldn't risk himself for others. He left the group and returned to the app's main page, where a broadcast from an official government representative had just begun. On the screen is a man with a heavy, square face, full of determination and pain. Citizens, stay in your shelters. Do not come out under any circumstances. Do not lose hope. He told how to save yourself, how to hide from the creatures, how not to panic. But the most important thing was one thing: the so-called safe time. It turns out that every day from 10 to 14, a dim glow appears in the sky. It lasts only a few hours, but during this time, the monsters retreat into the shadows. This window is a chance to make a sortie. At the end of the broadcast, the representative showed a map of major official shelters. Anyone nearby was advised to get there immediately during safe hours. But there was not a single one near the Anyang district. And even if there had been, Chen Li would not have gone. A crowd is hunger, chaos, and danger. And in the conditions of the end of the world, people can do anything. For food, for safety, for survival. He did not want to become part of this chaos. His own path was enough for him. When the broadcast ended, he glanced at his watch. It was exactly noon. He went to the door of his shelter, listened, then carefully opened the massive iron door. As the official spokesperson had said, a misty light hung over the horizon, illuminating a gloomy, black world. Day had returned to the planet. Chen Li wasted no time in taking his machete with him and heading out to get supplies. He knew that there were a couple of cans of diesel fuel and some food in Old Wang's house. When he got outside, he froze for a second. There was no sun or moon in the sky, but light was still pouring from somewhere above. It was as if a radiance from another dimension was breaking through from beyond the boundaries of this world. He looked at this strange, unreal landscape and couldn't help but wonder, was this a natural disaster or someone from above intervening? Maybe all this was the work of unknown gods? But he quickly pushed the thoughts away. There was no point in thinking about it now. The most important thing was to survive. He approached Van's house and carefully checked to see if there was any threat inside. Such silent monsters had ambushed in the shadows more than once. After making sure that all was quiet, he hurried inside and headed for the kitchen. As he walked into the backyard, he saw a whole bunch of dried meat and sausages hanging on a pole. He counted 17 pieces. In the corner lay sacks of potatoes and cabbage. He found several bags and began to put everything he could carry. Then he returned to the kitchen and collected spices, salt, seasonings, oil, sauces. He didn't even leave a pot or a frying pan. And in the cupboard, he found an almost full bag of rice. By a rough estimate, no less than 7 kilograms. All this turned out to be a heavy load. Despite his considerable strength, Chen Li could barely cope. He decided to proceed in stages. First, he carried the vegetables and meat, then returned for the rest. And during the entire time, no one attacked him. The safe watch was really effective. He even thought about taking a refrigerator, but remembering how much electricity it ate, abandoned this idea. In the cold, meat won't spoil anyway, and electricity is a resource that is much more valuable than it seems. In Chen Li's shelter, a warm haze reigned. The air was filled with the rich aroma of smoked meat. After several days on dry rations of bread and instant noodles, his taste buds had literally forgotten what taste was. Bitterness and blandness never left his mouth. So when he finally got his hands on some dried meat, it was impossible to resist. He immediately cut off a piece and threw it into a pot of water filled with pre-settled underground moisture. He placed all of this on an electric stove that he had brought from Old Wang's house. The ventilation in the shelter was weak. The steam from the boiling meat did not come out, but went in circles, filling every corner. But Chen Li was only happy about it. He inhaled the aroma deeply, and his stomach thundered like a drum. He poured a handful of flour onto the cutting board, squatted down, and began to knead the dough. Mixing, resting, cutting. Everything happened mechanically, with precise movements. A few minutes later, he was already cutting wide noodles. The meat was just about ready. He carefully dropped the noodles into the boiling broth and cut the meat into thin slices. The aroma rising from the pot made him swallow one mouthful after another. He had a hard time resisting the urge to grab a piece and throw it straight from the board into his mouth. Finally, the noodles were cooked. He put them in a bowl, added a pinch of salt, spread the meat on top, and garnished them with 2 green leaves. The simple yet incredibly desirable dish of smoked meat noodles was ready. Looking at the steaming bowl, Chen Li felt his eyes begin to water. He couldn't hold back any longer. He grabbed his chopsticks and started eating, forgetting about everything else in the world. While he was enjoying a hot meal, most of the other survivors couldn't even boast of dry rations. Those who were unlucky hid in their apartments, half-starved, with neither protection nor provisions. Those who were luckier managed to reach shelter, but even there, hot food was considered a luxury. A piece of bread was already a holiday, and for most, grass, bark and forage were left. Chen Li drank the last drop of the broth and only then set the bowl aside with a satisfied expression. He glanced at his watch. It was already 3 p.m. The safe time was over, and the world belonged to the creatures of darkness again. But today had already been a productive day, so he had no intention of going outside. Fighting for bonuses is stupid, especially if you run into something like a werewolf. Even 10 of them won't be able to handle it. If you don't have cool equipment or pumped up stats, stay in the shadows. This is exactly what Chen Li saw as a survival strategy. Don't be a hero, but wait for the right moment. After all, if you live long enough, you'll accumulate points, upgrade your parameters, become a real Superman, and then, look, you'll even save a couple of pretty girls. He shook his head, driving away stupid fantasies, and freed up some space in the shelter. Then he began to warm up. After charging, he took a machete and began practicing basic strikes. If any of the other survivors had seen him comfortably exercising, knowing that somewhere behind the wall people were dying of hunger, they would have probably choked with envy. We have no food, and he, you see, organized a fitness. After an hour of training, Chen Li stopped, took a sip of water, and sat down on the bed. He took out his phone, not to play, of course, but to check the Survivor Community app again. Even though he had a shelter, he couldn't relax. Information was also a resource. He again mentally thanked the creators of the satellite network. Without it, he would now be sitting in information isolation. Most of the posts in the app were cries for help, but there were also some really useful ones. Descriptions of monsters, advice on shelter, methods for obtaining food and water. He read every line like a student before an exam, afraid to miss something important. He saved data on new monsters separately, so he would know who he could mess with and who he shouldn't. And then his attention was drawn to a series of identical messages. Dozens of survivors writing about the same thing. An extreme cold set in. The weather stations had been silent for a long time, and it was impossible to predict the weather, so the sudden cold snap caught people by surprise. But it was not just cold. Everything around instantly turned into an icy wasteland, as if the world was being covered by an Arctic hurricane. Some died on the spot. Shelters unprepared for such temperatures froze to the ground, turning into snow traps. Those who survived hastened to warn others. Wrap up in warmth, stock up on fuel, stick together. Otherwise, death. Chen Li caught his breath. He opened the map to check the direction of the approaching cold. According to the descriptions, the cold came from the pole, passed through the northern regions, and began to spread rapidly. His southern, warmer location would not save him. Soon the cold would reach here too, a month at most, and the entire planet would be covered in ice. And the temperature was still falling. A chill ran down Chen Li's spine. His current shelter wouldn't withstand this. Even though it was 5 meters deep, it wouldn't help at this level of frost. He had to prepare urgently. In addition to the usual food production, the priority now is fuel. Lots of fuel, to heat at least one room. If things get really bad, he will be forced to improve his clothes with the system. While he was scrolling through the options, a new notification popped up. The system administrator had published a post with important information. It officially warned of an approaching ice front, Advised to increase insulation, collect fuel, switch to group heating. If possible, urgently go to large government bases. Chen Li reread the instructions several times so as not to miss a single detail, then turned off his phone. The last few days in a safe haven had almost lulled his vigilance. It seemed as if the trouble was somewhere far away, and you could just sit and live, keeping your head down. But the apocalypse was standing outside the door all this time. Now Chen Li will have to fight not only with monsters, but also with nature itself. Will a person be able to survive in such a world? He pushed away the disturbing thoughts, lay down on the bed, and closed his eyes. A few hours later, a new 24-hour test from the system. Exactly at midnight, the familiar voice of the system was heard again. You spent the second day in a miserable dungeon without making any improvements. Are you really satisfied with the current situation? Plus 1 survival point. You learned about the approaching ice front and are seriously worried. Plus 10 points. You collected resources and were able to cook yourself a hot meal. Plus 20 points. Assessing the state of the shelter. Plus 10 points. Total for the day. Plus 41 points. Current balance. 133 points. Judging by the message, even the system was disappointed with his miserable shelter. Only 1 point for sitting in a hole. But Chen Li immediately raised his eyebrows. Hey, you were the one who gave me this misery. The system, of course, did not respond, finished its report, and again sank into silence. He called up the statistics panel. Everything remained the same, except for the increased balance of survival points. There were now 133 of them. But along with this came a distinct feeling. The system was sending a signal. The first day brought many more points. It meant that the requirements were increasing with each passing day. The more passive the behavior, the more modest the reward. Chen Li understood this. But he wasn't going to just lie in the corner. He had a plan. The main goal now was to upgrade the shelter, build a greenhouse. Only then would he be able to grow vegetables and provide himself with food when the cold covered everything around. Having made sure that he was on the right course, he went to bed peacefully. The next morning at 9 o'clock, the watch vibrated, giving a signal. Chen Li slowly opened his eyes and stood up. He washed himself with cold water from the underground tank and looked at the battery level. 7 kilowatts remained. The stove burned almost 3 units yesterday. It was good that the fuel reserves had been replenished. 2 canisters of diesel found in old Van's house brought the total supply to 25 litres. Breakfast was modest. A couple of pieces of bread and hot water. 10 o'clock. The safety window opened. Today, there was only one task: to penetrate as deeply as possible into the city and collect everything he could before the cold turned everything into a frozen hell. He attached a machete to his belt, turned on a headlamp, put on a backpack, and first put several cloth bags in it. He remembered that although the system said it was safe time, in reality, it was not a guarantee of safety. According to other survivors, mutants could easily hide in the shadows and attack at any moment. Chen Li's house was located on the outskirts of the village, next to the road connecting the cities of S and Z. Now, the highway looked like a path into the abyss. Dead, frightening, as if ghostly figures were about to appear on it. He turned away and directed his gaze to the concrete road leading deeper into Anyang. Anyang, although considered a small village, was in fact a large settlement with an active infrastructure. Hotels, restaurants, shops, markets. Life used to be in full swing here at this time. Now, dead silence. He took a deep breath of cool air and walked toward the city, deciding not to go straight to the center, but to start his walk from the outskirts. There were only 2 houses outside the village, his and old Wang's. It was their solitude that allowed Chen Li to survive the first few days. The monsters rushed deeper after the crowd. But when he crossed the city limits, he froze. If it weren't for the sign with the name Anyang, he would have thought he had wandered into the wrong place. The Anyang he knew was gone. In its place was a jungle. Enormous roots as thick as a thigh, bushes as tall as a man, unfamiliar mutated plants that blocked out the sky. Even the light of safe time struggled to penetrate the foliage, leaving only pale spots on the ground. He switched on the flashlight and directed the beam of light at the ground. The paved road was a mess of rocks, rubble, and tangled roots. The shops on either side of the street were flattened by tree shoots and entangled with branches. Cars were hanging from the treetops, as if the branches had pierced the bodies and hung them like trophies. Even the plants have mutated. He froze, unsure whether to go further. The nearest large city was 20 kilometers away. It was impossible to buy anything anymore. Delivery was not working. If he doesn't take the risk, he'll freeze. A gust of icy wind made him shiver. 3 layers of clothing didn't help. He called up the system panel. 133 points. That means 13 points can be invested in the parameters. That's already twice the human norm for one characteristic. Maybe it's worth taking the risk. He took a breath, dimmed the light, and took a step forward. On every tree, on every corner, he left marks so he could return later. But as he moved deeper, the undergrowth grew thicker. About 20 minutes later, he found himself in a small clearing. There, among the greenery, grew dwarf trees with bright red fruits. They resembled unripe apples, only completely scarlet. He carefully picked one, brought it to his nose. The aroma was tart and attractive. Saliva appeared on his tongue. He wanted to bite off, but hesitated. What if it was poisonous? Then there were hoarse sounds. He raised his head. Several mutated red-furred baboons were looking at him from the trees. There was a nature reserve nearby, and in recent years, many exotic animals had been brought there. After the collapse of civilization, the animals were freed and now felt like masters. The monkeys watched Chen Li with interest, simultaneously eating the red fruits. So they're not poisonous, he realized, taking a bite. The flesh was juicy. The taste was sweet and sour, almost like a pomegranate. In a couple of minutes, he gobbled up a dozen. You can't leave such a find. He turned around abruptly and ran back to the edge of the forest. The baboons looked at each other in bewilderment. A couple of minutes later, they realized why he had returned. Chen Li was digging the ground, trying to uproot an entire tree. The monkeys were furious. They jumped on the branches, threw fruits, squealed. But the fruits thrown in anger only broke, and the man continued his. I'll only take one tree. The rest remain, he muttered, and took up the shovel again. Soon he reached the roots. Time was running out. It was already 11:15. But then, it was as if he had been struck by electricity. His instincts, strengthened by pumping up his agility, warned him of danger. He turned sharply and with a blow of the shovel threw away a baboon that had jumped on him from an ambush. Several more pounced on him after it, but Chen Li, who had become physically stronger, easily threw all 3 of them away. After that, the other baboons froze in the trees, only squealing from a safe distance. And then an old leader, covered in grey-red fur, jumped down. He silently pointed into the depths of the city and growled. Seeing the old baboon jumping in front of him and clearly trying to show him something, Chen Li was surprised. It seemed that these creatures had not only gained strength, but also intelligence. He narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Do you want me to follow you? He looked around. There were more and more monkeys watching in the trees, and next to him was that same low-growing red-fruited tree. If he continued digging, the relatives of this baboon might rush at him in panic as a whole pack. Okay, let's see what you want. He decided to follow the monkey. The old baboon walked briskly forward, and soon they came to an abandoned 8-story building. From here, the top of the mountain beyond the city was clearly visible. On it towered a giant tree, as tall as a skyscraper, no less than 200 meters. An alarming thought flashed through Chen Li's mind. Could it be that all these roots around the city are from this one monstrous machine? The baboon seemed not to see anything strange in this. He grabbed a liana hanging from the roof and began to climb the facade like an experienced climber. Chen Li looked up, and on the roof was a huge nest built from branches, grass, and debris. Its size exceeded the roof itself, a real fortress bastion. The baboon quickly climbed inside and returned a minute later, holding a white egg in his hands. It was larger than an ostrich egg, with golden streaks on the shell. He handed it to Chen Li, as if offering an exchange. The egg in exchange for that very fruit-bearing tree. Before Chen Li could even get a good look at the egg, the monkey shoved it into his hands and silently ran back. What's with that weird scream? A deafening, piercing embodiment of anger came from right behind him. He turned around. A bird the size of a car rose from the roof, spreading its black and gold wings. It was an eagle. No, not an eagle. A monster. Damn you. He ran as fast as he could, thinking of nothing but one thing: survival. The monster in the sky screamed and darted down like lightning. Even with 12 points of agility, Chen Li barely noticed the swift silhouette. Only instinct saved him. He fell sharply to the ground and rolled, dodging the claws. Without turning around, he rushed away, to the very tree with red fruits where the baboons were hiding. The dense thickets did not allow the bird to accelerate. It could not pursue him between the branches, but only circled above the forest, looking for a moment to attack. He pressed the egg to his chest, not believing that he was still alive. But the main thing was that he survived, and the egg was still with him. Running up to the bushes, he saw that the monkeys had disappeared. They had hidden in the trees, escaping from the wrath of the sky monster. He grabbed the backpack with berries and ran not to the exit of the city, but to the nearest building. Leading this creature to a shelter was anti-revival. The bird did not lose sight of him. It darted down, cutting through the air, and Chen Li was once again on the verge of death. At the last moment, he fell into the building, past the display case, right into the sales area of the former clothing store. There was a thud and a screech. The eagle cut its wings on the tree roots, leaving behind a cloud of black feathers. He stopped at the entrance and looked inside with fury, unable to squeeze through. Chen Li was lying on the floor, barely breathing. "Okay, you're mine now, little one. I'll raise you to be a good boy," he muttered, looking at the egg. Without waiting for the bird to figure out how to get him, he ducked into the back of the store, trying to find a back exit. Outside, the eagle, unable to break in, began to take out his rage on those around him. The unfortunate baboons, hoping to pit humans against the monster, became victims of their own idea. Screams and squeals filled the street. Chen Li hid in the shadows. There was no emergency exit. He checked his watch, 13:50. The safe time was coming to an end. Fortunately, the eagle, as if sensing danger in the approaching darkness, rose into the air and flew away. Without wasting a second, he jumped out and rushed towards the shelter. But the distance was not small. Even though he ran with all his might, the sky was rapidly darkening. When darkness finally fell, in which he couldn't see a centimeter, he felt fear squeezing his chest. Ominous sounds were heard through the darkness. Something was approaching from behind. Something terrible. He gritted his teeth and, overcoming his fear, jumped into the hatch. He rolled down the steps and, without stopping, fell into the shelter. At that very moment, footsteps and hoarse breathing were heard from above. The werewolf was standing right behind the door. Chen Li froze, afraid to breathe. If the creature breaks in, he will have to either fight or die. But after a few agonizing minutes, the steps faded away. Gone. He slid down the wall and exhaled heavily. He survived. But he realized the main thing. He was still too weak. After such a hellish race, he was squeezed out like a lemon. But as soon as he tried the warm rice with fried cabbage, the fatigue seemed to recede. He took the first sip and immediately began coughing. The room was filled with thick, greasy smoke. It was no longer the steam from cooking, as last time, but a full-fledged kitchen fumes. "This won't do. The ventilation here is just hell," he cursed and called up the system panel. There were 133 points left on the account. A metal pipe stuck out in the corner, a pathetic semblance of a ventilation system. The shelter's ventilation. Option 1. Installing an electric hood requires connecting to the power supply. 50 points. Option 2. Expanding the pipe and installing a filter. 50 points. He thought about it. The first option is better, but it eats up energy. The second is less effective. But half measures are the path to death. To hell with it, I'll take the first one. He pressed the button. The pipe lit up with green lines, then disappeared, and a ventilation fan appeared on the ceiling, already connected to the battery. A regular exhaust fan, like in a bathroom. He knew that even when running 24/7, it consumed less than 1 kilowatt, and in low mode it consumed only about 0.2. He walked up to the wall and pressed a button. The fan hummed and the air in the shelter began to clear. The greasy smoke disappeared right before his eyes. The ventilation outlet was located near Old Wang's house, in the shape of an inverted letter L, narrow enough that neither the monster nor the rainwater could squeeze through. He glanced at the panel. 83 points. He could breathe a sigh of relief. That was it. He could finish his dinner. The vegetables needed to be eaten as quickly as possible, otherwise they would spoil. And food was survival. When he finished, he turned to the egg lying next to him, white with a golden streak. He didn't risk his life to bring it here for nothing. He had an idea. A Peter. The eagle whose egg he took wasn't just dangerous. It was a weapon. If he could raise such a monster, the security of his shelter would increase many times over. And if he meets one of the pretty surviving girls on the street, he carefully laid the egg on the bed, climbed under the blanket next to it, and pressed it to his chest. From experience, medium-sized birds need about 38 degrees Celsius for incubation. This egg was even larger than an ostrich's, but still a bird's. Hugging him tighter, he took out his phone. Thanks to a stable connection to the satellite network, the global internet was still functioning. Moreover, it was technically even possible to enter an online game. But in practice, it was pointless. The servers, long abandoned, simply stopped working. Chen Li opened a couple of single-player games out of curiosity, but quickly became bored. Eventually, he returned to his usual routine, scrolling through the feed in the Survivor Community app. The picture was alarming. Almost half of the posts were about the approaching cold. The northern regions were especially hard hit, with temperatures already dropping to -40 and continuing to fall. Shelters in those areas turned into isolated ice tombs. People did not even dare to stick their heads out. Demand for energy skyrocketed and became more important than food. Without electricity, the heaters wouldn't work, and that meant one thing: death. The monsters outside also went berserk from hunger and cold. More and more often, reports of breakthroughs appeared. Monsters burst into shelters, leaving behind only dead silence and lost communications. Post after post disturbed Chen Li. He felt a dull anxiety growing in his chest. But there was no point in panicking. He had to live. He had to survive. He had to plan. He summed up. Today's catch was red fruit trees and a giant eagle egg. At first glance, it had been a productive day. The fruit trees provided a steady food source. The egg, if it hatched, would potentially be a powerful fighting unit. But in the fight against the approaching cold, all this was next to nothing. He had 3 urgent tasks: heat, power, and food. Water was not a problem. The underground springs are unlikely to freeze. If they do, the temperature will drop to a level that will kill all life on the planet. According to his calculations, Anyang will turn into an ice sarcophagus in no more than a week. And perhaps even sooner. Tomorrow, he had to find heating equipment. But there was a problem. Anyang was a southern city. Even in winter, it was rarely below +13. The locals were not in the habit of installing heaters. There were no stoves or radiators in the houses. However, he remembered that there was equipment for sale in the center of the village. There might be some devices left there. The problem is that the entire city is now covered in vegetation, and getting to the right place won't be easy. And most importantly, the heaters are gluttonous. So we'll have to look for fuel at the same time, or at least a generator. Having made a list of tasks, he sighed. Not enough points. Damn little. He even had an idea: to go out at night and hunt monsters for survival points. But common sense quickly prevailed. That would be anti-revival. He threw the thoughts aside and began his daily training. Every day, his basic machete technique became cleaner, smoother, more dangerous. He already felt that he would soon be able to form his own style. This was not a fantasy, but a pattern. All known fighting styles were born from the repeated repetition of basic techniques. The sword in his hands was no longer just metal. It moved as if it were an extension of his body and left cold reflections in the air, forming a kind of protective zone around Chen Li. After an hour, he stopped, breathing heavily. He was almost close. It was just a little bit short of breaking through that paper barrier between mastery and insight. Just a little more. A couple more days. He glanced at his watch. 1900 hours. He cooked some noodles and sat down to eat. It seemed to taste familiar, but his nose twisted from the pungent smell. The problem was the toilet. More precisely, what it was. A primitive hole in the corner, covered with a wooden lid. The contents had been gathering for the last few days. The smell was already getting through all the barriers, and there was a more terrible threat: methane. In a closed underground space, with the accumulation of biogas, the shelter can turn into a powder keg. He approached the toilet corner, scratched his head, thought, and then a system window popped up before his eyes. Primitive toilet. Option 1, increase volume, reduce odor, create a gas collector. Cost, 5 points. Option 2, complete rebuild, install drain and sewerage. Cost, 10 points. What, even this can be upgraded? He was surprised. He laughed. He had driven himself into a corner, thinking that only the entire shelter could be upgraded. He had evaluated both options. The second one was convenient, hygienic, efficient. Just like home. But the first one was strategically advantageous. A gas collector meant biofuel, and that was potentially free energy. It will be enough to find a suitable generator, and he will get a full-fledged source of electricity. And also, fertilizer for the future greenhouse. Yes, recycled waste is a valuable organic fertilizer. He chose the first option. Green lines again, a digital grid envelops the corner. 10 seconds later, the upgrade was complete. Now, instead of a pit, there was a smooth vertical channel leading directly to a sealed methane collection tank. The hole was neatly closed, and there was no smell at all. Of course, this solution is not completely safe. If there is a leak, it can explode, especially in a confined space. But for now, it is a great step forward. Later, when the greenhouse appears, Chen Li planned to make a full-fledged water and sewer system, using wastewater for irrigation, filtering underground water, and completely closing the resource circle. He had long dreamed of something like this, a self-sufficient shelter where nothing was wasted. But for now, he was still drinking water from underground. And every sip tasted metallic and earthy. Too many minerals. So much so that he had already had diarrhea a couple of times and had started to use bottled water sparingly again. He needed to implement a filtration system as soon as possible. It had been more than 2 weeks since the end of the world began. Chen Li had survived 2 nights safely in his shelter. Even though he had a phone, loneliness still crept closer. More than once, he regretted not bringing a laptop or at least a portable game console with him to the village. Before, whenever he got bored, he would open his favorite video app and stay glued to it for hours. And now, the servers are long dead. Everything has collapsed. And it wasn't just the video platform. Almost all the applications that humanity had grown accustomed to had stopped functioning. Only Survivor Community remained alive, the only remaining working resource. Most likely, the servers of this application were located somewhere in the depths of one of the large government bunkers. Otherwise, it would have also died a long time ago. But even this app was now limited to the most basic functions: posts, comments, private messages. And that's it. In addition, everything looked dull and monotonous. The brain got tired even from this. For a modern person, a smartphone and applications have become not just a habit, but a part of the lifestyle. When there is nothing to do, the hand itself reaches for the screen, to open the newsfeed, chat, or just scroll through something familiar. And Chen Li was no exception. He scrolled, opened, poked at the icons of old applications. But everywhere there were red errors, failure messages. Everything was dead. He sighed. Sadness and a feeling of being cut off from the rest of the world fell upon him like a heavy burden. Once upon a time, humanity dreamed of the stars, built ships to conquer other planets, already felt like the master of the universe. But the coming apocalypse easily knocked humanity off its pedestal. Everything we thought was the pinnacle of progress, technology, weapons, artificial intelligence, was helpless in the face of disaster. People were reduced to vagabonds, clinging to life in the icy darkness. He opened Survivor Community again. And suddenly, scrolling through the feed, it was as if he were really looking at it for the first time. Before, he had seen only cries for help, swearing, curses, despair. But there was something else too. Posts with advice, with observations, with tips. People were fighting, surviving, looking for each other, not giving up. He realized humanity had not yet lost. Yes, many were dead, but those who remain continue to build, albeit on ruins. As long as we are alive, we have a chance. Let everything start anew, even from the Stone Age. We will rise again, reach for the stars again. This was our essence: tenacity, intelligence, and will. These three qualities distinguished us from all other life forms on the planet. Chen Li exhaled, deeply, deliberately, as if he were exhaling all his sadness and fear along with the air. So many people were still holding on. He was one of them. Moreover, he had a system. What right did he have to be weak? Restoring civilization is the duty of every survivor. Inspired, he opened the tab with the publication and wrote a post himself. He shared his experience. He told how he defeated the mutant, described the habits of the creatures, pointed out the features of the mutated plants. The answers were not long in coming. Wow, you took down a mutant by yourself? You're a good guy. Where are you, brother? Take me as a partner. Where are you? I'm pretty and I'm not afraid of the cold. Do you have a shelter? If not, come to us. Here are the coordinates. And have you met the creatures from the darkness? How do they behave? He ran through the comments. There were few useful ones. Mostly chatter, flirting, empty shouts. He glanced at the time. 11 p.m. An hour remained until the daily survival assessment. He rolled over and realized with horror that he had almost pushed the giant eagle's egg off the bed. Oh my! He cringed and carefully pressed the egg to his chest. It would be a tragedy to break it. He quickly moved it closer to the wall so that it wouldn't happen again. Beep, beep, beep. A message. The sender was Lin Yixue. He immediately realized the girl from their local chat. Private messages in APP are only possible between residents of the same community. So she's also from Anyang. Her avatar is a short-haired, strict, but pretty girl. The background is dark, as if the photo was taken after the end of the world. Lin Yixue. Hello, you were the one who killed the mutant dog all by yourself? Chen Li. Yes, I've had some training in knife handling. I know the basics. Lin Yixue. Are you alone now? Where are you? I would like to invite you to our camp. He thought about it. He answered cautiously, I am still in Anyang. Where are you? How many of you are there? Not a word about whether he was alone or not. This was essential. In such circumstances, one cannot reveal too much. The answer came quickly. Lin Yixue. We went outside the city. There are too many mutated plants inside. Our shelter is outside, and many people have already joined us. He chuckled. The girl, like him, was in no hurry to reveal the details. This is rather a plus. It means it is not a trap, but a cautious contact. Although you can't be sure. Even the most sincere words can be part of a well-thought-out trap. He replied, Thank you, but we already have a shelter. He wrote to us specifically to create the illusion of a group. Alone, it's easy to become a victim. The girl was silent for a long time. Then came another reply. Lin Yixue. I understand. If there is a desire, we can exchange things. Let's set up a meeting. Chen Li thought about it. Once he built a greenhouse, fresh vegetables would become a luxury. They could be exchanged profitably. He did not plan to live in isolation forever. Sooner or later, you'll have to establish contact with others. Maybe even start a family. And in the absence of the law, maybe more than one wife. He shook his head, driving away such thoughts, and answered, "Good." They added each other to their contact list, the first step to a possible union. The clock was already 23:50, 10 minutes left until the third day assessment. He put the phone away, lay down on the bed, and closed his eyes. Another day was almost behind him. You spent the third day in your primitive shelter, improved ventilation and sanitary conditions. The shelter is starting to resemble a real home. Received 20 survival points. You went out on a scouting mission and got edible fruits. Perhaps they will become your stable food source. Received 10 survival points. You survived a deadly fight and got the egg of a mutated giant eagle. But now its mother considers you her enemy. Received 30 survival points. Your knife handling technique has improved significantly. Received 10 survival points. Shelter assessment. Received 12 survival points. Total for the day, plus 82. Current balance, 160 points. After upgrading the ventilation and toilet, the shelter really did become a little more habitable. The system finally appreciated his efforts. The main contribution, without a doubt, was made by the Eagle Trophy. 30 points. That said a lot. The giant predator's egg wasn't just a find. It was an asset that could change the course of the game. Looking at 160 status points, Chen Li almost felt rich. But as soon as he cooled down, it became clear. Still pennies. A full upgrade of the shelter cost about 500 points, which meant he was still missing 340. Even if he took risks every day, like today, and found rare valuable resources, it would take at least a week, and he might not have returned at all today. He remembered, the more often you walk on the edge, the higher the chance of falling. So you can't count on risk all the time. You have to act smart. The thought came back to him. Maybe it's worth distributing points? He opened the stat panel. Strength, 12. Constitution, 9. Agility, 12. Mentality, 10. His physical parameters were slightly above normal, but not dramatically so. With such indicators, he could cope with ordinary mutants, like that mad dog or a pack of monkeys. But in a fight with a giant eagle or that werewolf, his best chance was to run away. And that was with difficulty. Considering this, he decided that priority should be given to strength and agility. They were the ones that gave a tangible advantage. Strength for blows. Agility for survival. As for mentality, the characteristic was too abstract. The system claimed that it was related to the soul. But how would pumping this stat manifest itself? Telepathy? Astral? He didn't know, and he didn't want to risk it. Pumping at random is a road to nowhere. In the end, he decided to postpone the distribution of points. So far, he was coping. Better to invest in upgrading the shelter and add power as needed. With these thoughts, he fell asleep, not noticing how he had fallen asleep. Beep, beep, beep. The watch on his hand signaled 9 o'clock. He reluctantly opened his eyes, ate some bread, and began to stretch. The safety window would begin in 40 minutes. Today's plan was simple. Move further into Anyang. He prayed that the giant bird would not return, but he had chosen a different route, not toward the nest. Before leaving, he carefully looked out of the underground hatch. The tracks on the ground reminded him that a werewolf had been wandering nearby. The track was 2.5 times the size of his leg. The monster that had torn Old Man Wang apart was clearly stronger than all the other mutants. He figured, if this beast had the characteristics he had in the system, its strength would be at least 20, possibly more. Its constitution and agility were also at their best. And this was only one type of creature from the darkness. Some creatures were downright terrifying with just their sound. The only strategy against them was to run. But he swore to himself that if he held out long enough, things would change. He would become the hunter, not the hunted. It was noticeably colder today. Even with 3 layers of clothing, he could feel the cold seeping under his skin. But if you put it on again, you'll lose mobility. That's unacceptable. He called up the menu and chose a clothing upgrade, regular wool sweater. Option 1, improved thermal insulation, 2 points. Option 2, increased durability, 2 points. He chose thermal insulation. The item immediately became softer, cozier, and the cold retreated. It was clear that the sweater could be upgraded again. The next upgrade cost 5 points. I wonder what level he could get it to. In theory, even to a spacesuit. He grinned and went on, along yesterday's route. When he returned to the clearing with the red berries, he was met with a sight of destruction. Broken branches, torn vines, leaves strewn as if after a storm. Where yesterday there had been a dense tangle of greenery, there was now a gaping hole, through which daylight freely penetrated. The flashlight was no longer needed. The wounded monkeys watched him with distrust and fear. "That psycho again," was written on their faces. Chen Li ignored their looks and turned left. According to his memory, there was a home appliance center there. Initially, he wanted to find an air conditioner to install in the shelter, but he quickly realized that this was a failed idea. Installation is complicated, the external unit is noisy, and can attract monsters. Solution: electric heaters and thermal blankets. If he's lucky, he'll even find materials for underfloor heating. The system, as he had already discovered, could use the components he had brought to integrate new functions into the shelter and save on survival points. The home appliance center was on the western side of Anyang, closer to the center, which meant closer to the giant tree that grew in the reserve. There the plants became thicker and thicker. On the way, he saw several decomposed corpses. They were not eaten by monsters. If they were creatures from the darkness, there would be nothing left of the bodies. This meant that the danger ahead was of a completely different kind. Chen Li stood in front of the corpse and examined it carefully. The body of the deceased was almost half rotten and had a purple-black color. The clothes on the body also had obvious signs of corrosion. Judging by the direction of the body's fall, he should have escaped from the front, but for some reason died here. Because his view was blocked by the dense vegetation, Chen Li couldn't see what was happening in the distance at all. At this moment, he hesitated a little whether to go there. But after thinking about it, he finally moved forward with a machete in his hand. After emerging from the vines, Chen Li found himself in a place that looked like a swamp. But if he remembered correctly, this was where the city of home appliances was. There should have been a large open area and a parking lot in front of him, but now it had turned into a swamp. He put one foot in the water and felt solid concrete. It's actually called a swamp, but it's just a bunch of puddles of water. There were so many puddles that it felt like a lake, but the water was no deeper than his ankle. Chen Li found that there were several vehicles parked around. It must be the parking lot next to the home appliance store. He continued walking forward, and after pushing aside some vines, he finally saw a building that occupied a huge area. Now that we've come this far, there's no turning back. He lifted his foot, stepped into the puddle, and headed toward the appliance store. The pooled water was full of lush aquatic plants, almost as tall as Chen Li's thighs. When walking on water, a gurgling sound is heard, which gives people the eerie feeling that in the next second, a giant python will jump out of the aquatic plants and swallow the person in one go. Chen Li felt a little awkward, so he simply walked away, cut a branch of a banyan tree, used it as a walking stick, and pushed aside the aquatic plants in front of him. He walked all the way to the city of home appliances and did not meet a single mutant python. Finally, he sighed in relief and threw away the branch he was holding. Quack! Chen Li was stunned and felt as if he had hit something. I turned around and looked, but I couldn't see anything because the water plants were too deep. Quack! Another squeak sounded. This sound is very common in the countryside in summer, and Chen Li got used to it when he was a child. But later, I went to the city and never heard such a frog croaking again. Finding that he had only hit a frog, Chen Li let out a sigh of relief, ignored it, and stood at the entrance of the home appliance city. At first glance, the entire home appliance city was in pitch darkness, and the first floor was also full of water, with most of the electrical appliances being flooded. Chen Li turned on the flashlight and looked towards the second floor, but he didn't see any monsters or anything else. Quack. Another frog croaked behind him. Chen Li couldn't help but turn his head to look. Behind him, a purple mutant frog was lying about the size of a large wolfhound. The frog was obviously very angry about the blow. Its mouth suddenly swelled and a drop of purple liquid flowed out of the corner of its mouth. "Brother Frog, I didn't mean to. Can I apologize?" Apparently, the mutant frog ignored his apology and suddenly spat a glob of purple liquid at him. Chen Li's eyes widened, twisted, and dodged, narrowly avoiding the purple liquid. The liquid hit the wall of the home appliance town, making a hissing sound, and traces of corrosion appeared. Now, Chen Li knew how those corpses outside died. Seeing that she had missed, the mutant poisonous frog immediately began to prepare for a second attack. Chen Li did not give him time to prepare. He tensed his legs, raised his knife, turned around, and slashed at the mutant poisonous frog. The poisonous frog wanted to jump away, but Chen Li was faster and cut it in half with a single knife. This is mainly due to Chen Li's basic sword skills, which allow him to swing his sword more sharply and quickly. The body of the mutant poisonous frog fell to the ground, its internal organs scattered everywhere. Chen Li immediately saw a translucent organ filled with purple liquid, which seemed to be the sack in which the mutant poisonous frog stored its poison. He thought for a moment, took out a cloth bag from his backpack, put the poisonous cysts lying on the ground into it, and then hung it on the back of his backpack. He had just witnessed the power of the poison, and it would be a shame to just throw it away. However, at that moment, he suddenly heard a chirping sound in his ears. Quack! Like a stone falling into calm water, the croaking of dozens of frogs rang out all around. Chen Li's face turned pale. He turned around and ran into the home appliance store. When he entered, he found that there were many corpses floating around, most of which were rotten and purple. He ran up the stairs to the second floor and found that the debris blocking the stairs had been cleared away, and empty cans and water bottles were scattered on the floor inside, with several blankets lying on the ground nearby. Apparently, the bodies on the first floor were those of the survivors who had once lived there. Later, something happened that caused the shelter to collapse, and they became the souls of the poisoned mutant frogs. He turned around and quickly dumped the trash back onto the stairs, completely blocking the passage. At this time, the first floor was full of poisonous frogs which were looking at Chen Li and croaking continuously. Chen Li raised his hand and looked at his watch. It was already 11 a.m. He looked around the second floor and finally ran to the window. I opened the window and looked outside at the back of the appliance store, but I didn't see any poisonous mutant frogs. Chen Li roughly calculated the height, and it should be about 5 meters. He is 1.78 meters tall. If he hangs from the window, his feet will be about 3 meters from the ground. 3 meters is still quite dangerous. If you hurt your legs, you may not make it to the shelter in time. Chen Li thought about it and turned around to find a rope. While searching for ropes, he also found several electric heaters on the second floor and even found insulation strips, reflective films, and other materials for installing underfloor heating in the corner. He put all these things in wicker bags and piled them by the window. Finally, he found a thin rope in the teacher's room, deep on the second floor. He tied the wicker bag to the thin rope and slowly lowered it into the shallow water from the second floor window. But he was not going to pull the rope down. There was no way this rope could support his 130 pounds of weight. He muttered to himself, "Trade for 3 fitness points. Exchange 3 constitution points. Subtract 30 survival points. Currently, 128 survival points left." A warm current ran through his body, and Chen Li grabbed the edge of the window and hung outside. Then his whole body tensed up. He let go of his hands and fell to the ground. With a clap, Chen Li confidently knelt down and stood on the ground. Physical fitness strengthens bone tissue, muscle endurance, and recovery ability. Thus, with a physical fitness score of 12, he can fall from a height of 3 meters without injury. Of course, if you are a trained parkour athlete, you can probably jump from a height of 3 meters without getting injured. But Chen Li is an ordinary person and cannot perform such professional moves, so in order to protect himself, he can only cheat. A jump from a height of 3 meters will inevitably result in a sound. The mutated poisonous frogs immediately noticed the movement here and jumped in this direction. Suddenly, another burst of rapid frog croaking was heard. But Chen Li still stood rooted to the spot. He grabbed the wicker bag with the heater and ran in the opposite direction. Since there were many poisonous frogs in the direction he came from, he could only go back the other way. Luckily, the habitat of this group of mutated poisonous frogs seems to be located near the parking lot of the City of Home Appliances. Chen Li only needs to go around the parking lot to get back on his original route. There was no telling how many mutants and monsters were in the entire city, and he didn't dare run into unknown places. If any mutants delayed him beyond the safe time, he would probably have to face the monsters in the dark. After walking around, Chen Li went out the back door of a small restaurant and returned the same way he came to the City of Home Appliances. There were still many things in his backpack: seasonings, oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, and so on. He also found a box of canned meat, which contained a total of 24 cans. It was a good harvest. In fact, the restaurant still has a lot of meat, but unfortunately, the pork, beef, lamb, and other meats that were originally frozen in the refrigerator rotted after the power outage, turning into yellow soup and rotten meat scattered all over the ground. Chen Li raised his hand and looked at the time. It was already past 1 o'clock in the afternoon. He quickly ran to the shelter and finally returned safely. After returning to the shelter, he rested for a while, and then cooked a meal of fried cabbage and meatloaf with the ingredients he had just found. After finishing his meal, he took out the heating equipment he had just risked his life for. There were 3 electric heaters and several types of underfloor heating. He put the electric heater aside and then laid the floor heating material on the ground. As he focused his attention on the ground, several lines of text suddenly appeared. Shelter area upgrade. Option 1. Improve the ground material, increase the level of protection and comfort. The required number of survival points for improvement is 100. Upgrade option 2. Improve the base material to provide heating function and improve thermal insulation. The required survival points for upgrading are 100. The presence of some materials required for Plan 2 has been detected. The survival points required for upgrading have been reduced to 50. Chen Li breathed a sigh of relief. The required survival points were reduced from 100 to 50, which was quite a lot. This saved him 50 points, which is equivalent to 5 free stat points. This trip was worth it, but then I thought, I only have 128 survival points now, and I'll lose 50 points at once, and that's really painful. But the cold is coming, and I need to install underfloor heating. In the end, Chen Li gritted his teeth and chose option 2. Then, green mesh lines appeared all over the shelter floor, which were wrapped with floor insulation materials and slowly merged with the ground. The original yellow clay soil gradually changed and turned into a wooden floor. After the same 10 seconds, the entire shelter floor was renewed. The power line of the heated floor was automatically connected to the battery, and the switch was placed next to the ventilation system. Chen Li turned on the floor heating and tried it. He really felt the temperature right away, and the temperature in the entire shelter increased significantly. Now the problem with heating the shelter was finally solved. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. However, more serious problems awaited him further: electricity and food. Chen Li collected all the things, put them in one place, and began to count them. As for food, there are currently 16.5 slices of bacon and sausage, about 10 pounds of cabbage and potatoes, 15 pounds of rice, 2 10-pound bags of wheat flour, 20 packages of instant noodles, 15 packages of small breads, 3 packets of noodles, and 23 cans of cold meats. If you do the math, the food supplies are quite large, but they are far from enough. According to normal calculations, an adult would eat 3 kilograms of food per day. and eat an amount of food equivalent to his own weight in a month. You can imagine how much food is consumed. After the end of the world, Chen Li lived frugally and did not allow himself to overeat. He even lost a little weight. If this continues for a long time, your body will definitely have problems. Moreover, it has now stolen a giant eagle egg. When the egg hatches, it will be like an extra mouth to feed. Thus, food collection and the importance of greenhouses are reflected. But when he saw that he only had 78 survival points left, Chen Li sighed helplessly. He used survival points almost every day, and these survival points cannot be saved. They must be spent. At this moment, he suddenly remembered the time when he worked and earned money. After a month of hard work, it was finally time to get paid. But when I did the math, subtracting food, accommodation, transportation, 5 insurances, 1 fund, and personal tax, I was left with only a small part. On the other hand, housing prices continue to skyrocket. It seems that I will never be able to save enough money to buy a house in my life. At this moment, Chen Li had this feeling. But fortunately, the survival points needed to upgrade the shelter will not increase and will remain at 500 points. He calculated that he would be able to save enough money before the cold weather set in. After counting the food, the next step would be to check the fuel reserves. There are 3 10-liter white drums of diesel, 2 of which are full and 1 is only half full, meaning he currently has a total of 25 liters of diesel. Based on the current 15 kilowatt diesel generator, it can only generate about 66 kilowatt hours of electricity. Because such a generator cannot generate 100% of the electricity. Usually, it generates 80% of the electricity, and 20% is wasted. Of course, Chen Li can also upgrade the generator to produce 100% of the power, but this will undoubtedly consume a lot of survival points. Obviously, he cannot take this into account at the moment. Chen Li glanced at the remaining battery power. There was only 5 kilowatt hours left. If used sparingly, the charge could last for a day or 2. But no matter how frugal he is, he has to turn on the floor heating as soon as the cold weather sets in. The power consumption when using the floor heating is extremely high. This was reflected even before the end of the world. Some cold regions will experience power shortages during the winter, as many families will have to turn on their heating equipment, which will lead to power shortages. The calculation is as follows. The power of a conventional electric heated floor is 70 watts per square meter. The area of the room is 50 square meters, i.e. 4.5 kilowatts, and the energy consumption is 4.5 degrees per hour. This is only the energy consumption of the heated floor. If you turn on the greenhouse, you will have another large consumer of energy. At this moment, Chen Li suddenly realized that electricity has unconsciously become an integral part of human life. Almost everything you do requires electricity. Previously, most of the electricity we consumed was generated by burning coal in thermal power plants. But now Chen Li has no way to build a thermal power plant. He only has a 15 kilowatt diesel generator. After counting the supplies in the shelter, Chen Li glanced at the poison bag that had been put aside. It was the first time he had seen such a caustic poison. Although he did not know how caustic it was, he had seen its causticity with his own eyes. I am afraid it was comparable to concentrated sulfuric acid. That was why Chen Li decided to return it. This might come in handy in the future. He placed the bag in the bowl, and then placed the bowl in a corner so as not to accidentally step on it. Otherwise, it would be a waste of time. After cleaning the space around him, Chen Li resumed his daily exercise. It must be said that after improving his physical fitness, Chen Li found that his physical strength had increased significantly, and his sword movements had become more confident and without pauses. In fact, after improving his physical fitness, his cardiopulmonary function had also improved. For example, if a person can climb to the 6th floor on one breath, then the key factor is not the strength of his leg muscles, but his cardiopulmonary function. Now, Chen Li's cardiopulmonary function has improved to the point that it can be compared to running up to the 15th floor on one breath. Therefore, when practicing basic fencing techniques, your breathing will naturally become more even and will not affect your body movements. Chen Li felt like he had apparently reached his limit, but he was still being held back by a layer of window paper. No matter how hard I try, this layer of window paper can always hold me back. He stopped swinging the knife and took a deep breath. What was the reason? But no matter how hard Chen Li tried, he couldn't figure out the reason. In the end, he just stopped thinking about it, put down the machete, collected some groundwater, stood by the drainage ditch in the corner, and simply washed his face. Looking at the primitive drainage system, Chen Li couldn't help but sigh. This drainage system is completely useless during heavy rainfall, but fortunately the area he lives in is a low rainfall zone and heavy rainfall is rare throughout the year. There is also a drainage system outside the basement, so for now, we have to make do with that. Chen Li lay on the bed holding the egg and opened the survivor community. He looked at the post above and suddenly an idea came to him. Can I post here and ask where I can find diesel fuel in Anyang City? After thinking for a while, Chen Li decided to ask. After an hour of waiting, the post received many responses. He slowly read it from beginning to end and found nothing but meaningless responses. As he was about to leave, a new response caught his attention. To the east of Anyang City, there is a diesel fuel retail store, probably above the city's east pedestrian street. Chen Li's eyes lit up, and he immediately remembered. He had not been to Anyang City for many years and could not remember where the store that sold diesel fuel was, so he decided to ask there. Although he did not know the exact location of the store, he remembered where Zhengdong Pedestrian Street was. Calculate the time it takes to travel there and back. If nothing happens, he should be back within the safe time. When Chen Li was about to ask the man about a specific location, the answer had already been deleted. For a moment, he was stunned, not understanding what the man meant. Chen Li frowned. Could it be fishing? He thought for a while and decided that, even if it was just fishing, he had to go and see, because he urgently needed diesel fuel. Moreover, Chen Li estimated that with his current physical fitness and basic fencing skills, he could easily handle even 5 or 6 strong men. It was still unclear who would be the favorites by then. Time flies by in the blink of an eye, and finally, midnight arrives, and the system lady's daily report sounds on time. You've spent the 4th day in your humble shelter. Installing underfloor heating in your shelter can help you survive the cold snap. Earn 20 survival points. You killed a mutant poison frog that hides well and got hunter's sense. You got a poison sac from a mutant poison frog. Maybe it will help you. Get 10 survival points. You have collected heating equipment and received 10 survival points. Your basic swordsmanship has improved. You have received 10 survival points. Personal shelter evaluation in progress. Received 14 survival points today. All evaluations for today have been completed. A total of 64 survival points have been received. 142 remaining. Survival points. Chen Li's eyes widened, and his face showed surprise. He had gained new abilities. He quickly opened the data panel and found a new name in the ability column. Hunter's Perception. He focused his attention on it, and suddenly several lines of text appeared on the screen. Hunter's Sense. Focus your mind, free your senses, calm yourself, and you will sense everything around you. Note: this ability is related to mental strength. Unlike basic swordsmanship, Hunter's Perception has an additional hint. Is it related to mental strength? Chen Li was a little confused, but it did not affect his ability to use this skill. He followed the instructions implanted in his mind by the system, closed his eyes, and tried to activate his Hunter Perception. But the result was a failure. What happened? He really failed? Chen Li's face changed and he tried a few more times, but they were all unsuccessful. Once he mastered the basic sword skills, his body immediately developed muscle memory, and he didn't even need to use it intentionally. But Hunter Perception requires him to actively use it. In the game's terminology, basic swordsmanship is a passive skill, while Hunter Perception is an active skill. Chen Li reread the introduction to Hunter Perception several times and suddenly realized this. Concentrate your mind, free your perception, and calm your mind. He realized that he was too excited now, which caused his mental concentration to be distracted, which led to failure. Then he slowly lay down on the bed, closed his eyes, relaxed his body completely, and imagined himself standing in the prairie. Gradually, Chen Li discovered that something had appeared in his perception. First, he was holding a giant eagle egg in his hands. He could even see what was inside the egg, a curled-up creature, its tiny heart beating slowly. Chen Li was delighted. It seemed that the hunter's perception had been successfully released. He tried to continue expanding his perception. Everything around him seemed to exist in his perception, and he could even walk freely around the shelter without opening his eyes. However, when his perception extended to the ground outside the shelter, Chen Li felt extremely tired, and his hunter perception automatically ceased. Only then did he understand what the system meant when it spoke of mental strength. His current mental strength was 10 points, and if the hunter's perception radius was represented by a circle, it would be about 5 meters in radius. If he invests more points into the spirit, this range can be further increased, etc. Chen Li suddenly sat up on the bed. Isn't this the spirit consciousness of those cultivators in the immortality attainment novels? At 9 o'clock in the morning, Chen Li stood up and yawned. He stayed up late last night practicing his hunter's sense and was now very tired. Fortunately, after a night of hard training, he can now release hunter's sense at will. But he found that if he let go of the hunter's perception for a long time, he would feel tired on the soul level. This is very dangerous because his physical senses become very dull, like a person with a hangover. But if it happens in short periods of time and at long intervals, then there is no big problem. After washing himself with cold groundwater, Chen Li restored some of his energy. After eating 2 small pieces of bread, he began to get ready. After 10 o'clock, Chen Li, as usual, opened the door of the shelter and went out. If he wanted to go to the pedestrian street on the east side of town, he had 2 options. One way was to enter the city and go to the pedestrian street right through the center of town. But you would have to pass by the nest of a giant eagle, and you don't know what dangers await you ahead. The second option is to bypass the city and walk along the highway. This is relatively safer, but the journey is longer. The only safe time is from 10 o'clock to 14 o'clock, that is, only 4 hours. If he decides to bypass the city, the road there and back will take at least 2 hours. If nothing happens, everything will be fine. But if something unexpected happened, Chen Li would have to face the monster in the dark. After thinking for a while, he finally decided to go through the city center. The round trip only takes 1 hour, and the remaining 3 hours can be used to deal with unexpected situations. Now, with the hunter's instinct, he would be able to avoid many dangers. Having made his decision, Chen Li headed towards the city. He had walked this route from the shelter to the group of red baboons many times in the past few days and had become accustomed to it. Besides, the road was relatively safe and did not pose any danger. The flock of red-haired baboons were no longer surprised to see Chen Li. They all sat on the trees and looked at him. Enjoying the attention of the baboons, Chen Li headed towards the nest of the giant eagle. Just as he was about to get closer, he quickly lowered his body and let go of his sense of a hunter. Suddenly, everything around him appeared in his perception. Leaves blown by the wind, vines eaten by mutant rats, huge footprints left by unknown creatures on the ground, etc. After a thorough inspection, I did not find any giant eagles. But it was also possible that a giant eagle had come out to hunt. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chen Li quickly stood up and ran forward. Only after he had moved away from the giant eagle's nest did he breathe a sigh of relief. But now is not the time to relax, because further he will have to explore uncharted territories where the danger is no less than from a giant eagle. Similarly, the closer to the city center, the more lush the vegetation becomes. If Chen Li didn't have a hunter's instinct, he would hardly dare to come here now to scout. Using the shops on both sides of the road and the barely visible concrete area as road signs, he finally approached the city center, relying on the general route he remembered. The structure of Anyang is very unique. The city is based on the city center, which extends into the surrounding areas, forming a unique ring structure. In addition, the surrounding area is very beautiful. mountains, water, and a nature reserve, so there are many tourists in the city. Therefore, the city centre was transformed into a large complex park, and a century-old banyan tree was planted in the centre. Chen Li was able to determine his location with the help of the large banyan tree. But the large banyan tree at that time was very strange. Unlike the hundreds of meters tall trees in the nature reserve, this large banyan actually gives people a sense of impending death. Almost all of its branches and leaves have fallen off, but at the very top there is a large round ball, similar to a tree branch. Moreover, the space around it was not occupied by tree roots or vines, but instead was a large, empty space. Therefore, these man-made structures were preserved and not destroyed. At this moment, a huge creature suddenly appeared in Chen Li's line of sight. He quickly lay down on the grass next to it, looking intently to the right. Then a white-browed tiger ran out, dragging a boar the size of a car. After the white tiger dragged the boar to the banyan tree, he calmly sat down next to it, lowering his head, as if paying respect. While Chen Li was puzzled, the ground beneath the boar suddenly rose. Two thigh-thick vines emerged from the ground and pulled the boar underground. Then, two blood-red marks appeared on the surface of the banyan tree, rushing toward the crown of the tree at its top. This strange scene made Chen Li swallow his saliva, but he did not dare to move and just lay quietly in the grass. About 10 minutes later, the white tiger finally left and headed in the opposite direction from Chen Li. Just in case, he lay in the grass for another 10 minutes. After confirming that there were no large creatures around, he slowly rose from the ground. In order to get to the pedestrian street, he had to pass by a large banyan tree. Chen Li took a deep breath and prepared to slowly move towards the outskirts of the city centre. Until he reached the pedestrian street in the east of the city, there was no movement near the big banyan tree. He took a deep breath, looked at the big banyan tree from afar, then turned and walked deeper into the pedestrian street. The moment he turned to leave, the ball on top of the banyan tree moved unnoticed. When Chen Li arrived at Zhengdong Pedestrian Street, he found the situation completely different. He had only advanced 100 meters when he encountered several mutant creatures. A giant python as thick as a bucket, a wild dog covered in spikes, a white fox with 2 tails, a lynx with 4 ears. If it weren't for these mutants hunting each other, and if he didn't have a hunter's sense, he probably wouldn't know how many times he would have died. At this moment, he couldn't help but greet in his heart the people who brought so many wild animals. After hiding for more than 40 minutes, Chen Li finally walked out of the pedestrian street and found himself on a relatively untouched cement road. After checking his equipment once more, Chen Li continued walking down the street. It took Chen Li about 10 minutes to finally see a diesel fuel store on the corner ahead. However, he did not go there immediately. Instead, he walked around and hid in a residential building to the right of the diesel fuel warehouse. The roller shutter of the diesel fuel retail store was completely closed, leaving only a small door next to it, making it impossible to see what was going on inside. But for Chen Li, this was not a problem at all. He was seen standing by the wall with his hunter's sensors on. A distance of 5 meters was enough for him to sense some situations in the diesel workshop. As his perception expanded, Chen Li saw a diesel shop. There were 8 people in the shop. However, 5 of them were standing, and the other 3 were lying on the ground. One of them seemed to be a woman. Well done. This is truly fishing. And I'm not the only fish. Although the end of the world and the collapse of social order came as a death blow to most people, for some, it seems like heaven. Before the end of the world, they were just small fry. But when the end of the world came, they became villains who could do whatever they wanted. 5 men picked up sticks and machetes and took turns beating the 2 men lying on the ground. Soon, they were a bloody mess. The woman next to her screamed in fright, and even Chen Li, who was outside, heard it clearly. One of the men punched the woman in the face and then dragged her deeper into the diesel storage, while the other 4 continued to hide in the diesel storage, waiting to catch the next fish. Chen Li waited outside for a while and found that there were only 5 people in the diesel workshop. After confirming the number of people, he slowly walked out of the corridor. The shelter urgently needed diesel fuel now. If the power supply failed, all his previous efforts would be in vain. As for the 5 people in the diesel workshop, Chen Li didn't pay any attention to them at all. Given his current physical fitness and basic sword skills, he was confident that he could kill a person in a few moves. As for whether there is a psychological burden in killing people, after seeing what these 5 people had just done, Chen Li thought that they were just mutants, not humans. Chen Li walked to the door of the diesel workshop, carefully pushed the half-closed door, and entered. He pretended not to notice the 4 people and walked straight towards the 4 diesel barrels next to him. While he was standing next to the diesel barrel, 4 men quietly approached him from behind. But Chen Li's hunter's perception clearly saw the actions of these 4 men. One of the yellow-haired men picked up a bloody wooden stick and was about to hit Chen Li on the back of the head, but with a whistle, he found that the stick in his hand had fallen to the ground, and his hand was clearly still holding it. The painful screams woke up the 3 stunned people around, and there were expressions on everyone's faces. An expression of horror was reflected. They did not see clearly what had just happened, they only saw the yellow-haired man's right hand cut off. "Don't be afraid, he is alone. Let's go together and kill him." The young man with dyed yellow hair standing next to him cursed loudly, raised his machete and slashed at Chen Li. But in Chen Li's eyes, the yellow-haired boy's movements were too slow. He turned slightly to the side to avoid the machete strike, then carefully brought the machete forward and easily pierced the yellow-haired boy in the stomach. The remaining 2 seemed to be scared to death and opened their mouths to say something. But when they saw Chen Li walking towards them, they became frightened and fainted. Their eyes turned red, and they raised their knives to stab him. Chen Li sighed softly, twisted, and ended up killing 2 people. The remaining yellow-haired man had lost consciousness due to severe blood loss. The diesel workshop is small, with a shop in the front and living quarters such as bedrooms and a kitchen in the back. After dealing with the 4 people, Chen Li walked along the road and came to the back of the diesel shop. The scream just now was so loud that the person who was doing something in the bedroom naturally heard it. At first, he wanted to go out to see what was going on, but he accidentally saw Chen Li easily dispatching the others. He was so scared that he hurried back to the bedroom. Chen Li entered the bedroom and found the door locked. A middle-aged man's voice came from the bedroom. "Brother, let's talk about this. If you want diesel, I'll give you all the diesel. Let me go." Chen Li turned on his hunter's senses and, after confirming that there were only 2 people in the bedroom, he knocked down the bedroom door. As far as the eye could see, there was only a naked man with a big belly and a woman huddled in a corner, trembling. He didn't say anything stupid and went straight to the man. "On this day of judgment, if you are soft-hearted, you may be exposed to hidden dangers." Seeing that Chen Li did not say a word, the middle-aged man became worried. He cursed loudly, raised a long knife, and stabbed Chen Li. The result was predictable. This was Chen Li's first time killing a person, and he killed 5 people at once. Although he didn't think of these people as people, he couldn't help but feel uneasy. He glanced at the woman, then walked out of the bedroom, headed to the adjacent kitchen, and began searching. It must be said that this group of villains had quite a good supply of food. At first glance, they are even bigger than his own. More than a dozen boxes of instant noodles, more than a dozen boxes of bottled water, various drinks and alcohol, chocolate, milk, bread, vegetables, eggs, etc. Chen Li guessed that this group of people probably went to the supermarket to commit robbery. Otherwise, it would be impossible to collect so much food just by fishing and robbing. But now, it's a good deal for him. How can we transport so many things back? Chen Li frowned slightly. Since this group of people were able to transport so many things, they must have been traveling by car. He walked out of the kitchen and walked further, and found that there was a garage nearby, and a truck was parked inside. Moreover, the truck's compartment is not small. The length is 5 meters, the width is 2 meters, and the height is about 2 meters. Chen Li got behind the wheel of the truck and tried to start the engine. With the roar of the engine, the truck started successfully. Then he began to collect money. Chen Li first moved all the food from the kitchen to the car and then carried all the diesel fuel outside. The store has sufficient diesel fuel, all in 10-liter barrels. Even when the wagon was finally full, it filled the cabin, and this time transported all the diesel fuel. Assuming that 10 litres of diesel fuel weighs about 17 kilograms, then the collected diesel fuel this time should weigh about 800 kilograms. He also found 4 barrels of gasoline that 5 people would use to refuel the truck. As for the food, he didn't really appreciate it. After loading the diesel fuel, Chen Li moved 2 300-kilowatt diesel generators into the cabin. After making sure everything was installed, Chen Li pressed the switch to open the garage door, but there was no response. He then realized that there was no power. He turned on the generator from outside and finally opened the garage door after the power came back on. Since Chen Li wanted to go back, he definitely couldn't go through the city center, but had to go outside the city and circle the highway. He got into the cab and looked at his watch. It was already 12:40. But he didn't hurry and looked at the bedroom door on the right. After waiting for a while, the woman slowly walked out. Chen Li curled his lips. He could just leave, but he couldn't be so cold-blooded. "Get in the car. The safety time is almost up." He opened the passenger door and shouted at the woman to get in the car quickly. The woman looked at him, gritted her teeth, and sat down in the passenger seat. She asked with tears in her voice, "Can you take me to Anyang Farm, outside the city?" Chen Li's heart was touched. Anyang Farm was on the way back to his hideout, and it could be said that it was only 20 minutes away from his hideout. I didn't expect it to be so close. Chen Li didn't say anything, just nodded, then started the car and drove out of the city. After driving for about 5 minutes, Chen Li drove along the cement road in front of the diesel store to the highway outside the city and then drove in the opposite direction. It was the end of the world, so naturally no one would come to catch him driving on the highway. Moreover, there was not a single person to be seen on the entire highway, only a few overturned cars on the side of the road. It took Chen Li another 15 minutes to reach the farm. He quietly inspected the farm. There was once an iron gate at the entrance, and the area was fenced with iron sheets. I think there are many people on this farm who can complete such a project in such a short time. However, having more people has both advantages and disadvantages. Once the safe time ends, such a large number of people will obviously attract dark monsters. But until now, the people on the farm must have had to find their own ways to survive. The woman saw him and hesitated for a moment, thanked him, and then quickly opened the car door and ran towards the farm. Chen Li took one last look at the farm, then stepped on the gas pedal and drove towards his hideout. At 1:20, he finally returned to the old house. But just in case, he drove the truck into the yard of the old house and stopped it above the shed. If you put all the stuff in the truck and put it in the shelter, it would obviously be full. He decided to move only part of it there, at least all the food to the shelter. As for diesel and other fuels, just keep them in the car. And will anyone come to steal? Chen Li thought that if someone dared to steal his diesel fuel outside the safe time, such a tough guy would just rob him. Even with his current physical condition, he doesn't dare to run outside the safe time. At exactly 1:50, we finished unloading all the food from the wagon. Back at the shelter, Chen Li couldn't help but smile. This time, I originally planned to bring some diesel fuel, but I suddenly became rich overnight. Suddenly, the bodies of 5 people lying on the ground flashed before Chen Li's eyes. His heart couldn't help but flutter. No matter how much Chen Li deceived himself and how much he prepared himself mentally, murder was still murder, and he could not avoid it. Even though these 5 men were murderers and no one would come to arrest him, he still felt a little uneasy. Chen Li continued to breathe deeply and adjust his attitude, but there was no improvement. Finally, he roared, drew his machete, and began practicing the basics of swordsmanship. The fight with the 5 men kept coming back to his mind, and at that moment he felt as if he was caught up in the battle again. As his movements became faster and faster, an inexplicable trajectory appeared in them. Immediately after, Chen Li felt that the layer of window paper that he could not break through finally broke through itself, and a warm current instantly spread throughout his entire body. It was so intoxicating. Swordsmanship, a breakthrough. Only then did he understand why he had failed to break through. it was because he had not learned anything from the battle. How could he develop his own swordsmanship if he continued to work in isolation? After an hour, Chen Li stopped. He has already mastered a set of sword techniques. However, he has not come up with a name for this set of sword techniques. This set of sword techniques uses retreat as an attack and can kill the enemy in the blink of an eye. How about calling it the flashing knife technique? Chen Li was shocked by his own idea. He always felt that calling it that would be wrong. If it could kill instantly, why not call it an instant sword? After coming up with a name for the knife technique, Chen Li felt relieved. He was about to clean up and start cooking when suddenly a system message sounded in his head. Breakthrough. In the basics of swordsmanship, mastered swordsmanship ability called Instant Sword. Chen Li raised his eyebrows and immediately opened the data panel. Sure enough, 2 more words appeared in the ability column. Instant Blade. He was a little surprised. Can the system recognize the sword technique I had mastered? He focused his attention on the words Instant Knife, Instant Blade. Created by the owner himself, it uses retreat as a way to advance, combined with physical skill. The blade technique is fast and brutal, capable of killing anyone in the blink of an eye. Chen Li clicked his tongue, suddenly feeling that he was being exaggerated. However, since even the system had praised his swordsmanship so highly, it proved that his strength was not to be underestimated. After resting for a while, Chen Li casually prepared himself a plate of fried grated potatoes, and then began to count the harvest. 15 boxes of 24 packs of instant noodles, 17 boxes of 24 bottles of mineral water, 10 boxes of 24 cans of fatty happy water, 8 boxes of wine, 10 kilograms of chocolate in bags, 9 boxes of milk, 7 boxes of bread, 12 kilograms of vegetables, 5 kilograms of eggs, 50 kilograms of rice, and 30 kilograms of bacon and sausage. He looked at the food piled up in the shelter and fell silent. As the saying goes, by killing people and setting fires, you can get a gold belt. And that was true. Now that the social order has collapsed, there must be many villains like these 5. Even by killing them, Chen Li has actually eliminated the disaster and saved many people while hiding. Then it is natural for me to take their supplies. At this moment, Chen Li no longer felt conflicted and uneasy, but instead new emotions arose. Every day, he laboriously collected supplies, jumping back and forth between mutants and dark monsters, between life and death. But the total amount of supplies he collected was not as large as this time. At this moment, Chen Li's mind was full of thoughts of killing people and stealing treasures. His thoughts about these doomsday villains became more and more profound. Etc. Chen Li shook his head vigorously. What are you thinking? Not to mention, I'm not a devil who kills people without blinking an eye, and I only think about killing people and stealing treasures all day long. Besides, can I always meet only 5 people like this time? What if the other side has more people? Or the other side has hot weapons like pistols? Can you guarantee success every time? And this is completely against my idea of survival. The main thing is to win consistently. Killing people and stealing treasures. Forget it. I'm just a good citizen of the end of the world and don't do such things on purpose. However, if someone came to him on their own initiative, Chen Li would naturally show no mercy. Suppressing thoughts of killing people and stealing treasure, he began planning what to do next. This time, the harvest had far exceeded his expectations. The diesel fuel supply should last for a while, and the food supply should last for a long time. But here was the problem. How long would the cold wave last? Does it last forever, or does it end after a while? Chen Li doesn't know the answer to that question, and neither does anyone else. So the more resources, such as diesel fuel, food, and drinking water, the better. But now that the current power and food issues are resolved, the next step is upgrading the shelter. And even if you want to continue collecting supplies, the shelter needs to be upgraded. After all, the shelter can't hold anything else. Chen Li didn't expect that his supplies would be so abundant that the shelter couldn't even hold them all. After counting the supplies, Chen Li didn't sit back. He cleared out some space in the shelter and continued to practice. On this day of judgment, the body becomes the capital of the revolution. It was only at 6 o'clock in the evening that he stopped and cooked a bucket of instant noodles with sauerkraut and beef, which he ate along with the grated potatoes left over from dinner. After dinner, she lay down on the bed and began to hatch eggs. Using his hunting instincts, Chen Li discovered that the eagle in the egg was almost fully developed and was about to hatch. When he opened the Survivor Community app, he found that someone had sent him a message. The letter was sent around 2 p.m., but at that moment he was counting his supplies, so he didn't notice it. When I clicked on it, I saw that it was sent by Lin Yixue. The content of the message surprised him even more. "Thank you for saving Li Qiao today." Li Qiao? He didn't know any Li Qiao, but he saved a woman today, etc. This is the woman from Lin Yixue and the others' hideout? But how did he know that he was the one who saved her? Was it all based on the description of the woman named Li Qiao? The more Chen Li thought about it, the more puzzled he became. After thinking for a while, he replied, "I don't know any Li Qiao." The other party responded quickly. "The girl you saved today was Li Qiao. I saw you when you parked the car at the door." Chen Li's eyes widened in surprise. Was it really visible at that time? He really used his photo on the app, but the woman recognized him from such a distance. How good her observation skills were. But since that was the case, Chen Li did not joke around and replied directly, "Please, it's just a small favor." Lin Yixue was silent for a moment and then sent a message. "Li Qiao heard that you collected a lot of diesel fuel. I would like to ask if you can sell us some of it." Chen Li frowned slightly. The other party actually wanted to trade diesel fuel. Although his current diesel reserves are a whopping 825 kilograms, that's certainly not much, and will become less and less as he uses it, so he's naturally reluctant to trade. Feeling a little frustrated, he replied, "Sorry, my diesel supply is limited, and I don't have any surplus to exchange for you." After sending this message, the other party never responded again. When Chen Li thought that the other person had given up, Lin Yixue suddenly called him directly through the app's voice call function. Chen Li froze for a moment, hesitated for a few seconds, and finally answered the call. "Hello, Mr. Chen." Unexpectedly, Lin Yixue's voice was very clear and expressive, with a unique tone. This made Chen Li Wei nod slightly. "Yes," Chen Li replied. Lin Yixue did not waste words and said directly, "Mr. Chen, our shelter urgently needs diesel fuel. If you can offer it to us, we are willing to exchange it for food, weapons, etc. Even weapons will do." "A gun?" Chen Li was shocked. What man doesn't like weapons? Chen Li was actually thinking about whether he should go to the city security bureau to check if there were any weapons or something like that. But the security bureau was on the other side of the city, and he had to cross the entire city to get there. The journey is too long, the threat is too high, and the benefit is too small. So the project was ultimately shelved. Yes, we can exchange weapons, body armor, crossbows, food, etc. If possible, we hope to exchange 300 kilograms of diesel fuel. Chen Li couldn't help but feel a little tempted. Right now, his only weapon was the machete in his hand. It was useful against normal mutants, but if he encountered a dark monster like a werewolf, he would have no choice but to turn around and run. But if you have weapons, such as pistols, the total strength will double. Maybe in exchange? Chen Li thought for a moment, then changed his tone and said as if he was having a hard time making a decision. "I can't take out 300 kilograms, 125 kilograms at most. I have 10-liter buckets, so I can give you 7 buckets." Lin Yixue suddenly fell silent, but she didn't think of hanging up. She seemed to be discussing something with the person next to her. After a while, her voice was heard again. "Okay, so what do you want?" Chen Li thought for a moment and said, "A pistol with 100 rounds of ammunition, a bulletproof vest, a compound crossbow with 50 crossbow arrows, a long sword-like weapon, 50 packets of short-term vegetable seeds such as Chinese cabbage and garlic, and 50 packets of mountain rice seeds." To exchange 7 barrels of diesel fuel for so many things, especially weapons like pistols, is obviously a good deal for Chen Li. After making these requests, Lin Yixue turned off the sound again, as if she was discussing something with someone. After waiting for a while, the other party finally replied, "Okay, but can we use a longsword, like Miao Dao?" Miao Dao. Of course. Ever since Chen Li mastered the basic knife skills, he has always used a machete. Although it is very convenient to use, it inevitably leads to waste. Therefore, he wants to take advantage of the opportunity to get a long knife. Okay, then let's set a time and place for the transaction, Lin Yixue asked. Chen Li thought for a moment, guessing that the other person must also have a rough idea of where his hideout was. He simply cut the conversation short, saying, "Then take the highway towards Z City. I'll be waiting for you by the road. The time is tomorrow at noon." However, to avoid unnecessary trouble, only two can come. Lin Yixue was taken aback for a moment and then agreed. Okay, agreed. Then both sides hung up. After the call, Chen Li felt a little stunned. It wasn't because of the deal with Lin Yixue, but because he didn't expect to be able to call on Judgment Day. If he wasn't in the underground shelter, he would probably think that he was still living in a peaceful and prosperous era. After calming down, he began to think about the deal tomorrow. Although this deal did not involve fighting mutants, it still carried some risks. After all, he still did not know what Lin Yixue's business style was. Is he a doomsday villain like the 5 people at the diesel store, or a doomsday survivor with financial gain? If the latter is true, then trust in the transaction can be established. If the former is true, Chen Li should be careful. After all, from the conversation we just had, we learned that the other person had a gun. Of course, it's possible that a gun was used to trick him. But in any case, it's better to be careful. Otherwise, if something goes wrong because of this, it will be a complete waste of time. After making a plan for tomorrow, Chen Li was browsing through the posts on the Survivors community app as usual. It had been almost a month since the end of the world, and those who survived had gradually come to terms with the fact of the end of the world. The app has seen fewer heartbreaking posts and more posts with survival tips, requests for trades, etc. But as they say, the waters of the internet are too deep for most people to understand. Whether it's peacetime or today's doomsday, the internet is still a haven for scammers. Many have written that they were scammed and robbed after running there. Those who are lucky will be able to return alive, while those who are unlucky will simply rot in the streets. At midnight, the system message sounded. On this day of judgment, when everyone is in a panic, only the voice of the system lady can make Chen Li feel calm. I have gained so much today that I don't know how many more survival points I will have. You spent the 5th day in a simple shelter without upgrading it. You received 5 survival points. You fought and killed your own kind for the first time, feeling out of place. You received 20 survival points. You've got a large supply of diesel fuel that will keep you going during the cold weather. Earn 50 survival points. You've collected a lot of food that could solve your current food crisis, but will it help you survive the cold weather? Earn 20 survival points. Your basic sword skills have been perfected. You have mastered your own swordplay. Your overall strength level has increased, and you have gained 50 survival points. You have made a deal with other survivors. Your heart is troubled. Is this a blessing or a curse? Gain 10 survival points. You've discovered something unusual in the Zhengshan banyan tree, and you're filled with curiosity and anxiety. Perhaps it holds a secret. Earn 10 survival points. Personal shelter evaluation. In progress. Received 14 survival points today. All evaluations completed for today received a total of 179 survival points, 257 survival points remaining. Chen Li was very excited as he listened to the system lady's report, and his face showed undisguised surprise. Today, I got 179 survival points, and the remaining survival points reached 257. Less than half of the survival points are left to upgrade the shelter. After 10 o'clock in the morning, Chen Li transferred most of the diesel fuel from the truck to the shelter, filling it completely and leaving only 7 barrels of diesel fuel in the truck. He then drove along the highway towards City S. After driving for about 10 minutes, Chen Li stopped the car and turned it around so that he could leave at any time, if an emergency arose. He then got out of the car and looked around before returning to the driver's seat and waiting. It was already 11:30, and there were still 30 minutes left until the appointed time. Finally, at 12 noon, the sound of a car engine was heard from behind. Chen Li immediately became wary. When the car stopped, he looked in the rearview mirror. There was a van parked behind him with only 2 people in it, a man and a woman. I didn't see anyone else. After the man and woman got out of the car, Chen Li jumped out of the cab. The woman's name was naturally Lin Yixue. Seeing him in person, Chen Li was still a little surprised. This woman is not only beautiful, but also has a great figure, giving people a feeling of great agility. Next to him stood a middle-aged man with a short haircut who looked very strong, Mr. Chen. Before Chen Li came closer, Lin Yixue greeted him. Chen Li didn't waste time talking to them. He simply nodded in response, then reached out and opened the car door, revealing the diesel engine. After inspecting the diesel fuel, Lin Yixue and the others also took out 3 black bags and a meow knife from the car. She opened one of them and found a black gun, orange-yellow bullets, and a bulletproof vest. The moment Chen Li saw the gun, his whole body tensed up. Since another person could bring out a gun to exchange, it proved that he must be rich. If the other person were to suddenly explode, his situation would be extremely dangerous. However, he is surrounded by diesel right now, so even if these two really wanted to fight, they would definitely not shoot without thinking. Moreover, he was 5 meters away from the 2 men and was 80% sure that he could kill them in a few moves. Chen Li quietly evened out his breathing and asked calmly, "Anything else?" The middle-aged man nodded, then opened 3 more black bags. One bag contained a compound crossbow and a crossbow bolt, and another black bag contained various vegetable seeds. Lin Yixue pointed to the black bag on the ground and the miaodao in her hand and said, "This is a standard pistol with a 14-round magazine, a total of 100 rounds, plus a bulletproof vest and a miaodao. Finally, there is a compound crossbow with 50 arrows, 50 packets of vegetable seeds, and 50 packets of mountain rice seeds." After saying this, she pulled out the miaodao from its sheath to prove that it was not just a handle, but a real weapon. Chen Li looked at these items and felt that the ammunition was still insufficient. Once a gun runs out of ammo, it turns into scrap metal. But he finally nodded. Then he jumped into the wagon and poured out all the diesel fuel. You can check it out. The middle-aged man opened the diesel barrels one by one, examined them, and nodded, indicating that there was no problem. Then the 2 sides exchanged things. "Okay, no problem then. I'll go first." After finishing the inspection, Chen Li was about to leave with his things. But Lin Yixue called him. "Mr. Chen, have there been any cases of infection in your shelter?" Chen Li stopped and turned around to answer. "Infected? No. Why do you ask?" Lin Yixue explained. "Recently, many people in our shelter have become infected. It seems that a lot of spores have escaped from the reserve." "Dispute?" Chen Li did not frown. Lin Yixue continued. "As long as there are no cases of infection in the shelter where Mr. Chen is, please be careful." After saying this, she and the middle-aged man loaded the diesel fuel into the car and drove away. Chen Li watched the van drive away, then got in and drove away. Back at the hideout, Chen Li immediately took out all the things he had just exchanged. The miaodao was well made. Its blade radiated a cold shine, obviously sharpened, which was perfect for Chen Li, who had basic sword skills. He then tried on the bulletproof vest, which also fit perfectly. Then he picked up the heavy pistol, took out the magazine, and loaded the cartridges. The pistol felt good in his hands, and even a man like him, who had never held a gun, would be able to use it with ease. After playing with it for a while, he picked up the compound crossbow again. This compound crossbow is equipped with a 4x5-degree optical sight and looks very brutal. Chen Li tried to load the crossbow and shoot it at the earthen wall of the shelter. With a whistle, half of the crossbow bolt pierced the wall or something like that. In the end, Chen Li had to put in a lot of effort to pull it out. Now that he had this deadly weapon, his strength had qualitatively increased. After checking the weapon, He hid it under the bed. I plan to find time to rearrange some weapons storage cabinets later. With all of this done, he began his daily exercise, hatching eggs and studying, then calmly awaited tomorrow's survival assessment. You have spent the 6th day in a simple shelter without upgrading it. You have received 5 survival points. You made your first transaction without incident and received 10 survival points. You have a very powerful weapon that can be very useful to you, but will it be able to harm the monsters in the dark? Get 30 survival points. Personal shelter evaluation in progress. Received 14 survival points today. All evaluations completed for today. Received a total of 59 survival points, 316 survival points remaining. Chen Li only made 1 transaction today. He didn't expect to get many survival points, but he was surprised to get 59. This brought the current deposit to 316 points. We were 1 step closer to upgrading the shelter. While Chen Li was daydreaming, he slowly fell asleep. While he was sleeping, he didn't notice that the giant eagle egg in his hands seemed to be moving. But eventually, it became quiet. Recently, Chen Li's biological clock had developed the habit of getting up at 9 o'clock. When he woke up in the morning, he found that the light in the shelter was no longer on because the battery was completely discharged. Chen Li thought about it and realized that the fuel tank of the 15-kilowatt diesel generator was 15 liters, so he simply poured fuel into the generator's tank. It is expected that 15 liters of diesel fuel will generate about 37 degrees of electricity, which should last him for some time. After 10 hours, Chen Li emerged from the shelter to the roar of the generator. After checking the truck, he spent a few minutes moving the diesel fuel from the truck back to the shelter. Moving things around every day seemed like a tedious task, but there was no other choice. He could put them all in the shelter, but then he would have no room to move. In this way, we can hold out for a few more days until the shelter is repaired. And then we can move the 2 300-kilowatt generators and diesel fuel to the greenhouse. After moving the diesel, Chen Li not only put on his normal equipment, but also put on a bulletproof vest under his clothes. Although he refused to cooperate with Lin Yixue yesterday, her words about the evolution of microorganisms and the spores coming from the nature reserve really awakened his vigilance. It hasn't affected him yet, but who knows what the future holds. So he decided to go to the hospital to get some medicine before others. The hospital with the largest and most complete medicine is located in the west of Anyang City, so Chen Li plans to go directly outside the city today. On the contrary, it is much faster than going directly through the city. He originally wanted to bring a pistol and a compound crossbow, but after thinking about it, he put them aside and only took Miao Dao. The main reason was that he had never practiced shooting, so he would most likely miss the target, and the sound of the gunshot would easily attract monsters. The compound crossbow is a bit big and inconvenient to carry after all. This time we are just collecting medicinal resources. After making all the preparations, Chen Li drove along the outskirts of the city towards the hospital. It took Chen Li about 20 minutes to reach the western entrance of the city. From here, it only took 10 minutes to walk to the hospital. Although there were many mutants along the way, Chen Li, who had the ability of hunter perception, could still easily avoid them. But he continued to avoid all sorts of mutant creatures along the way, and it still took him about 20 minutes to reach the hospital entrance. After leaving the hospital, Chen Li took his time and looked around. The entire hospital is a large area, covered in a variety of vines, weeds, branches and leaves. The dim white light makes it feel like you're on the set of a horror movie. Because the vines and tree roots blocked most of his view, Chen Li couldn't see inside the hospital at all. But now that we've come this far, there's no turning back. He carefully entered the hospital gate. They soon arrived at the empty and gloomy lobby of the hospital. Judging from the mess on the floor and the dark brown bloodstains on the surrounding walls, it seemed that a very tragic scene had occurred in the hospital as the end of the world had come. At this moment, Chen Li also tensed up, completely releasing his sense of a hunter. However, a radius of 5 meters is not enough to fully observe the entire hospital. At the moment, it was not the mutated creatures that worried him, but the monsters in the darkness. Hospitals are one of the busiest places. It is understandable how many monsters were attracted by the huge popularity of that time. It would be very dangerous if there were still dark monsters lurking here. Fortunately, Chen Li did not find any signs of biological activity. But here, a new problem arose. He did not know where the pharmacy was. Pharmacies are usually located near payment points. But with the development of technology, payment and medication administration have become an integral part of the process. Patients no longer need to go there in person. They just need to press a button on their mobile phone, and a specialist will give them the medicine. Although it is indeed much more convenient, and it takes much less time to see a doctor, it has become an obstacle for Chen Li, who is currently looking for medicine. But in any case, the pharmacy must be in the hospital. Therefore, Chen Li can only search room by room. He stood on the first floor and looked around, and then decided to look at the left side first. The first floor is almost entirely occupied by clinics. Chen Li, having successfully searched the entire floor, did not find a single pharmacy. Then he climbed the stairs to the second floor. The second floor contains a clinic and wards. Chen Li first searched all the rooms on the left, but found nothing. Then he went to the right until he reached the end, where Chen Li saw a room with a closed door. There was a warning sign on the door. The pharmacy is a restricted area, no outsiders allowed. Chen Li glanced at the house number in front of him and finally breathed a sigh of relief. If he couldn't find it again, he might have to think about going back. He put his hand on the doorknob and was about to open the door when he noticed something out of the corner of his eye. Turning around, I saw a piece of grey skin. Of course, it wasn't human skin, but apparently old skin shed by some animal. Are there mutants in the pharmacy? Chen Li's entire body trembled, and his hand that was holding the door handle instantly pulled back. He evened out his breathing and released his hunter's sense. However, there was not a single living thing in the pharmacy. Perhaps he had already left? Chen Li was sure that he could not feel anything inside the pharmacy. After hesitating for a moment, he stepped aside and pressed the handle of the pharmacy door. The door of the pharmacy slowly opened and rows of medicines were revealed. But there was no living creature. Chen Li breathed a sigh of relief. Although he had not seen any mutants, he could not stay here for long. He quickly took a wicker bag out of his backpack and, without even looking at what kind of medicines were there, ran along the shelves and raked all kinds of medicines into the wicker bags. The last 2 wicker bags were completely filled, and only then were all the medicines packed. Then Chen Li walked out of the pharmacy with a wicker bag in his hand and ran towards the stairs. He walked down the stairs to the second floor and looked at the hospital gate that was just around the corner. He thought that the gathering of supplies was going smoothly, but his heart suddenly trembled, and he subconsciously used the skill most familiar to Soul players. Roll. And then I heard a strong whistling wind overhead. Although he didn't know what exactly hit him from behind, he could tell from the terrifying gust of wind that if Chen Li had been hit, his head and body would have already been separated. He rolled on the ground a few times, then quickly stood up and looked around. I saw a lizard with 2 horns on its head hanging from the ceiling of the first floor hall. Chen Li's eyes widened and he exclaimed, "No, is that a damn chameleon?" But although it is called a chameleon, there are some obvious differences between it and a chameleon. Not only does this chameleon have 2 long horns on its head, but it also has rows of protruding bony spines on its back. The scales on its body are grey, which apparently gives it good defensive capabilities. The most important thing is that this chameleon is almost the size of a calf. In the past few days, Chen Li had actually seen mutated chameleons, but none of them were so exaggerated. At most, they grew to the size of a cat. The strong wind above his head just turned out to be a chameleon's tongue. Chen Li concentrated all his attention, staring at the chameleon, not daring to act rashly. The chameleon retracted its tongue and stared at him with eyes like 2 yellow beads. At this moment, Chen Li really wanted to turn around and run, but that would definitely expose his back to this chameleon. He had seen documentaries about animals before. This chameleon hunts mainly with its tongue, and its speed is comparable to lightning. I just managed to dodge. Luck actually played a big role in that. If it happened again, he couldn't guarantee that he would be able to avoid it, but it was impossible to remain in this dead end any longer. Chen Li could only look at the chameleon above his head, slowly retreating. The chameleon's eyes turned 360 degrees, and then the originally grey scales on its body began to change, gradually merging with the color of the surrounding environment. Chen Li's eyes widened in disbelief. It is worth knowing that although chameleons can change their body color, they usually change it depending on the environment, temperature, and mood. When meeting an enemy, they can even immediately change their color to a bright one, for example, red, to scare off the enemy. How could such a consciousness that directly controlled the color of the body and blended into the environment like a predator appear in an ordinary mutant beast? Is it possible? Chen Li couldn't help but swallow, and the image of a terrifying werewolf appeared in his mind. This chameleon is not a mutant, but a monster born of darkness? Although he panicked a little, he forced himself to calm down. If you panic and lose your composure now, you will surely die. Although this chameleon has changed the color of its body and seems invisible in this dim environment, fortunately, Chen Li has the perception ability of a hunter, which can be called an insect. He slowly released his perception and continued to scan the surroundings. Then, he suddenly looked back and saw that the chameleon was lying on the entrance of the hospital, although he didn't know when exactly. If he continued to retreat, it would be like putting it to his lips. Chen Li couldn't help but curse in his heart. "You're such a good guy." He wanted to turn around, but then he thought, why not take advantage of the situation? Then he put the wicker bag with the medicine on the ground, pulled the machete from his belt, and retreated step by step. When he was a few steps away from the chameleon, he suddenly turned around, twisted his whole body, raised the machete high in his hand, and brought it down with one blow. The chameleon did not seem to expect that the prey had discovered his presence and quickly stuck out his tongue in panic. Collided with the machete. The improved machete was incredibly sharp. Even the chameleon, which was considered a dark beast, could not withstand the blow, and its tongue was instantly cut off. It let out a piercing cry of pain. Although Chen Li had injured the dragon, he himself felt uneasy. Despite all his strength, he felt as if his hands had been hit by a speeding car, causing his palms to go numb and even crack. If he didn't let go quickly, his hands would be broken. Taking advantage of the chameleon's pain, Chen Li quickly turned around, ran to the left side of the hall, and hid behind the wall. He clenched his fists, blood dripping from between his fingers, his hands shaking slightly, and he muttered, "My strength is too weak, and now that I have injured this chameleon, I am afraid he will not let me go so easily." However, this also aroused Chen Li's rage, and he muttered, "In exchange for 3 strength points." A warm stream ran through his body, and he suddenly felt a surge of strength. 15 points of strength, although at first glance it seems that this is only 5 points more than ordinary people, but when a person applies force, the body produces a defense mechanism. Normally, ordinary people can only use 30 to 40% of their muscles, and athletes can only use about 40%. But now, with the strengthening of the system, Chen Li's muscle usage has reached a terrifying 80%. It can be assumed that 15 points of strength is significantly more than that of ordinary people, but still not enough to surpass a human. At best, it can be considered an innate supernatural strength. Chen Li took off the Miao hanging on his backpack and then pulled it out of its sheath. He couldn't help but feel lucky that he had brought an extra weapon with him. The tongue is almost always one of the most sensitive parts of any living creature. Now that the chameleon's tongue was forked, he screamed in pain, but did not move. Chen Li seemed to see human emotions in his huge eyes. Anger. The chameleon, enduring intense pain, glared at Chen Li, who was hiding in the corner. Then, with a click, his forked tongue darted into the corner. With a crash, a hole was torn through the corner of the wall. Chen Li took a deep breath and quickly straightened up. He didn't intend to fight the chameleon directly. Only a reckless person would do that. In fact, he was waiting for the chameleon to come and then decide the outcome of the game with one move. I watched as the chameleon repeatedly hit the corner of the wall with its forked tongue, but it never rose. Chen Li simply hid behind the wall and shouted, "You are such a coward, chameleon. Come here if you dare." The chameleon immediately froze. Although he did not understand the human language, he felt the extreme mockery in the voice. The particularly strong pain in his tongue made him lose his mind, and he moved his limbs and crawled quickly. Chen Li hid behind the wall, all tense. At this moment, he felt like his heartbeat slowed down. When he felt the chameleon climb up the wall, he suddenly tensed his legs, took 2 or 3 steps up the wall, jumped into the air, and hit the chameleon on the head with the Miao Dao he was holding in his hand. Miao's long knife pierced the chameleon's head with a slight breeze, but the monster had an incredibly strong life force. Before dying, it swung its tail and threw Chen Li, who fell to the ground only a meter away. Chen Li rubbed his chest. Fortunately, he was wearing a bulletproof vest, which softened the blow. Otherwise, he would have to suffocate for a long time. He held the Miao Dao and watched the chameleon for a while. After making sure that it was dead, he walked forward. As he got closer, he found that the chameleon's horns had strange patterns that looked amazing. Now Chen Li can be sure that this creature is definitely not a mutant that lives in Blue Star, but a dark beast that came with the darkness. But why is this chameleon so weak? Compared to the werewolf, it is more than 1 level weaker. And when Chen Li saw this chameleon, he made a bold guess. Were these dark creatures creatures from other worlds? But there was no point in thinking so much. Self-defense was the most important thing now. Before leaving, Chen Li used a machete to cut off the chameleon's horns. Even with the upgraded machete, it still took me 10 minutes to cut it off. Then Chen Li took the medicine and the 2 horns and quickly left here. When Chen Li returned to the shelter, the safe time was over. He didn't have time to take out the diesel fuel, so he could only eat some bread and lie down on the bed. As soon as Chen Li fell on the bed, he felt a little tired, and then slowly fell asleep. When he woke up again, it was already midnight, and the system lady in his mind also began broadcasting on time. You spent 7 days in a simple shelter without upgrading it. You received 5 survival points. You collected a large amount of medicine, solving the problem of the lack of medicine for the sick, and received 30 survival points. You strengthen your physical characteristics, increase your own strength, and receive 10 survival points. You killed a 2-horned chameleon and received basic proficiency with a ranged weapon. Battle kill the dark creature for the first time and get 120 survival points. Personal shelter evaluation in progress. Received 14 survival points today. All evaluations for today are complete. Received a total of 174 survival points, 460 survival points remaining. Chen Li never expected that the reward for killing dark creature will be so generous. Not only did he get new abilities, especially survival points, but he was also only 40 points short of upgrading his shelter and building a greenhouse. Today, you just need to explore and gather supplies to gather enough. Chen Li calmed down and quickly looked at the ability Basic Ranged Weapon Mastery. Simply put, it means direct mastery of firearms, bows and crossbows, and other ranged weapons. It must be said that this ability is like timely rain for Chen Li, who had just received the pistol and the compound crossbow. He suppressed his excitement and slowly fell asleep, full of joy. The next morning, Chen Li waited until it was safe, then put on his equipment and entered the city. Around 1 p.m., we returned to the shelter with the supplies we had gathered. Basically, we had cut down some basic necessities, some canned goods, some materials for cleaning and filtering water, a small stove, and a lot of firewood. During this period, there were no recorded attacks from mutant beasts or dark creatures. However, he found that the supplies were becoming less and less. After all, Anyang City was just a tourist town, and the supplies would eventually be divided among the survivors. Fortunately, Chen Li took advantage of the opportunity early on and worked hard to gather supplies, so there was no reason to worry yet. With anticipation, Chen Li finally arrived early the next morning. You spent the 8th day in a simple shelter without upgrading it. You have earned 5 survival points. You have collected some food and essentials, your quality of life has improved slightly, and you have received 15 survival points. You have collected some upgrade materials and received 10 survival points. Personal shelter is being assessed. 14 survival points have been received today. All assessments for today. Completed, a total of 44 survival points were obtained, and 504 survival points remained at the moment. Finally, enough survival points. Chen Li laughed and immediately looked around the entire shelter, and then chose the first upgrade plan. Expand the shelter area. Add a greenhouse module. Spend 500 survival points. When he made his choice, a grid of green lines appeared throughout the shelter. Choose a location to build a greenhouse module. Suddenly, the system girl asked Chen Li where to build the greenhouse. According to the system, he can choose the places to build: front, back, left, right, and bottom. Chen Li widened his eyes in disbelief. You can even build a greenhouse at the bottom. Aren't you afraid that it will collapse? But then I thought, this is a system product after all. How can it collapse? Chen Li thought for a while and finally decided to build a greenhouse opposite his current place of residence. Firstly, it is convenient for management, and secondly, he figured out that since it can be built from below, other modules can be built below, so the greenhouse does not need to take up space. As Chen Li made his choice, the green grid lines in the room began to expand and extend forward, finally stopping when they had grown to about 50 square meters. The entire process lasted only 10 seconds. After the grid lines disappeared, an iron door appeared in front of Chen Li, made of the same material as the shelter gate. You can also control the opening and closing of the door with your mind, which is very convenient. Chen Li opened the door and entered the greenhouse. The whole greenhouse is small and a bit rustic, with an uncultivated field in the middle and a fill light in each corner. Simple planting of plants in a greenhouse improvement plan 1. Increase the area of the greenhouse. Increase the planting density. Increase the yield by 10%. Reduce the water consumption for irrigation by 10%. Spend 500 survival points. Improvement option 2. Increase the area of the greenhouse. Increase the insulation level. Increase the yield by 10%. Decreases sunlight duration by 10%. Costs 600 survival points. Each of the two greenhouse planting options has its own advantages, and both options allow you to increase the planting area and increase the yield by 10%. Plan 1 not only increases the area, but also improves the planting density. That is, it further increases the planting area in a disguised manner. Option 2 improves the insulation level and can reduce the operating time of the fill light, which is equivalent to saving electricity in camouflage, so it consumes more survival points. Of course, if Chen Li had a choice, he would choose option 2. After all, it saves electricity. It seems that the upgrade plan is more detailed. Chen Li noticed that the current upgrade plan clearly indicates the changes after the upgrade using percentages. Previously, there had only been vague instructions when updating. He opened the data panel and looked at the information about the shelter. Shelter information. Shelter owner, Chen Li shelter level, 2 shelter floor. Height, 4 meters. Shelter area, 120 square meters. Of course, the shelter level has been changed to 2, and the shelter area has increased by 70 square meters. That is, in addition to the 50 square meters of greenhouse area, the area outside it has increased by another 20 square meters. Chen Li also found that, in addition to the fact that the upgrade plan has become more detailed, the shelter can now be built in separate modules. For example, you can build modules such as a power generation room, a water treatment room, a water purification room, a bedroom, a kitchen, a toilet, a medical room, a storage room, etc. The area outside the greenhouse is now called the Sanctuary Hall. These modules also support the provision of materials to reduce the consumption of survival points. According to current plans, the priority options are the power plant and water purification. According to the description, the electrical panel can provide electricity to the entire shelter. It combines the functions of generating, storing, and consuming electricity, and can be equipped with sockets in each room, which is very convenient. In this regard, Chen Li had to sigh again, appreciating the greatness of the system. If he were to do it by hand, it would probably take him more than 2 months just to dig a cavern the size of an engine room. Not to mention the need to lay and install wires in a 5-meter deep underground shelter. But luckily, if you use the system, it won't be that much of a hassle and will only cost you 5,000 survival points. Yes, 5,100 survival points. At this point, Chen Li has 3 generators and a large amount of diesel fuel, and the system reduces his survival points by 100. The water purification room requires even more survival points. It requires a whopping 5,200 survival points. This pump can't even reduce 100 survival points. However, the functions of the water purification room are also correspondingly strong. It combines the functions of water pumping, water delivery, and wastewater collection, which allows you to supply water to the entire shelter and collect all the wastewater. Of course, if you want to clean the wastewater and achieve self-circulation, you need to use a water purification room. Building a water purification room will not be cheap and will require 4,500 survival points. However, according to the rules of the system, if a water purification facility is built, the cost of the water purification facility will be significantly reduced. If you already have a water purification system, it will reduce the consumption of survival points even more. Chen Li then looked at the remaining construction modules. The bedroom requires 1,000 survival points. The medical room requires 4,500 survival points. The toilet requires 1,000 survival points. And the kitchen requires 1,200 survival points. Overall, the storage room is the cheapest building module, requiring only 800 survival points. However, the storage room is currently the least important module for Chen Li. Now that the greenhouse is open, he no longer needs to maintain a large amount of survival points. Instead, he plans to improve key facilities in the shelter, improving the quality of life in it, and thus improving the daily assessment of the system's survivability. At the moment, the pumps and generators are in greatest need of modernization. One morning, Chen Li, wrapped in 2 layers of blankets, woke up to a piercing cold. He shuddered and heard the howling of the wind outside the shelter. If you can hear it so clearly 5 meters underground, you can imagine how strong the wind is outside. He also discovered that a layer of frost had formed on the surrounding walls. Was a cold wave coming? Although Chen Li had already guessed this, he still couldn't help but ask himself this question. Because of the cold weather, he would have to stay in the shelter from now on. But fortunately, Chen Li has been frantically gathering supplies these days. With the resources of the current shelter, he won't die of hunger even if he doesn't go outside for several months. And now, thanks to the greenhouse, we might be able to hold out longer. Chen Li got out of bed, took out another blanket and covered the bed with it, then put on the clothes he had recently updated, but he was still cold. There was no other way out. The only thing left was to turn on the floor heating to raise the temperature. The current power consumption of the underfloor heating system is 4.5 degrees per hour, making it the largest power consumer in the entire shelter. It is not yet known how long this cold wave will last, so yesterday Chen Li brought a small stove and a lot of firewood. Otherwise, if he relied solely on underfloor heating for insulation, he would probably have used up all his diesel fuel. He planned to drive it for just 1 hour a day and burn wood the rest of the time. Now that the ventilation system has been upgraded, there is no need to worry about carbon monoxide poisoning. Just turn on the forced ventilation periodically. At first, he still hoped for the best, thinking that the shelter would be able to survive this cold wave. Suddenly, a strong cold wave hit. Chen Li calculated that the temperature outside was probably about tens of degrees below zero. Once you go outside, you will probably turn into an ice sculpture. He turned on the floor heating and entered the greenhouse. There are traces of frost here too, but as long as the floor heating is on, the temperature inside will naturally rise. Chen Li did not go out to sow the seeds straight away last night. The main thing is to plow the greenhouse, and that takes too long. He does not plan to stay up late, so he plans to plant today. After checking the greenhouse and making sure that it had not been badly damaged by the cold, Chen Li took out a hoe and began to plow the greenhouse. Generally speaking, manual plowing of land takes a lot of time, So in the past, oxen were almost always used to replace human labor in plowing, which was easy and convenient. Later, with the development of technology, cattle gradually fell out of circulation and were replaced by more efficient agricultural machinery. But Chen Li now has no farming equipment and can't find a cow, so he can only plow the land with a hoe, plot by plot. Chen Li sowed vegetable seeds every time he plowed a plot of land and stopped halfway. He originally planned to plant half vegetables and half mountain rice. But now the greenhouse area is only 50 square meters, which is very small. The seeds he is currently sowing are sprouts, Chinese cabbage and the like, and they can be harvested in 20 days at most. The maturation period of upland rice is longer, about 127 days. This is equivalent to harvesting vegetables about 6 times before the maturation of mountain rice. The yield of dry rice per mu is about 900 kilograms, and 1 mu of land is equal to 600 square meters, but now he only has 25 square meters, which is equivalent to a yield of only about 50 kilograms. 127 days, 50 kilograms of production. This proportion is really too small. However, at this point, the survival points needed to upgrade the greenhouse are not that many, so he can save them for a certain period of time and then upgrade them. Therefore, Chen Li decided not to plant dry rice first, but to use the entire 50 square meters to grow vegetables. In addition, we still have about 50 kilograms of rice in the warehouse, which is enough for now. 50 square meters is not a large area, but even with Chen Li's improved body, it took him most of the day to dig the soil and plant the seeds. He straightened up and patted his waist with his hands. The intense pain in his back made him realize the hardships of farming. As expected, every inch of soil and every grain of food contained countless amounts of sweat. The greenhouse area is now only 50 square meters, and it will definitely have to be expanded in the future. If manual soil cultivation continues at that time, the efficiency will be extremely low. By that time, agricultural machinery has become extremely important. But Anyang City is a tourist city. There are no arable fields, so naturally there is no corresponding agricultural machinery. It can only be found within the city limits. After sowing, the next step is to solve the problem of power supply for the lighting. Currently, the shelter is powered solely by diesel generators and batteries supplied by the system. If you want to connect power to the greenhouse, you will have to extend another wire from the battery. Chen Li pulled out the new wire from the battery, connected it to the power strip, and then reconnected the electrical appliances. According to common sense, this operation has only 2 results. First, the battery is directly damaged, and second, it cannot supply power. Fortunately, this battery was produced by the system itself, and there were no problems. Otherwise, the voltage conversion problem alone would have caused Chen Li a lot of trouble. After connecting the electrical equipment in the shelter room, he took out a power strip with a 30-meter cord, connected it to a power strip directly connected to the battery, and then placed the 30-meter power strip in the greenhouse. Then connect the plugs of the 4 lights. Looking at the wires scattered on the ground, Chen Li decided to wait until the snowstorm died down and then go out and collect batteries. At the moment, there is only 1, which is definitely not enough. Moreover, when building a power plant in the future, if there are a large number of batteries and generators, it will definitely greatly reduce the consumption of survival points. Chen Li turned on all 4 backlights and checked them. After making sure they were working properly, he turned them off again. Fill lighting is a light that replaces sunlight and is widely used in greenhouses. Plants typically require 12 hours of sunlight per day to grow properly. But these seeds have just been planted and do not need additional lighting yet. The power of these lamps is low. 2 lamps consume less than 0.5 kilowatt hours of electricity for 12 hours a day. For Chen Li, this is a completely acceptable amount of electricity consumption. After connecting the lamp to the power source, Chen Li scooped up some groundwater with a bucket and watered the seeds one by one. As for fertilizer, he does not plan to use chemical fertilizers, but biological fertilizers instead. What is biofertilizer? It is another name for excrement. That's why Chen Li chose the first option to upgrade the dry toilet. In addition to producing biogas, it also allows you to store excrement and use it as fertilizer. But the smell was just disgusting. A few days ago, he tried to open the hole where the excrement was stored and almost passed out from the stench. But now, after all, it is the end of the world, so we must make the most of everything we have. So later, he assembled a gas mask to isolate the smell. However, it is not yet time to apply fertilizer, so Chen Li does not need to hurry. After finishing work in the greenhouse, Chen Li began to move two 300 kilowatt generators and diesel fuel to the wall of the greenhouse and stack them on top of each other. Even though the shelter has been expanded by 20 square meters, it is still not spacious enough, so we can only make the most of the space we have. After the move, the space outside has finally become less crowded. Chen Li then sorted and placed the food, water, supplies, and medicine separately. He then moved the kitchen utensils, put away the weapons and ammunition, and left the bed where it stood. After a tense period, we finally got the shelter in order, and it no longer looked as dirty as before. It is worth noting that the system did not identify the materials stacked together as a storage room, but instead identified the pots and pans next to them as a kitchen. Simple outdoor kitchen upgrade. Plan 1. Add a built-in induction cooktop, add a sink, add a hood function. Upgrade requires 400 survival points. Upgrade. Option 2. Add a built-in multi-function cooktop, sink, and kitchen waste disposer. Upgrading requires 450 survival points. Both solutions require a small amount of survival points, much less than building the system directly. However, Chen Li did not upgrade. While this could indeed improve his living conditions, he can currently eat a bowl of hot food on the only induction cooker he has, so there is no need to waste survival points. After spending the entire morning in suspense, Chen Li overcame his hunger and prepared a rather filling hot dish: fried meat with pak choy. As time went on, the supplies from outside would definitely become less and less. The only places where you can build greenhouses in a short time are formal large-scale shelters. Most people still have to forage for food by exploring their surroundings. Moreover, Chen Li believed that even if these shelters had greenhouses capable of growing vegetables, only a small number of people would be able to eat the fresh vegetables grown there. As in the science fiction movies of the past, most people can only eat nutritional building blocks synthesized from various high-protein insects such as cockroaches and earthworms. Perhaps this was just an imagination in the past, but in these days of shortages, it is becoming increasingly real. In this environment, if Chen Li were to bring out fresh vegetables to exchange, he would definitely be able to get most of the good stuff. Now that he had a greenhouse, Chen Li decided to wait until the snowstorm died down and then dig up some red fruit trees. Once the fresh vegetables and fruits were produced steadily on Doomsday, it would be a considerable fortune. You spent the 8th day in a simple shelter, upgraded it and activated the greenhouse module, earning 50 survival points. Own a greenhouse and get 30 survival points. You have planted a crop, your heart is full of expectations, and you get 10 survival points. Personal shelter is being evaluated, 17 survival points received today. Shelter upgraded to level 2. From this point on, the protection mechanism will be disabled, and the daily number of survivors will no longer be announced. However, additional rewards will be given out when the control days are reached. All assessments for today have been completed. A total of 107 survival points have been obtained, and there are currently 111 survival points remaining. At midnight, Chen Li carefully listened to the system report, but to his surprise, there was actually an extra line of hints in today's survival assessment. A defense mechanism? A milestone? Chen Li muttered. Although there are no more daily reports, I believe that the rewards for reaching milestones should not be low. Besides that, his main concern was the evaluation of the shelter. After opening the greenhouse, the evaluation score of the shelter increased from 14 to 17 points. In other words, one greenhouse gives him an extra 3 survival points. Not much, but not little either. At this time, the snowstorm outside the shelter was getting stronger and stronger, showing no signs of abating. According to APP data, many people died because of this cold wave. Although the apocalypse has been going on for almost a month, only a few people dare to go out and collect supplies, and most people do not even dare to leave their homes. Many people did not have the resources to generate electricity, so their mobile phones were turned off, and they could not see news about the coming cold weather. Some lucky people have collected some diesel fuel to generate electricity and are praying online for the cold wave to pass. Few people like Chen Li dare to fight mutants and dark creatures outside and gather supplies. Moreover, apart from these large shelters, he was probably the only one who could gather so many supplies in such a short period of time. Looking at the room full of supplies and newly earned survival points, several words popped into Chen Li's mind. Sense of security, plus 100,000. Chen Li was awakened by the movement of his hands. If he had not reacted in time, the newborn baby giant eagle would most likely have been crushed to death by him. He carefully lifted the blanket and saw a soaking, wet creature. It did not look like an eagle, but rather like a newborn chick. Chen Li thought that perhaps he had picked the wrong egg. But remembering how desperately the giant eagle had chased him that day, he must have picked the right person. The giant eagle chick let out a weak cry, sat down in the eggshell, and began to gnaw the shells around itself, shaking. Chen Li carefully picked up the egg and placed it on the bed. The firewood that had been burning the night before had not yet gone out and was still giving off heat. The tent seemed warm, so there was no need to worry about the baby getting cold. Watching the eagle clumsily gnaw on the eggshell, Chen Li smiled like an old father, as if he saw a picture of him soaring in the sky in the future. While Yingbao was eating the eggshell, he called out to Chen Li, as if he recognized her as his mother. In addition to collecting food for his own consumption, Chen Li also collected a lot of food for cats, dogs, birds, etc., so that the giant eagle would not starve after its birth. Watching Yingbao eat eggshells, Chen Li also felt a little hungry, so he took a bottle of milk and a bag of bread with him for breakfast. The snowstorm outside was still howling, and he had no way to go out, so he could only stay in the shelter. After observing Yingbao for a while, he began training. After increasing his strength to 15 points, he was able to do 500 standard push-ups in one breath without changing his facial expression. After training, he took out a gun and played with it for a while. I saw him holding the gun with both hands, then quickly drawing it and aiming. His movements were extremely skillful. It must be said that since Chen Li mastered the basic long-range weapon, he wants to shoot every time he picks up a gun. His hands are itching terribly. But that was clearly impossible, so all he could do was take out his compound crossbow and shoot at the wall over and over again. Luckily, the current walls of the shelter were just mud walls. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to use his compound crossbow. After practicing with the compound crossbow, he moved on to practicing with the sword. After practicing with the sword, I opened the Survivor Community app and started watching. As expected, there were moans all around. What's more, many of them were lucky enough to be in large shelters. As for those who are hiding outside, their situation is extremely deplorable. The APP system administrator is also powerless and can only publish methods for resisting the cold and urge everyone to fight for survival and not lose hope. So, while the other survivors were struggling to survive the cold wave, Chen Li happily lay in the shelter every day, and so a week passed. During this week, Chen Li did nothing, so he only earned 17 survival points each day for a total of 119 survival points. Together with the previous ones, this makes 230 points. It seems that the snowstorm is starting to subside. Chen Li listened carefully to the whistling outside, which was much weaker than in the past few days. A cry came from his ears, and a baby eagle with black feathers and the size of 2 fists jumped off the bed and stood at Chen Li's feet, shaking him. Chen Li chuckled and picked it up. In just 1 week, the baby giant eagle's feathers had become thicker. He looked at the eagle shaking its head and suddenly remembered that he hadn't given it a name yet. But after much thought, I still couldn't think of anything. Chen Li scratched his head and thought about why he was bothering with all this. "Since your feathers are black, I'll call you Xiaohei from now on." After saying this, he muttered a few words. "There are golden lines on the eggshell. I thought a golden eagle would hatch from it. After calling Xiao Hei, Chen Li placed him on the ground and reached out to turn on the forced ventilation switch on the wall. Due to the snowstorms that have passed over the past few days, the ventilation ducts on the ground have been blocked by snow several times. Fortunately, this forced ventilation is very powerful and can blow away the snow that is blocking the opening of the pipe. And by the way, it can also replace the air in the shelter. With the faint sound of machinery working, the air in the shelter gradually became fresh and cool. However, as the cold weather set in, Chen Li discovered white dust floating in the shelter. Snow? He reached out and grabbed the dust, and when he looked closely, he found that it was actually spores. Oh no! This was already mentioned when talking about Lin Yixiu. This caused the people in their shelter to become infected. Chen Li quickly turned off the forced ventilation, but this did not stop the spores from spreading. He quickly covered his mouth and nose with his clothes and looked at the ventilation duct. Simple ventilation system upgrade. Option 1. Improve pipe material, increase insulation level, increase ventilation efficiency by 20%, decrease energy consumption by 10%. Upgrade requires 150 survival points. Upgrade Option 2. Add a filtration system, separate inlet and outlet. Pipes, increase ventilation efficiency by 20%, reduce power consumption by 10%, requires 150 survival points to upgrade. The corresponding filter material was found. The number of survival points required for Plan 2 was reduced to 100 points. Chen Li immediately chose Option 2. With the appearance of the green grid lines, the ventilation ducts began to be upgraded. 10 seconds later, when the ventilation ducts were upgraded, the spores no longer entered the shelter. Chen Li quickly turned on the forced ventilation, preparing to displace the spores floating in the air. The advanced forced ventilation was very powerful, and the spores in the air were sucked out of the shelter at a speed that could be seen with the naked eye. Although the spores were gradually being extracted from the shelter, Chen Li did not dare to be careless, took out a gas mask and put it on. Then he immediately looked at Xiao Hei. It was noticed that not only did he not avoid the spores, but he was flapping his wings, chasing the spores everywhere and even eating some of them. Chen Li quickly picked him up and put him in his pocket. Then he took out a piece of cloth and swept away all the spores that had fallen into the shelter. After a while, the spores in the shelter were no longer visible. Chen Li took Xiao Hei out of his pocket and watched him closely. Although it is unknown whether these spores are the same spores that Lin Yixiu mentioned that caused the infection in their shelter. But in the doomsday world, where even microorganisms can evolve and mutate, these spores are definitely useless. After half an hour of observation, Xiao Hei did not find any abnormalities, but Chen Li himself had a fever, dizziness, and difficulty breathing. He knew that he was infected with spores. Although he did not want to take off the gas mask, he felt like he was suffocating. After taking off the gas mask, the pain subsided somewhat, but I still felt very uncomfortable. However, the whole process lasted less than 10 minutes before the pain began to subside. The main reason is that Chen Li's 12-point physical condition played a role, and his body's immunity is far superior to that of ordinary people. Although his breathing had returned to normal, he still had a fever. Chen Li quickly rummaged through the pile of medicine and picked up a box of aspirin. This drug has a wide range of uses, but it can also be used to reduce fever caused by the flu. Eventually, these spores mutated, and they are afraid that it will not be effective enough, so they are trying to improve them. Aspirin enhancement. Option 1. Improve the age of the medicinal material. Increase the treatment efficiency by 30%. Decrease the side effects by 10%. 30 survival points are required for the enhancement option 2. Change the composition of the drug, increase the treatment range, increase healing efficiency by 10%. Requires 35 survival points to upgrade. Both upgrade options require a lot of survival points, but now it all depends on whether the infection can be cured with spores. If not dealt with properly, it will most likely leave serious consequences. Chen Li simply chose both options at once, spending a total of 65 survival points. When the green grid lines on the aspirin tablet disappeared, Chen Li took out 3 white tablets and swallowed them with mineral water. The improved medicine was indeed much more effective. Within half an hour, Chen Li's fever had subsided. However, the problems of body pain and fatigue still existed. He lay in bed, feeling sleepy. On the other hand, Xiaohei still looked energetic, flapping his wings and practicing flying. Chen Li smiled bitterly. As expected, the mutant creatures are much more physically fit than humans. The tiny spores almost took his life, but for the mutants, they were just food. Helpless and with a bitter smile on his face, he could no longer resist and finally fell asleep. When Chen Li woke up, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. He had slept almost all day. But my body had already recovered, although the temperature was still there. Chen Li got up, ate some bread, and then took 3 aspirin. At this rate of recovery, he would be back to normal by tomorrow. Despite his superior physique, he was tortured to death, and the lives of others could be in danger. This shows how powerful these spores are. Have mutant plants appeared in the reserve again? Chen Li is not a botanist, so he cannot say what kind of plants these spores come from. But he could guess that some extremely strong mutant plants must have appeared in the reserve. Even at temperatures tens of degrees below zero, it can still spread spores normally. It even uses snowstorms to carry them along the wind and spread them further. I believe that the spores attacked not only Anyang City, but also S and Z City. After this crisis, Chen Li deeply understood the importance of the filtration system. In order to avoid further problems with groundwater, he began to upgrade the pump. The upgrade of the water pump had actually been planned for a long time, but Chen Li had been putting it off, thinking that drinking groundwater for a long time would be enough. But who knows if the microorganisms or something else in the groundwater will mutate. If this happens, then after drinking it, he will go straight to the afterlife. 15 kilowatt water pump improvement plan. 1. Add a water purification system, increase pumping efficiency by 10%, reduce power consumption by 10%, requires 50 survival points to improve improvement. Option 2. Add an overload system, increase pumping efficiency by 10%, reduce energy consumption by 10%, requiring 70 survival points to upgrade. The materials required for Plan 1 are found nearby, reducing the required survival points to 30. Chen Li decisively chose the first plan, and then, because the water purification materials were gone, the water pump upgrade was completed. The appearance had not changed significantly, mainly due to the addition of a water purification device inside the pump housing. He turned on the pump, and with a roar, the groundwater began to rise. Unlike the slightly yellowish groundwater before the upgrade, the pumped groundwater this time is much cleaner. Chen Li picked up a bowl and scooped up some groundwater. He took a sip, and the earthy smell completely disappeared. Instead, a slightly sweet taste appeared. He turned off the pump and decided to first use the remaining groundwater in the bucket and then fill it with new groundwater. After upgrading the pump, Chen Li went into the greenhouse. The first batch of vegetables he planted were Chinese cabbage, which has a growth cycle of about 20 days. A week has passed. The Chinese cabbage in the greenhouse has grown well and will be ready for harvesting in about 13 days. The yield of Chinese cabbage is usually about 4,000 kilograms per mu. Based on the calculation for 50 square meters of greenhouse, more than 300 kilograms of Chinese cabbage can normally be produced. However, due to the current extreme weather conditions and the inability of supplemental lighting to completely replace sunlight, the final yield of Chinese cabbage is around 200. Although it weighs 100 pounds less, the productivity is still quite good. Chen Li calculated the time and found that today was the day to apply fertilizer. He put on a gas mask, took a couple of manure buckets, went to the dry toilet, used a long ladle to stick his hand into the hole, and scooped up the biological fertilizer. Even though Chen Li was wearing a mask, he couldn't help but feel sick. With tears and snot running down his face, he brought a bucket of manure into the greenhouse and began to fertilize it. Suddenly, the entire greenhouse was filled with the smell of manure. Chen Li calculated that if he had not been wearing a gas mask, he would have vomited from the stench. After applying the fertilizer, Chen Li hurriedly left the greenhouse, closed the iron door tightly, and turned on the forced ventilation. Even Xiao Hei cried because of the smell. Another 7 days passed, and nothing significant happened during these 7 days. However, it is worth noting that after upgrading the ventilation system and pump, the daily survival score increased by only 1 point, which means that a minimum of 18 survival points can be obtained daily. It seems that these 2 shelter upgrades are quite insignificant. In total, 126 survival points were awarded in 7 days, plus 35 remaining points for a total of 161 points. It seems like a lot, but over the past few days, Chen Li has discovered that after all the items have been upgraded once, the survival points needed for the next upgrade will increase significantly. Simply put, the more upgrades you make, the more survival points you will need. In the end, it corresponds to what was said at the beginning. The more complex the item, the more survival points it costs. Calculated in this way, its survival points become very small. Chen Li calculated that if this rule was applied to improving physical attributes, then when his physical attributes reached a certain level, the exchange ratio would no longer be 1 to 10. Back to the present, half a month after the cold weather had arrived, the snowstorm outside the shelter had finally stopped, and Chen Li could no longer hear the whistling wind. He figured that tomorrow he could go and take a look. A lot of electricity has been consumed in the last 2 weeks, with temperatures estimated to have reached 95 degrees. Assuming 4.5 litres of diesel fuel can generate 12 kilowatt hours of electricity, that's about 30 litres, or more than 2 barrels. The current diesel fuel reserves are still sufficient. More than 670 kilograms of diesel fuel remain. At present, Chen Li has no plans to upgrade the diesel generator. He is preparing to gather additional materials, connect the generator and battery, and upgrade them to create a generator set with a battery. Moreover, in recent days, he has discovered that with the increase in the number of electrical appliances, voltage instability has begun to occur. Although Chen Li could directly upgrade the battery, this would obviously only be a temporary solution, not a fundamental one. In the future, there will certainly be more electric appliances, and the situation will repeat itself. The battery pack mainly uses lead-acid batteries and nickel-cadmium batteries, and the lead-acid batteries have a capacity of more than 200 amp-hours. It features stable voltage, large capacity, low self-discharge, high charging efficiency, and long service life. It is the best choice for energy storage containers in residential buildings. This not only solves the problem of unstable voltage caused by the increase in electrical equipment, but also reduces the safety points required to build a power plant room. The next step is to collect medical equipment and try to build a medical room. After Chen Lishan encountered the infection caused by the spores, he realized the importance of the medical room. During the apocalypse, in addition to providing food and water, medical conditions are also important. Although Chen Li is not a doctor, he believes that in the future, after the expansion of the shelter, labor will definitely be needed. At the same time, the modernization of the greenhouse is also in the foreground. After all, if Chen Li plans to use fresh vegetables to exchange with other survivors in the future, expanding the greenhouse will be an important decision. The current output of the greenhouse can only meet his needs. If you take it to exchange, it will not be enough at all. Of course, if an emergency occurs in the center of events, adjustments can be made according to the actual situation. After much thought, Chen Li suddenly realized something. The above plans are based on the premise that Anyang City has sufficient resources. But as mentioned, Anyang City is just a small town focused on tourism, and many materials are unavailable. Especially now that the snowstorm has stopped, the surviving residents of the city will definitely go out to search for supplies. After all, it has been almost 2 months since the end of the world. The weak have long been abandoned, and the remaining people have completely changed by the end of the world. Good people and good deeds are not the main thing in the apocalypse. At this time, competition for resources and conflicts will inevitably arise. In addition, the supplies in Anyang City are not enough to help Chen Li upgrade the shelter to the maximum level, so going to the city to get supplies is inevitable. But even if you take the highway to the nearest S city, it will still take 30 minutes, which means that if there are no accidents on the road, the round trip will take an hour. But if you have an accident on the road, especially if your car is damaged, it will be a disaster. Therefore, the stability and safety of the vehicle are especially important. Thinking about this, Chen Li wrote down in his notebook the question of upgrading the truck. However, he does not plan to go to the city now, since only Anyang City is already in this condition. Chen Li suspects that the situation in the city may be even more dangerous. After all, the city's population is at least hundreds of millions, which is why it is so popular. It is simply a paradise for dark creatures. No, a cafeteria. This can also be seen in the messages posted on the app by city residents who experienced violence. The types and numbers of dark creatures in the urban area are clearly greater than those in Anyang City. Early the next morning, Chen Li put on his gear and calmly waited for a safe time. Xiao He, who was only slightly smaller than a basketball, tilted his head and stood on the edge of the bed, looking at him. It must be said that as a mutant, Xiao He grows very quickly. In just half a month, he has already begun to display the ferocity of a giant eagle. I'm afraid that Xiao He will be able to leave childhood in a month. But Xiao He is still in its infancy, so Chen Li doesn't dare to pull him out. Regardless of the species, their descendants have one thing in common. It's curiosity. As the saying goes, a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. Chen Li was really afraid that Xiao He would run in front of some mutants or beasts and jump non-stop. When it was safe, Chen Li opened the iron door of the shelter. Suddenly, a bone-chilling cold wind blew, as if it was going to turn his body into ice. Xiao He, who was standing nearby, was very curious at first, but eventually burst into tears from the cold and hid in the greenhouse. But after adapting for a while, Chen Li was able to withstand. But since there are survival points, why not use them? Finally, he spent 50 survival points to raise the insulation level of all his clothes, including his shoes, by 1 level. Chen Li exhaled white air and looked at the basement, half covered in snow. All he had to do was turn around and grab a shovel from his hiding place to clear away the snow at the basement exit. After fiddling around for a while, he finally crawled out of the basement. At first glance, everything was white. The deepest layer of snow outside reached Chen Li's waist, and the shallowest layer was so deep that it completely covered his calves. However, most positions are only calf deep. As a southerner, Chen Li couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this scene. He used the shovel as a guide, pushing each step forward to determine the depth of the snow before daring to take the next step. He then walked towards the city step by step. When he arrived at the city gate, Chen Li found that the snow inside the city had become much thinner. There was even a thin layer of snow on some of the roads. He looked up and probably guessed the reason. The city had become a natural barrier due to the dense vegetation and the large number of tree roots, branches, and vines, up to the place where the red fruit tree grows. Seeing that the small tree was still standing proudly, Chen Li breathed a sigh of relief. He was also worried that the snowstorm would kill the small trees. But strangely, the mutant baboons around them had disappeared. You won't even find them in clothing stores. But the good thing was that no baboon would come and stop him from digging up the tree. Chen Li spent some time digging up the small tree and then carried it back to the shelter. He planted the dwarf tree in a corner of the greenhouse where a hole had been left for this purpose. Since this mutant dwarf tree can withstand snowstorms, it must have extremely high vitality and is ideal for planting in a greenhouse. After dealing with the short trees, Chen Li left the shelter and headed towards the city. It was still early, so he decided to go and look for some supplies. Chen Li had no idea where exactly in Anyang City there were most batteries, but he knew where these things were. It can be said that such things are very common, and lead-acid batteries are installed in almost every car. So, Chen Li walked along the street and dismantled every car he saw. However, most of the cars were seriously damaged. Several cars overturned in a row, but not a single intact battery was found. Although Chen Li did not find a battery, he met 4 survivors who were hunting mutant rats. The mutant rat was the size of a full-grown shepherd dog, but it showed extreme ferocity when faced with the attack of 4 people. After paying the price of having a piece of flesh bitten off, they finally hacked the mutant rat to death. Before the 4 of them could breathe a sigh of relief, they saw Chen Li in the distance. A middle-aged man, who looked to be in his 30s or 40s, immediately looked at Chen Li with caution. He wanted to make some harsh threats. But upon seeing the miadao and the composite crossbow hanging on Chen Li's backpack, he immediately changed his tone and shouted in a dialect from afar, "Brother, this mutant rat is ours, go somewhere else." When Chen Li heard his interlocutor speaking in dialect, he also replied in dialect, "Why are you killing mice?" The middle-aged man breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Chen Li was also speaking in the local dialect, but he still remained vigilant and replied, "Of course, it's for food." Food? Chen Li was stunned. He knew that rat meat was indeed edible, but could mutated rat meat be eaten? Chen Li had thought about this problem before, but he himself was hesitant to try the meat of mutant beasts. "Will there be a problem if I eat the meat of this mutant rat?" he asked again. The middle-aged man nodded, somewhat surprised by Chen Li's question. He touched his frost-bitten hands and said as if nothing had happened, "Of course, there won't be any problem. This mouse is just a little bigger and has more meat. It can be eaten without any problem. I feel like I've become a little stronger." Chen Li nodded, then turned and left. Since the meat of mutant beasts is edible, this solves the problem of future meat sources. As for the middle-aged man's words about his increased strength, he did not take them to heart. I don't know if it was because of the snowstorm, but the number of mutants in the city had clearly decreased significantly. Chen Li didn't encounter any large mutants along the way, but he did see quite a few rat mutants. He looked at the distant natural area. A tall tree, hundreds of meters high, was still standing, apparently untouched by the snowstorm. I think the mutant beasts must have returned to the mountains and will definitely return to the city after some time. As for these terrifying dark beasts, Chen Li had always had a hunch. These monsters would be sent back to their homeworld when it became safe, and then sent back again when darkness returned. For some reason, only a small number of dark beasts remained here. But this is just Chen Li's guess, and no one knows the true situation. After searching 7 or 8 cars, Chen Li finally found an undamaged battery in a car with a 4-ring logo. After putting the battery in his backpack, Chen Li did not continue his search, but instead prepared to hunt a mutant rat. Now that he knew that the meat of mutant beasts was edible, Chen Li naturally would not refuse this only source of meat at that time. Now that we have a greenhouse, we don't have to worry about vegetables anymore. But there is a big problem with meat. Being omnivorous animals, if a person eats only vegetables for a long time without eating meat, he will have serious problems with the body. The most obvious are malnutrition and decreased immunity. Some may say that pre-apocalyptic vegetarians only ate vegetables. But you should know that although these vegetarians do not eat meat, they regularly take medications or supplements such as vitamins. This can compensate for the lack of micronutrients caused by not eating meat. After all, humans cannot live without meat. The same can be said for Chen Li. He used his hunting instinct to follow the tracks on the ground and came to a vegetable stall on the street. Almost all the edible food in the store had been taken away, leaving only rotten meat. A rat the size of a large dog was squatting in front of the refrigerator in the vegetable store, gnawing on the frozen rotten meat, making a sound like a plane on wood. Chen Li did not choose to go forward and face the enemy, but hid outside the store and carefully took out a compound crossbow from his backpack. Wind up the gun, aim, and all in one fell swoop. He controlled his breathing, and the compound crossbow, which was shaking slightly at first, suddenly became as still as a rock. With a sound of cutting through the air, the crossbow bolt instantly pierced the mutant rat's shoulder. Even though the mutant rat was hit by the crossbow bolt, it did not fall. Instead, she let out a shrill scream, quickly turned around, and her red eyes were full of anger. He didn't care about the wound on his shoulder at all and rushed at Chen Li with all 4 limbs. Chen Li didn't plan to kill the mutant rat with just one arrow, so after firing the arrow, He put down the crossbow and picked up the machete hanging on his waist. Facing the aggressive mutant rats, he simply stood still. As the mutant rat rushed towards him and opened its mouth to bite him, he twisted his legs, turned his body to the right, and the machete in his hand cut the mutant rat's neck from top to bottom. The mutant rat had just received its lunchbox. Chen Li wiped the machete on the mutant rat's fur, then pulled out the crossbow bolt, wiped it, and put it back into his backpack along with the compound crossbow. The head of the mutant rat looked really disgusting, and he didn't need it anymore. So he just picked up the body part and prepared to go back to the shelter. But before he could take even a few steps, he saw two survivors from around the corner, a man and a woman. He was about to pass by the two of them, but the woman exclaimed and called his name. Chen Li frowned, looked up, and felt that it was something familiar. It was only when the two men came closer that I remembered who they were. The woman was his former classmate Zhao Ya, also from Anyang. When Chen Li was in college, he dated her for a while. However, Zhao Ya later felt that his family was in poverty and broke up with him. Later, she found out that he had found a rich man in the second generation, whose family ran a real estate agency. It must be the man next to her, but I don't know his name. When the two men came within 3 meters of Chen Li, they saw that he was holding a mutant rat in his hand and had a weapon on his back, so they stopped. Zhao Ya's face was noticeably yellow and haggard, which was clearly caused by long-term starvation. Seeing the mutant rat meat in Chen Li's hands, she couldn't help but swallow, her eyes filled with desire. "Chen Li, you're still alive." Chen Li's face darkened, and he said calmly, "Not only is he still alive, but he's also living well." After saying that, he was about to turn around and leave. Zhao Ya's face was embarrassed. She realized that she had said something wrong. However, she had always despised Chen Li's background and did not want to apologize. However, the mutant rat meat was so tempting that she could not help but chase after it. Wait, sorry, Ali. I didn't mean to say that. Actually, I have something to tell you." Chen Li frowned, shook off Zhao Ya's hand, and said coldly, "If you have something to say, please say it now. I still have something to do." Zhao Ya swallowed again, looked at the mutant rat in his hand and asked, "Where did you get this rat meat?" "It has nothing to do with you. If everything goes smoothly, I will leave first." Seeing that Chen Li was about to leave, Zhao Ya quickly grabbed him and said, "Wait, I want to ask Ali, can you give us half of the rat meat?" Hearing this, Chen Li smiled and turned to her. "Why? Why?" These 3 short words were like a stone blocking Zhao Ya's throat, preventing her from breathing. She opened her mouth and hesitated for a long time before finally remembering what to say. I only heard her say righteously, "Isn't it normal for us survivors to help each other? And we are friends. So isn't it natural that you give me half of the rat meat?" Zhao Ya grabbed Chen Li's hand, lightly touched her chest, and acted like a pitiful person. When she met Chen Li before, whenever she did this, Chen Li would agree no matter what she said. At first, she really liked Chen Li's behavior, but over time, she became bored with it. But it is appropriate to do it now. At first, Zhao Ya thought that Chen Li would immediately give her the rat meat and show some concern for her. But Chen Li withdrew his hand, looked at her coldly and said, "If you want rat meat, you will have to exchange something for it. And who are your friends anyway?" Zhao Ya froze for a moment and said to herself, "But you have so much rat meat, share it." But before she could finish her speech, Chen Li interrupted her with a frown. "Don't try to blackmail me. If you have nothing to exchange, then leave here." After saying this, he turned and left. Zhao Ya stood there with her mouth open in a daze. It was as if Chen Li had become a stranger to him. "Brother, wait. I have something to exchange with you." "Oh? What is it?" When Chen Li heard that there was indeed something to exchange, he raised his eyebrows and stopped. Beloved Zhao Ya adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, walked up to Chen Li and said, "Are you familiar with Dingsheng Real Estate Agency?" "I know. What happened?" Chen Li nodded and thought that Zhao Ya was quite capable of doing this, since she could actually befriend this rich second-generation man. The man with gold-rimmed glasses smiled and said, "Great. My father is the chairman of Dingsheng Real Estate. If you give me this information and I contact my father, I will give him 10%, no 30% of the shares. What do you say? Chen Li's face darkened, and he wondered whether this rich second generation was really stupid or just pretending to be stupid. After that, it was just my bad luck to run into these two, crouching dragon and fledgling phoenix. Not interested. After saying that, Chen Li turned around and left, not wanting to stay at all. Chen Li, you can't leave. I was so kind to you before, and now you won't even give me a piece of rat meat. But at this moment, Zhao Ya was desperate and held Chen Li tightly, unwilling to let him go. Chen Li suppressed his anger and pushed her away. Zhao Ya couldn't withstand the 15-point force punch and was immediately thrown back 2 meters. The man with gold-rimmed glasses gasped when he saw how strong Chen Li was. But instinctively, he swallowed his saliva, pointed the machete in his hand at Chen Li, and shouted loudly, "Why the hell did you hit my girlfriend? You can't leave!" Chen Li remained silent but turned his head away and looked gloomily at the man with gold-rimmed glasses. His patience had reached its limit. If the man had said one more word to him, he might have taken action. The man with the gold-rimmed glasses was about to say something when he felt as if a wild beast was staring at him, just like those monsters had stared at him on the Day of Judgment. Suddenly, a foul smell came from his groin. Chen Li shook his head, ignored both of them, and left with the mutant rat. Seeing Chen Li leaving, the man with gold-rimmed glasses suddenly fell to the ground, and the machete in his hand flew out of his hands. Zhao Yor stood up from the ground, feeling pain all over her body. With red eyes, she walked towards the man with gold-rimmed glasses. When she saw his groin, she couldn't help but curse, "This sucks." Then she ran in the direction she came from. About 5 minutes later, she returned with 8 survivors, armed with long knives, sticks, and other weapons. The leader was a man who looked to be in his 30s, with a stubbled face and a very fierce look. He looked at the man with gold-rimmed glasses, whose crotch was wet, and clicked his tongue twice. He then asked Zhao Ya, "You said that this man had a mutant rat and a crossbow, right?" Zhao Ya quickly nodded, pretending to be pitiful, and replied, "Yes, Brother Hu, and he even hit me, woo." Li Hu chuckled, pinched Zhao Ya's butt, and said, "Wait until I beat this bastard. How will you repay me?" Zhao Ya timidly said, "Brother Hu, if we don't leave now, he will disappear." Li Hu nodded, pinched Zhao Ya's butt hard again, and then led the other 7 people to Chen Li. After they left, Zhao Ya glanced at the man with gold-rimmed glasses who stood to the side and did not dare to speak. Her face was filled with disgust. Chen Li never thought that there would come a day when he would be surrounded by others. He looked at the 8 people chasing him from behind, frowned, and asked, "What's the matter?" Li Hu pointed his machete toward the rat meat and backpack in Chen Li's hand and said angrily, "Throw away everything you have. You may have a crossbow, but there are 8 of us. You might not even have time to draw your bowstring before we kill you. If you give us everything you have, we will let you go." "Oh, you want something, right? Well, besides all that, I have another gift for you." Chen Li nodded, took off his backpack, and placed it on the ground. Li Hu was stunned. "What is this?" Chen Li picked up Miao Dao, unsheathed it in an instant, and said with a smile, "I will send you to reincarnate as soon as possible. Cow, you seek death? Kill him for me." After saying this, the 8 men rushed forward with weapons in hand. Although it was the first time Chen Li had been surrounded by 8 people at once, he did not panic at all. He first took a step back and, using the advantage of the Miao Dao's length, knocked the machete out of his opponent's hand. Then he twisted his arms, and the tip of the Miao Dao slashed across the enemy's throat like a fish swimming through the air. Suddenly, blood splashed onto the face of the man standing next to him. Several people were clearly stunned. Although they were all gangsters before the apocalypse, they had never killed anyone. Even on this Day of Judgment, without any legal restrictions, they rely on their numbers to prevent the other side from resisting. I have never met a master like Chen Li who dared to fight back and kill someone in one fight. At the moment when they were dumbfounded, Miao Dao Chen Li, like a god of death, took the lives of 2 more people. 3 people died in just a few seconds. Li Hu's eyes widened when he realized that he had met a master. He shouted angrily, "Let's go together. There's only one damn knife." Although he was shouting kill, he was actually retreating. The other 4 also did not dare to rise up, but retreated. After all, there were no fools. Chen Li waved his miao and asked with a smile, "No more fighting?" Li Hu looked at the 3 bodies lying on the ground, clutching their throats, then looked at the 4 people next to them, swallowed and said, "Brother, this is a misunderstanding." Chen Li took a step forward, holding a miao in his hand, and Li Hu and the other 4 took 2 steps back. Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? Don't you need anything? I'll give it to you. Li Hu quickly waved his hands and said, "No, no, no, brother. It's my fault that I was deceived. The woman just asked me to come and arrest you. It's none of my business." Chen Li frowned, and his heart was suddenly filled with killing intent. Li Hu used to be a gangster and had met many people, so he naturally developed the ability to read people's expressions. When Chen Li saw that he said that it was related to Zhao Ya, his expression clearly changed. He rolled his eyes and tried to say, "This woman's name is Zhao Ya. She is from our orphanage. She is the one who asked me to come here. If you let me go, I promise to bring her to you and do whatever you want with her." Hearing this, Chen Li chuckled. He only believed the first half of what the man said. "How many people are in your hideout, and where are they?" Hearing the question, Li Hu hesitated for a moment. In this day and age, disclosing information about one's own hideout was tantamount to courting death. If his older brother knew about this, he would be severely beaten and might even lose his life. Li Hu considered his tone and said in a half-informative, half-threatening tone, "I'm afraid I can't tell you where it is, but there are 30 good kids in our orphanage now. They are all brothers from the past, and each has a history. More than 30 people, that's a lot." After saying that, Chen Li put away Miao Dao. Li Hu saw this scene. A trace of cruelty flashed in his eyes, and he replied, "Yes, yes." At the same time, he glanced at the person next to him. When Chen Li bent down to pick up the backpack, Li Hu called him a fool and rushed forward with a machete. But in the next second, Brother, don't get excited. You are still young. Don't take the path of crime. Please give me a way out." Li Hu raised his hands high, and the machete had already fallen to the ground. I saw a black gun pointed at his forehead. Chen Li asked with a half-smile, "What were you going to do now?" Li Huteng was kneeling on the ground, begging with tears and snot. "Brother, let me go. I know I'm wrong." He didn't dare to doubt that the gun was fake. Even if he had doubts, he would not dare to put his life on the line whether there was a bullet in him. Seeing Li Hu's pitiful appearance, Chen Li asked again, "Where is your hideout? How many people are there? What kind of weapons do you have? Do you have any guns?" Li Hu didn't dare to be careless this time and immediately said, "It's in the supermarket in the western part of the city. We converted the warehouse into a shelter. There are only 38 people in the shelter, including me. We only have knives, no weapons. Brother, these things were so strictly controlled before, how could they appear without permission?" Chen Li narrowed his eyes slightly. He knew a supermarket in the west of the city. Supermarkets are usually semi-underground buildings, so they can easily be turned into shelters. But he wasn't sure if this man was telling the truth, and even if he was, he wouldn't believe him completely. He then kicked Li Hu in the chest, sending him flying several meters. With his current strength of 15 pounds, he could have kicked the man to death with one kick, but he didn't. Then he pointed the gun at the others and said, "Throw everything you have on the ground and get out." The other 4 were held at gunpoint, so they did not dare to say a word. They quickly threw their backpacks and weapons on the ground, and then, supporting the unconscious Li Hu, they disappeared. Chen Li looked at the people running away in panic, then looked at the gun in his hand. "I thought that guns really are more useful than knives. You don't even need to shoot to scare people half to death. Why did we let them go?" Chen Li clearly understood one thing. Sometimes, if you want to kill someone, you don't have to do it yourself. He then rummaged through the backpack on the ground and found only a few cans and nothing else. Chen Li took the backpack to put the knives in it, and then went out and headed for the shelter. When Zhaoya saw the pitiful appearance of Li Hu and the others, she thought that they had encountered some kind of mutant beast and hurried to ask what was going on. But Li Hu, waking up, grabbed her hair and cursed, "Damn it, you dare to deceive me? This guy killed 3 of my brothers in the blink of an eye, and he even had a gun. You call him a fat sheep? Just wait and see how I deal with you when I get back." Zhao Ya's eyes widened. "No, Brother Hu, I didn't do that. Chen Li was my ex-boyfriend. He's not that powerful. He's your ex-boyfriend, and you asked us to kill him. You're so cruel. Give her back to Brother Long." Li Hu asked others to drag Zhao Ya back. "Luo Jun, save me, Luo Jun." Zhao Ya desperately asked the man with gold-rimmed glasses for help, but he was completely ignored. Chen Li didn't know what happened next. When he returned to the shelter, he saw that there was still plenty of time and moved 2 cabinets from the old house. One cabinet is used to store supplies, and the other is used to store weapons. It is worth noting that after the items were loaded into these 2 cabinets, the system evaluated them as a single unit. Storage cabinets for supplies can reduce some of the survivability points when building storage rooms. Another gun cabinet was considered a gun cabinet, and the upgrade plan for it was also surprising. Simple iron weapon cabinet enhancement. Option 1. Improve the cabinet structure, increase its capacity, add weapon maintenance and modification functions. Upgrade requires 500 survival points. Enhancement Option 2. Improve the cabinet structure, increase the cabinet capacity, add production module, obtain existing weapon crafting blueprints, and upgrade the required 800 survival points. Chen Li had only seen this kind of survival point consumption when upgrading a room, but this was the first time he encountered an object that required hundreds of survival points. You know, this is just the first update, and it requires it. If it's the second, wouldn't it need to be doubled? However, the cost of survival points is proportional to the help provided by the upgraded objects. First of all, Plan 1 can provide maintenance and transformation functions, and it is not just a proposal. Maintenance and modification of weapons requires a large amount of equipment, including robotic arms, welding machines, microcontrollers. Even though Chen Li had never known these things before, he could still come up with many nouns. Option 2 is even more exaggerated and is equivalent to directly upgrading an empty iron cabinet into a full-fledged production line. Even the production of a steel knife is a very complex process. It must be smelted, given the desired shape, repeatedly struck with a hammer, etc. Not to mention items like firearms, which are hundreds of times more complex. At this point, Chen Li could no longer contain his excitement. If just one level can bring about such dramatic changes, how much more significant will these changes be if it rises to several levels? And since even a storage cabinet can be converted into a storage room, then naturally a gun cabinet can be converted into a room for manufacturing weapons. What will be possible to produce by then? Gauss guns, laser swords, armor, fighters, and even space-class starships. Thinking about this, tears of excitement flowed from the corners of Chen Li's mouth. He wiped the corner of his mouth and then added another note to the notepad on his phone, adding the issue of upgrading the weapon cabinet to the agenda. After reading the weapon cabinet upgrade plan several times, Chen Li reluctantly left, took out a battery from his backpack, and placed it next to the one the system gave out. Usually, if you want to combine 2 batteries into a battery pack, you need to determine the connection method based on the battery capacity. However, the difference in capacity between the 2 batteries is now quite large. The system is equipped with a 4,000 amp-hour battery, which means it can store 48 degrees of electricity. The battery that Chen Li took out of the car had a capacity of 60 amp-hours, a difference of almost 66 times. Although lead-acid batteries generally have a nominal voltage of 2 volts regardless of the manufacturing process, type of use and battery capacity, the capacity determines how the battery pack is connected in series. The wrong method of series connection is very likely to cause the battery to fail. However, Chen Li does not need to worry about this. He only needs to pay survival points, and the system will solve these problems perfectly. When he connected two batteries together and haphazardly connected them with copper wires, the plan to upgrade the system changed. Simple lead-acid battery upgrade. Plan 1. Upgrade battery architecture. Upgrade connection method. Add cooling system. Increase capacity by 10% increase. Charging efficiency by 10%. Upgrade requires 100 survival points. Upgrade option 2. Battery architecture upgrade. Connection method upgrade. Monitoring system added. Capacity increased by 10%. Self-discharge rate decreased by 10%. Upgrade requires 100 survival points. Both upgrade options have their advantages and disadvantages, and the required survival points are the same. So Chen Li didn't hesitate for long and immediately chose option 2. As the green grid lines appeared on the battery, the copper wires began to blur. 10 seconds later, a tin box appeared at Chen Li's feet. The iron box contains 2 flat batteries, and next to them are the charging and discharging ports. Above the 2 batteries is a display that shows the value 30/55. 30 is the current remaining power level, and 50 is the maximum power. And in the lower right corner of the display is a line of text. Current energy consumption of the equipment 0. It looks like this monitoring system can even track the number of electrical appliances that are currently using it, which is very convenient. However, since the battery had just been upgraded, all the electrical equipment in the shelter was turned off. When Chen Li plugged the extension cord back into the outlet, the lights in the shelter came on again. The energy-saving lamps that used to flicker due to unstable voltage no longer flicker. Although the existing problems have been solved, the number of batteries will certainly have to be increased in the future. Having solved the battery problem, Chen Li prepared to deal with the mutant rat. Turning around, I saw that the corpse of the mutant rat, placed in a large iron basin, was shaking constantly. Chen Li ran to the body of the mutant rat in 3 steps and pulled out Xiaohei, who had crawled into the crack on the mutant rat's neck. The small black bird that was pulled out was covered in blood, with a piece of rat meat in its beak. When she saw Chen Li, she stretched out her mouth and wanted to feed him. "Good boy, you are not afraid of being poisoned to death, are you?" Chen Li tore off a piece of rat meat and threw it into the basin, then took Xiaohei to the edge of the drain and washed him with water. Xiaohei cried and expressed his great confusion. Although the person he met today said that the meat of mutant beasts is edible, Chen Li thinks it is better to be careful. What if something goes wrong? But Xiaohei has already eaten, and Chen Li cannot flush his stomach. He could only wipe it dry and put it on the bed for observation. During this period, Xiaohei tried several times to fly up and eat the mutant rat meat, but Chen Li pushed him back onto the bed each time. After observing for 2 hours, Chen Li finally found that Xiaohei was not affected at all. Of course, you can't see anything in 2 hours, so you'll have to wait until tomorrow at least. In order to prevent Xiaohei from stealing food again, Chen Li had to put rat meat in the greenhouse and close the greenhouse door tightly. By coincidence, Xiaohei became a test subject to see if there would be any problems if he ate the mutant beast meat. However, Xiaohei is a mutant beast, so there shouldn't be any serious problems. Chen Li decided to wait until tomorrow, cook the rat meat, and try it himself. After dinner, Chen Li began his usual activities and studies. When he opened the app, he found that survivors were active again. Many were discussing the problem of the dark beast. Since the snowstorms that swept across the world gradually died down, survivors near the poles began posting reports of dark creatures on the rampage. Previously, while you were hiding in a shelter, these dark creatures did not come at you on purpose. At best, they stumbled upon you by accident. But now, these dark creatures seem to have begun to consciously seek shelter, and even formed a small wave of beasts, completely destroying some shelters. Even some of the large and even super large shelters were damaged by the beast tide, but fortunately, the shelters of this level had enough manpower, supplies, and weapons, so they were able to withstand the attack of the mutant beast tide, but they were not completely unscathed. Even the big shelters were damaged, and now the survivors are in a panic. Even the APP administrator came out and started a live broadcast. Reassuring people, he called for increased security measures in the shelter and to avoid noise and bright lights after the safe time. Chen Li watched the live broadcast from beginning to end. It was obvious that the administrator was powerless and seemed to be exhausted. He even said some incomprehensible words in the middle. The key words were probably something like technological blockade. He was a little puzzled. How can the technology be blocked? As mentioned, their country has every reason to carry out interstellar colonization within 100 years. Interstellar colonization is not like the one shown in science fiction movies, where it is enough to have a spaceship capable of interstellar travel. Instead, we must make breakthroughs in research across dozens of technologies, including industry, advanced materials, cryonics, architecture, clean energy, and artificial intelligence. While we have not yet achieved breakthroughs in every technology, we have in fact made major breakthroughs in the critical area of energy, and have also made significant advances in related areas such as weapons and materials science. Given the scale of the event, the world would end very suddenly. But it would not be long before production was resumed and a counterattack could be launched. But 2 months have passed since the end of the world, and there is still no news. Given what he heard today about the so-called blockade, Chen Li felt that the future might be quite bleak. It seemed as if he had sensed a conspiracy. As his strength grew and the shelter endured the cold wave, he had an illusion. He was already able to live perfectly on Judgment Day. He just had to survive like this every day and wait for the blue planet to recover. But now, a strong sense of crisis descended from the sky, making Chen Li almost hold his breath. Whatever the future holds, the most pressing issue Chen Li needs to address right now is the monster plague. Although his shelter was lucky to withstand the cold wave, the mutant beast plague was no joke. Even large shelters were affected. But as the administrator said, strengthening the shelter is the only solution for now. Chen Li looked around the shelter. If he decided to improve all the walls, adding cement on the outside and iron on the inside, the required survival points would reach as much as 2,000. But if Chen Li can provide construction materials such as cement, steel sheets, rebar, sand, and gravel, the consumption of survival points will be greatly reduced. With enough materials provided, it can even be reduced to 1/10. But Anyang City is just a tourist town. Where can he get so many building materials? If Chen Li wants to collect them gradually, it will probably take him several months, and he will hardly be able to collect so many materials. If I find someone to exchange with, maybe there's still hope. Thinking about this, Chen Li looked toward the greenhouse. It was a completely unrealistic dream to want to exchange cabbage for steel bars and concrete before the end of the world. But now it's different. This fresh vegetable is no different from gold. Moreover, gold can only be regarded as hard currency and minerals, and it can't be eaten. As for the candidate for the deal, Chen Li thought of Lin Yixue. In this day of judgment, when people's hearts are no longer as pure as before, it is not easy to find a trading partner who will not turn away from you halfway. Since you had a relatively pleasant deal with the other party, why not continue it? Chen Li was concentrating on his plans when a system alarm sounded in his head. He realized it was midnight. You were hunting a mutant rat and wondered if it was edible. You received 10 survival points. You upgraded the battery to a battery pack and gained 10 survival points. It seems that you saw some information and your heart is very upset and worried. You gained 20 survival points. Personal shelter. Evaluation in progress. Received 18 survival points today. All evaluations completed for today. 58 survival points received in total. 69 survival points remaining. Daily shelter. Survival evaluation still stands at 18 points. It seemed that the battery pack, which consisted of only 2 batteries, did not improve the living conditions much. This was in line with Chen Li's expectations and was not surprising. Seeing that it was already late, Chen Li lay down on the bed and prepared to rest. After an unknown amount of time, he was awakened by loud whining. Turning on the light, I saw that Xiaohei was standing by the bed for some reason. Although his whole body was shaking, he still let out a cry that was not at all furious. How? Chen Li got up from the bed and was about to hug Xiaohei, but his outstretched hand froze in midair. He heard heavy breathing and the sound of digging above his head. It was that werewolf. He quickly grabbed Xiaohei, pinched his beak, and stuffed him into the blanket, turning off the light at the same time. Although he already knew that the dark beast had begun to rebel, he did not expect that the werewolf would find this place and even start digging the ground above his head. In the darkness, the only sounds were Chen Li's heartbeat and the sound of digging the ground above his head. Although his hideout was 5 meters underground, if the werewolf dug hard enough, he could still dig through and enter the hideout. But fortunately, the snowstorm not only covered the ground in a thick layer of snow, almost a meter thick, but it was also frozen solid. Although this werewolf was extremely strong, it was difficult to defeat it in a short time. After half an hour of harassment, the werewolf finally left. Chen Li breathed a sigh of relief, and at the same time, he couldn't help but curse a few times. Since the apocalypse, this werewolf has been at odds with him and has been causing him trouble from time to time. After a while, everyone will develop a character. Moreover, the threat posed by this werewolf was really serious. If he wasn't dealt with as soon as possible, he would probably end up in trouble someday. Chen Li figured that with his current arsenal of weapons and strength, he still had a chance to win if he faced the werewolf head-on. But I'm afraid that I won't be well either, and there's a high chance that we'll die together. He looked at the poison of the mutant poison frog lying in the corner. Chen Li had learned the power of poison. Even if he couldn't kill the werewolf right away, he could make him suffer. Once we fortify the shelter, we will figure out how to deal with the werewolves. But now is the time to install CCTV cameras outside. Chen Li muttered. His shelter was underground, and if something happened outside, he would be as blind as a human. If Xiaohei hadn't noticed this in time, he probably wouldn't have even realized how he died. After this incident, Chen Lin was still able to sleep. He lay on the bed and looked at the ceiling. During this period, he found that there were other movements outside in addition to the werewolf. But fortunately, these creatures did not run or dig the ground. But this also made Chen Li nervous all night, and he did not notice when he fell asleep. When he woke up, it was already 11 o'clock, and he did not even hear the alarm on the clock. After standing up and washing his face with cold water, Chen Li regained some strength. Seeing that there was still time, he quickly put on his backpack, took his equipment, and ran towards the city. Upon entering the city, he found that there seemed to be more mutated beasts than yesterday, but it had no effect. It took him an hour and a half to find what he needed at a store that specialized in electronic equipment. A laptop and 5 CCTV cameras, as well as brackets for installing the CCTV cameras, etc. Luckily, these items are no different from the trash left behind by other survivors. Otherwise, it would have taken more effort. He plans to install a video surveillance system today. Fortunately, he even found a game console that had just come out this year, as well as several 3A masterpieces in the store. Without wasting any time, Chen Li packed all these things into his backpack and carried them away. Passing by an internet cafe, he ran in and grabbed a monitor. However, it is worth noting that there are still 6 survivors left in the internet cafe. The 6 survivors were frightened by Chen Li's intrusion and grabbed their weapons to protect the remaining food. But when they saw that he simply took 2 monitors, they were all confused. Nowadays, people can't even fill their stomachs, and there are still people who come to seize monitors. Under the confused faces of the survivors, Chen Li walked out of the internet cafe carrying 2 monitors. Returning to the shelter, Chen Li turned on 5 cameras and checked them one by one. He found that they were all still connected to the network, but would run out of battery in a day at most. Fortunately, modern cameras are cutting-edge developments. They do not require downloading a special app to use, as they once did, and they also support the function of connecting to a local network. Just connect to the camera's Wi-Fi network in the specified range and enter the password to connect. Then, Chen Li connected 5 cameras to the charging equipment and started charging. There is no way to install it today, so I can only install it today. Of course, he can also pay 10 survival points and let the system help with the installation. After solving the problem with the surveillance camera, Chen Li ate something for lunch in peace. Now, all the vegetables in the shelter have been eaten. If you want to eat fresh vegetables, you will have to wait for them to be harvested in the greenhouse. But I'm afraid that Chen Li won't be able to eat the first batch of fresh vegetables, because he was already prepared to use these vegetables to exchange for supplies. After dinner, Chen Li tried to contact Lin Yixu through the app, but he didn't expect that the other party would answer in just half an hour. He thought about it and asked the other person if he had any construction materials, such as steel reinforcement and cement. After receiving Lin Yixue's affirmative answer, Chen Li suggested exchanging vegetables. Unexpectedly, Lin Yixue called directly. He opened his mouth and asked in surprise, "You built a greenhouse? And you know how to grow vegetables?" Chen Lian said, "You reminded me that in addition to building materials, I also need other vegetable seeds if you have them. I have a lot of vegetable seeds here, so it's not a problem." Lin Yixue stopped. "But how did you grow vegetables? We actually have farmland here. Although we took precautions against the cold, we still couldn't survive the cold snap. My greenhouse is built underground, and with some heating equipment, it barely survived the onslaught of the cold." "You use a geothermal heat pump?" Lin Yixue asked, half surprised and half confused. Chen Li was stunned. He knew about geothermal heat pumps. This technology is an air conditioning system that uses shallow geothermal resources on the surface of the blue planet as a source of heat and cold for energy conversion. You know, almost 60% of the sun's energy is stored on the surface of the blue planet. Even if the sun disappeared, there would still be a significant amount of energy left there. A ground source heat pump can provide 1 kilowatt of input power and 4 kilowatts of heating or cooling output with an energy conversion factor of 4, which is almost one higher than the most energy-efficient air conditioner. At first glance, this sounds a little incompatible with the law of conservation of energy, but in fact, it is just a new thermodynamic technology. It is both an energy-saving and environmentally friendly solution. Even when combined with other power generation equipment such as thermoelectric generators, half of the energy produced by a 4-kilowatt geothermal heat pump can be used to generate electricity by providing self-circulation. Of course, it is certainly not a perpetual motion machine, and there is still energy consumption, but the energy savings are undeniable. Most first-tier cities now use this type of equipment. At first, Chen Li also wanted to use such equipment, but Anyang is a tourist city and lives according to the old way of life. Therefore, the locals are quite traditional. In addition, it is located next to a nature reserve, so they are very much against this technology, which requires drilling wells into the ground. No matter how much the City Security Bureau said, the city residents refused to install it. That's why Chen Li went to the home appliance store to try his luck and ended up using a heating device like underfloor heating. "No, I don't even have the materials." Chen Li's mind was activated. "But if I have the materials, I can still do it." Hearing this, Lin Yixue was a little excited. "Can you do it?" Chen Lian said. But he had no idea how to do it. He had only heard of it. But he just needs to assemble the parts together according to the general idea and leave the rest to the system, right? Hearing Chen Li's affirmative answer, Lin Yixue's tone became a little excited. "I have the necessary materials. If you are familiar with this technology, we can pay you. We can also provide you with additional materials on geothermal heat pumps." After hearing Lin Yixu's words and seeing the weapon he found earlier, Chen Li knew that she must be from the City Security Bureau, and they were the only ones with these materials. "I can assemble it or repair it, but it must be in my shelter. You can send me the materials." Lin Yixue thought for a moment and said, "I will discuss it with the others. By the way, how long will it take to harvest your vegetables? And how many kilograms will it weigh?" "Around Saturday, I will be able to exchange 150 kilograms. "Okay, I will give you an answer tomorrow." After finishing the conversation, Chen Li opened the door of the greenhouse and took out a basin of mutated rat meat. Almost a day has passed, and Xiaohei seems to be doing well. Chen Li also plans to try rat meat. He skinned the rat with a knife, then cut off a small piece of meat from the back leg, skewered it directly onto the knife, and roasted it on the stove. As for Xiaohei, the moment the rat meat appeared, he flapped his wings and drilled into the mutant rat's neck again. Chen Li was too lazy to bother with this, so he started to grill the meat. Since you're going to eat it, you have to make it more delicious. He sprinkled all kinds of barbecue seasonings on top. Grilled rat meat is incredibly fragrant, and just by looking at it, you wouldn't know it was rat meat at all. Chen Li swallowed his saliva and, without thinking, ate the rat meat hanging on the knife in a few bites. When you put rat meat in your mouth, you don't feel any strange taste. The meat is hard and chewy. After eating, Chen Li, despite the pleasant taste, did not continue. He decided to wait a little and see if it would affect his body. Until the system announcement sounded early in the morning, Chen Li did not show any discomfort. Now he was sure that the meat of the mutated beast was indeed harmless to the human body. At this moment, Xiao Hei's stomach was so swollen from eating that he lay down on the ground and fell asleep. First time consuming mutant beast meat, which slightly improves physical fitness and gives 10 survival points. Personal shelter evaluation in progress. Received 18 survival points today. All evaluations for today are complete. Received 28 survival points in total. 69 survival points remaining. Since there are 5 chambers, no video surveillance was installed, the system did not give any rewards. However, the hint of mutated beast meat intrigued Chen Li. Did it bring minimal improvement? According to this system, eating mutated animal meat can actually improve physical fitness. It reminded me of what the middle-aged local man said. His strength had increased slightly. Not only is the meat of the mutant beast harmless to the human body, it is also healthy. But if you think about it, it actually makes sense. The native animals, plants, and even microorganisms of the blue planet have undergone evolutionary mutations, but only humans have remained untouched. But now it turns out that perhaps humans have a more complex life form than other animals, which is why no changes are observed. But once you eat the meat of a mutant beast, it will be equivalent to some kind of stimulation, and the body will speed up this evolutionary process, thereby improving physical fitness. However, there must be a limit to improving physical fitness. For someone like Chen Li, whose body has been strengthened by the system, eating the meat of this mutated rat will no longer have any effect. But for ordinary people, the effect is still very strong. In simple terms, it can make ordinary people feel like they suddenly have the power to kill a cow with one blow. Judging from Chen Li's current strength of 15 points, the mutated rat meat has lost its effect, so an ordinary person can increase his strength to a maximum of 12 points. However, it is also possible that the effects of other mutant animals will be stronger than the effects of rat meat. But at this moment, Chen Li had an idea. If the meat of a mutant beast can be eaten, can the meat of a dark beast be eaten? I'm afraid he is the only one who can come up with such an idea. While others were thinking about how to avoid the dark beast, he had already started to study how to eat the dark beast. The next morning, Chen Li received a call from Lin Yixue. He said that he agreed to the deal, but wanted to discuss the specific details in person. Chen Li thought about it and realized that his current shelter was inconvenient for outsiders, so he suggested that he go to see Lin Yixue and the others later. Lin Yixue readily agreed. Before leaving, Chen Li spent half an hour installing 4 CCTV cameras on the 4 corners of the old house's roof and 1 on a street lamp outside the courtyard. Then he walked out onto the road and felt the thickness of the snow, which was probably less than 1 meter. Luckily, the truck's chassis isn't too low, so it can still be driven through the snow. However, the truck's engine froze due to the low temperatures. There was no other way out. Chen Li could only go back to the shelter, boil some warm water, and pour it onto the engine tray, and then add some hot water to the water tank before starting. As the truck moved forward, the snow on the road moved to both sides, opening up a lane. Yesterday, Chen Li not only brought a camera, but also found a thermometer. I found that the current temperature is about -40 degrees Celsius, but today the temperature has risen a few degrees to -35 degrees Celsius. However, judging by the current situation, the temperature is unlikely to return to the level it was before the cold weather. Unless the sun comes back. Because of the snow, Chen Li drove very slowly, and it took him more than 30 minutes to reach the farm. When Chen Li approached the farm gate, he found that, unlike last time, the perimeter of the farm was completely surrounded by iron sheets and steel plates, making it impossible to see what was going on inside. The sound of the truck also attracted the attention of the gatekeeper, but due to Lin Yixue's reminder, he immediately opened the door. Chen Li drove the truck into the farm and found that the gatekeeper was wearing a very thick coat with the Security Bureau logo. Entering the door, Chen Li discovered that behind the steel plate of the truss was actually a brick wall. Following the instructions, Chen Li parked the car in the open space on the left. Mr. Chen. As soon as Chen Li got out of the car, Lin Yixue came out to greet him. He waved his hand and said, "Miss Lin, just call me Chen Li." Lin Yixue smiled and nodded. "Okay, you don't have to call me Miss Lin anymore. Just call me by my name or Xiao Xue." She was also wearing a very warm coat and hat. Seeing that Chen Li was wearing only a down jacket, she asked in surprise, "Mr. Chen Li, aren't you cold?" Chen Li shook off the snowflakes that had accumulated on him while working on the truck engine and said, "It's not cold. Let's get down to business. It's already late." "Okay, then follow me." Lin Yixue nodded and led Chen Li into the depths of the farm. With them were two young men with pistols on their waists and wary expressions. He must be afraid that Chen Li will cause trouble. Several people walked to a 3-story building on the farm. Upon entering the room, Chen Li was ushered into a conference room that had been converted from a chess and card room. Lin Yixue then entered with a petite girl holding documents. After they sat down, Lin Yixue introduced them to each other. "Chen Li, this is Fang Yue from our shelter, in charge of overall supply coordination." "Fang Yue, this is Chen Li. He came to trade with us today." Chen Li nodded and asked directly, "So, what is the transaction ratio?" Lin Yixue looked at Fang Yue. Fang Yue pulled out a piece of paper from the stack of documents and handed it to Chen Li. Chen Li took it and looked at it. There were all kinds of supplies they had to offer, including rice, cement, and other building materials, as well as oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, and daily necessities. But there are no weapons or anything like that. I'm afraid their latest offer to exchange guns for diesel fuel was also a helpless move. 20 kilograms of vegetables can only be exchanged for 1 bag of cement, and steel rods are counted by the root. Chen Li glanced at the exchange rate on the list and couldn't help but respond. If this happened before the end of the world, the price of a bag of cement would be at least 20 yuan per bag, and the wholesale price of 20 kilograms of Chinese cabbage would also be around 20 yuan. But now is the end of the world. How can you compare these two things? 5 kilograms of fresh vegetables can be exchanged for 1 bag of cement, and 10 kilograms of fresh vegetables can be exchanged for 1 steel rod. Chen Li quickly looked at the above points and made his proposal. Hearing this, Fang Yue suddenly became anxious. Too little. These materials were taken out of the city by other people, risking their lives. Before she finished speaking, Lin Yixue raised her hand to interrupt her, and then said to Chen Li, "The cement and steel reinforcement we supply are the best building materials in the city, and their quality is absolutely excellent. And you also know that there is nothing like this in Anyang City. All of these were brought from the city by other people who risked their lives for them. Therefore, the price will be higher." Chen Li slightly narrowed his eyes. Lin Yixue's words seemed to explain the price, but in fact, they revealed a lot of information. One is that in the event of the end of the world, they will still have trade channels with certain organizations in the urban area. Secondly, they have begun to establish trade links between the city and Anyang City. However, judging from the snow on the road, they had not been in the city since the cold weather set in. Chen Li was not at all surprised. After all, Lin Yixue and his group were members of the Security Bureau, so they naturally had their own methods. But no matter what, such a high exchange rate is unacceptable to Chen Li. Lin Yixue fell silent, and finally, after a moment of hesitation, said, "We can accept this ratio." Hearing this, Fang Yue immediately became anxious, quickly pulled Lin Yixue along with her, and asked, "Sister Yixue, what are you talking about?" Lin Yixue patted her hands and continued to speak to Chen Li. "But there is a condition." It is assistance in assembling and repairing the geothermal heat pump. We will provide the necessary materials, and this percentage of the transaction is limited to this time. Chen Li thought for a moment and said, "Okay, but I have one condition. This time I only have 150 kilograms of vegetables, but I need 50 bags of cement, 30 pieces of steel sheets, and 30 steel rods. This amount of vegetables is definitely not enough, so I want to pay in installments." Fang Yu saw Lin Yixue. Yeah. Chen Li looked at the confused faces of the two girls and explained, "Don't worry, I won't run away. I can tell you where my hideout is." He also understood that his installment plan was too long. If the order was maintained until the end of the world, there would be no problem. But now, the end of the world has come, and the installment payment depends entirely on your creditworthiness. As for whether the other party believed it or not, Chen Li was not worried. In the end, it was obvious that the other party had no ability to assemble or repair the geothermal heat pump. Lin Yixue hesitated for a moment and asked, "Can you tell me what you are going to do with all these materials? Didn't the app say yesterday that many shelters were damaged? That's why I want to expand and strengthen them in advance." Chen Li didn't hide this, since it was already common knowledge. Lin Yixue frowned, as if considering the pros and cons. Finally, seeing Fang Yue's extremely worried expression, she agreed. "Okay, then let's do some trading on Saturday. First, bring us some vegetables, and then we'll go to your shelter." Lin Yixue said so. Chen Li nodded in agreement. Since Lin Yixue and his group were confirmed to be from the Security Bureau, the basic credibility was still there, and he did not need to be overly cautious like the first time. Finally, the two of them completed the deal negotiations. After Chen Li left, Fang Yue pulled Lin Yixue aside with a puzzled expression and asked, "Sister Yixue, why did you agree to this? Installment payments are too outrageous. And are you sure Chen Li can repair the geothermal heat pump?" Not everyone can master this technology. Although geothermal heat pumps are a gradually developing technology, few people know how to use them yet. In City S, no more than 1% of the population knows how to use this technology. Lin Yixue sighed and said, "I don't want to either. The only person in the office who knows geothermal heat pump technology has already spoken to my father, and they can't send anyone yet." Fang Yu's eyelids drooped slightly, as if she was thinking about something, and she said, "Sister Yixue, you could have gone with your father to the shelter built specifically for the research department in the city. So why did you stay here?" Lin Yixue touched her head and said softly, "Because you are still here." When Chen Li returned from the shelter, it was already 12 o'clock in the afternoon. Looking at the white sky, his heart was still hard to calm down. No matter how many times you look at this sky, it still takes your breath away. Seeing that it was still early, Chen Li simply moved the tables and chairs from the old house and placed them in the shed. He put a laptop, a monitor, and a game console on the table. Although he really wanted to play some games, he had not yet achieved energy freedom, so he did not dare to waste electricity. But eventually, I turned on the surveillance camera and started watching. It was an unintentional act, but he found that the camera mounted on the street lamp had captured a man. Half an hour after he left, the man drove off the cement road leading to the city, looked at Chen Li's old house from afar, and then hurriedly drove away. Chen Li frowned and looked around several times, unable to understand the man's intentions. He doesn't think it's a coincidence that it happened just the day after the surveillance was installed. In any case, no matter what happens, you still have to be more careful in the future. After checking the surveillance video, Chen Li went to the greenhouse to check. Although supplemental lighting is provided, it will never replace real sunlight, causing greenhouse cabbage heads to grow smaller than usual. But this will not affect their value on Judgment Day. It is logical to assume that after the disappearance of the sun, normal plants will not be able to carry out photosynthesis and will slowly begin to die. But judging by the plants in the city and the reserve, not only were they not damaged, but they became even more lush. Perhaps due to the influence of the end of the world, these plants no longer need photosynthesis. Chen Li is not a botanist, so he can't figure out the reason, as long as his greenhouse can function normally. Now that a significant deal has been made with Lin Yixue and the others, The greenhouse has become the core. However, Chen Li still planned to first fortify the shelter by obtaining construction materials and then accumulate survival points to upgrade the greenhouse. He made a rough calculation and found that based on the current amount, it was quite enough. Therefore, the number of survival points needed to fortify the shelter should be reduced to 1/10, or about 200. There are currently 97 survival points available, and it will only take a few days to accumulate enough. As for his own qualities, Chen Li intends to adhere to the principle of sufficiency. After all, the main source of all survival points is the shelter itself. If all the survival points are spent on strengthening the body, then it will undoubtedly be like killing a chicken for eggs, and that is not worth the loss. The final step is to upgrade your weapon cabinet. If you want to deal with the lurking threat of werewolves, weapons are a must. Also, your weapon cabinet will be very useful in the future, so it's best to upgrade it as soon as possible. If you count them one by one, it's another huge waste of survival points. Chen Li sighed helplessly. This matter can't be rushed. It's necessary to proceed slowly. After checking everything, Chen Li took out the remaining rat meat from the basin and prepared to continue roasting it. Xiao He, after his belly became very big last night, was still asleep and just woke up. Seeing the rat meat, he started crying and begging for food again. Chen Li looked at the corpse of the mutant rat. Xiao He ate all the internal organs, so he had no choice but to cut off the hind legs of the mutant rat and throw them to Xiao He. It is worth noting that Xiao He prefers to eat the meat of mutant animals rather than pet food. Chen Li found that Xiao He's feathers had become brighter and had a faint metallic sheen. It seemed that if Xiao He wanted to truly grow, he would have to eat the meat of mutant beasts. Chen Li cut off the hind leg of another mouse and roasted it on the stove. Suddenly, the entire shelter was filled with the aroma of meat. After eating, he went about his daily business. As the cold weather stabilized, more and more messages appeared on the app. Chen Li even saw posts from people looking for good deals, and in some places, black markets even appeared. One of them is in Anyang City, right in the dump outside the city. Chen Li couldn't help but sigh. Humans are really adaptable. In just 2 months, this kind of barter trade has appeared on the black market. But that's what I think. Even though the entire blue planet is covered in darkness, the danger level is much lower as long as it happens within safe time. After all, this is not the zombie apocalypse from some sci-fi movies where 70% of the Earth's population dies. After the adaptation period, there will probably be quite a few people surviving on the blue planet, although the economy and order have collapsed. But as long as people exist, there will be transactions and buying and selling. Chen Li is very interested in this and plans to go to the dump tomorrow to see. Time flies, and it's already midnight. Installed surveillance in the shelter, slightly improved security, received 10 survival points. Personal shelter evaluation in progress, received 19 survival points today. All evaluations for today are complete, received a total of 29 survival points, 126 survival points remaining. Due to the installation of the system, CCTV, the shelter's score increased by 1 point. Shortly after the system finished broadcasting, Chen Li heard footsteps above his head. Again? He quickly sat down at the table and looked at the laptop screen. Through the night vision function of the surveillance camera, Chen Li clearly saw a huge wolf-like creature sitting above his head. Chen Li had never observed this werewolf closely before. But now, thanks to observation, we can see that the so-called werewolf is not really like the one in the movie. Instead, it looks more like a mutant. The wolf was estimated to be over 1 meter tall, with an arched back. After sitting for a while, he raised his upper limbs and straightened up, reaching a height of almost 2 meters. His hunched back made him look like an old man in his old age. I saw it raise its long trunk, move its bent legs, and sniff the air constantly, as if looking for a living person here. If it were dressed in human clothes, it would look exactly like Granny Wolf. That's why Chen Li had previously mistaken it for a werewolf from the movie. But even if it wasn't, it was pretty close. Chen Lik, who was hiding in the shelter, didn't feel any relief. He didn't even dare to breathe. He held Xiao Hei's beak tightly, preventing him from making a sound. The werewolf continued to sniff, his eyes full of bloodlust, greed, and hunger. Finally, he stood above Chen Li's head, stretching all four limbs toward the ground. And then, like all canines, he began digging with his two front paws. After the earth above his head had been dug up the last time, Chen Li spent the day filling it with earth. Before filling it back in, he covered it with a layer of wooden planks and tamped it down carefully. The werewolf tossed it around for a while, then dug up the frozen ground, revealing a wooden plank underneath. He flew around the plank a few times and was about to continue digging when he suddenly raised his head. Chen Li did the same. It was because a deafening roar of a tiger was heard from a distant protected area. The nature reserve is far away from Chen Li's refuge. However, the roar of the tiger made Chen Li's heart skip a beat. It was obvious that if he had been close, he would probably have been deafened by the blow. The werewolf stood up and looked straight in the direction of the tiger's roar. Then he leaned down and ran towards the reserve. Chen Li finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the werewolf leaving. If it weren't for the tiger's roar tonight, I'm afraid the werewolf would have dug in by now. However, when it came to the tiger's roar, the first image that came to Chen Li's mind was the white tiger that was sacrificed to the old banyan tree. He actually saw that white tiger before the apocalypse. It was only on the news. It is said that this is a genetically mutated tiger imported from another place, which is extremely rare in the world. They were already mutated before the apocalypse and were affected by the darkness after the apocalypse. Chen Li couldn't believe how strong this white tiger was. Judging from the tiger's roar, the white tiger must have encountered some kind of dangerous situation. It's very likely that it has something to do with the dark beast. After all, even werewolves are drawn there now. Chen Li could only silently pray for the white tiger in his heart, hoping that it could protect the locals of Blue Star and kill these invading dark beasts. It would be even better if we could kill this werewolf. After the werewolf left, Chen Li let go of Xiaohei. As a result, as soon as Xiaohei was released from the bonds, he let out a cry as if responding to the tiger's roar. Chen Li was shocked to see Xiaohei's reaction. Could it be that the tiger's roar was actually summoning mutant beasts? In the end, whatever happened, what happened next had nothing to do with him. The roar in the reserve finally died down around 6 or 7 in the morning. After waiting until it was safe, Chen Li came to the place where the werewolves had dug a hole during the night. A small hole measuring 1 by 1 meter appeared in front of him. Around him, wolf tracks were visible, which were almost the size of his 2 paws. Chen Li tried to hit the ground with his shovel, making a boom sound. You can imagine how hard the ground was, but the werewolf still dug it up. He couldn't help but sigh. The bok choy wouldn't be ready to be harvested until the day after tomorrow, so he still had 2 nights to survive. Then he used a shovel to return the soil to its original state and piled a thick layer of snow on top. After doing all this, Chen Li returned to the shelter, put on his gear, and then thought for a moment before simply cutting off a pound of rat meat and putting it in a black plastic bag. He planned to go to the black market in the dump, and if he came across something suitable, he could trade it for rat meat. In this judgment day of shortages, that piece of rat meat is worth more than gold. The garbage dump was located in the southwest of the city, so Chen Li simply drove a truck along the outskirts. Due to the snow on the road, it took him about 20 minutes to arrive at the site. After parking the car near the garbage dump, Chen Li locked the door and then slowly walked into the garbage dump. The dump was small, so as soon as Chen Li entered, he saw about a dozen people standing in a metal shed on the right. These people were gathered in groups of 3 or 4 and seemed to be bargaining. Chen Li's arrival did not attract much attention. However, when he came closer, those people who were buying and selling saw the crossbow and Miao Dao on his backpack and subconsciously moved away. At present, the compound crossbow is certainly a weapon with a certain deterrent power. There are only a few dozen people in the entire black market, so there are not many stalls. People mostly just stand and shout. Chen Li walked from the beginning to the end and found that most of them wanted to exchange some daily necessities, snacks, and even some electronic devices for food. It's called a black market, but it's a trade market at best. Then he saw someone he knew, a middle-aged man, who told him that mutant rat meat was edible. The middle-aged man apparently wanted to trade about a pound of rat meat for diesel fuel. But diesel fuel is also a scarce resource, and no one here is willing to trade it. He looked around, but found nothing useful. As he was about to leave, he caught a glimpse of something: the latest version of the Daewoo drone. Chen Li had heard of this brand of drones before, and they had excellent performance. The battery life is up to 1 hour, and the instant image transmission range is up to 20 kilometers. The lens uses a professional 4/3-inch Hasselblad CMOS camera. It may not be top-notch, but it's not weak either. And such a drone is exactly what Chen Li urgently needs. If he had a drone, he would be able to detect some situations in advance. For example, if an animal invasion is expected in the future, or you need to monitor the situation around the shelter, or if you do not dare to explore the place in advance, you can send a drone there to ensure your own safety. Now that Chen Li had this idea, he naturally wanted to give it up. Just as he was passing in front of the drone, a fat man with a sallow and pale face rose from the ground with difficulty, walked over, and tried to smile and said, "Brother, do you want this drone? My drone is the latest model from Daewoo, and its battery lasts up to..." Before the fat man could finish speaking, Chen Li interrupted him and said, "I know. Just name your price." Hehe. The fat man rubbed his hands and glanced at the compound crossbow hanging on Chen Li's backpack. "Brother, you really have a powerful weapon, like a compound crossbow. I think it can easily hunt mutant rats. I don't need much, just 5 pounds of mutant meat." Chen Li replied expressionlessly, 1 jin at most. Although the fat man expected Chen Li to bargain, he did not expect him to bargain so actively. But 1 pound of mutated beast meat is enough to buy him a drone. After all, this thing is now useless. 1 jin is fine, but you have to give the meat first and then take the goods. There are rules here. If you mess around, we won't let you go, the fat man said guiltily. Chen Li nodded. "Let's see if the drone can fly first. If you try again, my drone's battery will run out." "Are you sure you want to buy it?" the fat man asked incredulously. Chen Li frowned, took out a black plastic bag of rat meat, and showed it to the fat man. The fat man's eyes widened, and he quickly test flew the drone. After confirming that there were no problems, Chen Li handed over the plastic bag. The fat man took it, looked at it, swallowed his saliva, hid the rat meat in his clothes like a treasure, and quickly left. Chen Li opened the storage box, checked all the accessories again, and left the black market with the storage box. But before he left, he saw 3 men chasing in the direction the fat man had gone. The 3 men had originally planned to follow him, but when they saw the compound crossbow on his back, they changed their direction. Chen Li shook his head, prayed for the fat man for 2 seconds, and then drove towards the shelter. After parking the car in the yard, Chen Li did not rush to the shelter. Instead, he took out the drone, connected it to his mobile phone, and began to try to control it. Fortunately, this type of drone is connected to the star network and can transmit images over long distances. Otherwise, if it can only be connected via a local network, like a surveillance camera, the drone will be useless. Before the end of the world, Chen Li also played with drones, but they were entry-level models, costing about 2,000 yuan. He had never played with professional drones, which cost tens of thousands of yuan each. However, the principle of operation is roughly the same. After the initial shaking, the drone stabilizes. Chen Li raised the drone and prepared to survey the entire city. It seemed that this drone had been modified. Originally, it could only fly at an altitude of 500 meters, but now it can fly up to 800 meters. From the drone's perspective, the entire city of Anyang was covered in a semicircular green blanket. And this semicircular green cover is exactly the plants that inhabit the city of Anyang. However, in the middle of the green cover, there was a gap. That is where the old banyan tree grows. After so much time, the old banyan tree has hardly changed. Chen Li raised the drone's camera and looked towards the nature reserve, and his heart suddenly trembled. From my perspective, a tree hundreds of meters high does not seem so shocking. But at this moment, the drone is flying in the air, and there is nothing obstructing the view so he can clearly see the tree. Currently, its height is estimated to be more than 300 meters, and its width is more than 30 meters. The whole tree is like a column reaching the sky. Chen Li tried to direct the drone towards the reserve, but realized that the battery was low. He had no choice but to return the drone. The drone itself has one battery, and there are 2 spare batteries in the storage box, but they are all dead now. It would be nice if it was a nuclear battery. Chen Li muttered. He was not actually daydreaming. Many people are afraid of nuclear weapons, considering them high-tech and dangerous, with deadly radiation and terrifying power capable of destroying a city. But in fact, nuclear energy is not high-tech, and its stability and sustainability are very reliable. In fact, Xiao State has long been using nuclear energy, which has greatly solved the energy problem. In addition, cold fusion research has been in full swing here, and certain results have been achieved. This is why there are rumors that interstellar colonization will be accomplished within 100 years. If Chen Li was given long half-life isotope materials, hotspot elements, and lead at this moment, he could rely on the system and spend some survival points to upgrade the normal batteries to nuclear ones and directly achieve energy freedom. Of course, if you don't have it, it's okay. To get a nuclear battery, you only need to spend 30,000 survival points. Chen Li shook his head and smiled, suppressing these thoughts, and then entered the shelter. I must say that no matter how many times I eat mutant meat, I never get tired of it. After dinner, Chen Li returned to his daily routine, but added a few conversations with Xiao He. Early in the morning, the system began broadcasting. The drone brought Chen Li a reward of 10 survival points, and the daily score is still 19 points. A total of 155 survival points remain. He thought that the werewolf would come again tonight to dig a hole, but after waiting until 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, the werewolf still hadn't appeared. Could it be that he was really killed by that white tiger? Chen Li was delighted. If it was true, it would definitely relieve him of the pressure. But he doesn't have the habit of relying on others, so he still has to make the necessary preparations. The next day, Chen Li went out to find food and was attacked by a mutant rat. Compared to before the cold weather, collecting food is becoming more difficult. Many places were deserted, and he found these products in some empty houses where no one lived. But there are quite a lot of mutant rats. After all, only a few dare and are able to hunt mutant beasts. Upon returning to the shelter, all 3 batteries of the drone were fully charged. Chen Li quickly installed them and, controlling the drone, directed it towards the reserve. The drone's maximum range is only 20 kilometers, so naturally it is impossible to fly into the protected area, but Chen Li only needs to increase the altitude and use the camera to see it approximately. But suddenly, the entire reserve was blocked by dense forests, and it was impossible to see what was happening inside. Naturally, you can't see what happened in the direction where Tiger Roar was that night. Chen Li turned the drone around and flew towards S City. Having reached the maximum limit of 20 kilometers, he could already see the outskirts of S City. Unlike Anyang City, there were no mutant plants in S City. But wherever he looked, there was lifeless snow everywhere, and only the roofs of the cars that were wrecked on the road were sticking out. Some of the tall buildings around the perimeter still showed signs of shelling. The most serious of them were already half collapsed and turned into rubble. I think the sound of gunfire that Chen Li heard at the beginning must have come from here. Due to the distance limitation, Chen Li couldn't see the specific situation in the city clearly. But since the situation outside was already like this, the situation inside was naturally not much better. He then controlled the drone and surveyed the surroundings, taking the shelter as the center. Since this is a rural area, there are many fields around the city, in addition to the nature reserve. But since the sun has disappeared, the crops in these fields have not been able to photosynthesize, and due to the snowstorm, they have already died and turned into lumps of frozen soil. After surveying the area, Chen Li did not find any unexpected situations, but he did see some strange dark beasts. A creature with scales on its back that resembled a triceratops, a tiger-like creature that resembled a saber-toothed tiger, a dog that could walk upright. Chen Li silently recorded the range of these creatures' activities and decided to avoid them in the future. Time flies, and it's already midnight. The system rewarded Chen Li with 10 survival points for using the drone to detect the surroundings. With daily assessments, the current survival rate had reached 174 points. It was approaching 8 a.m. Today's bok choy was fully ripe. To save time, Chen Li got up an hour earlier. I brought a bunch of tools into the greenhouse and started digging up the cabbages. Chen Li tied the cabbages into bundles with some hay he found, and then weighed them on an electronic scale he found in Lao Wang's house. The total weight was 205 kilograms. Not much different from the previous estimates. He loaded 150 kilograms of Chinese cabbage into the truck and used the remaining 55 kilograms as food. Now Chen Li's food supplies are dwindling every day. If he takes everything out for exchange, it will clearly not be enough. After loading the car, he drove towards the farm. Chen Li quickly arrived at the farm. When the security personnel saw the cabbage he brought, they were undoubtedly happy. Finally, I can eat fresh vegetables again. He also expressed his gratitude to him. Chen Li smiled and waved his hand. These 150 kilograms of vegetables are not really vital food for these operators. At most, these vegetables can improve the diet and change the taste. After all, if you do not eat vegetables for a long time, then certain problems will arise with the body. And from their expressions, it could be seen that there must be a lot of food stored in this farm. Chen Li was very puzzled by this. The end of the world had come so suddenly, but judging from this farm, it was clearly not a temporary shelter, but one that had been prepared in advance. However, he did not want to go into the specific reasons. At this time, Lin Yixue and Fang Yue arrived here. Fang Yue immediately asked someone to transport the cabbage to the warehouse while writing down some things on paper. This batch of vegetables is 150 kilograms, which we agreed on earlier. The rest will be delivered in batches, Chen Li explained. Lin Yixue nodded, then pointed to 2 trucks parked in the distance and said, "We have already loaded the heat pump and some construction materials onto the trucks. We can leave as soon as we unload the vegetables." Chen Li nodded and waited. 150 kilograms of vegetables is not much, and with the help of 5 operators, the truck was quickly unloaded. Then Chen Li drove ahead, and the 2 trucks followed him, heading to his shelter. When Chen Li arrived at the old house, he parked the car in the yard. Lin Yixue jumped out of the car and looked at the 2-story building in front of her in surprise. "Are you here?" Chen Li nodded. "Well, just move it to the backyard and come pick up the geothermal heat pump around noon tomorrow. My car is running out of gas, so I won't give it to you." Lin Yixue was stunned for a moment and then subconsciously replied, "Okay, we'll come get it tomorrow." Then he remembered that there wasn't much gasoline in his shelter, but since he'd already given his consent, he had no choice but to keep it. A heat pump and building materials weren't easy things. Although they were accompanied by 2 young operators, the loads were too heavy and the efficiency of their movement was low, so Chen Li had to help carry them. Lin Yixue had originally planned to spend it together with Chen Li. As a result, Chen Li easily lifted nearly 200 pounds of steel, shocking everyone. In human society, it is quite possible for some athletes who have undergone systematic training to lift 200 kilograms. But you should know that Chen Li was holding the steel and could only grasp the edge, but could not hold it in the middle. Then, according to the simple principle of the lever, the weight is more than 200 pounds, and the balance problem must also be considered. Sister Yixue, why is this guy so strong? I remember that even if he ate the flesh of a mutant beast, his strength would not increase that much. He must be a Superman, right? One of the operators couldn't help but whisper something to Lin Yixue. "Don't worry about it, just move your things first." Lin Yixue shook her head. In the end, she was also surprised and wanted to ask Chen Li. After all, it was someone else's secret. If you ask by force, it would most likely disgust others. Therefore, no matter how curious they were, they could only suppress their curiosity and not think about it too much. Then, with Chen Li's help, the contents of the 2 trucks were quickly moved. The 3 operators, including Lin Yixue, wiped the sweat from their foreheads. Because the temperature was too low, the sweat instantly condensed, forming a layer of frost. In contrast, Chen Li did not change much. But his breathing became a little heavier than before, which made them surprised again. Lin Yixue calmed down and said to Chen Li, "Then let's go back tomorrow at 12 o'clock." Seeing Chen Li nod affirmatively, she put the two tired operators in the car and drove away. Standing in the yard, Chen Li watched the two trucks drive away, then went to the backyard and transported the materials for the 3 ground heating pumps to the shelter one by one. As for the building materials, such as cement and steel rods, they were all placed outside. After all, these things are not only heavy, but also inedible. I don't think anyone will come to steal these things. The 2 ground heat pumps that were assembled don't seem to have any serious problems. But I think there is something wrong with the internal parts. The remaining one is completely disassembled and must be installed and debugged by yourself. Finally, there are several additional replacement parts. The basis of a groundwater heat pump is the internal underground circuit of the heat pump. The principle of its operation is simple. First, groundwater is extracted, then compressed by a compressor to a gaseous refrigerant state of high temperature and pressure and fed to a condenser, after which the heat is transferred to the circulating water of the building through heat exchange. Its operating principle is essentially not much different from that of an air conditioner. The main thing is that the high temperature and pressure gas eventually condenses into liquid and returns to the evaporator, repeating the process of heat absorption and heat exchange. The principle seems simple. What's so complicated about it? While Chen Li was speaking, he closed the page on his phone with the working principles of heat pumps, and then silently read, "The system. It all depends on you." Everyone can understand this principle, but that doesn't mean it can be corrected. Chen Li didn't study mechanical engineering in college, so how could he know all this? Moreover, he had originally planned to entrust it to the system. After all, there was enough material and the machine was ready, so it wouldn't take many survival points. Damaged heat pump spare materials are found nearby, and 5 survival points can be spent to repair or replace them. 5 survival points? To be honest, Chen Li thought it was still a bit expensive. But now he can only rely on the system, so he can only repair it. Repairing 2 heat pumps cost 10 survival points. As for the last one, which needed to be assembled, the system named a high price of 10 survival points. Because unlike repair, the assembled one still needs debugging. But if you let the system install it itself, you can skip this step. In the end, 20 survival points were spent on purchasing 3 heat pumps. The total time should not exceed 30 seconds. If a ground pump is needed to generate heat, it should be combined with the indoor air conditioning system, and a well should be drilled about 200 to 400 meters deep to insert the pipe into the shallow ground. Chen Li tried to use this system to control the entire system. The answer is that it will cost 200 survival points. The main problem is the lack of running water and air conditioning in the rooms. If all this is done, the cost of survival points should be reduced to about 20 points. After solving the problem of the ground pump used as a heat source, Chen Li went to the greenhouse and started digging the soil. It took a whole day to finally transplant the plants. This time, he decided to grow Chinese cabbage. Seeing that time was almost up, he sent photos of 3 ground source heat pumps via the Survivor Community app. Unexpectedly, Lin Yixue reacted with a shocked expression and then added, "I will bring the vegetable seeds and heat pump materials we agreed on when I come tomorrow." Chen Li looked at his expression and smiled. The reason he took the photo and sent it was to remind Lin Yixue not to forget what they had agreed on earlier. Now, it seemed like the other party had not forgotten it. Midnight. Obtain a large amount of building materials that can make the shelter safer and give 10 survival points. Personal shelter evaluation in progress. Received 19 survival points today. All evaluations for today are complete. Received a total of 29 survival points, 183 points remaining. Survival Chen Li couldn't help but sigh in admiration when he saw 29 survival points for several days in a row. He then looked towards the wall of the shelter. Shelter Wall Improvement Plan 1. Improve the shelter wall material. Add 60 cm thick cement layer. Improve thermal insulation, increase safety level, and improve sound insulation. Upgrade requires 2,000 survival points. Upgrade option 2. Upgrade the shelter's wall material by adding a 3 cm thick steel plate layer. Improve thermal insulation, increase security, and improve sound insulation. Upgrade requires 2,000 survival points. Materials needed for 2 methods were found nearby. The required survival points have been reduced to 200 for each method. You can upgrade both methods at the same time. The required survival points will be halved for a total of 200 survival points. Note, after upgrading the walls, all the walls of the room modules built in the future will be automatically upgraded and the required survival points will increase. If you have the appropriate materials, the required survival points will be reduced. This time, there were more lines with hints. Chen Li was a little surprised as he looked at them line by line. I didn't expect that the system would further reduce the required survival points when both plans were prepared. He originally planned to first move to Plan 1, and then move to Plan 2 when he had enough survival points. As a result, they can now be upgraded at the same time. If this is the rule, he can decide to collect all the materials for the upgrade before performing the upgrade in the future, and then the cost efficiency will be maximized. Chen Li suppressed the excitement in his heart, lay down on the bed and slowly fell asleep. In the past few days, no mutant creatures came to dig the earth, so now he can sleep peacefully at night. After the night, Chen Li woke up, cooked noodles, and went to the greenhouse to check. After waiting until 12 noon, the sound of a car engine was heard outside. Chen Li also took the geothermal heat pump outside the shelter early in the morning. The only ones who came today were Lin Yixue and the cameraman. I watched as she pulled out a cardboard box full of vegetable seeds and even a few sprouted potatoes. The operator pulled out a bunch of materials for a geothermal heat pump, including several bundles of assembled thin tubes and a fan. These thin pipes are used to extract groundwater, and fans are used to release heat or cold. These are the seeds we agreed on. Lin Yixue placed the cardboard box on the ground, then pointed at the thin tubes and said apologetically, "Due to the limited amount of materials, the total length of these pumping pipes is only 100 meters. Chen Li looked at everything and nodded. "It's okay. 100 meters is enough." Then the three of them moved the 3 geothermal heat pumps into the car. Before leaving, Lin Yixue solemnly thanked Chen Li. "Thank you, Chen Li. With these geothermal heat pumps, we will be able to save a lot of electricity for the shelter." Having said this, she smiled again. "But thank you. But you must give us the vegetables that you owe us. Now all our fields are frozen, and we are counting on you to supply us with vegetables." Hearing this, Chen Li couldn't help but laugh and said, "Don't worry, the next batch will be delivered to you as soon as it's ripe." Then both sides waved goodbye to each other. After the car left, Chen Li carried a bunch of materials for the geothermal heat pump back to the shelter. However, he was in no hurry to assemble the system, but planned to do it tomorrow. "At the moment, I only need 17 survival points to upgrade the walls." After spending a day in the shelter, Chen Li finally arrived early the next morning. Help others improve their shelter living conditions for the first time and get 50 survival points personal shelter evaluation in progress. 21 survival points received today. All evaluations for today have been completed. A total of 71 survival points received and 254 survival points remaining at the moment helping others improve their shelter. "You mean I fixed the geothermal heat pump for the guys from the security bureau?" Chen Li muttered. He didn't expect to receive such a reward. It was a pleasant surprise. But what surprised him even more was that the rating of his shelter increased by 2 points. You know, he didn't upgrade anything today. How could the system give him 2 points for no reason? It should also be linked to the Security Bureau's geothermal heat pump. The more Chen Li thought about it, the more he felt that this was the reason. After all, that's the only thing we do today. It seems that helping others improve their shelters will improve the system's daily scores. This discovery made Chen Li happy. The survival points needed for subsequent upgrades will definitely increase, so the growth of the daily rating will definitely slow down. But if you can achieve an improvement by helping others improve their shelters, then this is definitely not the best way to do it. There are quite a lot of people alive today, and many of them have probably built shelters. For Chen Li, this would be a huge fortune. But if you think about it calmly, there are certain risks. After all, there's a saying that goes back to ancient times and continues to this day. A little rice is a favor, but a lot of rice is an insult. Sometimes good deeds don't bring good rewards, especially in today's doomsday environment. But despite everything, it's also a very reliable source of survival points. "It's time to upgrade the walls," Chen Li muttered. As he simultaneously selected two options to upgrade the walls, a green light erupted from his body, forming a huge net that enveloped the entire shelter. This time, the commotion was really strong, comparable to what it was when the shelter was first built. The entire shelter began to twist and deform, making a rumbling sound. The original adobe walls were quickly replaced with steel ones. Chen Li, who was standing inside, swayed from side to side as if after an earthquake. Even Xiao He was frightened and cried, and then quickly flew to Chen Li and jumped on his shoulder. But fortunately, the update always only takes 10 seconds. After the situation stabilized, the shelter completely changed. The floor beneath my feet was still wooden, but the surrounding objects had turned into silver-white steel walls, as had the ceiling. The 30-watt energy-saving lamps shone much brighter, and the shelter became brighter. Chen Li opened the door of the greenhouse and looked inside. In addition to the earth and the planted sky, the surrounding environment and walls were also made of silver-white steel. If the shelter was previously an artificial cave, now it could be called a shelter. Xiao He, sitting on my shoulder, looked at the newly renovated pavilion with curiosity. He even flew around it a few times. Chen Li smiled and placed his hand on the wall. Then he tapped it with his fingers, making a muffled sound. The 3-centimeter thick steel and the 60-centimeter thick cement layer were able to isolate most of the noise coming from the shelter, reducing the chances of the dark beast detecting them. It must be said that although the steel wall was a little cold, it gave Chen Li an endless sense of security. Early morning. Chen Li stretched lazily. It was the most peaceful night of his life. The upgraded walls not only created a sense of security, but also greatly improved the thermal insulation capabilities. He had previously tested this with a thermometer and found that if the stove was used only at night, the temperature inside the shelter would be a maximum of about 3 to 4 degrees. However, after upgrading the walls, the maximum temperature to date has reached about 8 to 9 degrees. If you turn on the floor heating, the room temperature should rise by more than 10 degrees. Of course, this consumes a lot of electricity. So today, Chen Li is preparing to install a geothermal heat pump. After eating, he collected all the materials and then spent 10 survival points to assemble the system. After assembling the geothermal heat pump, Chen Li moved it to the greenhouse door and then installed and started the system. The depth of the geothermal heat pump water pipe is less than 200 meters, which is below the minimum depth. Do you want to spend 30 survival points to complete it? Chen Li answered yes, and the system gave another hint. The materials for installing a geothermal heat pump are available. Do you want to spend 14 survival points to install it? After he answered yes, the green light turned on and wrapped a lot of iron pipes. Then they hung in the air and were lined up one after another. The thin pipes were buried in the ground, and the fan was installed above the geothermal heat pump. The installation was completed in exactly 10 seconds. Of course, a geothermal heat pump is quite large once installed, with 2 thick black pipes running horizontally, one at the top and one at the bottom. One is the evaporator, the other is the condenser. Above the 2 black pipes are the compressor and controller. The heat pump cannot be started yet and requires electricity to operate. Chen Li connected electricity to the heat pump, turned on the controller, and started the heat pump. When the heat pump is running, the pipes buried underground begin to circulate and absorb heat from the groundwater and soil, and then transfer the heat to the room through processes such as evaporation of the refrigerant. After a while, the fan blew a warm breeze. But this is not Chen Li's ultimate goal. If we already have underfloor heating, why build a geothermal heat pump? Because it saves electricity. Underfloor heating consumes 4.5 degrees of electricity per hour, which is currently beyond Chen Li's means. In order to save electricity, we have recently even turned off the underfloor heating and have been relying solely on the wood-burning stove for a long time. As for the reasons for saving electricity, since the geothermal heat pump is able to transfer heat, half of the heat can be used to generate electricity. This electricity can be used to power the geothermal heat pump itself, creating a small self-circulating power system. This type of waste heat energy production is a very common technology in many plants, especially thermal power plants. When talking about thermal power plants, three main hosts should be mentioned. These are the turbo generator, the boiler, and the steam turbine respectively. A steam turbine uses high-temperature, high-pressure gas that passes through a stationary nozzle to create an accelerated airflow that is then sprayed onto blades and spins a rotor. A turbo generator converts the mechanical energy of the turbine into electrical energy. Therefore, the combination of these two engines is usually called a steam turbine engine. Of course, this thing is quite large. Chen Li's shelter naturally could not accommodate such a large object. But if you have your own system, you can use some parts to build a small turbo generator and then trust the system to do the installation or maintenance. Now that the self-circulating energy system can be realized, Chen Li can no longer sit back. He puts on the equipment and goes out to search for materials. But there is no power plant or even a factory near Anyang City, so finding the appropriate materials is not easy. Chen Li had no choice but to go to grocery stores and dismantle unwanted fans, magnets, blades, etc., and then go to auto repair shops to find rotors, turntables, etc. He again dismantled several cars before he found the parts he needed. When he returned to the shelter, he was even dirtier than after the battle with the dark beast, covered in black mud. He boiled hot water, washed himself, and then began to assemble the parts in the shape of a steam turbine according to the drawings on his phone. But in reality, it was just a display model. The main reason is that there is no workbench right now, so you have to rely on manual assembly. He then called up the system and prepared to find out how many survival points it would take to install it. Unusable small steam turbine engine, usable parts found nearby. Repairing them will cost 50 survival points. Do you want to repair them? Chen Li nodded hesitantly. As expected, the system prompted that the survival points were insufficient. 50 survival points. He breathed a sigh of relief. He had originally thought that he would need hundreds of survival points, but it seemed that he had enough materials, and today's work had not been in vain. Chen Li's survival level was currently 0, so he could only hold out until midnight. When Chen Li had nothing to do, he would start daily exercises and practice swordsmanship. But now, I mainly practice Miao Dao. After all, if I can master a new sword technique, not only will my strength increase greatly, but I can also get survival points for free. Chen Li recently discovered that as his strength increased, the system no longer rewarded him for killing some weak mutant beasts, like the mutant rat last time. But come to think of it, is there a way to reward him? He might as well find a mutant anthill and set it on fire. Wouldn't the survival points increase by tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands? While Chen Li was daydreaming, the next day it finally reached midnight. You've finally upgraded the walls of your shelter. You no longer have to worry about the wolf falling off your head while you sleep. You feel completely safe and get 100 survival points. You installed a geothermal heat pump for the shelter, which can save a lot of energy. Receive 50 survival points. Personal shelter evaluation in progress. Received 24 survival points today. All evaluations completed for today. Received 174 survival points in total, and currently 174 survival points remaining. Seeing that the survival points increased from 0 to 174, Chen Li breathed a sigh of relief. He felt like he had some kind of obsessive-compulsive disorder, like when his cell phone battery is at 10% and he's in a rush to charge it. Then he decided to start repairing turbine engines. 10 seconds later, a rectangular iron box appeared on the ground. Connecting the turbine engine to the geothermal heat pump actually requires a heat recovery device. But Chen Li couldn't find it after a whole day of searching, so he decided to let the system do it on its own. He moved the motor to the geothermal heat pump, and then exhaled the system. The system also gives a survival score of 30. So expensive? But no matter how painful it was for Chen Li, the system would not lower the price. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and choose yes. After the green grid lines disappeared, the engine was connected to a geothermal heat pump, and even the wiring was installed. Chen Li squatted down and looked carefully. The connection point of the two units was mainly on the condenser of the geothermal heat pump. He turned on the geothermal heat pump, waited for the fan to blow hot air, and then turned on the turbine engine. When the high temperature and high pressure steam accelerated and hit the blades of the motor started working. Then he replaced the power interface of the geothermal heat pump with the motor. The geothermal heat pump stopped for a moment and then resumed working. The fan on top was still blowing out hot air, and the steam turbine was working normally. Chen Li looked at this self-circulating energy system and couldn't help but laugh. This could be considered killing two birds with one stone. This not only solves the heating problem, but also saves a lot of electricity. At a later stage, he can improve this self-circulating power system to several levels so that it will be enough to support the electricity consumption of the entire shelter. The next morning, after waking up, Chen Li first checked the geothermal system, which was still running, and then took out a thermometer to measure the temperature in the shelter. The temperature was maintained at around 18 degrees, which was very stable. The temperature in the greenhouse was about the same. At such a temperature, the yield of Chinese cabbage can increase, reaching almost 300 kilograms. Harvesting 3 batches of Chinese cabbage can compensate for the debt to the security service. Of course, if the greenhouse can be modernized in the future, this will not have to be done 3 times. The first upgrade of the greenhouse is mainly aimed at expanding the planting area. If you want to reduce the required survival points, Chen Li will have to dig the ground himself. But if you consider that if you dig yourself, then earlier it was possible. But now that the wall has been improved, you first need to break it. Fortunately, upgrading the greenhouse did not increase the consumption of survival points, which remained at 300 and 400 points. As the system said, the new expanded room modules require more survival points. For example, the cost of the power plant room has increased from the original 5,100 to 5,500, which gives an additional 400 survival points. Of course, if you have enough materials and the necessary equipment, it can be reduced to 10%, which is 550 survival points. However, these issues are not currently considered. Back to the greenhouse. The first upgrade plan is to add an irrigation system so that Chen Li can completely create a simple irrigation system that will reduce the consumption of survival points. It is very easy to make a simple irrigation system. All you need is a water pipe and a small suction pump. Lao Wang's house has running water, but a water pump is hard to find. So Chen Li decided to make one himself. There are still some materials left over from yesterday's production of the turbine engine, enough to make a small pump for pumping out water. You only need a 12-volt motor, which is quite enough. Then use the sheet of iron left over from yesterday to twist a small rotor out of it. Place it in the lid of a bucket of water as a turbine, then make a small transmitter and glue all 3 together with glue, together to form a very simple water suction pump. Although the motor voltage is only 12 volts and is low power, the watering performance is sufficient for Chen Li's 50 square meter greenhouse. Chen Li connected the water pipe and the suction pump, then used an awl to make holes in the water pipe every meter and place it in a circle around each seed in the greenhouse. Then place the suction pipe part in the water storage bucket, and then pull out the 2 wires from the turbine engine and connect them to the engine. The turbine engine can fully provide the operation of such a small engine. Even if some of the electricity is diverted, it will not affect the operation of the geothermal heat pump. With a slight sound of rotation, the motor starts to work, and the transmission mechanism drives the turbine, creating a suction force. The groundwater from the water storage tank is pumped into the water supply system and flows out through the holes in the water supply system. Chen Li laughed heartily. This was the first time he assembled the machine entirely by hand. Although it is simple, it is very practical. Even without system upgrades, it can work stably. In the future, greenhouse watering will change from manual to semi-automatic. This is a qualitative leap. Then Chen Li looked at the greenhouse upgrade plan again. Plan 1 was reduced from 300 to 150 points. Although it was not reduced to 10%, it was not bad. The greenhouse should be modernized the day after tomorrow. Now the shelter has a greenhouse, reinforced walls, and a self-circulation system. Compared to the original underground cave, we can say that qualitative progress is being observed. But this is far from the end. We can even say that it has just begun. There is still much to modernize. However, appropriate relaxation is also necessary. At present, the shelter only uses electricity for the lighting in the greenhouse, energy-saving lamps in the corridor, and induction cookers for cooking. Overall, they don't consume much power. Then, Chen Li slowly turned his gaze to the game console next to him. Many people say that games are addictive, but that's a prejudice. No matter what era it is, even savages who eat raw meat and drink blood will find ways to amuse themselves in their spare time. If a person's spirit remains tense every day, psychological problems will definitely arise. That's why many psychologists strongly recommend that people devote time to appropriate entertainment and relaxation. This is what Chen Li looks like now. He used to refuse to go outside because of electricity problems. But now, you don't have to endure that anymore. He set up a power strip on the edge of his desk, plugged in his gaming console and monitor, and then turned them on. The first game Chen Li chose was a Souls game that had just been released this year. He hadn't had much fun before because of his work. The sounds of weapons clashing and the roar of spells in the game attracted Xiao Hei, who was staring at the computer screen. Chen Li was entertained when his mobile phone rang. I picked it up and saw that it was a message from Lin Yixue. First, they thanked Chen Li for repairing the geothermal heat pump, and then asked him to call them back if he was free. Chen Li raised his eyebrows, paused the game, and then made a voice call. The other person quickly answered the call. I just saw the news. What happened? Chen Li asked. Lin Yixue replied, It's because of the geothermal heat pump. Geothermal heat pump? Chen Li paused. What's wrong? Lin Yixue quickly explained, No, it's like this. A few shelters contacted us and I told them, you know how to make a geothermal heat pump, so they wanted you to help them build one too. Help me with a heat pump? Chen Li was a little surprised, thought for a while, and continued. It's not a problem, but you have to provide me with the materials. Besides, I won't do it for free. I need something in return. Lin Yixue nodded and said, No problem. We'll provide the materials and you'll be responsible for the production. We'll split the payment in half. How about that? With enough materials, assembling a geothermal heat pump will cost 10 survival points, but it gives you a 2-point bonus. Whichever way you look at it, that's a huge profit. Specifically, you can get 50% compensation. Therefore, Chen Li resolutely agreed to this matter. 50-50? Of course, it is not a problem for me. Okay, then I will send you the materials tomorrow. Lin Yixue had just hung up the phone when another black phone in her bag rang. It was the satellite phone his father had given him. As soon as I picked up the phone, there was a loud cough on the other end of the line. Lin Yixue asked worriedly, Dad, are you okay? It's okay, Yixue. Didn't you say you needed help with the geothermal heat pump? I can send someone over tomorrow. No need, Dad. I met a person who can make a geothermal heat pump. Is there anyone in Anyang City who can make geothermal heat pumps? The middle-aged man asked in surprise. That's good too. Dad, how is my mom doing lately? Your mother has been too tired lately and just came back to rest. The middle-aged man coughed twice. There has been no progress in the research institute lately. It's as if it's been blocked. Block? Lin Yixue was a little confused. It's okay. Just take it as my nonsense. There are signs that a monster wave is coming again, so be careful. I know, Dad. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yixue seemed a little worried. Yesterday, Chen Li played games all day, and his nerves, which were tense due to the werewolves and the influx of beasts, finally calmed down a little. Around 11 o'clock the next morning, Lin Yixue delivered the materials for the geothermal heat pump. Seeing her, Chen Li was in no hurry to carry the materials back to the shelter, but asked, "How many shelters need these geothermal heat pumps this time?" Lin Yixue thought for a moment and said thoughtfully, "There should have been 5 of them originally, but 4 of them are not far from the city, and it is inconvenient for them to come here. Only one is in the west of Anyang City, and he is a doctor." Doctor? Chen Li was stunned. "Is this a doctor from the hospital in Zhenxi?" Lin Yixue exclaimed. "You guessed it. His hideout is over there. This doctor likes to read apocalyptic novels, so he built an underground hideout in his home. I never thought he would actually use it. You like to read apocalyptic novels, so you built an underground hideout?" Hearing this, Chen Li was a little surprised. I don't know whether a doctor should be happy or sad when the end of the world comes. Lin Yixue nodded and said, "So this time, the payment will be food and medicine. I should have told you when we first made the deal that our hideout was short of medicine. Later, when we went to Zhenxi Hospital to get medicine, we found that all the medicine had disappeared. In the end, it was this doctor who helped us solve the infection problem." Forehead. Chen Li did not answer anymore. After all, he had taken all the medicine himself. There were still 2 woven bags of medicine in his hideout. So this time, the reward did not matter to him, because he had no shortage of medicine now. However, if he could get some medical equipment, it would still be possible. If he had enough, he could build a medical station. The doctor himself came to get a geothermal heat pump? No, Lin Yixue shook her head. "We need to go there. They don't have drilling equipment." "Of course, Chen Li, you don't have to go there." "Good." Chen Li was about to say that he wouldn't go, but he changed his mind. It would be a good idea to check other people's underground shelters and see if the doctor had any medical equipment that could be exchanged for his own. As soon as he thought about it, he changed the topic and said, "I'd rather go with you and take a look." Lin Yixue made an unexpected expression, then nodded and agreed, "Okay, let's go at the same time tomorrow." After agreeing on the time, she got into the car and drove away. Chen Li also transported the materials for the geothermal heat pump back to the shelter and spent 10 survival points to assemble it. Then I saw Xiao Hei, the size of a basketball, standing on the railing of the camp bed and whining, indicating that the mutant rat meat in the iron basin had been eaten. Chen Li couldn't help but touch his forehead, wondering if he should let Xiao Hei catch the mice and eat them alone. But he immediately rejected the idea. Before Xiao Hei grew up, he could only be a good dung digger. Hunting mutant rats naturally wasn't that difficult for Chen Li. He soon returned with a mutant rat the size of a large dog. Upon seeing the mutant rat, Xiao Hei turned into a black shadow, drilled a hole in its corpse, and began to devour it. Chen Li smiled and shook his head, then took out a drone. When he just came out, he found that there were already groups of large mutant beasts in the city. As the drone flew over the city, Chen Li saw many mutant beasts through the gaps in the green barrier formed by the branches and leaves. We even saw some survivors who were hunting mutant rats and were hit by a mutant boar the size of a car. One of them was unable to dodge and was knocked out. His life or death is unknown. Chen Li sighed. In the past, these wild animals usually did not actively attack humans when they encountered them. But now, humans are forced to follow the rule of survival of the fittest. The next day, at 11 o'clock, Lin Yixue and the cameraman arrived at Chen Li's shelter on time. Chen Li moved the geothermal heat pump onto the truck, thought for a moment, and ran back to the shelter, leaving the machete and gun on his waist. He always felt awkward when he went out without a weapon. After that, he greeted Lin Yixue and got into the car. About 20 minutes later, the car stopped. Chen Li got out of the car and found that the truck was parked in the courtyard of a bungalow by the road. "Go ahead and turn the corner to reach Zhenxi Hospital. This is the doctor's house," Lin Yixue explained, then walked to the bungalow door and knocked. Chen Li looked around. This place looked like his old home. There weren't many people around, and when the Day of Judgment came, there weren't many mutant beasts running around. Therefore, the houses nearby were relatively well preserved and didn't suffer any serious damage. After a while, the door of the bungalow finally opened. A pale, tired, and slightly frightened face appeared. "Dr. Lee, why do you look so bad?" Dr. Lee looked at the three of them carefully and stuttered, "No, it's okay. I'm a little tired lately." Lin Yixue frowned. "Nothing happened, right?" "No, no." Although Dr. Lee shook his head, Lin Yixue and the cameraman instantly became wary. They looked at each other and understood what was in each other's eyes. Chen Li frowned slightly. Even he could tell from Dr. Lee's expression that something was wrong. "Chen Li, why don't you wait outside first?" Lin Yixue said to Chen Li. Chen Li nodded, but did not volunteer to follow him. After all, Lin Yixue and the cameraman are from the Security Bureau, and this situation is precisely their strong point. I am just an ordinary person, and I have no need to join in the fun. "Dr. Lee, I brought you the geothermal heat pump I told you about earlier. Where should I install it?" Although Lin Yixue said this, she had no intention of moving the geothermal heat pump. Instead, like the operator, she kept her hands on her waist. "Oh, right, come with me. My shelter is built under the house, and the entrance is inside the house." Dr. Lee seemed to understand what Lin Yixue meant and quickly replied, then led the two of them into the house. Chen Li stood in the courtyard and looked inside through the figures of several people. He found that the bungalow was shaped like a U. In the center of the house was a small open area with a canopy. The entrance to Dr. Lee's hideout seemed to be on the right. About 5 minutes later, Chen Li heard the voices of Lin Yixue and the cameraman coming from inside the house. "Put down your weapons, or we'll shoot." Immediately after, 2 muffled shots rang out. Chen Li suddenly stiffened his entire body and stood in the courtyard, looking at the house. Judging from the conversation just now, there should have been other people in the house, and they might have even forced Lin Yixue and the others to shoot. It was still unknown what the situation was inside. Chen Li prepared for the worst. About 30 seconds later, a figure suddenly jumped out from the small open space of the house. Judging from his figure, I don't recognize him. At the same time, Lin Yixue's voice rang out, "Chen Li, be careful." Then, a man in his 30s with clothes stained with blood jumped out of the bungalow holding a machete. The man wanted to tell the man in front of him to get out of the way, but when he saw Chen Li's face, his expression became horrified. But Chen Li chuckled. "So it's you. This man was the one who surrounded him and killed him earlier, and then let him go. It's you." Li Hu couldn't help but curse in his mind, then immediately threw the knife aside and knelt down. "Brother, don't kill me. I'll tell you everything." Chen Li was stunned for a moment. He hadn't done anything yet, so why was this man kneeling down? But he had no idea that his ruthlessness of killing people without a hint of fear had already scared Li Hu and his group. "Then just kneel down," Chen Li said calmly. Then Lin Yixue and the cameraman ran out. "Don't move, don't. What's going on?" The cameraman held the gun tightly with both hands and was about to strike, but found that the criminal he was chasing was already kneeling on the ground with his hands behind his head. Lin Yixue's eyes widened when she saw this scene, and she subconsciously asked, "Chen Li, what's going on?" Chen Li shrugged and said, "I don't know, maybe this person likes to kneel." Li Hu, who was kneeling on the ground, was about to say something when the cameraman kicked him to the ground and his face directly touched the concrete floor. "Don't move," the operator shouted, then took out handcuffs and put them on Li Hu. Chen Li walked around the two of them and asked Lin Yixue, "What's going on?" Lin Yixue looked into the room and looked at the two people struggling on the ground. These people had broken into the doctor's house. If we hadn't arrived in time, I'm afraid Dr. Chen Li's wife frowned. Occupation? Previously, he thought that these people would at most rob others, taking away their things, but he didn't expect that they would dare to directly invade the shelter. These two objects are completely different. He suddenly remembered that the CCTV camera had already captured someone. Could it be this group of people? At this moment, the cameraman asked Lin Yixue, "Sister Yixue, what should we do with this person?" In fact, his intentions are very clear. The shelter does not have many material resources now. If this person is caught, wouldn't it be a waste of resources? But if I just shoot him, it would be completely against my heart. Chen Li thought that Lin Yixue would be worried, but unexpectedly, she said very clearly, "Catch him and clarify the situation first." According to the relevant regulations, our Security Bureau has special powers to ensure law and order during special periods. Don't worry. Chen Li was not only a little surprised, but he also didn't expect this woman to be so decisive. I'm afraid most people won't be able to do this. Thinking about it, he simply pulled Lin Yixue aside and said, looking at her puzzled eyes, "I have met this guy before. He said that their hideout is in a large supermarket in the west of the city, and there are 38 of them. But I don't know if it's true or not. You can interrogate him when you come back and compare the information." Genji Supermarket, 38 people. Lin Yixue nodded, wrote down the information, and then said to the operator, "Afing, take care of this person. I'll go see Dr. Li and the others." After saying this, he entered the house, and Chen Li followed him. Turning right from the small open space inside the house, Chen Li entered the utility room. In the corner was the entrance to the basement. The door was covered with an iron plate with a ring-shaped bracket, but it was currently open. Go down the stairs and you will enter the shelter, which is less than 2 meters from the ground. Overall, the shelter feels a little cramped. It is built in a container style, about 2.5 meters high and about 60 square meters in area. It is a very basic underground shelter, but the bedrooms and toilets are still separated. They even set up a special medical room with 2 operating beds and some simple medical equipment. Serious surgeries cannot be performed, but some types of trauma treatment or simple surgeries can be performed. You know, it would cost a huge amount of money to build such a shelter before the end of the world. Judging by the furniture in the room outside, the doctor's family is not very rich. At that moment, the doctor and his wife were in the bedroom. There were 2 bodies lying at the door of the bedroom. When Chen Li entered, Lin Yixue and the doctor were just discussing the situation of a group of people. According to the doctor, a gang broke into his room while he was away and took his wife hostage. If this group of people hadn't found out that he was a doctor and wanted him to join the orphanage, both of them would probably have died by now. After understanding the whole story, Lin Yixue nodded, then pointed at Chen Li and introduced him to Dr. Li and his wife. "This is Chen Li, the guy I told you about before. He understands geothermal heat pump technology." After both sides exchanged greetings, he continued. According to Chen Li, the group's base is in a large supermarket in the west of the city. There are quite a few of them. "Dr. Li, do you want to go to our shelter?" When Dr. Li heard this, his face showed concern, but he immediately shook his head and refused. "No, we can just stay in the shelter and not go out. My wife and I are used to living here." "Then it all depends on you." Lin Yixue smiled softly. "But we are always happy to see you in our shelter." Chen Li glanced at Lin Yixue's back and nodded involuntarily. During the apocalypse, doctors are the most sought-after and scarce specialty for the shelter. I didn't expect Lin Yixue to be able to restrain herself from forcing the doctor to join in. What a smart and capable woman. After exchanging a few more words, they carried the body out of the bedroom together and threw it onto the frozen field next to her. Once the safe time was over, both bodies would completely disappear. The operator also tied Li Hu like a dumpling with a rope he found somewhere, and he lay on the ground, unable to move. Despite this incident, the geothermal heat pump still needs to be installed. The next step was to move the heat pump and drilling equipment from the truck to the house. Since drilling into the ground takes a long time, I had to leave the equipment there. After explaining to the doctor how to install it and drill holes, I got ready to leave. But before leaving, the doctor told everyone to take what they wanted. Lin Yixue and the other person took some of the medicine back as agreed. However, Chen Li was attracted by the operating table and the medical kit. Thinking that he had not been of much help today, he offered to exchange some vegetables for an operating bed. The doctor said that there was no need for it and handed the medicine directly to Chen Li. Chen Li also happily accepted the offer and did not refuse. On the way back, because the cameraman had to watch Li Hu, he could only sit in the back of the car, and Chen Li sat in the passenger seat. Chen Li glanced at Lin Yixue, who was driving, and couldn't help but ask, "What are you going to do?" Lin Yixue naturally understood what Chen Li was talking about. After a brief silence, she said, "First, interrogate him properly, and then..." After saying that, she fell silent again. In the apocalypse, everyone is in danger. Even the City Security Bureau is trying its best to protect itself. As the survivor of this, she has the right to say to punish and destroy the criminals and let others risk their lives to catch the criminals with her. Chen Li naturally understood this logic. He sighed softly, looked forward, and fell silent. Soon, Chen Li was taken back to the orphanage. Although there were some unexpected events this time, overall, the harvest was very good. I got an operating bed and a first aid kit, as well as survival goggles that have not yet arrived. Since the doctor still needs to drill a hole in the ground, it will probably take some time, and I may not be able to get survival points for a while. Chen Li opened the first aid kit and looked at it. I found that the kit was quite complete. In addition to more than 20 essential items such as bandages, iodine, first aid kits, tourniquets, etc., there were also scalpels, surgical scissors, vascular clamps, surgical tweezers, and other frequently used surgical instruments. Combined with the medications he already had, this was enough to perform a simple surgical operation. But, unfortunately, he had no surgical knowledge, and the only first aid methods he knew were those he had read about on the internet. However, given all this, building a medical station should result in a significant reduction in survival points. Chen Li collected all the medical supplies, then opened the system and inspected it. As expected, the current requirement to open a medical station is only 550 survival points, including the survival points increased by upgrading the walls. Speaking of walls, Chen Li walked to the outside of the shelter and counted the remaining cement and steel. After careful calculations, there were still 20 bags of cement, 10 pieces of steel, and 10 steel rods left, which was just enough to build a medical room. He added these materials to the building options, and the original 550 survival points became 400 points. Chen Li decided to build a medical station after upgrading the greenhouse and gun cabinet. While he was thinking, it suddenly started raining. How could it rain when the temperature was minus 35 degrees Celsius? Chen Li collected the rainwater with his hands, but found that it was yellow. Then, a slight tingling sensation made him subconsciously shake off the rain. Is this acid rain? Chen Li suddenly felt something was wrong and hurried back to the shelter, put on his cloak, then ran outside and quickly carried all the building materials from the ground to the old house. Fortunately, he is very strong. Otherwise, he would not have been able to move all the things in such a short time. As the rain intensified, Chen Li's cloak even began to make a hissing sound. Wherever he looked, everything was covered in a grey-yellow layer, emitting acrid smoke. As a result, the trucks also began to corrode. Chen Ling didn't care. He got behind the wheel, smashed the door to pieces, and crashed straight into an old house. Acid rain is actually nothing unusual for modern people. The main cause of acid rain is the release of large amounts of acidic substances into the atmosphere. There are also rare cases when acid rain turns into snow. Generally speaking, acid rain is weakly acidic, and strong acids like those we see today are rare in a century. But after all, the world is ending, so it's no surprise that there was heavy acid rain. Chen Li looked around the old house, not sure if it could withstand the acid rain. It was already 1:30 in the afternoon, and he did not dare to stay outside any longer. He threw himself into the pouring rain, his raincoat eaten beyond recognition. Suddenly, the raincoat made a rapid hissing sound, and a pungent smell filled Chen Li's nostrils. Luckily, the entrance to the basement was nearby, so he jumped into the basement in 2 steps, then quickly took off his cloak and threw it aside. His shelter was built 5 meters underground, so he did not have to worry about acid rain destroying it. Thinking about this, he couldn't help but feel happy that he had chosen the underground shelter earlier. Otherwise, I don't know how many times I would have died by now. In this end of the world, with its rampant monsters and constant natural disasters, the above-ground shelters pale in comparison to the underground ones. Only after he had hidden in the shelter did Chen Li breathe a sigh of relief. Shaking his right hand, which still felt a burning sensation, he scooped up some groundwater and rinsed his hand several times before the burning sensation gradually disappeared. Chen Li took out his mobile phone, opened the Survivor Community app, and found that everyone was talking about a massive acid rain in their area. In other words, this massive acid rain hit the entire country and even the entire blue planet at the same time. Moreover, this heavy acid rain fell suddenly, taking the survivors by surprise. Many were seriously injured, and their bodies were so corroded that not a single part of their body remained. The more Chen Li looked, the more fear gripped him. The intensity and scale of the acid rain was beyond his imagination. It must have something to do with this end of the world. The rain outside became heavier and heavier, and even towards the end, Chen Li could smell a pungent burning smell in the shelter. The drainage channels of the shelter can't handle this much rain. Chen Li was shocked and quickly looked towards the drainage ditch in the shelter. The drainage system of the shelter has never been upgraded and remains the same as it was originally. The drainage system is divided into two parts. One is a drainage ditch outside the shelter gate, and the other is an open drainage channel inside the shelter. What is an open drainage channel? It is a trench less than 10 centimeters deep dug into the wall of the entire shelter. If it rains lightly, there won't be any problems, but if it's a heavy acid rainstorm like what we're experiencing now, it's only a matter of time before the shelter floods. Poor drainage system. Improvement option 1. Provide external drainage with a waterproof structure. Replace the internal drainage of the shelter with a hidden channel, improve corrosion resistance, and increase the overall drainage efficiency by 30%. Required survival points, 100. Upgrade. Option 2. Equip the external drainage with a waterproof structure. Replace the internal drainage of the shelter with a hidden drainage channel, add a water storage and circulation function, and increase the overall drainage efficiency by 30%. Required survival points, 200. 2. Chen Li decided to choose the first option. With the appearance of the green grid lines, the drainage channel that was originally visible was gradually sunk into the wall, leaving only a tiny gap. As for the drainage ditch outside the shelter door, it was also upgraded. Chen Li waited patiently, waiting to see if the acid rain would flood the shelter. After an hour of waiting, except for the pungent smell, there was no acid rain. Chen Li couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He only had 32 survival points left. If acid rain were to occur, the losses would likely be enormous. This acid rain was not only heavy, but also long-lasting. It rained for 5 hours before gradually stopping. The lamentations were also heard on the Survivor Community app. Shelters with poor drainage systems have suffered particularly heavy losses today. Many even say their shelters are completely flooded by acid rain, leaving them to hide outside. Fortunately, it seems that due to the influence of acid rain, the dark creatures roaming outside the safe time are almost nowhere to be seen. Chen Li read dozens of messages and felt very lucky. If I hadn't been lucky enough to get my hands on this system, I would have probably been one of those mourners. After upgrading the drainage system, the daily survival score of the shelter increased to 25 points. Together with the 10 survival points awarded by the drainage system, the total was 35 survival points. Adding up the remaining 32 points, you get 67 survival points. When it was safe the next day, Chen Li opened the door of the shelter and went outside. At this time, the drainage ditch at the entrance of the shelter not only increased its depth, but also changed its material from clay to stone, directly connecting with the sewer, giving it the appearance of a single hole. Such a structure can effectively drain water during heavy rain. Then he walked out of the yard and saw not a single snowflake anywhere. They had all been washed away by yesterday's heavy rain. The road outside was corroded beyond recognition, but it was still passable. The old house next to me had also withstood the acid rain. Although the facade was in poor condition, fortunately the main structure was not damaged. Of the 5 CCTV cameras, only the one mounted on the street lamp was the most corroded. Chen Li piloted the drone and prepared to survey the surroundings. As a result, using a drone camera, he found that the mutant plants were not affected at all. Heavy acid rain can be a fatal blow to humans, but for nature, this is a special precipitation that does not cause any pain. However, many low-lying areas still have a lot of water accumulated due to heavy acid rain, which constantly emits white smoke, making the whole city look smoky and filling the air with a pungent smell. This extremely acidic water will dissipate in 1 or 2 days. If you accidentally get infected, you will inevitably suffer physical injuries. Just as Chen Li was about to put away the drone, the dirt under his feet suddenly shook. An earthquake? He quickly came to his senses and picked up the drone. I thought it was just a small earthquake, but the shaking under my feet became stronger and stronger. No, something is coming out. Chen Li suddenly kicked his legs hard and jumped to the side. The moment he left, a half-meter thick yellow earthworm crawled out of the ground. Chen Li's eyes widened and his heart trembled. If it was a normal mutated earthworm, he might have been a little surprised. But this earthworm was clearly different from others. There was a bloody mouth on the top of its head, and in that large mouth were circles of sharp, jagged teeth. It reminded Chen Li of a creature he had once seen in a science fiction movie. A worm. It was obviously a dark beast. As it continued to roll, the acidic water surrounding it splashed out in all directions. Although its body was not corroded by contact with the highly acidic water, it became even more insane. Chen Li continued to dodge the splashes of acidic water while throwing the drone away and pulling out a machete from his waist. When he came out just now, he only took out a machete. If Chen Li had encountered this crazy worm somewhere else, he would have probably chosen to go around it. But now he was at the door of his hideout, and he had to fight. This dark beast must have been hiding underground for a long time, but the heavy acid rain woke it up and forced it out of the ground. Chen Li didn't know whether he should be grateful for the acid rain. Otherwise, if this worm continues to grow underground, it may cause unpredictable damage to its shelter in the future. As the worm continued to pull its body out of the ground, a terrifying dark beast 1/2 meter wide and about 5 or 6 meters long appeared in front of Chen Li. This thing can actually kill people? This thought couldn't help but cross Chen Li's mind. But the worm didn't give him a moment to think. It completely broke out of the ground, twisted, and rushed towards Chen Li. Facing such a huge creature, Chen Li did not dare to hold back and immediately focused all his attention on the worm. When the worm rushed towards him and opened its big mouth to bite him, he quickly turned around and dodged. The worm's head hit the ground with a loud bang, and even the entire earth shook. Only then did Chen Li discover that the worm's body was covered with distinct, hard, and fine hairs. Despite his surprise, he did not forget to stab the machete in his hand into the worm's body. Chen Li didn't feel like he was piercing flesh, but rather felt resistance, as if he was cutting skin. This was the first time I encountered such a situation after upgrading the machete. Fortunately, Chen Li was strong enough. As he gripped the machete tightly, a nearly meter-long wound appeared on the worm's body and a pool of sticky yellow liquid immediately flowed out. The worm screamed in pain and then began to wriggle and twist wildly. Although Chen Li tried his best to dodge, he was still thrown back several meters. He stood up from the ground, clutching his chest, with a pained expression on his face. There were many small holes in his down jacket. Fortunately, I was wearing thick clothes and was not stabbed. But even so, Chen Li now only feels tightness in his chest and shortness of breath. He felt that if it weren't for his excellent physical attributes, he would have broken several ribs from that one blow. The worm continued to roll over, which was his subconscious defensive reaction after he was injured. But it was this action that made Chen Li notice that there was a small blood-red dot about a meter below his head. No matter how the worm rolled, it subconsciously protected the red dot. Chen Li seemed to be thinking about something, and then took this opportunity to quickly go around him, return to the shelter, and take out the compound crossbow and Miao Dao. He first took aim from afar with the compound crossbow. With the whistling sound of the bowstring, the arrows whistled straight into the worm's body. The compound crossbow is extremely effective at close range and can easily penetrate the worm's leathery body. After about 7 or 8 arrows were fired, the worm felt pain and was forced to stop rolling and then crawled toward the hole it had just drilled. In fact, he wanted to escape. If this dark beast was allowed to escape, it would undoubtedly be equivalent to planting a bomb at the entrance to its hideout. Chen Li immediately lowered his crossbow, grabbed his miaodao, and rushed forward. It must be said that the life force of the worm is very tenacious. Even though his body was badly wounded and he had been hit by 7 or 8 arrows, he showed no sign of weakness. But Chen Li didn't expect to kill him with a few arrows. He just wanted to stop him from rolling. This worm has no eyes and relies solely on his senses. Feeling someone approaching, he quickly bites in the direction of that person. But unexpectedly, he bit off. It turned out that Chen Li stepped on a worm and turned over when the worm bit him. While the worm was still unable to react, he pointed his miaodao at the red dot and slashed it from top to bottom with all his might. Thorn. Even with Chen Li's 15 points of strength, the tip of the knife was still stuck. It turns out that where the red dot is, not only is the cerebral cortex more durable, but there is also a piece of bone. The worm also felt the threat of death and quickly curled up, trying to wrap Chen Li. Chen Li cursed in his mind and shouted, "In exchange for 5 strength points. Exchange 5 strength points, subtract 50 survival points, currently 17 survival points left." Suddenly, a huge force surged into Chen Li's body. The tip of miaodao made a creaking sound, and the entire blade even began to bend. With a roar, the bones of the worm broke, but Chen Li was completely enveloped by it. The worm let out a terrible scream, and a large amount of yellow liquid burst out from its mouth. Its body continued to twitch, and finally it fell to the ground without moving. Immediately after, Chen Li used miaodao to tear the worm's body apart and crawled out. At this time, his down jacket was torn by the worm's coarse hair, turning into a beggar's robe, and duck feathers were flying all over the sky. Chen Li was breathing heavily, and his heart was pounding wildly. Never before had he been so close to death. He looked at the worm in front of him and prepared to cut off its skin with a knife. Such strong and acid-resistant skin is a rare and high-quality material. But these worms are quite large, and I'm afraid we won't be able to deal with them all in a short time. At this moment, the system immediately demonstrated its existence. Usable materials were found, and 5 survival points could be spent on decomposing them. "Do you want to decompose them?" Chen Li answered yes. As the green grid lines flashed, the worm in front of him instantly disintegrated into folded skin, a pool of yellow rotten meat, and 8 crossbow arrows. Chen Li lifted the worm's skin and found that the system had also removed the bristles from it. Impressed by the cleverness of the system, he took the worm skin back to the shelter. He then got out a shovel and swept all the rotten meat into the hole the worm had just made, then covered it up with the dirt they had dug around it. He didn't want this pool of rotten meat to attract some dark creatures after the safe time had passed. After cleaning up the mess outside, Chen Li returned to the shelter. Xiao Hei quickly jumped on his shoulder and began to rub his face with his head. Facing his anxiety, Chen Li could only bow his head and straighten his shoulders. The sound of the battle just now was very loud, and Xiao Hei naturally heard it. But Chen Li had locked him in a shelter, and he could not get out, so he was extremely anxious. As Xiao Hei grows older, his mind becomes more and more intelligent, and he can understand some simple instructions. Chen Li continued to stroke Xiao Hei's head to calm him down. When the work was almost finished, he took off his tattered jacket. He had already upgraded this jacket, and now it was in such a worn-out state that he felt a little sad. But then he remembered something. Was this worm solitary or social? But Chen Li is not a researcher of dark creatures, and he does not know if there are more worms underground. The walls of the shelter were reinforced with a 60-centimeter thick layer of cement and a 3-centimeter thick layer of steel. If it were a worm, it probably wouldn't be able to break through. Thinking about this, he picked up a worm skin several meters long. It didn't feel soft like leather, but rather hard, like cowhide. Chen Li saw how strong this skin was. Not only was it resistant to strong acids, but it was also extremely hard. If it was someone else, they probably wouldn't even be able to pierce the worm's skin. I wonder if it could be combined with clothing to improve the effect. This idea suddenly occurred to Chen Li. Worm skin has such remarkable properties that it can actually be used to make clothing. In fact, the advantage of worm skin is not its protection, but its resistance to corrosion caused by strong acids. Chen Li believes that a heavy acid rain like yesterday will happen again and again. In the future, he will definitely go to the city, and if he encounters heavy acid rain at that time, he will inevitably end up in a passive position. Therefore, it is extremely important to prepare equipment that is resistant to strong acids. Now that Chen Li has an idea, he does not hesitate. Take a black pen and draw lines on the worm shell to begin cutting it out. But the worm's skin was too tough, and when I tried to cut it with ordinary scissors, the scissors snapped in half. As a last resort, Chen Li could only use a machete to slowly cut along the lines. Finally, when I was sewing it to the damaged down jacket with a needle and thread, I had to spend 1 survival point to upgrade the sewing needle so that it could barely pierce the worm skin. After a busy day, I finally sewed the worm skin and down jacket together. Looking at this strange-looking down jacket, Chen Li couldn't help but smile. However, I don't have the experience of sewing clothes by hand, so I can do it this way. But appearance is secondary, functionality is important. Then he turned on the system and tried to update it. Damaged wormhide jacket enhancement. Option 1. Sewing changes, dust-proof improvement, heat retention improvement, defense increased by 10%, acid resistance increased by 10%, requires 30 survival points to upgrade enhancement. Option 2. Sewing line changes, improvement, waterproof, improved heat retention, increased defense by 10%, increased acid resistance by 10%. Upgrade requires 30 survival points. Materials needed for 2 variants are found nearby. Required survival points reduced to 10 for each variant. You can upgrade both options at the same time. The required survival points will be halved for a total of 10 survival points. When Chen Li saw that only 10 points were needed to survive, he resolutely chose both options. When the green grid lines burst out from his body, they entangled the sewing threads, worm skin, cotton, cloth, etc. that were nearby. When the grid lines disappeared, a brand new light yellow down jacket appeared on the ground. Judging from the appearance, it is an ordinary down jacket, but it feels like cowhide. Chen Li put it on and didn't feel any discomfort. It was very comfortable and warm. The dust and water resistance features have been improved, so you don't have to clean it often. Of course, it would be impossible to upgrade only the clothes, but he only had 2 survival points left. He could only upgrade his pants and shoes to worm skin after he had more survival points. Chen Li spent a whole day sewing worm skins. When he put everything away, the system started a daily report. One of your attributes increases to 20 points, greatly increasing your strength and giving you 30 survival points. You killed a subterranean devourer and gained basic surgery skills. Personal shelter. Evaluation in progress. Received 25 survival points today. All evaluations for today are complete. Received in total. Difficulty 55 survival points and currently 57 survival points left. Is this really an operation? When the relevant information appeared in Chen Li's mind, his whole body trembled and his face showed surprise. He currently has 5 abilities: basic swordsmanship, instant swordsmanship, hunter's perception, basic ranged weapons mastery, and basic surgical medicine mastery. These 5 abilities are extremely useful, especially the newly acquired skills in basic surgical medicine. It was equivalent to transferring dozens of years of professional-level surgical medical experience to him in an instant. If he had to undergo surgery now, for example, to remove a bullet lodged in his heart, he is confident that he can do it. This is not bragging, but confidence that comes from ability. As mentioned, doctors are indispensable during the apocalypse. It can be said that this is a subject of competition in each shelter. If Chen Li were to contact these large shelters now, someone would probably send someone to pick him up right away. And once you arrive at the shelter, you will be treated with the best treatment. He took a deep breath to calm himself down. Suddenly, Chen Li frowned slightly, stretched out his hand to touch his chest, and then said reflexively, "There is a small crack in the third rib on the left side of the chest and a small tear in the back muscles." After saying this, he smiled. "I just felt a lot of pain. I didn't expect the injury to be that serious. However, given my current physical condition, I should be able to recover gradually. Now that he has surgical skills, he can even assess the severity of his injuries based on experience. At the same time, he had a very clear understanding of the structure of the human body. For example, which parts could kill with one blow, and which parts would not cause fatal injuries." Chen Li closed his eyes and touched each part of his body with his hands. Of course, he was not pampering himself, but rather examining his own body. Then he opened his eyes, and there was a flash of surprise in his eyes, because he found that his body structure had undergone some minor changes compared to normal people. These changes are not obvious, and if Chen Li did not have surgical skills, they would be almost impossible to notice. This is probably due to the fact that his muscle fibers and bones have become denser and harder than those of ordinary people. This is why he has such great strength. Chen Li suddenly had an epiphany about this. By improving his physical attributes, he did not gain strength from thin air. Instead, the system somehow stimulated his body, allowing his body to rapidly develop in a short period of time. But ultimately, it's still not beyond biology. However, this ability to allow organisms to evolve in such a short period of time is a real miracle. It's been 10 days since the acid rain fell from the sky. At present, Chen Li had come to terms with the changes in his body. After all, the system had come into being, so what difference did it make if the body changed? As long as strange organs and limbs didn't grow. He also found that after the strength increased to 20 points, the exchange ratio became 1 to 20, while other stats that had not yet reached 20 points were still 1 to 10. This is similar to Chen Li's previous guess. The more you strengthen your body, the more survival points you will need. At the same time, the survival points from the doctor finally arrived on the second day, and the daily score has now increased to 27 points. Therefore, the current balance of survival points is 325 points. But Chen Li was not in a hurry to renovate the greenhouse and found a lot of materials outside, including fill lights, PVC pipes, micro vacuum pumps, planting cups, etc. Resources in the city were becoming increasingly scarce, and it took him several days to get all of these. After upgrading the greenhouse this time, if he wanted to look for other supplies in the future, he would probably have to go to the city. After bringing a bunch of materials into the shelter, Chen Li turned on the system and prepared to start upgrading the greenhouse. Easy greenhouse planting. Upgrade Plan 1. Add a semi-automatic drip irrigation system and surface flow hydroponic growing capabilities. Increase crop yield by 10%, reduce irrigation water consumption by 10%, and spend 300 survival points. Upgrade Option 2. Increase planting area. Increase supplemental lighting efficiency by 10%, increase yield by 10%, decrease lighting time by 10%, and spend 400 survival points. Materials needed for both options were found nearby. The amount of survival points required for the first option has been reduced to 120 each, and the amount of survival points required for the second option has been reduced to 200 each. You can upgrade both options at the same time, and the amount of survival points required will be reduced to 300. Chen Li breathed a sigh of relief when he saw how many survival points were left, and he was determined to upgrade both options at the same time. Since the prepared materials were insufficient this time, he was initially worried that he would not have enough survival points. As the green grid lines cover all materials in the greenhouse, dramatic changes begin to occur inside the greenhouse. First, the wall started to widen to the right, and the fill light changed from vertical to a long hanging structure with 4 30-watt energy-saving lamps of the same design in the middle. PVC pipes were quickly connected together and hung from the ceiling. After the entire greenhouse was renovated, Chen Li had only one feeling: cleanliness and order. He entered the greenhouse and found that there were round holes in these PVC pipes at equal distances from each other. Inside the hole was a planting cup with a hole, and inside the cup was a small piece of sponge to hold the seedlings. The entire hydroponic pipe is completely supported in the air by an iron frame hanging from the ceiling, completely parallel to the farmland below, at a height of about 1.5 meters. The hydroponic pipes are not divided into two layers, but into an upper and lower one. Therefore, a fill light is installed on the iron frame of the lower layer to prevent light from falling on the hydroponic plants. Before upgrading the greenhouse, Chen Li specifically studied this type of planting with a shallow flow tubular hydroponics method. Soil planting is very easy. Just throw the seeds in the soil and they will germinate and grow naturally. But hydroponic farming is a completely different matter. It requires manual work in 3 stages: germination, growing seedlings, and establishing the cost. First, wrap the seeds in damp paper towels and place them in an airtight container for 3 to 5 days to germinate. Then place the germinated seeds in a sponge filled with water and place them in a place with diffused light for a few days. Finally, put them in a planting cup and transplant them into a hydroponic tube. After transplanting, the work is not finished yet. It is necessary to prepare a nutrient solution. Speaking of nutrient solution, Chen Li almost forgot about it. It is the most important thing in hydroponics. It is used to replace organic matter and mineral nutrients in the soil to ensure normal growth of hydroponic plants. Therefore, Chen Li directly took out all the nutrient solutions from the storage, a total of about 2 liters, all of which were concentrated common nutrient solutions. Judging by the current scale of hydroponics, this would be enough for several years. Although the hydroponic growing process is a bit complicated, the vegetables grown have a short growth period and high yield, making it a good choice. Chen Li did not rush to sprout the vegetables, but leaned over and looked at the vegetables on the ground. The reason he found the greenhouse clean and tidy was not only due to the effects of the tubular hydroponics, but also the small heads of cabbage that were already growing in the ground. Initially, these cabbages were lying everywhere, but after the upgrade, they were laid out in a neat line and looked very neat. He stood between the rows of the field, squatted down, and reached out to grab the soil. The soil looked darker and stickier than before the upgrade. Chen Li put his nose close to it and sniffed. It had a slight rotten smell and a sharp smell of dirt. And then he suddenly realized that he had seen this kind of soil when he was studying planting techniques. It was black soil. This black soil has a powerful buff bonus for growing crops. Compared with ordinary organic soil, it promotes faster growth and higher yields. This type of black soil is extremely rare. Even in such a powerful country as Xia, it is found only in the northeast, central, and eastern parts of the country. It's a rare resource, protected by the entire country. And now, the entire 100 square meter greenhouse is filled with this black earth. If it were discovered before the end of the world, it would most likely be taken away immediately. Only then did Chen Li understand what the plan to upgrade the system to increase productivity meant. It turned out that it meant directly replacing the soil with this rare black soil. It was so cruel and straightforward. After inspecting the greenhouse, Chen Li began to germinate the seeds. I still chose Chinese cabbage. After all, it has a short growth period and is easy to grow. After preparing the seeds, Chen Li began to plow the newly added 50 square meters of land. Thanks to the advent of tubular hydroponics, turning over soil is no longer a tedious task. Chen Li really wanted to go and find a farming machine. In fact, he had found several in the past few days, but they were all large farming machines. Even getting them back, let alone getting them to the shelter, was not easy. Every time Chen Li dug for a while, he would stop, straighten up, and pat himself on the back. Although his strength is 20 points, twice that of an ordinary person, he still feels pain in his lower back after bending over for a long time. After ploughing the field, he was in no hurry to sow the seeds. The cabbage he planted will soon be harvested, and he plans to sow the entire land with mountain rice. By adding black soil, the ripening period of dryland rice can be shortened to about 90 days, which is extremely cost-effective. After finishing the work in the greenhouse, it was already evening. Chen Li felt simply exhausted and worn out. Lying on his bed, Instead of taking out his mobile phone and reading the posts, he turned on the game console and started playing. A week later, Chen Li was already planting Chinese cabbage hydroponically in a greenhouse, and the Chinese cabbage planted in the field was harvested earlier because the soil was converted into black soil. The shelter's daily score also increased from 27 to 29 points. During this period, Chen Li also spent 30 survival points to upgrade his pants and shoes, transforming them into worm skin. Fortunately, the pants and shoes did not turn yellow, but remained originally black. Otherwise, he would have become a minion. After Chen Li harvested Chinese cabbage and planted highland rice the day before, the next day he packed the Chinese cabbage and transported it to the Security Bureau's hideout. After almost half a month, the road surface was covered with a layer of snow about 10 centimeters thick, and the corroded road surface was no longer visible. Since most of the Security Bureau staff had experience in transporting vegetables and geothermal heat pumps last time, they already knew Chen Li. Especially after it was revealed that he was the one who saved Li Chao, most people gradually let down their guard. This time, the operator who had helped him deliver the geothermal heat pump to the doctor last time opened the door for Chen Li. Seeing Chen Li approaching, he greeted him with a smile. Chen Li also smiled back and then got behind the wheel of the car as if he was familiar with the route. Arriving at the designated location, he found a car whose appearance was extremely exaggerated. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it was a beast in a car. Chen Li took a closer look and found that the car was a modification of a powerful truck. The wheels alone are taller than a human, and the entire frame is completely covered in steel. The body is equipped with spikes, and the front of the car is made in the shape of a triangle facing outward. The whole appearance looks extremely exaggerated. Just when Chen Li's attention was drawn to the monster truck, Fang Yue came over with a pen and paper to count the vegetables as usual. After weighing the cabbages, Fang Yue muttered to Chen Li, "This time, it was 265 kilograms, and we still need 375 kilograms." Chen Li came to his senses and nodded. "Well, wait another 10 days, and I can send out the next batch." "More than 10 days?" Fang Yue was a little surprised. "I remember that the growing period of Chinese cabbage is more than 20 days, and it is very cold here. Even if you have a geothermal heat pump, you still can't harvest in 10 days, right?" Chen Li touched his nose and said, "I recently expanded the greenhouse and started growing plants hydroponically." "Hydroponics?" Fang Yue's eyes widened. "You created hydroponics yourself?" After the last deal was made, Fang Yue and the others naturally knew that Chen Li was living alone. That was why she was so surprised when she learned that Chen Li had developed hydroponic farming. After all, this is the end of the world, not a peaceful time when people could buy things online. The most important thing is that the Security Bureau itself still hasn't figured out hydroponic growing. No, even tilling the soil is a problem now. After this comparison, Fang Yue felt unbalanced. Why are so many people not as good as Chen Li alone? While she was thinking, she came up with the idea of going to Chen Li's shelter and taking a look at him. "Chen Li, can I visit your shelter?" Fang Yue couldn't help but say. Hearing this, Chen Li suddenly felt uneasy. Subconsciously, he did not want to let anyone into his shelter. What if someone finds out your secret? But then I thought that in the future, the shelter will definitely need workers, so how can I upgrade the shelter? At the moment when Chen Li was having difficulties, the system suddenly spoke. The ability to improve the system changes the perception of any being except the host, making it think that these are objects created by the host himself. Chen Li was speechless. The system only told him such important information now? But in the end, he refused. After all, there was still a lot of black soil in the greenhouse. He didn't want others to know about it unless it was necessary, even if it was the Security Bureau. Fang Yu curled her lips when she heard Chen Li's refusal and said, "After all, I am a member of the Security Bureau and will not do anything wrong. Someone is hiding in your hideout." Before she could finish speaking, a female voice interrupted her. "Chen Li, you are here. I was just saying that I would call you." Turning around, I saw Lin Yixue approaching. Next to him sat a man about the same age as Chen Li. As they approached, Lin Yixue introduced the man. This is Chen Li. He has collected all of our geothermal heat pumps. Then he introduced Chen Li. Chen Li, this is Meng Xueming. He came from the city and wants you to assemble a geothermal heat pump. Meng Xueming laughed heartily and said casually, I would prefer you to call me craftsman. It's the end of the world. How can you call me by my real name? Craftsman. Chen Li found it a bit unusual to see such an optimistic person on Judgment Day. Meng Xueming explained, I usually like to make some small gadgets. Look at this machine. It's my first masterpiece in the apocalypse world. Chen Li raised his eyebrows. He thought that the car was taken by the security bureau, but he didn't expect that it belonged to this person. Seeing that Meng Xueming was getting more and more excited, Lin Yixue quickly interrupted him. Okay, let's get down to business. Chen Li and Meng Xueming are here for the geothermal heat pump. Chen Li nodded and smiled. Well, you provide the materials, and I'll do it. Brother, come on straight. Meng Xueming chuckled. Then I won't hesitate. If you help me build a geothermal heat pump, I'll give you a workbench. A workbench? Chen Li was stunned. Meng Xueming explained. Yes, a workbench with microcontrollers. The big guys can't make it, but some small gadgets can still be made. Chen Li thought about it and agreed. This workbench can be used to upgrade the weapon cabinet, which will save a lot of survival points. Seeing Chen Li's agreement, Meng Xueming continued. I heard that you have a greenhouse and made a deal with the security bureau. Everyone was stunned, not understanding what he meant. Seeing everyone looking at him, Meng Xueming explained, although my family's home now has a greenhouse, the yield is terribly low. It is not enough for food. We can only eat fresh vegetables once a month. So I want to ask if you have any extra vegetables. Can you trade with me? Chen Li thought for a moment and said, Trade is possible. I just developed a hydroponic system, and the yield has doubled. You have mastered hydroponics? Meng Xueming and Lin Yixue exclaimed at the same time, their eyes wide open. Chen Li couldn't help but hold his forehead, not understanding why they were so surprised. Wow, I heard that you live alone and are actually able to master hydroponic farming. I heard that this thing is only available in large shelters, Meng Xueming said loudly. Could you take me to see it? Hearing this, Fang Yue immediately looked at Chen Li with a smile. Chen Li looked at Meng Xueming and Lin Yixue expectantly. He sighed helplessly and said, It's not convenient for me now. Let's talk next time. Okay. Meng Xueming licked his lips, not forcing Chen Li. Then let's talk about the ratio? Okay. Chen Li nodded. Then the two of them went to the previous conference room under Lin Yixue's leadership. During the casual conversation, Chen Li learned that Meng Xueming was actually a second-generation rich man. He now lives in his own shelter, a small shelter converted from a steel factory. It must be said that in the face of the doomsday disaster, the old strength is still useful. In the conference room, Meng Xueming and Chen Li sat opposite each other. Lin Yixue and Fang Yue sat on the other side. Meng Xueming looked at them, unable to speak, and asked, What are you two doing here? Fang Yue smiled and said, You two are discussing matters in our security bureau's hideout, so we should be there. Hearing this, Meng Xueming simply ignored her and asked Chen Li directly, What is the current output of your greenhouse? How much can you sell monthly? Chen Li thought for a moment, then replied, My hydroponic plantation area is 100 square meters. I am currently growing pak choi. I can harvest every 18 days about 600 kilograms at a time, so I will probably get at least 1,000 kilograms per month. When these words were spoken, the three of them were shocked again. Such a high output? Meng Xueming's eyes widened. This is perfect. I want them all. Chen Li did not immediately agree, but frowned and thought. He did not exaggerate this output, and even said that it was too small. Even if he only kept 50 kilograms a month for food, he could produce at least about 1,200 kilograms. If they could be used to exchange for supplies, that would be fine. As the shelter expands in the later stages, more cement, steel, and rebar will be needed. Replacing them with vegetables can save a lot of trouble. Then Chen Li nodded in agreement. When Meng Shuiming saw that Chen Li agreed, his face lit up and he said happily, "Okay, then I need 1,000 kilograms of vegetables every month. I will also exchange them for steel and cement, just like the Security Bureau." "No problem," Chen Li said. At this moment, Fang Yue interrupted them and said with a smile, "Meng Shuiming, do you really want to be like us? Do you know what our exchange rate is? Your Security Bureau must have raised the percentage by a lot." Meng Shuiming raised his eyebrows and then said to Chen Li, "Brother, don't worry. My percentage is definitely lower than the Security Bureau." Puffing. Fang Yue laughed loudly and repeated what Chen Li said earlier. 5 kilograms of fresh vegetables can be exchanged for 1 bag of cement, and 10 kilograms of fresh vegetables can be exchanged for 1 steel bar. When Meng Shuiming heard this, his face suddenly darkened. "How can it be so low? You must be lying to me." Seeing that the two were about to start arguing, Lin Yixue quickly interrupted them. "It was only because Chen Li helped us create the heat pump that the first transaction was so low." Meng Shuiming breathed a sigh of relief. If he had exchanged at such a low rate, he would have been beaten to death upon his return. Now his family's steel mill has been requisitioned. Apart from asking for a geothermal heat pump, this time he came mainly to negotiate with the State Security Bureau to supply vegetables on behalf of his superiors. It turned out that the local Security Bureau didn't know how to grow vegetables either. In fact, before coming here, he had already visited all the shelters he knew, including the Municipal Security Bureau. But even though they ordered something, the dishes they ordered were not enough for their own family. So how could they have anything left? He originally planned to return empty-handed this time, but heard from Lin Yixu that Chen Li could offer vegetables in exchange. After all, Lin Yixu is a member of the Security Bureau, so Meng Shuiming is not afraid that she will lie to him. So I decided to believe it. Ahem. Meng Shuiming coughed awkwardly twice. "Well, actually, this is a matter that I can't completely resolve on my own. I need to go back and discuss it with my superiors." "Upstairs?" Chen Li looked confused. Meng Shuiming waved his hand. "Yes, my family's steel factory has been requisitioned. Now we have to produce not only steel but also all other building materials. Now I'm just a customer." Chen Li frowned slightly and asked, "Making these things is noisy, right? Won't it attract those creatures?" Of course, Meng Shuiming nodded. "That's why we try to make the products during safe times so that the production volumes don't get too high. Plus, we're in the suburbs where there are far fewer dark creatures than in the city. Plus, there are self-defense units stationed there so we can still continue production." From then on, Chen Li believed that the social order had completely collapsed and that even more serious situations would arise in the future. But I believe that only steel factories need people guarding them to keep them running. After all, cement, steel bars, etc. are essential materials for building any shelter. If, as Meng Shuiming said, he is now making purchases on behalf of his superiors, then it should still be safe. If so, is this a long-term order? Chen Li asked. Meng Shuiming nodded and said, "Yes, it is a long-term order. The steel mill is currently focusing on production materials. Food is still in short supply." "Okay, then I have no problem." Chen Li nodded. Meng Shuiming laughed, then took out his phone and said, "Then let's add each other as friends in the survivor community. I'll text you when I get back, and we'll discuss it." Now even the old green software doesn't work anymore. I still have over 100 beautiful girls on my account. What a pity. As he spoke, he revealed his friend code. After Chen Li took out his phone and added him as a friend, Meng Shuiming said, "Now that we have settled everything, I will leave first. Time is almost up, and I don't want to be chased by a pack of dark creatures on the way." Then everyone bid him farewell. Chen Li watched the monstrously large truck gradually move away and then prepared to drive back. But Lin Yixue stopped him. "Chen Li, what are you going to do next?" Hearing this, Chen Li looked confused. "What next?" He scratched his hair and continued, "Next, we will plant vegetables and then continue to expand the shelter. Right?" Lin Yixue seemed to hesitate, but finally said, "Actually, I want to ask you, do you want to leave here?" Leave? Chen Li was completely confused. Lin Yixue nodded. "Yes, my father works at the National Science Institute. He is currently in the Institute's special shelter. He told me recently that a monster wave is heading towards S-City. I'm afraid that Anyang City will also be affected. If you want to leave, you can come with us to the research department's hideout." "Is a monster wave coming?" Chen Li frowned. Of course he wouldn't leave. After all, the hideout was his route. If he left, he would lose everything. Moreover, the dungeon of his hideout had been reinforced again, so there shouldn't be any problems. However, Chen Li felt some comfort after receiving such care from others during these days of Judgment Day. "Thank you for your kindness, but I have no intention of leaving." Chen Li still shook his head and rejected Lin Yixu. "Well, in fact, the monster tide will not necessarily reach S-City. Anyway, if you want to leave with us, you can come anytime." Lin Yixue was not too surprised by Chen Li's refusal. Somehow, she became curious about Chen Li. First, they created a geothermal heat pump. Then they invented hydroponic cultivation. It seems they know everything. And his own strength is not small. Why hasn't she heard of such a person before? While Lin Yixu was daydreaming, Chen Li had already gotten into the truck, started the engine, and drove towards the shelter. Chen Li naturally had no idea what Lin Yixu was thinking. But even if he knew, he wouldn't care. After all, his current goal was to build a shelter. Just a day later, Meng Xueming sent a message. The first proposal was not about the exchange rate, but whether Chen Li was willing to go to their shelter. Of course, Chen Li refused. Meng Xueming explained that his superiors had asked him this question, and he had no choice. Then the exchange rate was sent. About 100 kilograms of fresh vegetables could be exchanged for 5 bags of cement, and 20 kilograms of fresh vegetables could be exchanged for 1 steel rod. A similar relationship applies to other building materials, including sand, gravel, steel, and glass. Overall, this ratio was exactly the same as what Lin Yixue and the others had proposed at the beginning. But Chen Li still adhered to the principle of bargaining whenever possible and discussed the price with Meng Xueming. As a result, Meng Xueming had no choice but to declare that he would go and talk to his superiors again. During this period, Chen Li began to think about his next move. The greenhouse upgrade was complete, so the next thing that definitely needed to be upgraded was the weapon cabinet. Although the shelter is now fortified, the beast invasion is no small matter. Having a powerful weapon can also increase your confidence. After upgrading the weapon cabinet, it is time to upgrade the medical station and storage room. It goes without saying that the medical room needs to be prioritized. As for why the storage room came in second, it's because the amount of stuff in the shelter is increasing, and it's time to build a storage room and store supplies by category. Just like now, the vegetables were all piled up in the corner. Xiao Hei pecked at him from time to time, causing the cabbages piled on the surface to become lumpy. After making a plan for future modernization, Chen Li entered the greenhouse and walked towards the red fruit tree. With the help of the black soil, the dwarf trees became more productive, and now there are many green fruits hanging on the trees. Soon we will be able to harvest. When Chen Li thought about the taste of this red fruit, his mouth began to water. I don't know what kind of mutation this dwarf tree has, but it can really produce such delicious fruit. Speaking of fruit, Chen Li recently discovered that a group of baboons had escaped from the reserve. As a result, I saw that there was one less fruit tree, and an extra hole appeared on the ground. They gathered in front of the hole in a daze. Another day passed, and Meng Xueming finally sent a message. But the bad news is that the higher-ups insist on this exchange ratio. Chen Li licked his lips. Seeing that bargaining was not an option, he wanted to agree directly. Suddenly, Meng Xueming said, "Brother, I'm sorry I didn't tell you the price. What do you say? I'll give you some modified parts for the truck you're looking at." Meng Xueming also values his reputation. He had previously promised to exchange the goods at a lower price than the Security Bureau had offered, but now he had agreed to the same price. It was like slapping himself in the face. Chen Li, who was about to send the typed words, smirked, deleted them, typed OK again, and sent the message. He didn't expect Meng Shueming to be so straightforward. It would be great to get a bunch of modified auto parts for free. Then they agreed that Meng Shueming would deliver the materials for the geothermal heat pumps the next day, about 6 units. The next day, Meng Shueming came. In addition to his monster truck, there was also a van with 2 people inside. Judging by their clothes, they must be law enforcement officers. Getting out of the car, Meng Shueming craned his neck and looked out into the yard. "Can't we just go in and take a look?" Chen Li shook his head. "Not now." Meng Shueming shrugged, then shouted to the 2 guards with a determined look. "Brother Liu, Brother Zhao, please help me lift it." The 2 team members nodded and opened the carriage. The geothermal heat pump is not small in size, so the weight of the materials is naturally not small. But both team members took a pile of materials and carried them out into the courtyard. Although both looked visibly exhausted, Meng Shueming smacked his tongue. "Brother, let's lift it together. This thing is very heavy. Even though I ate the meat of a mutant beast, I don't understand why my strength hasn't increased much." Turning around, he saw that Chen Li had already entered the carriage. He then jumped down, holding a pile of materials in his hands. "Holy shit!" Meng Shueming hurried to the carriage and looked inside. Only half of the materials were left. "Brother, you are too fierce." Chen Li smiled faintly. "It's okay. It's not too heavy." He wasn't bragging. Now that his strength had reached 20 points, moving this thing was definitely not difficult for him. At this moment, 2 guards also walked out of the courtyard, and their eyes widened when they saw Chen Li. There weren't many people with such great strength in the defense team, and these are all famous people. The materials for the geothermal heat pump were quickly delivered. Meng Shueming slapped his forehead and said, "I was so busy being surprised that I almost forgot about your desk." Chen Li raised his eyebrows. He actually saw a desk in the carriage just now. There were some tools, files, hammers, nail pullers, vices, hand drills, and other tools, as well as a small welding machine lying next to him. Then Meng Shueming pulled out the table and other items with difficulty and said breathlessly, "That's it. I'll send you the parts for the modified car the next time I go to buy vegetables." Chen Li nodded without saying anything else. After most of the things were moved, Meng Shueming mysteriously pulled him closer and whispered, "Brother, why did you choose to build a shelter here?" Chen Li didn't understand the meaning of this sentence. Meng Shueming explained, "I heard from the defense team that they set up a safe city as a Grade A mutation zone." A Grade A mutation zone? Yes, isn't this city next to the protected area? There are a lot of mutants there, especially that tree that is hundreds of meters tall. The defense team said that it is very dangerous and alive. The city area has only just now been classified as a B+ mutation zone, and that's because there are too many dark beasts in the city area. Otherwise, it wouldn't have reached that level. In short, brother, if you want to leave here, our shelter is always happy to welcome talents like you. If you want to stay here, then don't go to the city." After hearing this, Chen Li nodded and agreed. "There are indeed many mutants in the city, but you are a little late in reminding me. I have already searched almost the entire city." Meng Shueming was stunned, and then gave a thumbs up. "Brother, great. With your skills, you can do well in the defense team." Meng Shueming finally shook his head, sighed, bid farewell to Chen Li, and drove away. After the 2 cars left, Chen Li turned around and looked toward the guarded area. The tall tree had grown much taller, and he could see its crown even when he was standing outside the courtyard. A-level mutation zone. Chen Li muttered something under his breath, and then carried the things from the courtyard into the shelter. After moving everything to the shelter, Chen Li did not rush to spend survival points on assembling a geothermal heat pump, but instead began to improve the weapon cabinet. Simple iron weapon cabinet upgrade. Option 1. Improve the cabinet design, increase its capacity, add weapon maintenance and modification functions. Upgrade requires 500 survival points. Upgrade Option 2. Improve the cabinet design, increase the cabinet capacity, add a module. To craft a workbench, obtain existing weapon crafting plans, and upgrade the required 800 survival points upgrade materials found nearby. Survival points required for Plan 1 reduced to 200, and for Plan 2 reduced to 300. If both upgrade materials are available, the survival points required for upgrade are reduced to 250. Thanks to the workbench parts sent by Manga, the amount of survival points required to upgrade the weapon cabinet has naturally been greatly reduced. If you add the survival points accumulated over the past few days, it was just enough to improve, and there were still 39 survival points left. Therefore, Chen Li did not hesitate and immediately decided to upgrade both plans. After the green lines of the updated grid disappeared, the iron cabinet, which was originally used to store various items and had a rusty surface, was transformed into a silver-white vertical double-door cabinet, almost 2 meters high and 1 meter wide, which looks very technological. Chen Li pulled the handle of the cabinet door and opened it. Rows of hooks and horizontal boards appeared inside. The knives were neatly hung on the hooks. The black pistol lay quietly on the horizontal boards, and the compound crossbow lay at the very bottom. The entire cabinet looked very neat. He also found that Miao Dao, which was originally stained with blood and dirt, was now in a brand new condition. The same was true for the other weapons. Even the machete, which was used the most and had many scratches on its surface, was the same as the day it was upgraded. This freed him from having to worry about the weapon. Chen Li then closed the cabinet and looked at the workbench next to him. This workbench had also undergone significant changes. It has become the size of a large table and is now filled with various tools, which are obviously more than before the update. There is a full set of tools, so there will be no problem using them to process items. Chen Li pulled out a chair and sat in front of the workbench. The system then immediately transmitted the relevant information. In essence, when Chen Li uses the workbench to manually knead the dough, the system automatically adjusts the parameters of the finished product based on his skill level and technique, as well as the current class of the workbench. The upper and lower limits of the adjusted finished product will not exceed or fall below the current class of the workbench. At the same time, the system also imprinted the production drawings of all weapons in the current gun cabinet into its memory. Chen Li had previously thought that he would be given the design drawing directly, but he did not expect that it would immediately be imprinted in his mind. But this also has great advantages. That is to say, Chen Li immediately mastered certain mechanical manufacturing skills and was no longer a novice like before. If a person who knows nothing about gun making suddenly learns to make guns, then he must not only have knowledge of firearms manufacturing, but also have some understanding of basic knowledge such as material handling and mechanical assembly. Let's take a very simple example. If a primary school student who has learned only 4 arithmetic operations suddenly starts studying higher mathematics, does this mean that he will only know limits, calculus, etc. from higher mathematics? This is definitely not the case. How can one study higher mathematics without basic mathematical knowledge? This is an irrefutable law of nature. The same can be said about Chen Li now. Realizing this, he opened the data panel and looked at the column of his abilities. As expected, an additional item called Primary Mechanical Production appeared. He then closed the data panel and focused his attention on the desktop, and suddenly several lines of text appeared on it. Normal Workbench Improvement Plan 1. Improve the workbench by 1 level. Add an auxiliary robotic arm, a control platform with a microcontroller, and a power storage function. Required survival points. 3,000 upgrade. Option 2. Upgrade the workbench by 1 level. Add a chemical production module, data monitoring platform, and energy storage function. Survival points required. 3,500. The survival points required to upgrade the workbench are terrifying. This is only the second upgrade. If it is the third, it may require around 10,000 survival points. But if you think about it, having a workbench is equivalent to saving survival points in disguise. Moreover, when Chen Li thought about it carefully, he came to the conclusion that the most important function of the workbench is probably adjustment. If it were before, He would still have to spend survival points to have the system adjust the items after manually processing them. But the workbench can help him make changes for free. Of course, there is also the question of class here. If the item level is too high and the quality of the workbench is too low. For example, if Chen Li wants to rub the cold fusion on Iron Man's chest with his hands, then based on the current workbench, he will only be able to rub the energy-saving lamp. Finally, let's talk about the production and conversion functions. These two functions do not mean that the system will be able to automatically complete the conversion after you provide the materials. Instead, you need to process materials, manufacture products, and transform them yourself at the workbench, and then the system will evaluate them. Of course, the system does not force you to do this yourself. You can also spend some survival points to skip these processes. After carefully considering all the necessary information, Chen Li stood up and brought some iron plates and steel. These iron plates were taken off by him when he was searching for supplies in Anyang City. Such scrap metal is easy to find, but things like steel rods and cement cannot be obtained through dismantling. When these things are disassembled, not only do they become large and heavy, but the system does not recognize them as materials needed for upgrading. Otherwise, he might just sacrifice Lao Wang's house next door, or even all the houses in Anyang City, to improve his own shelter. This is also the main reason why Chen Li is willing to trade these items with Meng Zhuaming and the Security Bureau, using fresh vegetables as a substitute. Chen Li then prepared to make a new machete. Although Chen Li had the plans for the compound crossbow and pistol in his head, he was not sure whether he could make them. Therefore, he planned to practice with a simple weapon like a knife first. As for the compound crossbow and pistol, it would not be too late to master them once he gained experience. However, when he picked up the cutting machine, he found that it did not work. Finally, I followed the wires at the tail of the cutting machine and found that it was connected to the workbench. I just needed to charge the workbench. Chen Li connected the workbench to the battery, and the tools on the table made a sound, indicating that the power was on. The power consumption of the workbench is noticeably high. After all, cutting machines, welding machines, arc welders, and other tools consume a lot of power. When Chen Li picked up the cutting machine and was about to start processing the steel, he suddenly stopped. I forgot my glasses. However, after searching the entire shelter, only one pair of transparent glasses was found. This type of goggles is great for diving or protecting against wind and sand, but it is completely useless for protecting against bright light. Chen Li had no choice but to spend 8 survival points to improve the light-blocking function of the goggles. Although it is still transparent, it can weaken the strong light. Then Chen Li put on protective glasses and began to cut the iron plates and steel. Then use an arc welder to heat these two items. It is worth noting that the material of this workbench is very durable. Even if it is hit by a cutting machine or an arc welding machine, there will be no damage. Then, under the continuous blows of Chen Li's 20 power points, the iron plate and steel gradually merged, and the external manifestation began to take the form of a machete. Everyone knows that it takes 3 steps to put an elephant into a refrigerator. But turning a few pieces of iron and steel into a machete requires more than 3 steps: melting, forging, tempering, shaping, polishing. The shelter became stuffy due to the high heat emanating from the arc welding. Chen Li had to turn on the forced ventilation and lower the temperature of the geothermal heat pump, which made it a little cooler. After melting iron and steel scraps and shaping them into a machete, Chen Li took out a grinding machine and began sharpening the blade. Xiaohei was very curious when he first saw these things, and he kept flying around Chen Li. Forward, forward, forward. Chen Li was afraid that this guy was too curious and would come to peck him, so he stopped the car in his hand and drove Xiaohei away. Xiaohei screamed twice, fell on the cot, and looked at Chen Li with his head bowed. Seeing that Xiaohei had stopped causing trouble, Chen Li continued working. After spending a long time, Chen Li finally sharpened the blade. Then he took a piece of wood and began to polish it to make a handle. By evening, Chen Li had finally finished making the handle and blade. As he was connecting the 2 parts, a system signal sounded. The machete is complete and is being evaluated. The evaluation will be completed in about 3 seconds. When Chen Li looked at the machete in his hand, he found that it had undergone some obvious changes. When it was first made, and this was the first time it was made, there were problems with the fusion of scrap iron and steel. Even the blade was bent, and there were several cracks on the edge. However, as the evaluation was completed, the curved blade of the machete slowly straightened out, and the gap gradually disappeared. "This!" Chen Li couldn't help but exclaim. Only now did he realize how perverted this so-called adjustment was. Simply put, if the items Chen Li made match the grade of the workbench, then his success rate will be 100%. If you upgrade the workbench, safely making nuclear bombs and mechanisms by hand will no longer be a dream. Chen Li took a few deep breaths and calmed down. He then took a piece of wood and prepared to test the power of this new machete. This piece of wood is the mutated roots of a tree that I cut down in the city when I was heating the stove. The roots of these trees are extremely strong and almost impossible to cut with ordinary knives. But when Chen Li lifted the machete and chopped it, the tree roots broke with a sound. Judging from the feel, this homemade machete is as sharp as the upgraded one. If we use the upgrade counter, the current workbench can adjust items with an upgrade counter of 1 or less. This calculation may not be accurate enough. Perhaps the workbench can be reconfigured twice or less. But regardless, with this workbench, Chen Li can craft items on his own without wasting precious survival points. After gaining experience in manufacturing, Chen Li used the remaining weapons to try out the modification function. As for what exactly to transform, he was a little hesitant. Since there aren't many materials left, I need to think carefully about it. He opened the gun cabinet and examined them one by one. It seemed that the knife could not be modified in any way. As for the rifle, the only thing that came to mind was adding a scope. As for the compound crossbow, how about modifying the arrows? Chen Li looked at the black crossbow arrows and suddenly remembered a superhero movie he once watched. There was an agent named Hawkeye who was a master of bow and arrow, and his arrows were equipped with many black technologies. Add in the magnifying arrows, slime arrows, bomb arrows, etc. Of course, the first thing Chen Li thought of was the electric arrow, also called the paralysis arrow. It generated an electric current when it hit, instantly paralyzing a person. While this arrow looks very sci-fi, it actually has a basis. Simply put, a voltage current amplifier is used to convert a voltage signal into a current signal and then amplify it. In fact, this technology is not uncommon and is not even considered high-tech. In fact, this problem is especially relevant in the field of industrial control and data acquisition. Even the most common PLC systems or relay protection devices encounter it. In simple terms, it is using a current source circuit to convert a voltage signal into a current source output signal. So, with all of this said, how do we get the parts? Chen Li said, "Go and disassemble the transformer." This thing is on the transformer. But it was already 11 o'clock at night, so Chen Li had to give up and wait until tomorrow to go and disassemble the transformer. But Chen Li did not stop and continued to operate the trigger on the boom. When an external force is applied to the boom, it is pushed downwards, connecting a voltage signal, generating current through the voltage current amplifier, and releasing a short-term high-voltage electrical current. While this thing sounds simple in theory, if you want to make it the size of an arrow, you'll have to master some technology. Luckily, Chen Li has a system you can rely on. First, he took 10 arrows. Then he took all the tips off them, and finally he opened his phone to find pictures of Hawkeye's electric arrows. Finally, he took the cutting machine and started cutting the steel. After making the general appearance, Chen Li connected 4 large batteries in parallel and then divided the arrowhead into 2 sections of the pressing type. At this stage, the appearance of the arrow is almost complete. Chen Li pressed the arrow, but no current appeared. This brings us to the function of transforming the workplace. The biggest difference from manufacturing is that the system will determine whether the modification of the object meets the modification standards. For example, you want to turn a pen into a pen gun that can shoot rods. You can't just attach a bullet to the pen and call it a gun. Instead, It should have the most basic shooting function. Chen Li's electric arrow should realize the most basic function of generating high voltage current. Then the system will make adjustments to the estimates. Time passed quickly, and it was already early morning. Get a gun cabinet and workbench. Rubbing a lithography machine by hand is no longer a dream. And get 50 survival points. Personal shelter evaluation in progress. Received 30 survival points today. All evaluations for today are complete. Received a total of 80 survival points. 119 survival points remaining. The appearance of the weapon cabinet and workbench also increased the shelter's rating by 1 point. Chen Li nodded and was about to pack up and go to bed, but suddenly the system message sounded again. Survival days reached the milestone. 50 days, 100 survival points obtained. Have you survived in the shelter for 50 days? Chen Li took a deep breath and recalled the events of the past 50 days and couldn't help but feel a little nervous. But it also filled him with hope. Today, the orphanage is thriving, and there are changes every day. One day, he will be able to build an underground kingdom. The next morning, Chen Li cooked himself a meal of Chinese cabbage and mutant rat meat for the day. He then sat down at the workbench and began modifying the tips of 10 arrows. After modifying about 4 arrows, it was finally safe time. He thought about it and attached the machete to his belt. After all, the transformer was right behind the shelter, not far away, so there was no need to bring too much equipment. After leaving the shelter, Chen Li looked around. After the last battle in the reserve, there seemed to be fewer dark creatures there. There used to be many large footprints around the shelter, but now they can rarely be seen. But Chen Li didn't think that the dark creatures were retreating. On the contrary, he felt that a storm was approaching. But there is no point in thinking so much now. Let's make an electric arrow first. Transformers are not uncommon. One of them sits on a cement pillar near Chen Li's old house. The power supply to the grid has been off for a long time, so there is no need to worry about electric shock when dismantling the transformer. Following the principle that great power can do miracles, Chen Li brought a ladder, climbed up, and pulled out the entire transformer. Then he carried the entire transformer panel back to the shelter. Chen Li placed the transformer on the workbench, took out his tools, and began to work on the transformer. Finally, he managed to turn it into a pile of parts. Finally, he pulled out a small rectangular black box from the pile of parts. It was a voltage current amplifier. However, this thing is almost the size of a palm, and it seems that it will not fit into an arrow the thickness of a thumb. There was no other way. Chen Li could only ask the system for help. At the workstation, Chen Li can spend some survival points to let the system help with processing. For example, spend 2 survival points to let the system process a piece of steel plate into a spring. You can also spend 10 survival points to shrink the system's voltage and current amplifier to the thickness of your thumb. When he had collected all the parts, a system prompt sounded. The transformation of the electric shock arrow is complete, undergoing evaluation. Then the 4 batteries hanging on the arrow slowly shrank and completely merged with the tip. The entire electric arrow became almost the same as in the movie. Could this thing really emit an electric current that could paralyze people? Chen Li was immediately confused. Rubbing his hands, he slowly pressed his finger onto the arrow. With a click, the arrowhead was pressed, and suddenly an electric current erupted. He felt every muscle in his body tense up, and then he fell straight to the ground. It took about half a minute before I finally came to my senses. If it had been used on a normal person, it would probably have paralyzed him for about a minute, but it wouldn't have killed him. Chen Li then turned the remaining 9 arrows into electric arrows, spending a total of 100 survival points. It is worth noting that he also made a charging port on the arrow to make it easier to reuse. I tried it and found that it was actually rechargeable, so I wouldn't have to worry about the battery running out. Then he looked at the time, walked over to the geothermal heat pump, and started trying to assemble it himself. But he didn't have any relevant drawing and relied entirely on experience. In the end, he had to spend 60 survival points to install 6 geothermal heat pumps. At this time, Meng Shuiming came to the shelter. He seemed to be worried about something and did not talk much to Chen Li. After greeting him, He left, taking the geothermal heat pump with him. Chen Li did not ask any more questions. He looked at his watch and saw that it was still early, so he prepared to go in search of a mutant beast to test the effects of the electric arrow. He had eaten rat meat a few times recently, so he decided to improve his diet and bring back a whole mutant boar to eat. These mutant boars have a very high reproductive capacity. Apart from mutant rats, these animals are the most common in the city. Chen Li first flew a drone to fly around the city. After confirming that there was no serious danger, he put on his gear and headed towards the city. While passing through the habitat of red-headed baboons, he noticed that the baboon's fur had become more luxuriant and had turned into tufts. They had apparently evolved anew due to environmental factors. Hunting mutant boars does not require going too far into the city, so after entering the city about 800 meters, Chen Li turned on his hunting perception and looked for boar tracks on the ground. However, most of the tracks were from rats, and no other animals were found. Luckily, the hunter had an excellent sense of smell. 5 minutes later, he finally found the boar's tracks on the ground. Following them, he came to a raw food store. The roller door of the raw food store was closed, but there was a large hole in it. Judging by its size, it was probably made by a boar. But the strange thing was that at the entrance to the cave, not only the hoofprints of a wild boar were found, but also the tracks of some kind of dog-like creature, and one of the tracks was half missing, and there were traces of blood on it. However, even so, the footprints were much larger than those of a normal mutant dog, and most importantly, there was only one pair of footprints. Dogs walked on all fours, so how could there only be one pair of footprints? Was it a werewolf? Was he injured? Chen Li was instantly wary. As he slowly walked away from the raw food store, a bold idea suddenly came to his mind. This werewolf is not dead, but wounded. Can I take this opportunity to kill this werewolf? Once this thought came to his mind, he could not get rid of it. Chen Li walked around the raw food store, leaned against the wall, grabbed the roller shutter with one hand, and pulled it up sharply. The hinge of the roller door had been damaged for a long time, so it naturally couldn't be rolled up. Instead, it was squeezed hard. The raw food store is small, and its end is visible right away. However, the entire shop was just a large pool of dried blood, and there was not a single living thing. Gone! Chen Li frowned slightly. But at the door of the shop, there were only werewolf footprints pointing inward, but no footprints pointing outward. Listening to his senses, he found a faint trace of a werewolf in a large pool of blood, leading to a small wooden door in the corner of the store. The wooden door was slightly open, and it was completely dark inside. Chen Li walked out of the raw food store and walked around to take a look around. In the end, it turned out that the store had no back door, so the werewolf was probably hiding behind that wooden door. But charging head-on was obviously an act of seeking death. Chen Li looked around and suddenly came up with a way out. A fire attack. He found some flammable materials around him, tied them together, lit them with a lighter, and carefully threw them toward the wooden door. The fireball hit the wooden door and slowly ignited the surrounding objects. Chen Li was not afraid of causing a big fire. First of all, the roots of this huge tree are everywhere. If the tree is really alive, it will definitely not allow the fire to spread. Secondly, it is the end of the world anyway, so I may as well have some fun. As the smoke rose, a terrifying wolf howl came from behind the wooden door. Chen Li took a deep breath and quickly ran to hide. Amidst the howling of a wolf, a terrifying figure jumped out from the wooden door. It was a wolf-like creature, nearly 2 meters tall, walking upright. However, it was obvious that this werewolf was not just slightly injured, but seriously injured. The wolf had 3 vicious claw marks on its right muzzle, which had left its right eye completely blind. There was also a chunk of flesh missing from its waist, as if it had been bitten off by some creature. Half of its left foot was also missing. But despite his severe injuries, the werewolf remained as ferocious as ever, radiating an inexplicable aura of oppression. I saw his throat continuously roaring like a car engine, revealing sharp teeth, and his one eye, full of bloodthirsty madness, staring at the entrance to the raw food store. Chen Li hid among the tree roots and weeds, hid at a distance, and watched through the 4x scope of his compound crossbow, his entire body tensed. Although this werewolf was seriously injured, its ferocity was fully revealed, and it was more aggressive than usual. But this is also an opportunity to destroy this werewolf once and for all. After receiving such a serious injury, the werewolf's strength will definitely be greatly reduced. Chen Li's eyes were puzzled. While he was hesitating whether to act, the direction of the wind suddenly changed. He was originally hiding on the leeward side, but the wind direction changed and he ended up on the windward side. Chen Li personally experienced how sensitive the werewolf's sense of smell was. Sure enough, the werewolf's nose suddenly twitched several times, as if he had smelled a familiar scent. The single eye actually showed a very human emotion, and then looked towards Chen Li as if to say, "So it's you." Chen Li's eyes widened, feeling that something was wrong. This werewolf has some intelligence. The moment he lost consciousness, the werewolf moved. He quickly lowered his front paws, turned into a black shadow, and darted into the surrounding lush vegetation. With the help of cover, he disappeared from Chen Li's sight. Run away? No, he was still here. Chen Li didn't wonder why the werewolf was so smart. Instead, he quickly activated his hunting perception, hung the crossbow back on his backpack, and pulled out the machete from his belt. In this situation, when the enemy is in the dark and we are in the light, using a compound crossbow would be equivalent to anti-revival. As for the Miaodao, it is also not very suitable. If the werewolf suddenly approaches you, the Miaodao's advantage in length will not work. The fire in the raw food store spread quickly, and at this time there was thick smoke and a strong fire. The roots of the surrounding trees seemed to sense something was wrong and began to slowly gather towards the raw food store. In order not to get entangled in the tree roots, Chen Li quickly ran outside. Just when the tree roots blocked his line of sight, a dark shadow rushed towards him. Chen Li snorted coldly and rolled on the ground, dodging Lao Lu's werewolf attack. If he hadn't shown his hunter's instinct, he would have probably lost his life. He did not linger in the fight, but quickly climbed over the tree roots surrounding him and ran out of the raw food store. The werewolf did not dare to stay inside and stepped on the tree roots to get out. But Chen Li, who ran out first, did not give him a single chance. He quickly grabbed the crossbow and shot at the werewolf. The werewolf in the air was still affected by gravity and did not appear in the fantastic scene of flipping in the air. However, although the arrow successfully hit the werewolf's left shoulder, the terrifying strength of his muscles was stuck. Only the tip of the arrow entered the body completely, without causing fatal damage. But Chen Li used electric arrows. As the electric current ran through his body, the werewolf let out a scream and fell to the ground, twitching continuously. The electric arrow that could paralyze Chen Li for half a minute only paralyzed the werewolf for less than 10 seconds. 10 seconds was too short, even for him to run up and finish off the enemy. Chen Li took a breath of cold air. He still underestimated the werewolf's strength. But now is not the time to regret or run away. Having been through many battles, he knows very well. The more dangerous the situation, the more determined you must overcome it. If you show cowardice, it will be the moment of death. The werewolf stood up, gritted his teeth, pulled out the electric arrow from his left shoulder, tore it into 3 pieces, and howled at Chen Li. You can see that he is very angry. No matter what kind of creature it is, it will become inexplicably furious if it is shocked by something. The werewolf's originally dark eyes suddenly turned red and his body began to rapidly swell. His already extremely thick limbs became even larger, and this time the werewolf no longer looked like an upright wolf, but was in his true werewolf form. He suddenly tensed his legs and jumped up to a distance of nearly 20 meters, rushing into the air towards Chen Li. Damn. Chen Li couldn't help but curse in his mind. Although he knew from fighting the dark beasts several times, these dark beasts all had unique abilities. But he never imagined that this werewolf would have such a perverted ability that allowed him to improve his physical form several times in an instant. Facing the extremely ferocious attack of the werewolf, Chen Li was only able to avoid the attack by using a roll. After that, he didn't even have a chance to fight back and could only dodge. After the werewolf tore his bulletproof vest with one claw, revealing the steel plate inside, Chen Li immediately roared, "Exchange for 5 agility points. Exchange 5 agility points, subtract 50 survival points, and the remaining 9 survival points." But just as he finished speaking, the werewolf crashed into Chen Li and sent him flying into the barber shop on the street. Ouch! The werewolf's single red eye was full of animalistic fury, and it no longer had the same wisdom as before. Then he dropped to all fours and rushed straight into the smoke-filled barber shop. However, Chen Li was not inside. The next second, the werewolf's nose twitched again, and he smelled the fresh scent of blood. Outside the barber shop, Chen Li spat out blood. It was the first time since the apocalypse that he had suffered such a serious injury. But he also knew that the werewolf's madness would not last long, so he simply had to buy himself time. Once the madness subsided, he would have a chance to strike back. Ouch! Another wolf howl was heard. Chen Liqiang, overcoming the pain in his body, ran into the depths of the city. And at his heels was the enraged werewolf. The man and the wolf chased each other to the old banyan tree in the city, causing snow to fly in all directions. The werewolf suddenly stopped, as if thinking about something. But when he saw Chen Li's back and remembered the numbness he had just felt from the electric shock, his anger made him lose his mind again. Chen Li also ran towards the old banyan tree. Remembering the strange scene he had seen before, he couldn't help but hesitate. But the werewolf was chasing him from behind, so he didn't pay attention to it and rushed straight towards the old banyan tree. He then used his hands and feet to climb up the old banyan tree, sat down next to the tree ball, turned around, quickly grabbed the compound crossbow, aimed at the werewolf below, and fired the crossbow. The werewolf, who was trying to climb up, was shot in the shoulder again. Suddenly, a strong electric shock paralyzed him again, and he fell from the tree. But this time, the paralysis lasted only 5 seconds, and the werewolf regained his mobility. He howled angrily and tried to climb again. Chen Li continued loading the crossbow and shot at the top of the werewolf's head, but the werewolf dodged the arrow by turning sideways. As a result, the man and the wolf were in a stalemate. When the werewolf tried to climb a tree, Chen Li shot an arrow at it. Once Chen Li stopped shooting arrows, the werewolf would rush forward. It was a competition to see who could hold out longer. But it was already 1:40 p.m., and the safety time was ending in 20 minutes. By then, we might have to deal with more than just werewolves and dark creatures. The situation for Chen Li was extremely critical. Could this werewolf's madness really last that long? Chen Li picked up the compound crossbow and fired again. It was his 30th arrow. At this moment, the berserk werewolf seemed to be unable to tell whether the arrow Chen Li fired was electric or not. As soon as he saw the arrow flying towards him, he immediately twisted to avoid it. In fact, when Chen Li had just discovered this phenomenon, he had removed the only 3 remaining electric arrows and replaced them with normal arrows. During this time, he even shot the werewolf twice with a pistol. Although he hit the werewolf, it did not cause much harm. Finally, the safe time ended. At the same time, the werewolf's madness also disappeared. This was the second time that Chen Li was blocked outside the shelter. The first time was when we stole the giant eagle egg. I saw the white light above the sky gradually disappear, like a candle flame slowly dying out, and gradually darkness surrounded it. It became completely dark again. Chen Li quickly turned on the flashlight on his head and shone it on the werewolf. The moment the werewolf felt the bright light of the flashlight, he quickly raised his hand to cover it. Chen Li quickly pulled out his gun and shot the werewolf twice, but the werewolf deflected all the bullets with his hands and did not kill him. Seeing this, he simply gritted his teeth, raised the machete high with both hands, jumped down from the tree, and stabbed it straight into the werewolf's head. If he had jumped from a height of 6 to 7 meters, even with Chen Li's current physical condition, he would have suffered serious injuries. But he had no intention of performing anti-revival. Instead, he was preparing to use the advantage of height to kill the werewolf in one fell swoop, and then use the shock absorption of its body to land safely. Although this operation seems a bit exaggerated, it is still within the capabilities of Chen Li, who has 17 agility points. But this approach obviously carries certain risks. Although the werewolf was indeed much weaker than before, the beast's natural keen senses allowed it to tilt its head to avoid blows to vital points. However, Chen Li cut off its left shoulder. In great pain, the werewolf slashed with all his might at Chen Li's chest with the only remaining claw of his right hand. The steel plate of his bulletproof vest took a direct hit and was dented, almost breaking through. Even though the inner jacket was made of worm skin, which softened the force of the blow from such a close range still caused him to spit out blood again, flying backwards and hitting an old banyan tree. Although Chen Li was seriously injured, the werewolf was already on the verge of death. He was already seriously injured, and now one of his arms was cut off and blood was gushing out. The werewolf was lying on the ground and was clearly breathing faster than he exhaled. "You little wolf cub, you will die." Chen Li continued to even out his breathing. "I am avenging Lao Wang." Being well versed in surgical medicine, he clearly understood the severity of his current injuries. But the injuries were not so serious that he could not walk. He then stood up, took out Meow Dao from his backpack, walked towards the werewolf, looked down at him, then shook his head and lifted Meow Dao up with the blade of his hand, ready to kill him. But the werewolf stared at Chen Li with his one eye and uttered some strange syllables. The Meow Dao that had pierced the werewolf's head suddenly stopped. Chen Li looked at the dark beast in front of him in surprise, which continued to make strange sounds. Although he didn't know what exactly the werewolf was saying, he knew that these syllables were not ones that an ordinary dark beast could utter. Chen Li quickly memorized a few words and then forcefully lowered his hands. The werewolf is dying, but the crisis has not yet been resolved, and countless dark creatures like werewolves are still waiting in the darkness for an opportunity to strike. Returning back to the shelter was probably impossible, so I could only find a place to hide nearby. As for the arrows lying on the ground and the machete that had fallen to an unknown place, he had no intention of picking them up. He would wait until he had rested for a few days before raising them. After looking in the general direction, Chen Li ran towards Zhengnan. But as soon as he ran outside the old banyan tree, a huge black shadow appeared in front of him. The saber-toothed tiger that I had last seen through the drone. Immediately after killing the wolf, a tiger appeared. Chen Li called it bad luck. In his current state, he would have a hard time dealing with even a mutated wild dog, let alone a saber-toothed tiger. He carefully watched the saber-toothed tiger's movements, stepping aside. But the saber-toothed tiger did not allow the human flesh to escape from its mouth. It let out a deafening tiger roar and chased after Chen Li. There was no escape. Although Chen Li had 17 agility points, it was still not enough to fight this saber-toothed tiger. He had just run more than 10 meters when a huge force threw him aside, and he hit an old banyan tree hard. Even with the protection of the worm skin, the impact caused his body to shake, and he vomited blood again. The saber-toothed tiger was stalking its prey under a tree and was about to feast on it, but was thrown back by a white shadow. Chen Li looked at it in horror and discovered that it was a white tiger. Although the white tiger had several terrible wounds on its body, its regal aura did not weaken as it coldly looked at the saber-toothed tiger. The saber-toothed tiger also felt threatened and looked warily at the white tiger in front of it, which was as big as itself. As the saying goes, when two tigers fight, one of them will die. Chen Li didn't care about anything anymore. While the two monsters were still fighting each other, he quickly stood up and ran in the opposite direction. He did not know in which direction he was running, but when he saw a residential building, he rushed inside and ran into an open room on the first floor. After locking the door behind him, he could not bear it any longer and fainted on the sofa. When Chen Li woke up again, he found himself lying on the ground, with a large red blanket embroidered with roses underneath him. There was a faint light all around. Turning around, I saw several candles burning. Although he was unconscious, he still clearly remembered that he had fallen in a residential building, not an underground parking lot. Chen Li slowly got up from the ground and found that all his equipment was gone. Even the bulletproof vest he was wearing was gone. But fortunately, my clothes and pants were still there. He then found that the wounds on his arms and legs were simply treated and bandaged with not very clean gauze. Did someone save you? Chen Li thought it was a little absurd. It's the end of the world. Is there anyone who can save me? He suddenly reached for his belt, and sure enough, his gun was gone. Chen Li frowned slightly. I was brought here, and my wounds were treated. This person shouldn't have done anything bad to me. Otherwise, there would be no need to waste resources to save him. At this moment, there was a noise from the left. Chen Li took a candle and walked in the direction of the sound. Passing a dusty luxury car, I saw a group of people sitting around a fire. At first glance, there were 20 or 30 people. But what surprised Chen Li even more was that among this group of people, he saw 2 children and 6 elderly people around 60 years old. You know, on the day of judgment, the most likely to die are the elderly and helpless children. Although this is a little cruel, it is an undeniable fact. This group of people also noticed Chen Li and immediately fell silent, staring at him. Was there a hint of hope in his eyes? Chen Li didn't understand why these people were looking at him like that. Just when I was about to ask where this place was, a dusty girl in a black down jacket stood up and said happily, "You're awake." Chen Li nodded and asked, "Where is this place?" "Why am I here?" The young girl immediately explained, "This is the underground parking lot of the Anyang community. We found you unconscious yesterday when we were looking for supplies, so we saved you." Yesterday? Chen Li was shocked. Had he been unconscious all day? But if you think about it, the injuries he sustained back then weren't minor. If he hadn't improved his physical fitness beforehand, he wouldn't have been unconscious for a day. Well, at that moment, you looked like you were dead. There were me and my brother. Before the young girl could say anything, the man interrupted her. "Okay, sister, let me tell you." The man looked to be no more than 26 or 27 years old. Despite his thick clothes, his flat shoulders and figure showed that he was a martial artist. Zhao Zhijie stood out from the crowd, walked up to Chen Li and said, "Comrade from the Security Bureau, I am Zhao Zhijie from the Anyang City Fire Brigade." Security Bureau? Chen Li frowned. He finally understood why this group of men, women, young and old, were looking at him like that. It turned out that he thought he was a member of the Security Bureau. In modern society, people have developed a natural tendency to be defensive. Especially in peacetime, the Security Bureau is often synonymous with security. But he is not from the Security Bureau. I am not from the Security Bureau. Chen Li shook his head and denied his identity. Zhao Zhijie was stunned. "But you are clearly wearing a bulletproof vest from the Security Bureau." After saying this, he finally understood what was going on. This is the end of the world, so taking these things from the Security Bureau does not seem like a big deal. Although Zhao Zhijie reacted quickly, the others were not so calm. "What? You're not from the Security Bureau? Impossible, you must be from the Security Bureau. You have to save us. Please get us out of here. He's not from the Security Bureau. Why did you save him? It's a waste of food. Uncle, aren't you from the Security Bureau?" Suddenly, everyone started to worry. Some even stood up and rushed to grab Chen Li to ask him for clarification. Chen Li looked at this group of extremely excited people and suddenly understood. I have been in a misunderstanding before. Survivorship bias. At the beginning, he was provided with shelter, electricity, and APP connection for survivors. Later, he met with security officials, doctors, and others, which led to misunderstandings. That is, everyone is like them. They have shelter from monsters, food and drink, and even the courage to go hunting mutant rats. Those who find themselves in a worse situation can take refuge in official shelters and find protection. But how many of these people are actually among the 10 billion inhabitants of the Earth? Sib Peosentu? Chen Li believed that the number would not exceed this value or even be less. In fact, most survivors are like this group of people, hiding in unsafe places, without electricity, without food, living in fear all day long, not daring to leave the shelter, and perhaps not even knowing important information about safe time. Okay, stop talking, Xiao Zhiji shouted sternly. Do you want the monsters outside to hear the noise and come running? When everyone heard the word monster, they immediately fell silent and did not dare to say another word. Seeing that everyone was silent, he took a deep breath, calmed down, and said to Chen Li, "What are you going to do next?" Chen Li glanced at him, and then turned his gaze to a young man with a troublesome appearance in the crowd. "Take my things and get out of here." Hearing that Chen Li wanted to get his things back, the young man quickly clenched the gun in his hand, clearly not intending to give it up. Hearing that Chen Li wanted to leave, Zhao Zhijie frowned and advised, "Brother, there are man-eating monsters there. It is very dangerous to go out. Why don't you stay here? There is strength in numbers. Let's work together to survive and wait for the country to be saved." Chen Li still shook his head and refused, and once again expressed his desire to get his things back. Zhao Zhijie looked at Chen Li and finally sighed softly, saying, "Okay, little sister, give this brother's things to him." The young girl said, "Oh," ran a distance away and brought Miao Dao, a backpack, and a compound crossbow. Chen Li checked the things and found that they were all intact and nothing was missing. A gun! He indifferently addressed the young man standing behind Zhao Zhijie. Zhao Zhijie also frowned, turned around, and said to the young man, "Wu Xingkai, give the gun back to the others." The young man named Wu Xingkai stood up, pointed the gun at him and said with disdain, "Zhao Zhijie, what the hell are you? I told you yesterday to just strip this guy naked, but you insisted on saving him. Now that this person isn't from the Security Bureau and has wasted our supplies, he wants to just leave? You can leave, but leave the gun. You..." Zhao Zhijie's face suddenly twisted with anger. "Do you want to imitate the killers from Zhenxi Supermarket?" Wu Xingkai immediately got angry, cursed, and shouted, "What's wrong with learning from them? This is the end of the world. Look at these losers you saved. The old people and children are okay, but the rest are like damn eggs. They just expect us to find them food every day, and I won't give it to them." As he spoke, he pointed his pistol at the crowd around him. The old man and the child sat motionless, but the group of young men and women were so frightened that they quickly stood up and hid. Apparently, his words had touched Zhao Zhijie to the quick. He couldn't object for a second. Finally, he sighed and said, "First, return the gun to the other person. We'll discuss the rest of the matters later." "No!" Wu Xingkai cursed. Chen Li didn't answer and finally sighed quietly. He probably understood this from the conversation between the two men. Zhao Zhijie is a real good girl. He never loses hope and always believes that the country will come and save them. Wu Xingkai, on the other hand, has lost hope and fully foresaw the end of the world. He knows that no one will come to save him, so he just gives up. These two types of people have their own way of life, and Chen Li can't control them. But now that his gun was taken away, he couldn't just sit there and do nothing. Then he wanted to go over and grab the gun himself. But Zhao Zhijie immediately stopped him and said, "Brother, don't be so impulsive. Wu Xingkai ate the meat of a mutant beast and became an evolved human. Now he has your gun. Why don't you just forget about it?" Evolved humans? Chen Li was stunned when he heard this somewhat childish term. "Yes," Zhao Zhijie nodded. "We once hunted a mutant rat for food and found that some people became incredibly strong after eating its meat, but some did not react at all. Now, Wu Xingkai is the strongest among us." Wu Xingkai on the other side heard this, snorted coldly, and said loudly, "Zhao Zhijie, you are not worthy of being a leader. The end of the world has come, and the law of the jungle prevails. Keeping these old, weak, and sick people alive is a waste of food. Whoever is willing to follow me, I will make sure that they have enough food and drink." As soon as these words were spoken, a group of men and women who had been hiding far away hurriedly ran up to Wu Xingkai and began to praise him. From the very beginning, I noticed that Angkor had leadership qualities. How can this loser, Zhao Zijie, compare to our Angkor Wu? Angkor Wu is an evolved human. That's right, that's right. Maybe in the future, Wu Ge will awaken the supernatural powers described in the novels. Brother Wu, I'll warm your bed tonight. Amidst all the compliments, Wu Xinkai's fighting spirit became even stronger. In an instant, the group of people in the underground parking lot split into 3 camps. Wu Xinkai on the left, a few old people and children sitting motionless in the middle, Zhao Zhijie with his sister, and Chen Li on the right. Wu Xinkai, now that disaster is imminent, do you want to sow discord? Zhao Zhijie gritted his teeth, his voice full of anger. Wu Xinkai snorted coldly. I'm not trying to split the country. I'm trying to maintain the majority. You. Chen Li looked at the 2 sides that were at an impasse and shook his head slightly. This was his internal matter and had nothing to do with him. He was not some saint who believed in the Day of Judgment, and he did not care about such matters. He simply wanted to get his weapon back. So, he walked towards Wu Xinkai. Zhao Zhijie wanted to stop Chen Li, but he did not expect that Chen Li would drag him a few steps as if he was pulling a train. He opened his eyes wide, unable to believe what was happening. Wu Xinkai saw Chen Li approaching and laughed. Do you want to follow me? Give me the gun. This is the last time I say this. Generally speaking, Chen Li doesn't want to kill people on his own, but if the other party is stubborn, he doesn't mind killing the other party directly. Do you want a gun? Wu Xinkai pointed the gun at Chen Li. Kneel down and beg me. Chen Li looked at him coldly, without saying a word. When everyone thought he would kneel down and beg for mercy, he suddenly grinned and said, You made a mistake. What happened? Wu Xinkai froze for a moment. But the next second, he felt the hand holding the gun suddenly lose consciousness, and then a sharp pain made him scream. Your hand holding the gun was too close to me. After receiving the gun back, Chen Li ignored Wu Xinkai and did not look at the frightened looks of the dozens of people around him. He first checked the gun and found that there were still 10 bullets left in it, plus the 4 he had used earlier, just the right amount. Moreover, the gun's structure was not damaged and remained intact. He then slowly put the gun back into the holster on his waist, and then casually raised his hand just in time to grab Wu Xinkai's left hand that was stabbing with the knife. With a click, the dagger fell to the ground, breaking his wrist. Wu Xinkai screamed, lowering his hands and trying to get away from Chen Li. His eyes were full of fear, as if he had seen a dark beast. The group of men and women behind him were also scared, screaming and running in different directions. Chen Li glanced at Wu Xinkai, who had completely lost his fighting spirit and was too lazy to do anything. So he ignored the group of people. He looked at the time on his watch, turned around and said to Zhao Zhijie, The safe time has passed. I will leave tomorrow. A look of fear flashed in Zhao Zhijie's eyes. Judging from his movements, even without a weapon, Chen Li would have no problem killing everyone present with his bare hands. Even a cultivated person like Wu Xinkai is no different from an ordinary person in front of Chen Li. But he was a fire brigade member after all, and his psychological qualities were far superior to ordinary people. He tried to calm down and then said, Okay, but it's dangerous to go out now. You can leave tomorrow morning. Chen Li nodded, then took the candle and his things and headed into the depths of the parking lot. Even if he were sitting by the fire, no one would dare to say anything. But being here, he would come into contact with this group of people and get involved in a struggle for leadership. This may be a slight exaggeration, but in fact such things happen almost every day, both on the Last Judgment and in peacetime. For example, in a company, when a person shows his or her strong side, even if he or she has clearly stated that he or she will not interfere, others will still have ideas. This is human nature. Therefore, it was undoubtedly completely contrary to Chen Li's original intention, so he decided to go further. He sat down with his back against the support column in the parking lot and attached the candle to himself. Then he muttered something to himself, opened the system, and began to read the magazine. Use the workbench to transform the electric arrow and get 30 survival points. After a fierce battle, you finally killed the werewolf, but you heard strange sounds coming from its mouth. They may contain some secrets related to this creature. Get 200 survival points. First kill the elite dark beast and the werewolf berserker to get the exoskeleton armor blueprint personal shelter assessment in progress. Earned 60 survival points in 2 days. All assessments completed. Earned a total of 290 survival points and currently have 299 survival points remaining. System directly merged the original 2-day log into 1 day, saving Chen Li from having to read more than 10 lines of text. The 200 survival points reward surprised Chen Li greatly. He didn't expect the system to reward him with so many survival points just by hearing the strange syllables from the werewolf's mouth. It seemed like it was really important information, but there was no way to decipher its meaning yet. Then came 3 words: elite level. These 3 words explain it very well. In fact, there is a hierarchy among the dark beasts. The dark beast that Chen Li killed earlier did not even have a level, so naturally its strength was far inferior to that of the werewolf. Although it is unknown whether the elite level of the dark beasts is high or low, all of them are difficult for Chen Li to deal with. When fighting the werewolf, he had the advantage of time, place, and people, so he was able to kill it even at the cost of receiving serious injuries. If you encounter a fully healthy werewolf, I'm afraid even 10 Chen Lis wouldn't be enough to kill it. But even such a monster has caused such serious damage to the nature reserve. How strong are the native mutant beasts in the reserve and this white tiger? Chen Li could only subconsciously tell himself not to enter the guarded area. After talking about the level of the dark beast, the last thing that surprised Chen Li the most was, although there were no bonus abilities this time, I got something more practical than just an ability: the blueprint of the exoskeleton armor. When Chen Li saw these words, he seemed to see something familiar, and the memories associated with them gradually surfaced in his mind. The appearance of this exoskeleton armor is very similar to the sci-fi movie Elysium that he had seen before. Hydraulic mechanical skeletons are mainly used to support the spine, hip joints, and limbs. When a force is applied, the hydraulic pressure in the mechanical skeleton helps the human body to withstand the load. In general, the human body itself bears only 30% of the load, and the remaining 70% is carried exclusively by the mechanical skeleton. Chen Li is confident that by wearing this exoskeleton, he can easily kill a werewolf. And this exoskeleton armor set that the system rewards has one of the biggest features. That is, a small robotic arm extends from the spine of the exoskeleton, which can help the user perform some simple tasks such as welding, disassembling, etc. In terms of overall craftsmanship, this exoskeleton armor does not look like a normal weapon armor, but rather like a civilian armor for the future world, used by workers and mechanics. However, in the modern world, in addition to practicality, its lethality is naturally also significant. As for the materials used to make this suit of armor, they are actually not complicated. Most of them are steel parts, but the most important are the chips and various circuits. Some chips even need to be reprogrammed. But fortunately, Chen Li used to be a programmer, and programming was his specialty. As for the steel materials, I had already arranged a meeting with Meng Xueming to deliver them the next time the vegetables were harvested. But the microchips and electronic circuits were more problematic. Although he could go out and dismantle various electrical appliances to obtain these items, it was usually very troublesome and took too much time. Therefore, Chen Li decided to ask Meng Xueming if he had these things. If he did, it would be much more convenient. After all, who among men doesn't like armor? Now he wants to return to the shelter and start making it. While Chen Li was still thinking about his next plan, Zhao Zhijie's younger sister, Zhao Xiaomei, walked up to him with a bowl in her hand. "Well, my brother asked me to get it for you," Zhao Xiaomei said timidly. Chen Li's determined and ruthless gaze had frightened her just now. Now she was no longer as fluent as at the beginning and stuttered a little. "Thank you." Chen Li stood up and took the cup. Seeing that it was half filled with some kind of paste-like substance, he smiled and thanked her. I must say that no matter whether it is a man or a woman, when they see a beautiful woman or a handsome man, they cannot help but take another look. This is exactly what happened to Zhao Xiaomei. Seeing that Chen Li no longer looked as terrifying as before, and that he looked quite handsome from the outside, she hesitated for a moment before asking, "My name is Zhao Xiaomei. What is your name?" "Chen Li." Chen Li looked at her. "Is there something wrong?" Zhao Xiaomei exclaimed, "Ah!" and then quickly waved her hands and said, "It's okay. It's okay." As soon as she finished speaking, several roosters crowed in the parking lot. Chen Li immediately became wary, put down the bowl he was holding, quickly picked up Miao Dao, and coldly looked into the darkness. In such an environment, even a mouse, let alone a chicken, would only be a mutant man-eating mouse. Although Chen Li looked like he was facing a formidable enemy, Zhao Xiaomei, who was standing next to him, quickly waved her hands. No, it wasn't a mutant beast outside. Chen Li frowned, not understanding what she meant. Zhao Xiaomei quickly explained, "These are the chickens that Aunt Shu raises. They are not aggressive." "Chickens?" Chen Li was stunned. "Take me to see them." Nowadays, even pigs can mutate, so chickens certainly won't escape the effects of mutations. But how should humans raise them? This filled him with curiosity. Zhao Xiaomei hesitated for a moment, but finally agreed with Chen Li and led him to the direction where the rooster's crow came from. As Chen Li passed by the fire, he saw Wu Xingkai screaming in pain and cursing under his breath, sweat dripping down his forehead, while Zhao Zhijie tended to his wounds. Of course, in this shelter with meager supplies, his hands could not be well cared for. Zhao Zhijie could only use the first aid knowledge he learned in the fire brigade to immobilize his arm with a tree. When a group of people saw Chen Li returning, they were shocked, thinking that he was going to do something again. Zhao Zhijie also quickly stood up and asked. Zhao Xiaomei quickly explained. "Brother Chen said that he wanted to see the chickens that Aunt Shu raised. Do you see the chicken?" Although Zhao Zhijie's expression did not change much, he was very worried in his heart. After all, nowadays, a chicken that lays eggs is more valuable than gold. But it was not good to refuse, so he had to answer, "Okay, then I will take my brothers to see, and you, Xiaomei, stay here." Then he took Chen Li to the other side of the parking lot. After walking about 20 meters, they saw a weak fire in front of them and a circle surrounded by wooden planks. A grey-haired old man stood next to it and scattered food. Hearing the noise, the old man turned around and shouted, "Zhijie? Hey, Auntie Shu, this friend wants to see the chickens you raise." Zhao Zhijie quickly replied, "Oh, look at the chickens." Auntie Shu nodded. Chen Li walked into the chicken coop and lit a candle. In the dim light of the candle, 2 heroic roosters emerged, followed by several hens. Unlike ordinary chickens, these chickens have extremely vivid patterns on their bodies. If it didn't have the detailed features of a chicken, Chen Li would probably mistake it for a peacock. Overall, judging from appearance alone, the main feature of these chickens is that they are very beautiful. Apart from this, Chen Li did not find any other signs of mutation in these chickens. "Do these chickens attack people?" Chen Li asked Zhao Zhijie. "No, I have been raising these chickens since they were little. They do not bite us and lay eggs for us every day." When Aunt Shu heard that someone suspected that her chickens would attack people, she quickly denied it. Laying eggs every day, Chen Li nodded. He had an idea to raise chickens in his own coop. Now that the shelter has a greenhouse, the problem of vegetable sources has been solved. But the source of meat still depends entirely on hunting. But after all, the Xia people by nature like to do animal husbandry and farming, and they do not like to go out hunting every day. Therefore, Chen Li had long planned to engage in breeding. But the mutant beasts outside are much more ferocious than each other. Taming it is undoubtedly a difficult task. But now these chickens have given him hope. "I want 2 chickens, is that okay?" Chen Li Chong asked the other 2. "No," Aunt Shu quickly shouted. Zhao Zhijie quickly stood in front of Aunt Shu and said to Chen Li, "Brother Chen, these chickens belong to Aunt Shu. Dozens of people in this shelter depend on these chickens. If you take them away, what will happen to the old people and children?" Seeing that the 2 looked like they were facing a formidable enemy, Chen Li explained, "I'm not trying to rob you. I can trade you some things." Trade?" Zhao Zhijie was stunned. Chen Li nodded. Food, clothes, medicine, weapons, generators, diesel fuel, etc. are all fine. I only need a rooster and a hen. This is... Zhao Zhijie hesitated when he heard this. Are you really willing to trade these things with us? Well, if you agree to this deal, I can bring you supplies tomorrow. When Zhao Zhijie heard this, he also had some ideas about trading, but he still asked, "How much are you willing to trade with us?" Chen Li frowned slightly and thought about it. Even if he directly grabbed these chickens now, Zhao Zhijie and the others would be helpless. But he still had a good impression of Zhao Zhijie. Being able to save so many people at the Last Judgment, including the elderly and children. If Chen Li came, he could definitely guarantee that he would 100% not be able to do it. It is very likely that you will abandon those who are a burden to you. Besides, Zhao Zhijie saved him and brought him back to the orphanage, treated some of his injuries, and even shared food with him. I am afraid that most people are not able to do even these few things. Therefore, Chen Li actually sincerely wanted to help Zhao Zhijie. After thinking for a while, he said, "I can give you 50 kilograms of vegetables, 4 knives, some clothes, medicine, 10 cans of meat, and 10 packs of pressed cookies." Using these things to exchange for 2 chickens is not really a loss for either Chen Li or Zhao Zhijie. Chen Li can get 2 chickens, a male and a female, and try to breed and raise them. For Zhao Zhijie and the others, losing these 2 chickens would not matter at all, since there were still 4 left in the coop. However, being able to obtain that much food would undoubtedly greatly improve the current situation. Zhao Zhiji took a deep breath and said, "I agree, but these chickens still belong to Auntie Shu." Before he finished speaking, Auntie Shu sighed and said, "Switch, at least it will help you share some of the pressure." Just now, Auntie Shu also thought that Chen Li was going to rob him. After all, the scene where Chen Li broke Wu Xingkai's arms also scared her. Aunt Shu Zhao Zhijie couldn't help but feel touched when he heard this. "Okay, I'll bring you the necessary things when I come back tomorrow." Chen Li nodded and then asked, "Are these chickens fed with regular feed? Or do they need something special?" "They used to eat the same things as chickens, but I once saw them peck and eat a big rat," Aunt Shu explained. Chen Li frowned slightly, thinking that these chickens were still aggressive after all. They could even kill mutant rats. But overall, it was still quite mild. At least they don't actively attack people. Then he began to ask Aunt Shu about some issues that needed attention in breeding. Aunt Shu also explained it to him in detail. It can be seen that Aunt Shu is quite knowledgeable about breeding. Chen Li felt a little sorry. If his shelter had all the amenities now, he would like to ask Aunt Shu to come back and raise chickens for him. They spent a long time asking and answering questions and discussing all the breeding methods they could think of. After Chen Li solemnly thanked Aunt Shu, he returned to the support column. Chen Li lay down on the large red blanket that Zhao Xiaomei had just brought him and opened the data panel. Although he can now talk and walk, his internal organs are still somewhat damaged. There was a dull ache all the time. If it weren't for his 12-point constitution, which made him stronger than an ordinary person, he would probably be lying on the ground and unable to move. Exchange for 8 points of constitution. To prevent accidents, Chen Li spent 80 survival points and increased his physical fitness to 20 points. Exchange 8 points for constitution, subtract 80 points for survival. Now 219 points for survival remained. As a warm current passed through Chen Li's body, he felt the pain in his body instantly eased significantly, and his skin seemed to turn white. He sat up from the ground and lightly scratched Miao Dao's fingers, but there were no wounds left. He slowly increased his strength, but only left a white mark on his finger. In this regard, he roughly knew the limits of his defense. Now, even if an ordinary person swung a sword with all their strength, they would only be able to cut a small hole in the skin. If someone is a little weaker, they won't even be able to penetrate their defense. Of course, if it is a so-called evolved human, it can still cause some harm to him. In addition to his defensive ability, his body's recovery ability has also improved greatly. In order to test his recovery ability, Chen Li cut his finger with a Miao Dao. After about 5 or 6 drops, the blood in the wound had already coagulated. Although it was not as exaggerated as Wolverine, he estimated that his wound would only heal in about 5 days. You should know that for a normal person, it would take at least 10 to 20 days for a wound like this to fully heal. As for the damage to the body organs, it does not continue to worsen and gradually recovers. Recovery of the body often requires a lot of energy, so after a while, Chen Li felt drowsy and fell asleep on the blanket. He slept so soundly that he didn't even notice the system's announcement. It was only in the early morning that he was awakened by a loud noise. I looked at the time. It was 6 a.m. Chen Li frowned and looked towards Zhao Zhijie and the others. Did he hear the sounds of a fight? He put on his gear and ran quickly. As a result, all we saw was Zhao Zhijie knocking Wu Xingkai to the ground and punching him twice, causing his mouth to bleed. But no one stepped forward to stop the fight. Chen Li walked up to Zhao Xiaomei and asked. Zhao Xiaomei said with red eyes, Wu Xingkai, that brute, actually let Xiaodan's grandmother leave the shelter. Chen Li raised his eyebrows. No wonder Zhao Zhijie was so angry. Wu Xingkai's face was covered in blood from the beating, and he mumbled, Damn it, I didn't let that old woman leave. She wanted to leave on her own. In response, Zhao Zhijie gave him a powerful blow, followed by a roar. If you don't constantly say that others are wasting food, will they leave? Ah, this is all because of you. Next to him stood a child of about 7 or 8 years old, who also burst into tears and said, Grandma said that she would go and find us food, and not burden us. She asked me to tell Uncle Zhijie not to worry about her, and to take care of Xiaodan for Grandma's sake. Hearing this, Zhao Zhijie became even more angry and slapped Wu Xingkai's face twice, causing him to faint. Zhao Xiaomei went to hug him and cried, asking, Brother, what should we do? It's dangerous for Grandma Xiaodan to go out alone. Zhao Zhijie's face flushed with anger as he looked at the group of young men and women hiding in the distance. But none of the people dared to look him in the eye. Xiaomei, I sigh. Zhao Zhijie sighed heavily. Although he was weak, he was not a fool. It was not safe yet. If you went out, you would die. Zhao Zhijie and his sister picked up the child to comfort him. However, several old men with haggard faces immediately stood up and angrily exclaimed, Zhijie, stay here. Let's go find Grandma Xiaodan. After all, we all carried guns before. Why should we be afraid of those beasts outside? Zhao Zhijie quickly stood up and held the old men back. Grandpa Xing, stop talking. Please sit down. The old men sat down again helplessly and couldn't help but sigh deeply. Chen Li, who was standing at the side, couldn't help but touch his nose. I must say, he really admires this group of people. As for this group of young people, we can't say that they were wrong. We can only say that no one is willing to risk their life for others for nothing. Only a person like Zhao Zhijie would be willing to do this. However, at this moment, Chen Li could only be a spectator and could do nothing. It all depends on Zhao Zhijie himself. As for why he didn't call Lin Yixue from the Security Bureau to explain the situation, Chen Li could only sigh helplessly. There are many such survivors in Anyang City now. If the Security Bureau had the ability, they would have saved them long ago. But it is obvious that the Security Bureau is in a difficult situation now and can hardly save itself, so where will it get the energy to save others? Now everyone can only prioritize self-defense. Although it is cruel, this is the reality. Chen Li shook his head, returned to the previous support, and began to rest with his eyes closed. Soon it was 10 o'clock, and the safe time had arrived. Zhao Zhijie also gathered everyone and said loudly, Wu Xingkai made a mistake, so he will be kicked out of our shelter. From today onwards, everyone under 50 will be going with us to search for supplies. If you don't want to go, then leave our shelter. As soon as these words were spoken, the group of young men and women immediately began to make noise. One of them, a middle-aged man with a greasy bald head, said, Zhao Zhijie, you are from the fire brigade. You should protect us. Why should we, ordinary people, risk our lives to go out and find supplies? Hearing this, Zhao Zhijie gritted his teeth, walked up to the man and said coldly, Even 75-year-old Grandma Xiaodan dared to come out. How can you, a young man in his early 30s, be so scared? After saying this, he grabbed the middle-aged man by the collar and lifted him up. If you don't want to, then get out. Chen Li, who was standing at the back of the crowd, saw this scene and nodded secretly. Then, led by Zhao Jijie, everyone headed towards the entrance of the parking lot. After raising the roller shutters, a group of people reluctantly walked out of the underground parking lot. When they reached the street, Zhao Jijie pushed Wu Xingkai away and told him to get out. Wu Xingkai looked like a stray dog, his eyes full of malice, swaying and looking into the distance. Chen Li arranged a meeting with Zhao Jijie in which he promised to bring something in 2 hours in exchange for the mutant chicken. After Chen Li left, Zhao Jijie looked coldly at the group of young men and women whose legs were shaking, as if he had become a different person. Anyang village is located in the eastern part of Anyang city, so on the way back you will have to pass by an old banyan tree. Chen Li was able to pick up the arrows and the machete. When he arrived at the old banyan tree, Chen Li found that the surrounding buildings and vegetation were completely unrecognizable, as if they had been bombed by artillery shells. This shows how fierce the battle between the saber-toothed tiger and the white tiger was that night. As for the old banyan tree, it still stands upright without any changes. Chen Li picked up all the arrows that fell under the tree and remained intact, and he found his machete in the grass nearby. Just as I was about to leave, I saw a man staggering out from the east. It was Wu Xingkai. Judging from his direction, he was heading west from the city. Chen Li shook his head, took out a compound crossbow from his backpack, loaded an arrow into it, and aimed at him with a 4x scope. With a whoosh, Wu Xingkai finally fell to the ground. The moment Chen Li opened the door of his hideout, a black shadow rushed out and rubbed Chen Li's shoulder hard. For Xiao He, it was as if he had disappeared for 3 days. It was an indelible nightmare for the young Xiao He. Chen Li looked at the eaten rat meat in the iron basin and was a little scared. If he had been killed by a werewolf, Xiao He would have starved to death in the shelter. But fortunately, he did not die. Chen Li put the mutant rat he had caught into the iron basin. Xiao He immediately ran over to the meat happily and ate it with pleasure. He then took off all his clothes, boiled some hot water, wiped his body thoroughly, and then took out the first aid kit and treated the wound again with saline solution and bandages. Although his ability to recover has increased significantly, Chen Li is still concerned about the possibility of infection. If you encounter the same spores as before, it will still be a little dangerous. It took about 40 minutes in total, after which he began using the woven bags to pack vegetables, clothes, medicine, etc. After filling about 3 bags, he weighed them and prepared to leave. When Xiao He saw that Chen Li was about to leave again, he quickly flew over and blocked the door. Chen Li had to spend some more time calming him down, and in the end, he carried 3 bags of things to the hideout where Zhao Jijie was. When he returned to the underground parking garage door, Zhao Jijie and his group were just rushing out. But their numbers had been reduced by several units, and several of them were injured. However, Zhao Jijie still had 2 mutant rat corpses in his hands. Seeing Chen Li and what he was holding in his hand, he expressed a slight surprise. In fact, he still had some doubts about whether Chen Li would bring this thing back in exchange. They nodded without saying another word and entered the underground parking lot, accompanied by a group of people. Zhao Jijie ignored these people and took Chen Li with him to find Aunt Shu, who was feeding the chickens. Such a large amount of supplies would be a great temptation to others. So when Zhao Jijie was counting the things, he took Chen Li to the farthest part of the parking lot. After counting the supplies, he handed over 2 chickens, a male and a female, to Chen Li. After receiving the chicken, Chen Li thought about it and decided to inform Zhao Jijie of the location of the security bureau. He originally planned to send them to the steel mill where Meng Xueming was, but he found that he didn't know its exact location. And even if they did, I'm afraid Zhao Jijie and the others wouldn't be able to get there in time. After all, there are old people and children there, and the transportation is inconvenient. There is no guarantee that there will not be an accident on the road that will destroy the entire army. Zhao Jijie also expressed his sincere gratitude for this information. Chen Li then headed towards the exit of the parking lot. As he passed by the fire, he heard the young men discussing what he had brought with him, or wondering if he would kill Zhao Zhijie and become the master of this shelter. Back at the shelter, Chen Li did not plan to raise chickens there, but instead planned to renovate the basement. He chopped some wood with a knife, wove it into a fence with thin ropes, and then built a fence around the gate of the shelter. There is not enough space in the shelter now, and there is no place to grow them, so for the time being they can only be kept in the basement. To provide a certain level of security, Chen Li moved another steel plate and spent 2 survival points to have the system install the steel plate at the entrance to the basement as a door panel. After doing all this, Chen Li discovered that the system had identified the basement as a breeding farm. Simple breeding farm improvement plan. 1. Increase breeding area. Add feeders and waterers. Add storage and manure collection and disposal facilities. Add ventilation system. Reduce the incidence of bird disease by 10%. Upgrade requires 400 survival points. Upgrade Plan 2. Increase breeding area. Add feeders and waterers. Add sterilization lamps. Add 3 additional pens. Increase bird output by 10%. Upgrade requires 450 survival points upgrade materials found nearby. Survival points required for Plan 1 reduced to 200. Survival points required for Plan 2 reduced to 200. If both upgrade materials are found, the survival points required for the upgrade are reduced to 200. He looked at his survival points, which were quite enough, so he decided to upgrade the 2 options. But the system gave a hint before upgrading. Select the location of the farm. This surprised Chen Li a little. He thought that this construction method did not allow him to choose the location. Then he built the farm next to the greenhouse. The enhanced green light engulfed the cement, steel, and other materials outside the shelter, as well as the chicken coop itself, and turned into a huge ball of light that landed next to the greenhouse. 10 seconds later, an iron door appeared on the wall. Chen Li entered the shelter and opened the door of the farm. Although it is called a breeding farm, it is actually small, only 50 square meters. The room was divided into 3 circles by cement. In front of each circle there was a feeder and a waterer, and at the back there was a waterer for bird droppings, which was apparently connected to a dry toilet. The first circle contains 2 mutant chickens. When they find themselves in a new environment, the male and female suddenly start crowing wildly, flying, and even pecking at each other. Chen Li quickly climbed into the circle and prepared to separate the 2 chickens. As a result, Xiao Hei, hearing the roosters crow, immediately flew inside. His scream scared the 2 chickens so much that they froze and ran trembling into a corner. Desire flashed in Xiao Hei's dark eyes, and he wanted to fly and catch the 2 chickens. Fortunately, Chen Li was quick-witted and grabbed his leg. Chen Li pinched Xiao Hei and said viciously, "If you dare to eat them, I will roast you." As if sensing that he was not joking, Xiao Hei nodded as if he understood. Chen Li then let go of Xiao Hei. Seeing that he no longer wanted to eat the 2 chickens, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. If Xiao Hei, this gourmet, had actually eaten his chicken, he would probably have been heartbroken. Chen Li then looked at the germicidal lamp hanging on the ceiling and tried to turn it on. A purple light suddenly appeared, completely illuminating the entire room. Chen Li didn't feel any discomfort standing there, so he felt relieved. He then turned off the germicidal lamp, filled the feeder and waterer, and then closed the door and went out. He took out his mobile phone and sent a message to Meng Shueming, asking if he had any electronic circuits or chips. Unexpectedly, Meng Shueming said that he had many high-tech goods, some of which were even damaged by the darkness, and all of them could be given to Chen Li. Having arranged for the delivery of vegetables during the next harvest, there was a long wait. Finally, after some time, the hydroponic cabbage in the greenhouse finally ripened. The next day, after notifying Meng Shueming by phone, he arrived at Chen Li's hideout on time, accompanied by 2 guards. When the group unloaded the materials from the truck, Chen Li found that Meng Shueming was the same as last time, with a gloomy expression, and he looked like he was worried about something. He couldn't help but ask, "What's bothering you?" Meng Shueming hesitated for a moment and said, "Alas, It is still about the monster tide. The people above said that this monster tide is quite strong, but it seems that S-City is not their target. However, the scale is too large, and S-City and the surrounding areas will suffer. The steel plant is currently considering evacuation. Evacuate? Chen Li paused, somewhat incredulous. The steel plant, which had just resumed operations after management sent in a large number of workers and resources, was actually considering evacuation. So how big is this monster tidal wave? Yes, Meng Shuiming nodded, but we're still just considering this option. We don't know yet whether we should evacuate. But if the monster flood passes through City S, we'll definitely have to abandon the steel mill and evacuate. Hearing this, Chen Li frowned. While he was thinking, Meng Shuiming added, "Now, many people in the city's shelters are preparing to evacuate City S en masse to avoid the beasts. Evacuate? The safe time is only 4 hours a day. Where can they evacuate?" "I'm afraid it's more dangerous to go out," Chen Li couldn't help but say. Meng Shuiming sighed. "But in the end, staying here means dying, so let's go and play. If you want to go too, find me at the steel mill in the western suburbs of S-City. We can evacuate together with the defense team." "No, thank you." Chen Li shook his head and refused. "Oh, okay." Meng Shuiming couldn't take his eyes off Chen Li a few more times. Soon, thanks to Chen Li's terrifying strength, all the things were quickly moved, and 600 kilograms of vegetables were loaded into the truck. According to Meng Shuiming, until they confirmed their evacuation, the order would remain in effect. After Meng Shuiming left, Chen Li moved all the materials back to the shelter. He is ready to start making the exoskeleton armor. Since Chen Li already had the corresponding design in his head, he spent a whole day designing the overall structure of the exoskeleton armor, including the electronic circuit. However, the material of this exoskeleton armor is made of alloy, and the regular steel used by Chen Li, although it can also be used, is much less durable. But considering that the current workbench can't produce alloys, Chen Li spent 80 survival points to let the system process the steel material into alloy. After solving the material problem, the next step is one of the most important components, the hydraulic transmission device. Hydraulics are widely used. Hydraulic transmissions are used in excavators, truck cranes, elevators, etc. For Chen Li, who has the relevant knowledge, the production is also very simple, mainly needing to process the parts. There was no other way. Chen Li could only spend another 20 survival points and let the system help him process them. The next step was to connect the hydraulic device and the exoskeleton. After working until late at night, Chen Li finally connected these two facts. Suddenly, an exoskeleton appeared before his eyes. However, the armor is not yet fully ready, since the auxiliary arms extending from the spine have not yet been manufactured. This thing is even more complex than the structure of the exoskeleton itself, and it also needs to be controlled by a chip. After a busy day, Chen Li was tired and fell asleep on his bed. The next day, after a good night's sleep, he hurried back to work. There are too many small parts in the mechanical arm, so Chen Li can only continue to spend 100 survival points to have the system process all the parts and then start assembling them. After spending a whole morning, he finally made a mechanical arm. This robotic arm looks very high-tech, with lots of precise little details and circuitry. The upper part of the arm also resembles a child's hand. This arm can also be converted into a miniature detector that can be inserted into some devices to transmit images to the screen of the exoskeleton arm. Looking at the mechanical arm shining with a metallic luster, Chen Li clicked his tongue twice, and suddenly an idea struck him. If this arm is equipped with a weapon like a laser, wouldn't it be a formidable weapon? However, Chen Li quickly rejected this idea and decided to make the entire exoskeleton first. Moreover, the precision of this robot is so high that he has no idea how to modify it. After the hardware design is completed, the next step is to program the chip's software. Chen Li took apart all the electronic equipment sent by Meng Shuiming, found a chip that met the requirements of the drawing, connected it to a laptop, and began programming. The chip is very easy to program, and is mainly responsible for adjusting the hydraulic control of the exoskeleton armor to adapt to the various movements of the human body. This prevents the exoskeleton from thinking you are crouching when you are about to jump. However, the most important part is the robotic arm. After another day, Chen Li finally finished writing the program. Finally, he connected the robotic arm to the exoskeleton. Hydraulic exoskeleton armor completed and undergoing evaluation. As soon as the system prompt sounded, the exoskeleton armor lying on the workbench began to change. First of all, the overall structure has become more compact, and some weak parts have been strengthened, especially the auxiliary mechanical arm, which seems to have become smaller and more fragile. Finally, it's done! Chen Li laughed and immediately took the exoskeleton armor off the workbench. Although this suit of armor is very similar to the one in Elysium, it does not require the implantation of any fixing devices. Each node of the armor has clasps that can be fastened to the body without damage. The total weight of the exoskeleton armor is considerable, about 50 to 60 kilograms. But he didn't feel anything, so Chen Li put on the exoskeleton armor easily. He tried to raise his arms. There was a creaking sound, but the hydraulic device didn't slow down for a second, and Chen Li felt that there was no difference from raising his arms normally. He then tried squatting, walking, running, and other normal movements. But there was no effect. He even tried practicing basic fencing, and not only were there no blows, but his movements became much faster. Chen Li laughed, and then tried to jump on the spot. Hearing the sound of the hydraulic device in his legs, he crashed straight into the roof and came into close contact with the steel. Oh, shit! Chen Li touched his face. His agility and strength are now 20. When jumping from the ground, he can jump almost 2 to 3 meters high. However, when he put on this exoskeleton armor, he estimated that he could jump about 5 to 6 meters high. It took a total of 200 survival points and some materials to make this exoskeleton, which is not cheap. Anyang City is just a small town. Chen Li has searched almost the entire city in the past few months, and now he doesn't have many resources to continue improving the shelter. As for the northern part of the city, near the nature reserve, he hasn't searched much there. After all, the risk factor there is too high. Of course, a lot of materials were collected to build such premises as a power plant, a water treatment plant, a medical office, etc. What is most lacking now are building materials such as steel bars and cement, and places to survive. Both of these options require waiting. There is no other way. However, Chen Li has also accumulated quite a bit of survival points in the past half-month, and his daily score has now risen to 36 points. The steel mill has increased its daily score by 4 points, and the farm has increased its score by 2 points. After careful analysis, Chen Li planned to build a power plant, medical station, and storage room first. At present, due to the sufficient amount of materials in the power plant, the number of survival points has been reduced from 5,100 to 650. In just one day, Chen Li will be able to collect the required number of points. After receiving the exoskeleton, Chen Li decided to take a walk around the city. But since we are going to the city, the truck will have to be modified as the only means of transportation. Fortunately, a few days ago, while picking vegetables, Meng delivered parts for a modified machine. Chen Li originally planned to modify the truck himself, but given that he had no experience in this field, and although he now has mechanical engineering skills, it is still entry-level, he was afraid that the car would be scrapped. In addition, the modified parts sent by Meng Shuiming were also quite complete, which should greatly reduce the consumption of survival points. So he simply let the system take effect. Small van upgrade plan 1. Upgrade the vehicle's engine, increase the fuel tank capacity by 50%, improve the wheel material, add armor, improve the braking system, increase protection by 30%, decrease fuel consumption by 10%, and the upgrade will require 400 survival points. Upgrade option 2. Upgrade the vehicle engine, increase the fuel tank capacity by 50%, improve the wheel hub material, add a conveyor belt, improve the power system, increase the driving speed by 10%, increase the vehicle power by 30%. Upgrade requires 400 survival points upgrade materials found nearby. Survival points required for Plan 1 reduced to 100. Survival points required for Plan 2 reduced to 100. If both upgrade materials are found, the survival points required for the upgrade are reduced to 100. Chen Li did not hesitate to immediately decide to upgrade both options at the same time. When the green grid lines wrap around the modified car parts and the truck upgrade begins. In 10 seconds, the upgrade will be complete. The original iron body has been remade into the same material as Meng Shuiming's powerful truck. The company logo originally painted on it has also completely disappeared, and the entire car has become a silver steel fortress. The tires and wheels have also become similar to those used in sports cars, with significantly improved grip and less susceptibility to punctures. Chen Li opened the car, and a conveyor belt immediately extended from inside and landed on the ground, which was convenient for daily transportation of things. Then he opened the hood, and the engine inside was also brand new. Although Chen Li does not understand this aspect, this engine is clearly at the level of sports cars. As for the power and braking systems, it is impossible to see them intuitively. But when Chen Li got into the car and started the engine, he clearly felt that the power of the truck had increased. Chen Li inspected the truck and was very pleased. But what upsets me is that it is still a truck, and it is a bit wasteful to upgrade it to this level. If you can find a heavy truck and upgrade it, it will be a real mobile fortress. But for now, I can only be content with this. Since the capacity of the fuel tank had increased, Chen Li poured the last 2 barrels of gasoline into it. At this point, all the gasoline in the shelter had been used up. In fact, he had already taken gasoline from Anyang City before, but the reserves were too small. Chen Li looked at the time. It was 11 a.m., and there was still 3 hours of safe time left. 3 hours was usually enough for him to travel back and forth from S City to Anyang City. After all, S City is only 80 kilometers away from Anyang City, and it only takes 40 minutes to get there by highway. However, given the emergency situation, Chen Li extended the time to 90 minutes. After thinking for a while, he decided to head to the city first. He remembered that there was a gas station on the way, and maybe he could stop there to fill up with gas. He then returned to the shelter and prepared to put on the exoskeleton armor. At this point, the exoskeleton armor is charging. While the hydraulic portion of this armor does not require electricity, the electronic circuits, transmitters, left display, and auxiliary mechanical arm do require power. Fortunately, this armor kit does not require much electricity, and it only requires 30 degrees of electricity to fully charge. Once fully charged, the device can last up to 8 hours with heavy use. With normal low-intensity walking, the runtime can be extended to 16 hours. As the exoskeleton armor automatically fits his body, hydraulic devices in his limbs and spine begin to operate, producing the sound of compressed fluid. Because Chen Li was wearing armor, he could only carry a backpack and a miaodao in his hands, and the machete and pistol could be put in a holster on his waist. Chen Li examined the exoskeleton on his right arm. It was made up of 2 parallel hydraulic rods similar to the bones of a human arm. It could be modified by installing a short knife in the middle of the hydraulic rods. After disassembling his equipment, he threw everything into the cabin and sat down. Fortunately, the exoskeleton armor was not very large and he could barely sit in the cabin. Then he drove the truck onto the highway and headed towards City C. Before, when Chen Li came to Zhenxi, he always walked along the narrow road along the highway. This time, he drove straight onto the highway and quickly drove out of Anyang City. On the road, some broken cars were barely visible, piled up on both sides. I think it was Meng Shuiming and others who contributed to this. After walking for about 20 minutes, 2 roads appeared in front of Chen Li, one on the left and one on the right. The left road was the road that led directly to the steel mill, and the right road was the road that led to the city. As Chen Li drove to the right, more and more broken cars appeared on the road. There was even a situation where more than a dozen cars collided, showing how chaotic the situation was as people fled along the road. Luckily, the truck was upgraded and had more power, so Chen Li was able to make his way through the traffic. Soon, He saw a sign for a gas station ahead. Chen Li parked the car near the gas station, then jumped onto the roof and watched for a while, but did not see anything unusual. However, it is worth noting that a large number of spider webs can be seen in the store and service areas of the gas station. A mutated spider? If it had happened earlier, Chen Li would definitely have chosen to leave immediately. But how can I be afraid of a little spider now that I'm wearing exoskeleton armor? He jumped off the roof, returned to the driver's seat, and drove to the gas station. Looking around the shop, he pulled out a gas pump and started filling up the truck. As a rule, gas stations do not have unlimited oil reserves and need to be replenished regularly. I do not know if this gas station was emptied by other survivors or if it simply ran out of gas before the apocalypse. Chen Li stood there for a long time holding the gas pump, but not a drop of oil came out. He threw the gas pump to the ground in anger, then looked at the staff room and the convenience store inside the gas station. Among the grey cobwebs, you can vaguely see that there are still many supplies in the shop, and I think that there must be a certain number of barrels of gasoline stored in the staff room. After some hesitation, he decided to try visiting Pansy's cave. Now that he has the exoskeleton armor, Chen Li is a little bolder. He first takes out the machete and then heads towards the store. Since the Miaodao is indoors, its length will be limited, while the Shandao is just the right length. As soon as Chen Li entered the store, he felt as if he had entered another world. The grey-black web was very strong. Even if Chen Li could cut it with a machete, he could still feel the resistance. Continuing to sweep away the web around him, he finally arrived at the center of the store. However, the hunter did not find any monsters. He then took the wicker bags from the car and carried everything back to the truck. Even if we had not managed to collect gasoline this time, this amount of food would still be a significant harvest. Then he walked out of the store and to the workstation next door. The store has glass walls, so it is not too dark inside. But the staff area was surrounded by walls, except for a small window and a door, and it was completely dark inside. Chen Li had no choice but to turn on the flashlight, stand at the door, and look in. Compared to the convenience stores, the cobwebs here are denser, and even the door is completely covered with cobwebs. Chen Li was about to enter, but suddenly stopped, then quickly returned to the truck cabin and took out something. Now his physical fitness is twice that of an ordinary person. With the exoskeleton, it can be increased by 5 or 6 times. Even if he encounters a werewolf, he can kill him. With such great strength, shouldn't he just walk sideways? Chen Li just wanted to say, walking sideways is bullshit. This is reality, not a game. You only have one life, and after you die, you can't come back. So, he wouldn't rush recklessly into the staff station and kill everyone. If there was an easier way, why not take it? As soon as he thought about it, he pressed the thing he had just picked up, the lighter. Suddenly, the grey-black web burst into flames the moment it came into contact with the fire and quickly spread into the headquarters. The entire house was brightly lit by the fire. About 5 seconds later, a shrill scream rang out, causing Chen Li's ears to ring. I saw a spider the size of a tank with a ghost face on its back, dancing madly in the fire, trying to put out the flames. However, the fire was so strong that it could not be put out. The fire quickly engulfed the entire headquarters. Only then did Chen Li clearly see that deep inside the headquarters, there were quite a few spider eggs. They were so densely packed that there were probably dozens of them. If this group of spiders were allowed to hatch, they would probably pose a significant threat. Wanting to protect its babies, the ghost-faced spider decided to carry the spider eggs even in the fire, so its body was severely burned, and there was a high probability that it would burn alive. Chen Li shook his head and was about to leave his workplace, but he caught a glimpse of 2 people struggling, completely covered in webs, but part of the webs were burned in the fire. Judging from his clothes, he really was from the defense forces. Seeing that the 2 were still alive, Chen Li rushed to the headquarters and ran towards them. When the ghost-faced spider saw someone coming in, he didn't know if he realized it was the one who set the fire, but he suddenly screamed and rushed towards him. But he couldn't part with his spider eggs, so he had to stop and continue wrapping the spider eggs in web and tying them to his body. Seeing that Ghost Spider had no time to take care of him, Chen Li quickly cut the webs on the two men with a machete, then took them one in each hand and led them out of the headquarters. Chen Li Gang led them to the truck. When the employees stood behind him, flames shot up into the sky, engulfing even the store next door. But even in the face of such a huge fire, the ghost-faced spider did not die. Instead, it jumped out of the flames. But it was also seriously injured, with burn marks all over its body. Not a single spider egg was saved. All I saw were its 8 compound eyes staring at Chen Li. Only then did Chen Li discover that this spider was not only large in size, but also had 2 black fangs in its mouth, similar to those of a saber-toothed tiger, which were probably used to store poison. In addition to the ghost face pattern on its back, this spider also has patterns on its 8 legs that are similar to the chameleon in the hospital. It is truly a dark beast, otherwise it would be impossible to survive such a fire. Chen Li muttered. Then he took out his Meow Dao and prepared to kill the seriously injured ghost-faced spider. The 2 guards gradually recovered from their paralysis. Seeing the exoskeleton on Chen Li, they were a little surprised, but still warned him, "Hurry up. This spider can spray nerve toxin, a toxin that causes nerve paralysis." Chen Li frowned, but still said, "I can't leave." The ghost spider screamed like a madman and rushed towards Chen Li without making any other movements. Chen Li squatted down, and the moment the spider approached him, the hydraulic device on his legs instantly activated with tremendous force, allowing him to jump up to a height of 5 to 6 meters and actually jump over the spider's head and land behind it. The moment he landed, he swept across the spider's 2 hind legs. Green juice splashed out in all directions, and the spider's 2 hind legs were cut off. The ghost-faced spider felt the pain and quickly released its web, but Chen Li still miraculously avoided it. He quickly turned around and sprayed a ball of dark green poison at Chen Li. But Chen Li would never give it a chance. All the hydraulic systems in his body were running at full speed, and he transformed into a ghost and cut off all 8 legs of the ghost spider. Then he walked towards it and cut off its head. Chen Li then tried to disassemble the system, but found that there were no suitable materials. And the whole thing, from start to finish, only took a minute. The 2 guards behind him were completely stunned. This? They looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. They had heard about the device that Chen Li was wearing, but it was only in the experimental stage and even posed a certain danger. But now they saw the finished product. Chen Li didn't know what the 2 were thinking, but he just felt sorry that there was no material to spread out this time. He then turned around and walked towards the 2 people, asking if they could leave. After receiving a positive answer, Chen Li left alone. The 2 guards watched Chen Li leave, their eyes full of excitement. They had to quickly return and report this to their superiors. After returning from the gas station, the security time had just ended. Although I didn't bring gasoline this time, I did get a truckload of food and tested the exoskeleton's combat effectiveness. Overall, it went well. Chen Li estimated that if the dark beasts were classified by level, wearing the exoskeleton armor would make him an elite among the dark beasts. Even if an ordinary person puts on the armor, he can at least fight a normal dark beast for a few rounds. Of course, this exoskeleton armor can be naturally improved by the system, but it will require more survival points. Hydraulic-powered exoskeleton armor. Improvement Plan 1. Improve hydraulic system, add full armor, add robotic arm laser function, improve defense, increase power by 30%. Requires 1,000 survival points to upgrade. Upgrade Option 2. Upgrade to electromagnetic force. Add electromagnetic shield function. Add electronic pulse function, increase power by 80%. It requires 1,500 survival points to upgrade. Both options can completely upgrade the entire armor set to a higher level, especially Option 2, which even directly changes the power source of the exoskeleton armor. Of course, Chen Li did not intend to upgrade the system, but first tried to modify it himself using the workbench. He had a feeling that he could not always rely on the system to update. However, both solutions provided by the system are his transformation goals. Chen Li took off his exoskeleton armor, ate something calmly, and then went to the greenhouse to work on it. I had previously agreed with Lin Yixu and the others that the first batch of bok choy this month would be given to Meng Shuiming, and the second batch would be used to pay off the previous debt. So after waiting for half a month, he had to deliver the more than 300 kilograms of bok choy he owed. After taking care of the greenhouse, he headed to the breeding room. In the last half month, the mutant chicken had laid 7 or 8 eggs. Chen Li did not pick them up to eat, but found some hay and scattered it around the pen to make it easier for the chickens to hatch the eggs. Usually, the incubation period of eggs is 21 days. Now that the canopy is equipped with a geothermal heat pump, the greenhouse is always maintained at a suitable temperature, which does not affect the hatching of eggs by hens. So this number of days should not be bad. Estimating the time, the first batch of chickens should hatch in more than a week. Then, Chen Li began to clean the chicken coop. After cleaning the chicken coop, Chen Li wiped the sweat from his forehead. It must be said that as the scale of the shelters grew, the work of maintaining them became more and more labor-intensive. He spends most of the day just taking care of the greenhouse and breeding room. Chen Li couldn't help but have some plans. After building a power plant, water treatment plant, medical center and other necessary facilities, he might be able to start recruiting staff. Chen Li still has no idea who exactly he should recruit. Of course, he wouldn't invite just anyone. At the very least, they should be people he was familiar with. In fact, people like Zhao Zhijie and his sister, as well as those old men, are all suitable. Zhao Zhijie and his sister were decent people and would not do anything to harm his shelter. All of these old people knew breeding and planting techniques, and it would be a good idea to recruit them to help manage the greenhouse and breeding hall. Of course, these were just plans. We need to survive this monstrous flood first. After taking care of the greenhouse and breeding room, Chen Li went to the workbench and began trying to modify the exoskeleton armor. He planned to attach a short knife to his right hand. The dagger was easy to make, but Chen Li had trouble assembling it. He simply made it retractable, so that he only had to swing his hand hard enough to throw the knife out, but he had to pull it back out manually. After the armor was modified, it was the next day. When the system finished broadcasting, Chen Li's survival points reached 700 points. I think the system thought that Chen Li's strength at that time was far superior to the Dark Beast, so it only gave him a reward of 50 survival points and did not give him any abilities or blueprints. Then Chen Li opened the system and decided to build a room to generate electricity. Select a construction site. After thinking about this, Chen Li decided to build a power generation facility opposite the greenhouse. Suddenly, the building materials outside the shelter, as well as the generators and batteries, were covered in a green mesh, turning into a green light that fell on the wall opposite the greenhouse. It is worth noting that the geothermal heat pump is also turned on and is counted as part of the room's electricity generation. 10 seconds later, an iron door appeared on the wall. Chen Li pushed the door and entered. Similarly, the area of the power generation room is about 50 square meters. Several diesel generators have been upgraded into a huge internal combustion generator running on fossil fuels, which is placed in the center of the room. A cooling fan and a control panel with red, yellow, and green indicators, as well as start and stop buttons, were added in front of it. Chen Li also discovered that behind the generator set, there was an iron pipe that appeared to be connected to a biogas tank. It appears that after the machine room was built, the system also upgraded the generator. Behind the generator unit, there are 5 silver metal cabinets in a row. Each metal cabinet is divided into 2 tiers. The top tier is a control panel similar to a generator set, as well as a cooling fan, and the bottom tier is a battery pack. These batteries Chen Li has been taking out every day for the past 6 months. The total capacity of these battery packs reaches 300 degrees. The geothermal heat pump remains in its original form, and the turbine engine installed next to it is connected to the battery. In general, all the generators are now connected to the battery banks, and from the battery banks, separate wires are brought out, which are scattered throughout all the rooms of the shelter and automatically connect all the electrical appliances. Then Chen Li moved all the remaining diesel fuel to the generator room, freeing up space. He then turned on the geothermal heat pump and generator, and with a roar, power came back into the shelter. For now, the power plant still relies primarily on diesel fuel to generate electricity. Biogas and geothermal heat pumps are used as auxiliary energy sources. However, the current efficiency of these two sources is still quite low. As for diesel, there are currently 30 barrels of 10 litres left, so there is enough stock for now. The upgraded generator was generating an incredible amount of heat. Chen Li felt a wave of heat immediately after turning it on for a while. He looked at the top of the machine room, which was also connected to the ventilation system, so there was no need to worry about the machine room getting too hot. The reason he decided to upgrade the power plant room first was so he could quickly expand the shelter. With the materials sent from the steel mill, he was able to quickly build the remaining modules of the room. If there is no power plant in the room at that time, not to mention the need to supply electricity to each room separately, then just solving the voltage problem will be enough to cause trouble. Almost half a month has passed since the day the machine room was built. In the next 2 weeks, a new batch of Chinese cabbage will be harvested in the greenhouse. The mutant eggs in the breeding room have also hatched. At first, 8 eggs hatched, but for some reason, 2 of them died, and only 6 remained. But fortunately, these 6 did not encounter any serious problems and are gradually growing. During this period, the chicken did not continue to lay eggs. Chen Li speculated that this mutant chicken may not lay eggs while raising chicks. Giggle. Seeing Chen Li enter the breeding room with a bunch of Chinese cabbage, the 2 mutant chickens, a male and a female, screamed with joy. If he hadn't seen Xiaohei looking at him greedily, he would have definitely rushed to grab the small head of white cabbage. For those who eat chicken feed every day, seeing bok choy is like seeing delicacies from the land and sea. Speaking of Xiaohei, Chen Li defeated him just a week ago. The reason was that he forgot to close the door, causing Xiaohei to fly into the breeding room and chase after the 2 large chickens. If he hadn't made it in time, those mutant chickens would probably have ceased to exist. Chen Li was so angry that he tied up Xiaohei, beat him, and deprived him of food for a whole day. After this incident, Xiaohei no longer dared to bite the mutant chicken and became a shepherd hawk. After throwing the cabbage into the chicken coop, the 2 big chickens eagerly ran to the food, completely forgetting about their children. Chen Li took the opportunity to jump into the chicken coop and catch all 6 chickens. After checking each one and making sure everything was fine, he returned the chickens to their place. Recently, Chen Li also wanted to catch some mutant beasts, such as wild boars. As a result, these mutated beasts would rather die than submit. Even if Chen Li wore exoskeleton armor, it would be difficult to capture these mutated beasts without harming them, let alone tame them and turn them into poultry. As a result, Chen Li and Xiaohei ate wild boar meat for half a year. As for poultry and domestic animals, they were originally raised in Anyang City. These guys lost the supervision of their masters and underwent mutations, so that their ferocity completely burst out, making them no different from ordinary wild mutant beasts. After finishing work in the breeding room, Chen Li went to the engine room and checked the working condition of the battery. The battery has a capacity of 300 degrees, which is very durable. But once you start using the workbench, the power consumption will be very high. Chen Li calculated that if he were to build a studio later to produce some large gadgets, the existing capacity would not be enough. As for the power plant room upgrade plan, you can choose to upgrade the power plant area, increase the number of generators, or upgrade a single generator to improve efficiency, etc. It also requires huge materials and survival points. After the machine room was built, the daily score increased from 36 to 38 points, and the survival score was 620 points, which was enough to build a medical station. After checking the power plant room, Chen Li went out into the room, turned on the system, and decided to build a medical station. Choose a construction location. Similarly, Chen Li decided to build on the same floor rather than from top to bottom. Then all the remaining building materials outside the shelter and medical supplies inside the shelter were wrapped in upgraded grid lines and finally turned into green light and dropped next to the power plant room. 10 seconds later, Chen Li pushed the door and entered the medical room. On the left wall of the medical room, there is a large medicine cabinet which contains all the medicines that Chen Li collected from the hospital, reclassified and sorted. In the middle is a metal operating table covered with a blue surgical pad. This operating table can be raised, lowered, tilted left and right, the head can be adjusted up and down, and the legs can be removed. Next to the operating bed is the operating table for placing surgical instruments. Above the operating bed are 3 sliding and folding light towers, also called surgical shadowless lights. Next to the shadowless lamp hangs a monitor for recording physiological parameters of the human body. Chen Li also noted that the ventilation system in the medical room is different from those in other rooms and uses a laminar flow system. Simply put, a laminar flow system is a hollow structure above the ceiling with an outlet for a fan. Clean air filtered by the unit descends and is then discharged from the operating room through return air ducts on the left and right sides of the medical room, creating a circulation. This system helps to minimize bacterial contamination in medical rooms. Chen Li looked around the medical room and was very pleased. After all, it was quite possible to perform a surgical operation in such a medical room. Then he left the medical room and closed the iron door tightly behind him. The power plant and medical center are currently built. Next up are a storage room, a water treatment room, and a water purification room. While the remaining room modules are being built, a shelter with basic living conditions can be created here. Looking back on the dozens of days he spent in the shelter, Chen Li felt some relief, as if he had finally survived that day. Of course, he still has a number of problems to solve. One of them is the monstrous tide. We still don't know its scale and the extent of the threat. Secondly, if the steel mill retreats, it will lose its main source of building materials, and the progress of the shelter's construction will be greatly slowed. Both of these issues concern Chen Li's future survival and development, and therefore require attention. But I alone cannot change the situation. After much thought, Chen Li still couldn't come to a good decision. Then he simply put these questions aside for the time being and took out his mobile phone to take a look. For some unknown reason, the Survivor Community app was recently suddenly updated, making live streaming available to anyone who wants to. Of course, not everything can be live streamed. Verification is still required, and there is no gifting mechanism. But this still can't stop the enthusiasm of the survivors. After all, on this damned day of the end of the world, people always need something to relax their tense nerves. Chen Li accidentally pressed the button of the live broadcast room. "Hey guys, give me a point so I can go live and fight this monster bat." In the picture, a man was taking a selfie on his mobile phone, and behind him, outside the window, was a terrifying bat hanging upside down, as tall as 2 people. Chen Li couldn't help but sigh. No matter what era it was, there would never be a shortage of crazy people. The people in the barrier also began to fan the flames. "Master, if you fight this bat, I'll give you 100 missiles. Are you stupid up there? Where are the gifts for you? Master, come on. If you can survive, meet me at point 330 and I'll give you 10 pounds of meat. There's no one who can't beat that little bat, right? No way. No way? Boy up there, stop bragging. If you can really beat me, start a live broadcast right now and I will send you 100 kilograms of rice." Chen Li couldn't help but laugh when he saw the comments. After watching for a while, he walked out of the live broadcast room and immediately became interested in another live broadcast of the monster tide. Chen Li immediately clicked on it. The picture shows a city. The photographer must be hiding in an office building. The streets below are full of dark creatures, and there is no end in sight. There are also several dark creatures over 10 meters long, resembling dinosaurs. Only then did Chen Li understand why the defense team was completely crushed by the dark creatures at the beginning of the apocalypse. In the face of a monstrous wave of such magnitude, without weapons of mass destruction, people can only flee for their lives. However, in the current situation, the weapon that people are proud of and that they claim can blow up the entire Earth is now completely out of action. The next day is a safe time. Chen Li loaded the bok choy he had harvested yesterday onto a truck, preparing to send it to the security bureau. Once this batch of vegetables was delivered, he would be released from all ties with the security bureau. By this time, all the Chinese cabbage seeds in the shelter had been used up, and he was preparing to plant other vegetables from the next batch. At this time, the dryland rice has completed the formation of shoots, panicles, and ears, and is entering the fruiting period. If the timing is right, it is almost time to harvest the next batch of vegetables. Chen Li drove his car to the security bureau, and a group of agents began to skillfully move the vegetables. What he didn't expect was that he actually saw someone he knew, Zhao Zhijie. Zhao Zhijie was surprised to see that the person who delivered the food was Chen Li. He quickly walked over and said, "Brother Chen, long time no see." Chen Li replied and then asked, "When did you come to the security bureau?" "I just came here 2 days ago. I had some things to settle." Zhao Zhijie's face changed visibly, but he quickly recovered and said, "Fortunately, some of my former comrades are here, so I brought my younger sister, the elderly, and the children to help." Chen Li naturally understood what Zhao Zhijie meant, so he didn't ask any further questions and simply nodded. Zhao Zhijie smiled and said, "I heard from others that someone would deliver the food today, but I didn't expect it to be you. Let's stop talking for now. I'll help deliver the food." Chen Li nodded, but Fang Yue's voice rang out in his ears. "Once the food is delivered, there will be no more." Turning around, he noticed that Fang Yue's expression was a little gloomy, and he couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong with you?" "Oh." Fang Yue looked at Chen Li and took a deep breath. "Sister Yixue originally planned to send us all to the Ministry of Science and Technology's shelter in City S, but the higher-ups didn't agree. No matter what Sister Yixue's father said, it was useless. The higher-ups only agreed to leave Sister Yixue alone. The shelter of the Ministry of National Science? Chen Li was a little surprised to hear this. He had only heard about it from Lin Yixue, but he never knew what the Ministry of Science and Technology's shelter was. Fang Yue explained, "It is a shelter built specifically for national-level scientific researchers. It was built before the apocalypse to prevent emergencies that could result in the loss of technical personnel. It is only open to technical personnel and their families." Chen Li raised his eyebrows. He had no idea such a shelter existed. "I'm afraid that before the end of the world, the information about this type of shelter will be classified and ordinary people won't be able to access it at all. This also explains why City C didn't build an official shelter. Probably for this reason." Chen Li didn't want to delve too deeply into this matter. He just wanted to live his life with dignity. "So, what are you going to do next?" Chen Li asked. Fang Yue sighed again and said, "I don't know either." While they were talking, Lin Yixue heard the news that Chen Li was coming to deliver food, and hurriedly ran out of the basement that had just been converted into an underground shelter. Chen Li. From afar, Lin Yixue greeted him. Coming closer, she continued, "You had a conflict with a group in Genshi before, and killed several of them?" Chen Li frowned. "It has been so long since then. Why are you asking now?" But he nodded in agreement. Fang Yue, who was standing next to him, was suddenly shocked. "You have killed people before? And these evolved people from Zenshi?" In her opinion, Chen Li was an ordinary person, maybe a little handsome and had some abilities. She never imagined that he had such a strong ability. "It's just self-defense," Chen Li said calmly, and then asked Lin Yixue, "Why are you asking this?" Lin Yixue looked a little exhausted as she explained. "A few days ago, our colleagues who were monitoring this group discovered that they had established a connection with a local organization called the Salvation Army. They received significant material support and even firearms. Rescue organization? What is this?" Chen Li frowned slightly. "They are just a bunch of rabble. They regrouped because no one is looking after them. I don't know where they got their weapons from. Be careful." After Lin Yixue finished speaking, she paused as if she was thinking about something, and then continued. "Meng Xueming said that the evacuation might not happen, so tomorrow I will go to the steel factory, talk to its superiors, and see if we can go there to hide from this monster. Tide. How about you come with us? You're not going to evacuate?" Chen Li still shook his head and refused. I won't go. Lin Yixue nodded and didn't continue. After some more small talk, Chen Li drove the truck that had already unloaded the vegetables back to the shelter. Returning to the hideout, he opened his laptop and looked at the CCTV footage. Since the last time someone came to look, Chen Li had not seen anyone else and had gradually forgotten about this place. But this time, Lin Yixue reminded him. I don't know if it was luck, but Chen Li actually saw someone appear outside the courtyard of his old house on the surveillance camera. The man stared at the courtyard for a long time and even wanted to go in several times, but eventually left. Chen Li simply moved the observation date forward and saw a total of 5 times that someone came to scout the place. Although he didn't know whether these people were related to the group in Genshi, he was still annoyed that someone was so unscrupulously watching his door. He even wanted to put on exoskeleton armor and rush west of the city to start a massacre. But as Lin Yixu said, the group in Genshi somehow established connections with other survivor organizations and received support in the form of firearms. Now he doesn't have full defensive armor, so if he encounters a large number of weapons, he will be easily defeated. Chen Li continued to breathe deeply to calm himself. Just then, the mobile phone rang. When I picked it up, I saw that it was Meng Shueming calling. As soon as the call was established, Meng Shueming's voice became apologetic. Brother, can you come to the steel mill tomorrow? The management wants to discuss the exchange rate with you. The ratio? Chen Li frowned. Meng Shueming on the other end of the line hesitated for a long time, and then simply said, Alas, there is nothing I can do about it. The people upstairs think that the vegetables you gave are too few, and they want to increase the portion, increase the ratio. Chen Li is not a fool. Having lived in society for many years, he should know these things. The other party must have changed their mind at the last minute, seeing that he was in dire need of building materials. Fine, I'll come tomorrow. Although Chen Li was very angry, he knew that Meng Shueming had no say in this matter. But he urgently needs construction materials now, so he can only come to the site and discuss this matter tomorrow. Of course, if the other party plans to use him, Chen Li will definitely choose to leave. According to the latest data, although many medium and large farms have built greenhouses, their production is extremely low due to weather conditions and other reasons. Take Chinese cabbage, for example. Chen Li can grow more than 600 kilograms at a time in an area of 100 square meters, and it only takes about 18 days. Other shelters, on the other hand, can only produce about 200 kilograms at a time, and it takes about 30 days. In this comparison, Chen Li's greenhouse is much more durable. Underground shelter of the Science and Technology Department of City S. Lin Yixue's father, Lin Lejun, came to the mechanical engineering laboratory, looked at the exoskeleton armor on the mannequin, and asked the people around him, "What is the current progress?" The technician sitting in front of the computer debugging the device heard Lin Lejun's question and checked the data before replying. The basic structure of the exoskeleton armor was completed using hydraulics. He checked the existing data, then stood up and continued. But this one has... Exoskeleton armor still has a very big problem. It is quite dangerous. The hydraulic transmission of each joint and each bone requires a lot of experimental data to correct. For example, if a normal person raises their arm, the exoskeleton armor must calculate in real time how high the person is raising their arm, in what direction, with what force, and so on. If there is a problem with one of the calculations, then... He stood next to the dummy and took an iron rod to lift the dummy's right arm. When the exoskeleton armor on the dummy made a hydraulic sound, the hydraulic device of the exoskeleton on his right arm began to work. Lin Lejun frowned slightly and said, "This is not normal." Before he could finish speaking, there was a loud crash, and the entire right arm of the dummy was completely torn off. Moreover, the waist of the dummy was completely twisted into a knot by the exoskeleton at the spine. The technician shrugged and said, "So, this is how things are now." Looking at the unrecognizable dummy, Lin Lejun frowned and said, "If we reduce the force of the hydraulic transmission, can we avoid these problems?" The technician shook his head and said, "We've tried it and are debugging it with the smallest unit of force. If this exoskeleton could be disassembled into its individual parts, it would still be usable. But the help he gives is like someone holding a jack, which is not very useful and could just as easily be used as a hammer. He's even worse than an evolved man who ate mutated animals. Uncle Lin, how is your department's research in advanced medicine progressing? Lin Lejeune is not a mechanical engineering specialist, but a biochemistry specialist. They are currently studying mutant creatures, dark beasts, and so-called evolved humans, trying to create enhancing drugs that can directly improve the human body. However, progress is far from perfect. The reason why he was so eager to come to the mechanical engineering department to inquire about the progress of the exoskeleton armor. It was mainly for the sake of his daughter Lin Yixue. During this period, he had communicated with the orphanage authorities, but they refused to let Lin Yixue and the others in. In fact, Lin Lejeune also knew that this shelter was not designed to accommodate a large number of survivors. But he also knew his daughter's character. At first, the whole family was against Lin Yixue's application to join the security bureau, but the daughter still overcame all the difficulties and insisted on taking the exam, and eventually successfully entered the security bureau. With such a stubborn character, Lin Lejeune knew that he would not be able to get his daughter back. So I wanted to see if the exoskeleton armor could be made. Thanks to my connections, I was still able to send a few sets to my daughter. Lin Lejeune took a deep breath and said, "Alas, it is the same as always. No progress. Technological blockade," the technician muttered. When the apocalypse first happened, the top brass issued an order requiring the country's research departments to restore technology and suppress the dark creatures within a month. As a result, over the past month, all scientific researchers have been deeply shocked, and rumors of a technological blockade have gradually spread. At first, many did not believe this rumor, but after months of research, they had to believe it. There seems to be some mysterious force hindering their technological development. The most serious of these are observations at the microscopic level. For example, the advanced medicine that Lin Lejeune is responsible for requires constant observation of changes in molecular structure. This had been easy for him before, but now he was surprised. These molecular structures actually showed random changes. It was as if he were observing the molecular structure of an apple, but suddenly it turned to stone. But sometimes there will be regular changes that show observable changes. So it is not that there is no progress at all, rather it is slow as a snail. But fortunately, it seems that the impact on engineering is not that great. For example, the exoskeleton armor that the engineering department is currently researching. Just as Lin Lejeune sighed, a technician suddenly said, "Uncle Lin, I heard a few days ago that a completed exoskeleton appeared outside. The news came from the defense team of the steel mill. It seemed like someone in an exoskeleton easily killed the spider-like dark beast. A completed exoskeleton armor?" Lin Lejeune was suddenly shocked. Was it someone from another research department? Or was it the defense team's own development? The technician shook his head and said, "I'm not entirely sure about this, but I heard that the defense team is also looking for this person now. Could it be that he is an amateur scientist?" Lin Lejeune's heart trembled. Whoever could create such an exoskeleton armor must have a very high level of technical knowledge. We originally assumed that this exoskeleton would only increase the strength of the human body by 3 times. But judging by the description of the protection, it is probably capable of increasing it by 5 or 6 times. The technicians at this point were also very curious. I really want to see this exoskeleton in real life. It seems that the exoskeleton needs to be redesigned for full armor. Chen Lijiang looked at the exoskeleton on the workbench and muttered. Recently, he has been studying how to add full armor to this exoskeleton. At first, he thought he just needed to weld an alloy. However, as a result, the entire exoskeleton armor cannot be put on at all, and its own weight is significantly greater. Thus, in the end, the system did not recognize that the transformation was successful, and Chen Li also spent 2 survival points to remove the welded armor. This full-body armor cannot be called an exoskeleton, it can rather be called power armor or something like that. just like Iron Man armor in sci-fi movies, power armor in Fallout, etc. Not only does the entire exoskeleton need to be redesigned, but its power must also be increased. Otherwise, it will not be able to withstand such a large weight. But Chen Li is not Iron Man, and he does not have the knowledge to create power armor with his bare hands. Unless he could obtain a new blueprint or directly spend survival points to upgrade the system. Steel Foundry, Director's Office Interior. The seat where Meng Shueming's father had originally sat was now occupied by a middle-aged man who looked quite wealthy. This person was none other than Tan Shaoqin, the top commander of the defense team of the steel mill. He was not originally from S-City, but was sent there from another place by his superiors. At first, the steel mill was occupied by a group of mutant beasts, but he managed to take over and forcefully resume production at the steel mill and take away the steel. This shows how strong this man's ability to command in battle is. But even a person like him was a little scared when he faced this monstrous torrent. He also originally planned to retreat and not defend this place, but his superiors gave him a death sentence, forcing him to hold on. To calm the hearts of the people, the leadership also sent a group of defenders, as well as firearms, ammunition, and material support. But Tan Shaoqin knew that without weapons of mass destruction and heavy equipment, they would all perish in the face of the monstrous onslaught. Initially, 15 tanks, 5 self-propelled mortars, 3 rocket launchers, and various types of weapons of mass destruction were transported to the entire steel plant. As a result, for some unknown reason, only 1 tank could barely move, and all the mortars and rocket launchers installed on it were disabled and could not move at all. Fireworks became weapons of large-scale destruction, but their power is not even as great as that of a firecracker. He was not a technician, but he could tell that it had something to do with that damn disaster. Tan Shaoqin pinched the bridge of his nose and felt dizzy. He really wanted to retreat, but the consequences would be severe, and he would most likely be sentenced to trial. But if he hadn't retreated, who knows how many of his defense team members would have died when the wave of beasts came. As the news spread and the situation worsened, Tan Shaoqin began to have other thoughts. But he quickly suppressed them. Now that disaster is imminent, we must unite and resist the outside world. But Tan Shaoqin felt that they still had hope. A few days ago, Tan Shaoqin heard about the exoskeleton armor from 2 members of the defense team, especially when I heard that a person wearing exoskeleton armor could easily kill a dark spider. This gave him a glimmer of hope. At first, he thought it was something new created by the research department. As a result, when he called, the person on the other end of the line was even more surprised than he was and asked him to find this person as soon as possible. But it was the end of the world after all. How could we find people as easily as before? After several days of searching, I came back empty-handed. While he was racking his brains, 2 people came in. One was a guard holding a gun, and the other was Meng Shueming. Although this steel mill is nominally owned by Meng Shueming, everyone knows that the person speaking here is Tan Shaoqin. Therefore, Meng Shueming tactfully stepped aside and let the guard speak first. We inform you that the person wearing the exoskeleton armor has not yet been found. Upon hearing this, Tan Shaoqin immediately became furious. Keep looking. This person is now our hope. Remember, once you find him, fulfill all his demands and invite him to your place. Do not use force, otherwise you will be court-martialed. Yes. Meng Shueming, who was standing nearby, waited for the guard to leave. Seeing Tan Shaoqin's gloomy expression, he was hesitating whether to leave when he heard the question, "What's the matter?" "It's okay." Meng Shueming paused, and then said directly, "It's just a matter of the price ratio of vegetables." "Why are you ashamed?" Tan Shaoqin's originally furrowed brows relaxed. He picked up the cold tea on the table, took a sip, and continued. "The person you are talking about is called Chen Li, right? Although he can build a greenhouse of such a large capacity, he has certain skills. But the raw materials we use to make steel and cement were not pulled out of thin air. They were all brought in by my people at the risk of their lives." Meng Shueming immediately became angry upon hearing this. But the price-quality ratio was agreed upon from the start, and now the world is ending. Vegetables are no less valuable. Isn't this too much of a mockery on our part? Doomsday? Mockery! Tan Shaoqin slammed her cup down on the table. What he hated most was when others said these two words. He still refuses to admit that the world is ending, and hates being accused of bullying others. It's all decided. Comrade Meng Shuiming, please correct your attitude. This isn't the end of the world. It's just a disaster. Tan Shaoqin's face showed impatience. Meng Shuiming wanted to continue the conversation, but his father suddenly ran in, quickly grabbed him and said to Tan Shaoqin with a smile, Chief, Shuiming is still young and naive. I will take him back and give him a good education. Dad, leave me alone. Meng Shuiming tried to argue with Tan Shaoqin, but his father slapped him hard in the face. Suddenly, a red palm print appeared on his face. Walk! Meng Shuiming was then taken aback, and his father pulled him away. After waking up and looking around the greenhouse and breeding room, Chen Li casually ate something. When it was safe, he drove to the steel mill. Although it was my first time going to a steel mill, fortunately, I knew the general direction. After driving for about 30 minutes, he saw a steel mill surrounded by high concrete walls. When Chen Li reached the door, he was stopped by guards on the high wall. After calling Meng Shuiming, he arrived at the door to pick up Chen Li in less than 5 minutes. What happened to your face? Chen Li saw that half of his face was swollen and couldn't help but ask. It's okay. Maybe I'm allergic, Meng Shuiming replied indifferently. Then, at the request of the defense, Chen Li handed over his weapon, and Meng Shuiming led him into the room. After a while, a tall and thin man entered the room. Mr. Chen, I won't continue. This is our new exchange rate. You can take a look. As soon as he entered the door, he pretended to be very busy and handed Chen Li a piece of A4 paper. Chen Li took the paper and looked at it. He saw that the ratio of 5 bags of cement to 100 kilograms of vegetables had changed to 200 kilograms, and other expenses had almost doubled. He glanced at it quickly, then put the paper down and said, I want to know why you think I will accept this ratio. Ha ha ha. The tall and thin man laughed, but did not answer directly. As far as we know, Mr. Chen is alone. In such a disaster, why not join the organization to fight it together and use your abilities? Hearing this, Chen Li suddenly understood. After all, these people had their eyes on his greenhouse. After all, any organization that could create such a high-yield greenhouse under such conditions would be envious. Chen Li stood up and said calmly, I like being alone. Seeing that he was about to leave, the tall and thin man did not stop him and said directly, A monstrous wave is approaching. If Mr. Chen can't find a suitable place, you can come to us. Hearing this, Chen Li only curled his lips and walked out of the room. As soon as he left the house, Meng Shuiming, who was standing at the door, immediately asked, How are you? Chen Li shrugged, indicating that no deal had been reached. Meng Shuiming sighed and was about to say something, but Chen Li shook his head, interrupting him, and then walked out of the steel factory. After receiving his things from the guards at the gate, he left in his truck. Just at this moment, a car from the protection team drove up from outside. The man sitting in the passenger seat glanced at Chen Li leaving, and his eyes suddenly widened. At this time, in the office of the factory director, Lin Yixue and another security officer looked a little dissatisfied, because Tang Shaoqin suggested that if he wanted to get shelter, he could combine the City Security Bureau with his defense team. The so-called merger actually means subordinating yourself to him and obeying his orders. Naturally, the people at the Security Bureau were reluctant to do so. At first, they also contacted the Security Bureau of S-City, but it turned out that the situation there was similar, and they even considered evacuating S-City. However, evacuating City S was obviously a very risky move, and Lin Yixue and her group naturally wouldn't take the risk, so the only option left was to seek cooperation from the Steel Mill Defense Group. But unexpectedly, the other party did not want to cooperate at all, and wanted to directly take control of the City Security Bureau. Do you still want to consider this? Tan Kin took a sip of tea and spoke slowly. Indeed, he was right. As time goes by, more and more people see the impotence of those in power. Although this doomsday disaster came suddenly, many people still survived. And these terrifying dark beasts are not invincible, and they can be defeated with the technology that humanity has. However, several months have passed, and the above-mentioned persons have not taken any action. Even now, voices are heard in the Security Bureau. Many believe that turning to an official shelter is the right choice. Staying there means death. Thus, the so-called Security Bureau gradually became just a name. Some of them are just a group of scared survivors. Lin Yixue also thought about evacuating to an official shelter, but the nearest shelter was in City H, more than 600 kilometers away. If you want to go further, you don't know how many dangers await you and how many people will die along the way. Only a defense group with powerful firepower dares to travel between the two places and transport materials and supplies. In comparison, the best option at the moment is to merge the defense team and the steel mill. Lin Yixue sighed and said, "Okay, then we." But before she could finish speaking, a guard rushed in and interrupted her. "Commander, I have found that person." Tan Kin stood up abruptly, looked around, and hurriedly asked, "Where is he?" "He just left the factory and drove away." "I asked others to chase him," the guard hurriedly said. From the factory, Tan Kin suddenly felt something was wrong, but still asked hopefully, "Could it be someone from our factory?" The defense representative immediately shook his head and denied everything. "No, if that were the case, I would have found him long ago." And the car he was driving was a modified silver van. A modified silver truck? Lin Yixue frowned slightly and said to them, "Are you talking about Chen Li? When he came to buy groceries yesterday, he was driving a silver truck." Tan Kin cursed in his mind and wished he could punch himself in the face. He never thought that the person he was looking for was Chen Li. The reason he deliberately increased the vegetable exchange rate was to force Chen Li to go to work in his steel factory and grow vegetables for him. Unexpectedly, the other party could not only grow vegetables, but also make armor. But such a talented person insults others. Isn't this just asking for trouble? Tan Kin immediately changed his condescending attitude and said to Lin Yixue with a smile, "Sister Yixue, you and Chen Li are very familiar, aren't you? Come, take me to his hideout, please." "Okay, but what do you want to talk to Chen Li about?" Lin Yixue asked with a puzzled expression. "Let's talk about it on the way. Let's talk about it on the way." After that, Tan Kin took the confused Lin Yixue to find the tall and thin man who had just discussed the exchange rate with Chen Li, and he pulled the puzzled Meng Shueming along and drove several armored vehicles to Chen Li's hideout. On the way, Tan Kin told the two of them the whole story. Exoskeleton armor? Lin Yixue and Meng Shueming looked at each other, their faces full of surprise. Chen Li returned to the shelter and sat at the workbench, frowning and thinking. Now that he had lost the steel mill as a source of construction materials, expanding his shelter would undoubtedly reach a dead end. As for paying twice as much for vegetables as for steel rods and cement, he would never do that even if he was beaten to death. After all, if the other side can offer twice as much, they can offer 3 times as much or even more. In fact, there is another way to get building materials. Go to the black market. Of course, it is not the one in Anyang City, but the one in S City. The black market in the city is completely different from the one in Anyang City. The trading network is extremely rich and everything can be exchanged. But there is a very big problem. People on the black market do not have the same profit as the Security Bureau or the Defense Forces. Most often, black people rob each other. Moreover, the black market in the city is closely connected to the organization that calls itself a savior. Therefore, Chen Li had no choice but to not consider the black market option. But if he gave up the black market, he would only have to collect the scattered building materials from all over the city, which would undoubtedly take a very long time. While he was thinking, He saw several armored vehicles on the surveillance screen of his laptop. Chen Li frowned. This soft approach won't work. Do you want a hard approach? The reason he chose to do business with the Security Bureau and the Defense Forces was because he believed that both were official organizations and at least had their own profits. After all, the basic structure of the country still existed. Several armored vehicles stopped outside the shelter, and Lin Yixue, Meng Shuiming, and other familiar people got out. Chen Li didn't know what this group of people were planning, but he didn't plan to hide in the shelter either. When the people outside saw him come out, they had different expressions on their faces. Tan Shaoqin exaggerated this the most. When he saw Chen Li coming out, he immediately broke into a smile and walked towards him. "Oh, Brother Chen, this is all a misunderstanding." Looking at the middle-aged man standing in front of him with a flattering smile on his face, he was very embarrassed. He didn't know this person. Seeing his puzzled expression, Tan Shaoqin immediately explained, "I forgot to introduce myself. I am the commander of the defense team of the steel mill." "Commander?" Chen Li looked puzzled. "What are you doing here?" "Ha ha ha." Tan Shaoqin smiled awkwardly. Time was short and he was speechless. "I just learned that one of my subordinates changed the price-quality ratio for Brother Chen without permission. I immediately brought people to apologize." Hearing this, Chen Li laughed to himself. Not to mention, as a commander, how could he not know what his subordinates were doing? Moreover, Chen Li himself is just an ordinary citizen. How could the other party, as a commander, apologize to him without reason? Seeing that Chen Li was slow in responding, Tan Shaoxin immediately shouted to the tall and thin man behind him, "Zhu Xiuming, come here and apologize." The tall and thin man hurried over, bowed 90 degrees, and continued to apologize. Tan Shaoqin also blamed himself for the poor leadership, although their acting skills left much to be desired. But this shocked the people behind them so much that they were speechless. Especially for the members of the defense team, they even suspected that their commander had changed. When did the commander known for his iron will become so humble? "Okay, stop pretending. Why the hell do you want to see me?" Chen Li interrupted his speech with an impatient expression. "Brother Chen, you are straightforward, so I will not beat around the bush." Despite such straightforward words, Tan Shaoqin did not show any anger, but smiled and said, "Two of my team members were saved by Brother Chen. They told me that you have a set of exoskeleton armor, so that is why you came." Chen Li pretended to understand something. "I have an exoskeleton suit of armor on hand." Tan Shaoqin was initially worried that he had found the wrong person, otherwise he would lose face. When he heard Chen Li admit that he had an exoskeleton, he immediately felt relieved. But he still had a question. Where did you get this exoskeleton? This is the question that interests everyone present the most. After all, this is not a science fiction movie, but reality, the end of the world and the shortage of materials. Others are still worried about food, but is it possible to create an exoskeleton? Everyone present subconsciously thought that Chen Li had picked up this exoskeleton armor somewhere. But Chen Li's answer made everyone's jaws drop. He simply said calmly, "I made it at home." When these words were spoken, everyone was dumbfounded. Tan Shaoqin quickly responded and said, "Can you make a few sets for us? Any conditions are acceptable." "Are all conditions acceptable?" Chen Li's expression showed interest. Seeing Chen Li's interest, Tan Shaoqin immediately replied affirmatively, "Yes, any conditions are acceptable." "But I refuse," Chen Li said lightly. In the past, he might have readily agreed to join the defense team. But today, the other party's price increase made Chen Li realize something. If you are too kind, others will think that you are easily intimidated. And it can be seen that the defense team is in dire need of exoskeleton armor now. Then, it is necessary to carefully understand the other party and seek the greatest benefit for oneself. Hearing Chen Li's refusal, Tan Shaoqin was furious and wanted to tie Chen Li up immediately. But not to mention that he needs their help in making exoskeleton armor, he himself has to send people from the research department there. Because now that the research department knows that there are ready-made exoskeletons, it's like the people at the top know about it too. If I get into trouble, I'm afraid I won't be able to keep my position as commander. Tan Xiaoqin tried to calm down and then said, Ahem, don't rush to refuse. Think about it first. Now, not only me, but also the research department and the management know that you have an exoskeleton. Someone should come to see you tomorrow. Hearing this, Chen Li was a little surprised. How did I attract the attention of the country just by going out in an exoskeleton a few times? Okay, then I won't stay long. I'll be back tomorrow. After saying that, Tan Xiaoqin took his men and left. Lin Yixue and Meng Shueming cried, Do you really have an exoskeleton? Meng Shueming calls himself a craftsman and is naturally very interested in such things. If Tan Xiaoqin had not been there just now, he would probably have rushed straight to Chen Li's hideout to find out what was going on. Lin Yixue, who was sitting next to him, was also curious and wanted to take a look at the exoskeleton. Chen Li couldn't resist Meng Shueming's curiosity and quickly stopped him, saying, Wait in the room for a minute, I'll get it for you. Then he returned to the shelter and took out the exoskeleton. Huh, holy shit! Meng Shueming jumped up and touched the exoskeleton when he saw it. You really did this? Even Lin Yixue's eyes widened, and she couldn't help but ask, Is this the exoskeleton Commander Tan wanted? Chen Li, how did you make it? Chen Li put the exoskeleton back in place, shrugged, and said, I just tinkered with it. It's okay. Tinkering? Meng Shueming's face twitched. If you could figure it out by tinkering, you would be a rare talent, a national treasure. Meng Shueming is indeed right. Lin Yixue also looked at the exoskeleton carefully. My father said that their research department is also developing exoskeletons, but the progress is extremely unsatisfactory. They have only created a general design, and it is not ready for use yet. The research department is also involved in the production of exoskeletons. Chen Li was a little surprised. Yes, I'm afraid someone from the research department will come to see you tomorrow. Lin Yixue nodded and looked at Chen Li with intense curiosity in her eyes. Chen Li frowned slightly and asked, So you want me to help you make an exoskeleton just like the defense team? Lin Yixue thought for a moment and explained, They are different from the defense team. I think with this exoskeleton, you can be recruited into the research department. Currently, the Ministry of Scientific Research is probably the best place in the country, with the highest priority for resource allocation and the best shelter. Even if we can't get there, it's still a pleasure to work with them. Okay, I'll think about it. Chen Li nodded. While they were talking, Meng Shueming put on the exoskeleton. Initially, his height and build were shorter than Chen Li, but the exoskeleton automatically adjusted its structure to his body shape. Meng Shueming then ran out into the yard and tried to jump, jumping straight from a height of 3 meters. This is really amazing. Finally, when the allotted time was almost up, Meng Shueming reluctantly took off the exoskeleton and asked Chen Li to make him a new one. Chen Li could only agree with a helpless smile, and then sent him away. After the two of them left, Chen Li returned to the shelter. Looking at the exoskeleton armor, he couldn't help but think deeply. It was obviously impossible to join the research department, but if it was cooperation, it was possible. But what the other side could provide was still unknown. As the shelters grew, more resources were needed. If you rely entirely on self-gathering or using survival points to upgrade, I don't know how long it will take. Maybe temporarily collaborating with the research department is also an option. Moreover, he planned to make it his main goal to upgrade the workbench after building all the room modules of the shelter and strive to create more advanced things. If we can create our own assembly and production lines in the future, we can completely get rid of external dependence and turn the shelter into a self-sufficient underground city. Of course, these are all plans for the future. At present, we still need to solve the material problem first. After thinking about the plan of action, Chen Li came to the greenhouse. At present, the Chinese cabbage seeds have run out, and Chen Li is preparing to plant water spinach and sprouts as the next batch of vegetables. The growth cycle of sprouts is very short, and they can be harvested within a week, while lettuce takes longer, about 30 days. For these two types of vegetables, Chen Li decided to grow 1/3 of the sprouts hydroponically and 2/3 of the lettuce hydroponically. After all, sprouts grow quickly and produce high yields per mu. If they only planted sprouts, Chen Li would not be able to eat them. Indeed, the next day, several more armored vehicles arrived at Chen Li's hideout. The difference from yesterday is that this time the vehicles are equipped with heavy weapons such as machine guns. Then, a researcher in a white research suit came out of one of the armored personnel carriers. Judging by his age, he must be about 60 years old. Next was Tang Xiaoqin. They walked out of the courtyard and greeted the camera on the roof. Only then did Chen Li slowly emerge from his hiding place. Did he build the exoskeleton? Why is he so young? Researcher Ding Song said in surprise. Tan Xiaoqin smiled and said, "Hey, young people have a lot of ideas and thoughts, and they are definitely more capable than you old people." Ding Song did not seem convinced, but he still followed Tan Xiaoqin into the courtyard. The guards accompanying him, with pistols in hand, cordoned off the entire courtyard. After all, these two were extremely important figures. I'm afraid that if something happened, they wouldn't be able to escape. When the two of them walked towards Chen Li, Tan Xiaoqin immediately introduced them. "Brother Chen, let me introduce myself. This is Ding Song, a first-level researcher in the Mechanical Engineering Division of the Research Department. He also holds a PhD in Mechanical Engineering and Physics from Yanbei University. His name is Professor Ding." Then he introduced Ding Song. "Teacher Ding, this is a genius who created his own exoskeleton, Chen Li. And not only does he make exoskeletons, he even built a greenhouse, and his productivity is even higher than your research department." Hearing this praise, Chen Li's face couldn't help but twitch. He himself doesn't even know how good he is. But this old man named Ding Song has such a wonderful background. Although I don't know how high the position of a first-level research fellow is, Yanbei University is a leading university in Xia country. It can be said that the smoke comes from the ancestral graves, honoring the family, not to mention obtaining a double doctorate. How could such a person come to me personally? Chen Li felt a little surreal. Hearing Tan Xiaoqin's introduction, Ding Song's face showed surprise and curiosity. He asked, "You also built a greenhouse? Is the productivity higher than ours?" Chen Li waved his hand. "There is just enough food. It is not as exaggerated as he said. Come in and sit down." With these words, he led the two of them into his old, dilapidated house. "Last time, to protect the truck from corrosion due to acid rain, we drove it into an old house. No repairs were made afterwards, so the entire old house looks dilapidated. Do you live here?" Ding Song frowned. "No, my shelter is underground," Chen Li answered casually. After the two of them sat down on the dusty sofa, he casually pulled a chair towards them. As soon as he sat down, Ding Song asked directly, "Can you show me your exoskeleton first?" Chen Li nodded, stood up, and walked towards the shelter. After he left, Ding Song asked doubtfully, "Are you sure this guy has an exoskeleton?" Tan Xiaoqin hissed and said hesitantly, "I haven't seen it with my own eyes, but my people wouldn't lie to me." Ding Song frowned as if he had been deceived, which made Tan Xiaoqin feel embarrassed. But when Chen Li appeared in the living room with the exoskeleton in his hands, the two of them jumped up. These two were even more ferocious than Meng Shuiming yesterday, and they directly snatched the exoskeleton from his hands. Of course, if Chen Li was unwilling to let go, these two would not have been able to snatch the things from him. Ding Song, who had seemed completely calm at first, now looked like a child who had just been given a new toy. He clutched the exoskeleton tightly, looked at it carefully, and almost licked it several times. This is amazing. How can this mechanical structure be like this? Why is it designed like this? Why can it be assembled so easily? Why is the hydraulic pressure here so stable? How does the contact force conflict arise here? Ding Song asked a series of questions, causing Tan Xiaoqin, who was sitting next to him, to feel dizzy. Teacher Ding, please pay attention to your image," he quickly reminded. Ding Song also realized that he had lost his composure, so he coughed twice and tried to calm down. But when he saw the mechanical assisting arm on the back of the exoskeleton, he suddenly cursed. Holy shit! Hey, is this actually a mechanical arm? He tried to move the mechanical arm, but suddenly the mechanical arm moved on its own, avoiding his hand. Does it really have micro-intelligence? How is this robotic arm installed? How could it be done so precisely? Ding Song could no longer contain his emotions. His face turned red. He looked at Chen Li as if he wanted to cut open his brain and drill into it to look inside. Chen Li raised his eyebrows. To be honest, he couldn't explain what Ding Song was asking. When the system imprinted the drawing in his mind, it only let him know how to make it and what to do, but it did not explain why it should be done that way. For example, everyone knows that 1 plus 1 equals 2, but no one can explain why 1 plus 1 equals dusra. Chen Li thought for a moment and simply said, I just figured it out by chance. I don't know why. I'm just a university graduate majoring in computer science, so I'm not very familiar with the principles of mechanical engineering. Ding Song's eyes immediately widened and he said incredulously, Unbelievable, unbelievable. You're a damn genius. If it were earlier, I would definitely bring you to our school and personally become your mentor. Although Tang Xiaoqin is on the defense team, he doesn't understand much about technology and doesn't understand how this exoskeleton works. He knows Dante Song very well. The fact that Chen Li was able to create something that nearly drove Ding Song crazy was proof of his genius in itself. At that moment, Tan Xiaoqin repented so much that his insides turned green. No, he repented everything from head to toe. What did I do wrong before? I had to raise the price and insult Chen Li. I don't know what to do now. He could only echo from the side. Yes, yes, Brother Chen Li is a genius. With Brother Chen Li's exoskeleton, our defense team's strength will increase by several levels. In the end, Ding Song and Chen Li ignored him. Tan Xiaoqin could only laugh awkwardly. What follows is a full-fledged Q&A session. Ding Song asked, and Chen Li answered. But no matter how he asked, Chen Li was unable to explain these two deep principles. After all, he only had basic mechanical engineering skills now. If you ask him about surgery, he will definitely make people doubt whether he learned anything in vain. The question and answer session lasted for almost an hour. Tan Xiaoqin could no longer sit still and quickly intervened. Teacher Ding, please ask these questions later. Don't forget about the important matter today. Yes, yes, yes. Ding Song's emotions gradually subsided, and he said to Chen Li, This time, in addition to wanting to see the exoskeleton, I also wanted to ask you if you would like to join our research department. Chen Li sat down on the chair and said calmly, If I join, what benefits will you give me? Ding Song thought for a moment and said, If you are willing to join, I can guarantee you my name and give you the position and salary of a 4th-level researcher. Chen Li raised his eyebrows and asked, A level 4 researcher? Well, don't think that being a level 4 researcher is bad. Ding Song nodded and continued, As you know, the situation outside is very difficult, but all of our research department staff have access to a special underground shelter. Unlike the big shelters outside, each of our researchers has their own living space, and we eat vegetables and meat 3 times a day. It can be said that our standard of living is very high and safe. Depending on the rating, different gifts will be given out every month. For example, a level 4 researcher can receive a box of wine, juice, fruit, snacks, etc. every month. The higher the level, the better the things you get. And of course, it is not limited to just food. Chen Li narrowed his eyes slightly, and his mind became active. These conditions are indeed an irresistible temptation for ordinary people. But he could not agree. Although joining the research department does provide better resources. But this also meant that he would be limited as before, with a superior standing above him giving him orders. But he was not prepared to flatly refuse like a fool. Chen Li still understood the principle that a person is innocent if he has no treasure. Although, judging from Ding Song's performance, his exoskeleton is indeed far superior to the one of the R&D department, but that doesn't mean the other side won't be able to come. If Chen Li refuses to hand over the exoskeleton technology, it is very likely that the other side will use force directly. The main reason why the other side is still willing to sit down and talk to me is because they want to resolve the issue peacefully. What if Chen Li had used a nuclear bomb instead of an exoskeleton? I'm afraid he was surrounded from the inside and outside and forced back. So Chen Li can't be considered to have a solid card in his hand, at most a trump card. Then he prepared to jump back and forth between the two players. Well, it seems like joining the research department is a good idea. Chen Li nodded. But I like being alone, and I prefer to stay in my own shelter. Huh? Ding Song was stunned. He didn't expect Chen Li to refuse. He asked in confusion, "Joining our research department will not affect you in any way. Why did you—" Chen Li interrupted him and said, "Teacher Ding misunderstood. What I meant was that I can cooperate with the research department, not join it as a freelancer." Cooperation? Freelancer? Ding Song was a little confused. In a world where natural disasters were constantly occurring, food was in short supply, and monsters were roaming around. Would there be people who would refuse to enter the shelter of their research department? Suddenly, he seemed to react and said with a smile, "I understand. You are worried that if you provide us with the exoskeleton manufacturing technology, you will be given 500 wen and a banner. Therefore, you want to negotiate compensation through cooperation." Chen Li nodded and did not deny. Ding Song laughed and said, "Don't worry, young man. If you really don't want to join, go ahead. With my connections and your abilities, I can still find you a part-time position. Of course, the compensation for the exoskeleton armor will definitely be good." Chen Li raised his eyebrows and thought, "I was waiting for you to say that." "I wonder what the research department can give me," Chen Li asked. Ding Song frowned, thought for a moment and said, "Weapons, food, medicine, and so on, everything is in stock. Commander Tang also mentioned that you are still short of building materials. We can provide those as well, and we certainly won't charge exorbitant prices like some." Tan Shaoqin, who was standing at the side, quickly interrupted him. "Hey, Teacher Ding, let's not talk about other things today. Don't talk nonsense. Brother Chen Li, I have already informed my people about the exchange rate. Our orders will remain valid, but the rate will be reduced. That is, the same weight of vegetables can be exchanged for twice as much building materials. Don't worry, what happened yesterday will never happen again." Chen Li raised his eyebrows, but said nothing. Instead, he was thinking about what he wanted from the research department. After thinking for a while, he said, "I need weapons, food, medicine, seeds, an armored vehicle, and high-strength alloys." In addition to the basic materials, Chen Li also mentioned many rare materials. Given the exoskeleton technology, it is indeed a bit excessive to ask for so much material. After all, no Ding Song noticed something in Chen Li's thoughts. "There is definitely no problem with the basic supplies, but our research department has run out of armored vehicles. You should talk to Commander Tang about this personally. But you need high-strength alloys, compression generators, powerful microwaves, etc. Do you plan to produce anything?" Chen Li did not hide anything and said frankly, "I think this exoskeleton can still be improved, but it requires a lot of materials to conduct experiments." In fact, he didn't tell the whole story. Some of the materials were actually intended to directly improve the exoskeleton, while most of the other materials went to improving the workbench and building the studio. Hearing this, Ding Song nodded and exclaimed, "This exoskeleton can indeed be improved. I can talk to my boss and try to get the materials for you." "Okay, that suits me." Chen Li breathed a sigh of relief, fearing that the other party would not agree. As long as he has these materials, he can build the studio by himself. "Okay, then come with us to the shelter and help us deal with the exoskeleton first." Ding Song said this and was about to pull Chen Li away. Chen Li quickly replied, "I'm not used to leaving my shelter. As soon as I exit, my mind becomes blank." Just kidding. Although the system said this before, After others saw Chen Li's improved abilities, it would forcibly change their thoughts and make them think that it was something created by Chen Li himself. But he didn't dare take the risk. What if something goes wrong and the country reveals the secrets of its own system? That's the end of it. Just lock them up, feed them good food and drink every day, and then give them upgrade items? Wouldn't that be the golden toad? Your symptoms are very similar to those of a student I taught before. What is the name of this disease? Ding Song frowned and tried hard to remember. Oh yeah, I think it's called Asperger's syndrome. Chen Li immediately sighed with relief. He was still thinking about how to explain the situation when the other person explained it to him first. Yes, I suffer from Asperger's syndrome, so I refused to go to the R&D department. Chen Li nodded. Ding Song sighed and said, "Then how can you hand over the exoskeleton technology to us?" Chen Li thought for a moment and said, "I will film the detailed production process and send it to you. If you have any problems during production, you can call me on the phone." "Okay, let's do it this way for now." Ding Song nodded. Seeing that they had finished talking, Tan Xiaoqin, who was standing next to them, said worriedly, "Gentlemen, I don't understand technical matters, but I know how to fight. There is a monstrous wave coming now. With our current numbers and equipment, we definitely won't be able to stand firm if we face her head-on. So, can you two make me a batch of exoskeletons first?" Ding Song shook his head and said, "I'm afraid we can't help you. The research department is currently unable to provide mass production. After all, we don't even have the necessary technology yet. Even if we did, it would take time to master and research it." Hearing this, Tan Xiaoqin knew that he could only ask Chen Li for help. "Brother Chen Li, can you make a batch for us first?" "I'll provide the materials. If you help me, I'll be in your debt." "A favor?" Chen Li raised his eyebrows. In this world, to be honest, the word humanity is a bit empty. If I hadn't mastered the exoskeleton technology, those two probably wouldn't even look at me. Even if it were to become worthless one day, no matter how great the service, it would be useless. Therefore, he does not need so-called favors, but wants something substantial, something that can strengthen his own strength. If you provide me with the necessary parts, I can make a batch of exoskeletons in a short time. But what can Commander Tang give me? Chen Li slowly said. Of course, what Chen Li meant by production definitely did not mean spending his own survival points to process the parts, but he had to ask the other party to provide them. If there are enough parts and only the exoskeleton body is made without the auxiliary mechanical arm, Chen Li can probably make 2 or 3 exoskeletons a day. This, Tan Xiaoqin was momentarily confused. He didn't even know what he could give. Seeing that he couldn't think of anything, Chen Li spoke up. "I need," Chen Li raised his finger, "your steel factory's monthly output." Tan Xiaoqin and Ding Song's eyes widened when they heard this. "A month?" Tang Xiaoqin shook his head. "Impossible. I have to give the goods to the boss every month. Even if I agree, they won't agree." Chen Li frowned and asked, "Then how much can you give?" Tan Xiaoqin thought for a moment and said, "A week's output from the steel factory, plus armored vehicles and a batch of weapons." Hearing this, Chen Li frowned and fell into deep thought. The current output of the steel plant is not high. Even if it is a month's output, Chen Li can only build 4 or 5 room modules. I'm afraid that if we're talking about weekly productivity, he'll be able to build 2 room modules at most. However, if they added armored vehicles and a batch of weapons, it would be acceptable. However, Chen Li did not agree directly, but pretended not to agree and said, "With these exoskeletons, the productivity of your steel factory will increase significantly. Commander Tang only gave me a week's supply of products, which is too little." Hearing this, Tan Xiaoqin's face twitched. He naturally understood what Chen Li meant. But now, the other party is from the R&D department, and I dare not do anything. He gritted his teeth and said, 2 weeks. I give you 2 weeks of productivity. This is the maximum authority I have." Chen Li saw his expression and smiled secretly. 2 weeks, or half of a month's production, was enough for him to build a water treatment plant, and a storage room. Then he feigned understanding and said, Well, that's fine too. After all, Commander Tang is also working for the good of the country and the people. I can't let Commander Tang down. This made Tan Shaoqin so angry that his teeth began to itch. Finally, Chen Li wrote down on paper all the materials needed to make the exoskeleton and the parts that needed to be processed. Of course, considering the practicality and efficiency of production, he removed the auxiliary mechanical arm. After all, at present, mechanical weapons are essentially useless for the defense team. As for the research department, Ding Song said that they could just wait for Chen Li to record while he was busy preparing materials for the defense team. After they left, Chen Li breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, he was a little nervous right now. After all, my current strength is still too weak. Once the other party wants to do something, I can only be intimidated. But fortunately, the other party still adhered to the basic moral principles and did not fall into the trap. However, this also caused Chen Li to feel a sense of crisis. He needed to make all the room modules as soon as possible and then upgrade the shelter. He even had a bold idea. Maybe in the future, he could create his own group of robotic self-defense teams. In the next few days, Chen Li became a doomsday otaku, hiding in the shelter every day, waiting for materials from the steel factory and the R&D department. It does not mean that with these materials, he will be able to immediately upgrade the shelter to the highest level. For example, for the water treatment and purification plant, he only has the building materials. As for the necessary pre-filter, central water purifier, water softener, and other equipment, he needs to go out and pick them up. At first, he wanted the research department to provide them, but considering that these things weren't that rare, he could go and collect them himself. So they temporarily replaced the material with high-strength alloys, high-power microwave devices, and other materials. After all, these materials are not easy to find. Even if Chen Li obtains them through system improvements, he will still need a lot of survival points. Why not take advantage of this opportunity and make the most of the research department's funds? Using these rare materials, he will be able to upgrade his exoskeleton. His current plan is to upgrade to the power armor from the Fallout games, and then to the Mjolnir armor from Halo. And why not upgrade to the Iron Man set? Chen Li wanted to do that too, but he didn't have the skills. Not to mention the armor itself, energy itself is a big problem. Iron Man's heart is the cold fusion reactor in his chest. Even the Xia Kingdom has yet to develop a cold fusion reactor. If Chen Li had guessed this by mistake, then after the people above discovered it, it would probably not be as easy to deceive people as with an exoskeleton. Of course, if Chen Li had built a cold fusion reactor, its own power would certainly be quite high. There are too many parts to make an exoskeleton. Even though the mechanical auxiliary arm has been removed, Tan Shaoqin is still very busy. In addition to transmitting intelligence to the higher-ups, they also have to organize people to process the parts. It took more than a week to finally produce the parts needed for 20 sets of exoskeleton armor. But when he called Chen Li, no one answered. Suddenly, a completely absurd idea popped into Tan Shaoqin's head. Had he escaped? The day before Tan Shaoqin called him, Chen Li discovered through the surveillance camera that a group of people had come out onto the street. At first glance, there were 10 people. Among these people, naturally, there were some that Chen Li was familiar with. These were people who had been here before. This group of people probably didn't find the exact location of Chen Li's hideout, so after breaking into the courtyard, they rushed into the old house to search. How could Chen Li continue to hide in the hideout and watch the show if the other party came to attack him? He immediately put on the exoskeleton armor, took the gun and Miao Dao, and walked out of the shelter. At this time, most of the people gathered on the second floor of the old house, and only 3 remained downstairs. One of them accidentally walked out of the back door of the old house and saw Chen Li coming out of the basement. The young man in the black down jacket had just shouted out 2 words when he discovered with horror that Chen Li, who was wearing a strange apparatus, had instantly turned into a shadow and appeared in front of him. His throat had been cut, and he could not continue to speak. He could only stare at Chen Li with his eyes wide open. Chen Li's expression darkened. He shook the blood off his Miao Dao and walked straight into the old house. To be honest, he didn't take these 10 people seriously at all. Now his physical fitness is twice that of a normal person, not to mention wearing an exoskeleton. Even if there are 20 people, he can handle it easily. As soon as he entered the old house, he ran into a man who heard the noise and ran out of the yard. Holy shit. The man was shocked to see the exoskeleton on his body and the corpse lying on the ground twitching behind him. He turned around and ran away. Chen Li raised his eyebrows, thinking that this man had a strong intuition. And judging from his movements, he looked like a person who ate the meat of a mutated beast or a dark beast, and his speed of movement was much faster than that of ordinary people. "Come down quickly, he is there." As soon as the man ran to the stairs leading to the second floor, he felt a chill in his heart. Looking down, he saw that Miao Dao's sword had pierced his chest completely. With an emotionless expression, Chen Li pulled Miao Dao out of his chest with a whoosh. The people upstairs heard the noise downstairs and hurried down the stairs. The reason Chen Li waited for that person to scream was actually to attract that group of people and kill them all at once. Soon, Chen Li, who was standing in the living room, was surrounded from the front and back. Even though he was surrounded, he looked relaxed and calm. He simply said, "Who are you? From the west side of the city? If you tell the truth, maybe I will let you go." The leader of this group was an extremely strong, bald man. His hands looked very swollen, and he had very little clothing on, only a thick coat. His hands were wrapped in black cloth, making them look huge. The bald man saw his two brothers tragically die from Chen Li's knife, and then he spat and said, "Damn it! I heard from Li Hu that you were incredibly ruthless and killed 3 of his brothers when we first met. Now I finally saw it for myself. Later, Li Hu disappeared, and I'm afraid it was you who did it." "Li Hu? I don't know him." Chen Li shook the blood off his Miao Dao. But the security bureau had already caught someone from Zhenxi. It seems he was shot. The bald man looked closely at the exoskeleton Chen Li was wearing. He used to be a fugitive and rarely watched movies. But I still vaguely remember that this thing was called an exoskeleton or something like that. It seemed quite powerful. But things that only appear in movies exist in reality, right? But he decided not to take any chances. Humph, that idiot Li Hu is dead. So what? I won't cause you any trouble this time. My older brother wants to invite you to visit. Chen Li raised his eyebrows and asked with a smile, "Your elder brother?" The bald man immediately raised his head and said, "My elder brother has now secured the support of the rescue organization and has taken the medicine of evolution. He has become an evolved person with superpowers. Now he wants to take over Anyang City and expand his influence. I saw that you are skilled with a knife and ruthless, so I want to recruit you into our organization." Chen Li raised his eyebrows and said, "Evolutionary medicine? Superpowers? Judging by your size, is it possible that you also drank the so-called evolutionary medicine?" The bald man laughed and said proudly, "Yes, I also drank the evolutionary medicine and awakened superpowers in myself. My physical strength is now far superior to that of an ordinary person." Chen Li chuckled. "I see. Your abilities and your brother's abilities do not allow you to breed with mutant pigs, right?" Hearing this, the bald man immediately cursed, seeking death. Then he suddenly tensed his legs, and his speed became much faster than that of ordinary people. But in front of Chen Li, he was still a little slow. But at this moment, he also became very curious about what kind of supernatural ability this person had. So he did not kill him directly with Miao Dao, but stuck his knife into the ground and raised his hands to repel the attack. With a roar, the two men joined hands and began to wrestle. Chen Li found that the opponent's strength was only slightly less than his own, and estimated that it was about 1.5 or 1.6 times that of an ordinary person. As the hydraulics of his exoskeletons began to work, he gradually increased the strength of his arms and asked sarcastically, "Is that all?" The bald man felt the pressure build up more and more, as if he was being continually pushed back. Then he screamed, "Die!" Then his hands suddenly began to swell and tore his clothes, revealing his black hands with thin scales inside. This scene really surprised Chen Li. At first, he thought that the so-called superpowers of the bald man were the same as in novels, such as the ability to spray water, shoot fire, and become invisible. He did not expect that it was actually a mutation-like ability. As a specialist in surgical medicine, he could naturally notice that the structure of the bald man's hand was different from that of an ordinary person and more reminiscent of a mutant's hand. He calculated that the bald man's strength should be about 1.8 times greater. However, after that, the bald man did not make any other movements, nor did he suddenly spew fire from his mouth or anything like that. I guess that's what he calls his supernatural power. Chen Li immediately lost interest and increased the strength of his arms. Impossible. The bald man continued to back away, feeling as if he was being pushed by a high-speed train, and his face showed disbelief. Chen Li suddenly pushed the bald man away with force. Then he kicked him in the stomach, sending him flying into the yard. He laughed and said, "This is what you call a superpower?" "Actually, I also have a superpower called knowledge," he said, pointing to the exoskeleton on his body. He then pulled out his Meow Dao and prepared to deal with this group of people. What was unexpected was that a group of people watching the performance nearby, seeing the bald man being thrown away, quickly snatched 5 guns from their hands. Chen Li was speechless when he saw a group of people who were scared but still pointed their guns at him. "You have a gun. Why don't you take it out earlier?" He could only lower Meow Dao and raise his hands. If only 1 or 2 guns were pointed at him at this moment, he could use the surrounding obstacles to dodge. But 5 guns, unless Chen Li has a protective shield or extremely high speed. Otherwise, you will definitely get shot. After all, he is not yet capable of such magical skills as dodging bullets, and this is reality, not a movie. It is impossible to be shot and continue to fight more and more fiercely, like a god of war. Even if it is a small gun, the bullet will spin and move around in the body when it hits a person. Of course, if you are lucky and penetrate directly, the damage will be less. But anyway, once you get shot, you definitely won't be able to get up. Damn, that hurt. The bald man stood up from the ground, cursed, and asked the others to take Chen Li out. Then he pointed to the exoskeleton and asked, "Where did you get that thing?" Chen Li didn't answer him, but calmly said, "It's better to let me go." The bald man suddenly became angry and kicked him forward, but Chen Li blocked the blow by slightly raising his leg. With a clanking sound, the bald man's legs came into close contact with the high-strength alloy of the exoskeleton, and the pain almost made him cry. "Take him back and report to the boss." The bald man grabbed Chen Li by the legs and ordered his men to take him to the van parked outside. He then limped into the passenger seat of the van and said to the remaining 2 men, "Stay here, find his hideout, move all his things to that truck, and then drive back." Having said this, he asked someone to drive him back quickly. The 2 remaining people looked at each other and had to turn around and return to Chen Li's old house to continue searching. In fact, when Chen Li was just pointed out, he had already spent 200 survival points and increased his agility to 30 points. Originally, he could directly increase it to more than 40 points using the remaining survival points. But the system warned him against acting rashly. The shelter level is insufficient and the characteristics cannot be improved. Please improve the shelter level first. He could only curse the man who created this system in his heart, and then raise his hands in surrender. After all, it was impossible to dodge 5 guns with only 30 agility points. Chen Li, who was sitting in the car, was being targeted by 5 guns. He didn't dare to move and could only walk to Zhenxi Supermarket. At present, Zhenxi Supermarket has completely changed its appearance. This group of people collected all the surrounding cars and used them as a fence around the supermarket. They also made a simple fence using various iron sheets and a series of wooden spikes. Normal small mutants or dark creatures are really not able to break through such a defensive position. Seeing the returning wagon, the gatekeepers quickly opened the gate to let it through. Finally, the van stopped at the entrance of the supermarket and Chen Li was pushed out of the car. This supermarket in Zhenxi is not big, but it is not small either. It covers an area of several hundred square meters and has 3 floors. Now, the entire supermarket is blocked off from the inside with steel sheets, and it is difficult to see what is happening inside. Then he was dragged into the supermarket by force. All the shelves and counters in the supermarket were pushed aside, creating small rooms. When the people in the supermarket saw the bald man and the others enter, everyone turned around. Chen Li quickly looked around. Even without looking closely, one could see that there were at least 20 to 30 people there, all strong men. Of course, there were also small houses where one could hear the pleas and cries of women. It seems that during this period, the power of this group of people has increased enormously. Otherwise, they would not have announced that they were going to occupy Anyang City. He then surveyed the surroundings and commented on the construction work at the supermarket without showing the slightest fear. This greatly upset the bald man, who had expected to see him scared. The crowd rushed into the depths of the supermarket. People on both sides looked at Chen Li's exoskeleton with curiosity and even wanted to approach and touch it with their hands. But when they saw the bald man and the others pointing their guns at Chen Li, they immediately understood and retreated a few steps, not daring to look any longer. The bald man and the others dragged Chen Li to the top floor and ended up in front of the elder brother, as they called him. The entire third floor of the supermarket was tightly enclosed with steel sheets and brightly lit. In the middle stood a huge bed made up of more than a dozen mattresses. A naked young man was being served by 7 thinly clothed women with tense expressions. Chen Li frowned as he saw this scene. "Brother, this man is here," the bald man said respectfully. The young man said, and then dismissed the 7 women. He got out of bed, casually put on a white robe and said to Chen Li, "I heard that you are very skilled in swordsmanship." But just as he finished his speech, his brows furrowed. "What are you wearing?" Before Chen Li could answer, the bald man quickly replied, "Brother, this thing seems to be called exoskeleton armor." Exoskeleton armor? The young man was suddenly shocked. He was not someone like the bald man who only knew how to fight and kill. "Is this true? Can you wear it and run?" Chen Li smiled and said, "Of course, that's true. What if I ask them to lay down their weapons and I'll show you?" The young man snorted coldly and said to the bald man, "Take off his exoskeleton." But no matter how they pulled, or tugged, they couldn't get it off. "Forget about it. Let's talk about it later." The young man frowned, stopped them, turned to Chen Li and said, "My name is Ji Xiangguang. You should have heard of me." Ji Xiangguang. Chen Li frowned slightly, because he thought the name sounded familiar. Then he suddenly realized, "Are you the fugitive serial killer who killed 8 people? Ha 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 ha, it's me." Ji Xiangguang laughed a little madly. "Originally, I just wanted to catch you and try some medicine on you, but now that I've seen this exoskeleton, I've changed my mind. How about we work together? Cooperation?" Chen Li sneered. "Together, we will become killers?" Ji Xiangguang snorted coldly and said, "What's wrong with killing people? Haven't you killed several of my people? I heard from them that you kill with every blow, and you are no better than me." Seeing that Chen Li was silent, he continued, "The world is in ruins now. Why don't we work together? If you agree, I can talk to the top management of the rescue organization and ask you to join us. All you have to do is provide us with an exoskeleton, and we will have everything we need. Does this so-called rescue organization really have such great power?" Chen Li looked incredulous. Ji Xiangguang thought he was hesitating and immediately said, "Of course, the energy is great. In any case, I will never let you suffer losses." These words made Chen Li think, could it be that this so-called rescue organization is not so simple? But despite everything, he didn't want to get involved in this story. It was best to stay and develop. "I'm just an ordinary citizen. Whether you save the world or destroy it, it's none of my business." Chen Li was too lazy to talk to this crazy man, and he continued, "Let's argue? If you don't let me go quickly, someone will come looking for you later. Do you believe it? I have to say that, as a serial killer, he must have mental problems." Ji Xiangguang's head suddenly jerked as if he was ill, and then he gritted his teeth and said, "I still don't believe it. Who will come to save you? Those guys from the security bureau?" They can't even protect themselves. How can they come to save you? Even if they come, I can make sure they never come back. Chen Li touched his nose and said, "The security bureau definitely won't come." Inside the steel mill, Tan Xiaoqin was waiting impatiently for news in the office. After failing to get through yesterday, he immediately sent someone to look for Chen Li as soon as he had a safe time today. After all, he had already negotiated with the authorities, and the entire defense team of the steel plant depended on Chen Li to make exoskeletons for them. If the man left, then Tang Xiaoqin would be finished. Finally, 4 uniformed guards with machine guns in their hands escorted 2 people with beaten and bloody faces into the office. Seeing that the people he sent had returned, Tan Xiaoqin asked anxiously, "Weren't you looking for Chen Li? Who are these 2? One of the guards replied, "Report. The organization these 2 belong to has captured Chen Li." Tan Xiaoqin's eyes immediately widened. He slammed the table and roared, "Who the hell are you? How dare you arrest my people? Emergency response, save this man for me. Adjutant Gao, bring the tank to me." The 2 people kneeling on the ground were so scared that they wet themselves. They never imagined that if they stayed, they would be caught by the defense team. This is the defense force of Xia country. This is terrible. On the 3rd floor of Zhenxi supermarket, Chen Li originally thought that Ji Xiangguang was just mentally ill. But he didn't expect that his expression suddenly became fierce and his body began to twitch and shake constantly. He fell to his knees in pain and punched the mattress with all his might. As a result, the mattress was pierced through, and his fist even punched a hole in the concrete floor. This power Chen Li remained calm, secretly remarking, "It is probably twice that of an ordinary person." He was more interested in the so-called evolutionary medicine. What could give a person such enormous strength? But that was not the end. Ji Xiangguang suddenly roared like a wild beast, and then the muscles and bones on his back tensed up like living fish swimming in his body. The bald man was so scared when he saw this that he almost fell to the ground, but he still pointed the gun at Chen Li. He then quickly shouted to the others, "Damn, Big Brother is about to have an attack. Hurry up and bring the medicine." Chen Li ignored the panicking people, but instead carefully watched Ji Xiangguang. Ji Xiangguang's back suddenly arched like a hunched old man, and his limbs gradually began to swell and become covered in thick scales. The tail vertebrae also began to grow rapidly, and one of them stretched out like a tail. Tisk tisk, Chen Li was shocked when he saw this scene. He initially believed that the so-called evolved humans had evolved only slightly because they ate the meat of mutated animals and their bodies were stimulated, which resulted in improved physical fitness. However, judging from the changes in Ji Xiangguang now, this so-called evolution is not that simple at all. It is more of a mutation than an evolution. Spike! Ji Xiangguang suddenly raised his head, revealing a sharp face covered in fine green scales. Spitting out his tongue, he looked at Chen Li, his gaze fixed on him. "Snake?" Chen Li couldn't help but say. And looking at Ji Xiangguang's appearance, he guessed that he was almost losing his human sanity. He. Ji Xiangguang laughed sharply. "That's right. I injected myself with an evolutionary drug created by a snake-like dark beast." He spat out his tongue as he said that. Dark beast? Hearing this news, even Chen Li couldn't help but be surprised. Is there anyone who can use the dark beast to create the so-called evolutionary medicine? At this moment, the younger brother ran to the 3rd floor with the suitcase and hurriedly shouted, "The medicine is here!" Then the bald man looked at him and asked him to give Ji Xiangguang an injection. The younger brother immediately stopped and looked at Ji Xiangguang, trembling with fear. But he couldn't bear the pressure from the bald man, so he could only open the suitcase, take out a bottle of medicine filled with a viscous red-black liquid, then draw it into a syringe and move towards Ji Xiangguang step by step. Just when he was about to take the injection, there was a sudden noise outside the supermarket. Then, the roar of an engine could be heard. It must be said that this group of villains in Zhenxi may seem like monsters to ordinary people. But when they encounter a defense team, they are truly insufficient. The men guarding the gate outside were stunned to see the tank approaching. When the defense team ran up to him, He didn't even dare raise his gun to shoot. He just knelt down and begged for mercy. And on the third floor of the supermarket, several younger brothers came running in panic, shouting, "Brother, the situation is bad. There is a tank and a self-defense unit outside." When these words were spoken, everyone present was stunned. At this moment, Chen Li suddenly used force, turned around, and pushed the bald man away, then grabbed the gun that fell from his hand and shot straight at the other people who had not yet reacted. When such a significant change occurred, Ji Xiangguang used his remaining consciousness to pick up the syringe from the floor and rushed towards Chen Li. Although his strength had increased significantly after the mutation, it was still not enough for Chen Li, who had 30 agility points. Easily dodging, Chen Li raised his hand and shot Ji Xiangguang's back several times. Ji Xiangguang, who was shot, fell to the ground, and the syringe in his hand also fell out. But he still tried to get up and ran down. Chen Li did not chase after him. Instead, he picked up the syringe from the ground, pulled out the needle, and wrapped it on the side with a piece of cloth. He also took 3 bottles of evolutionary medicine from the suitcase. Then he slowly walked down. When he got down, Chen Li saw Ji Xiangguang being shot by the defense team. When Tan Shaoqin saw Chen Li coming down, he immediately came over and asked what had happened. Chen Li explained the general situation, but kept silent about the issue of evolutionary medicine. Tan Shaoqin frowned and ordered Ji Xiangguang's body to be taken away and sent to the research department. The next step is to clean the supermarket. Chen Li didn't pay attention to what happened next. He simply got into the armored car and returned to his shelter. A large truck was already parked outside his shelter. Here are the materials needed to make 20 sets of exoskeletons. When can you finish them? Tan Shaoqin looked at Chen Li with concern. Chen Li opened the compartment, looked inside and said, 20 sets? About a week. Hearing that it would only take a week, Tan Shaoqin breathed a sigh of relief, but still solemnly reminded, "Okay, but I have to tell you one thing. It has now been confirmed that the monster wave will be heading towards S City. If you want to come to our steel plant or join the research department, feel free to let us know." Chen Li nodded and then asked the defense team to move all the materials to the basement. After the defense team left, he returned to the shelter, sat down at the workbench, and took out the vials of evolutionary medicine. Unexpectedly, the system also provides an upgrade plan for this thing. Low-grade animal fluid mixture. Enhancement Option 1. Purify the mixture. Reduce impurities. Reduce mutation rate by 10%. Increase enhancement attribute by 10%. Requires 200 survival points to enhance Enhancement Option 2. Increase the concentration of the mixture. Increase the chance. Mutations by 10, increase the enhancement attribute by 30%. Requires 300 survival points to enhance mixture. Judging from the system description, this so-called evolutionary medicine is actually the flesh of the dark beast. Probably, the flesh and blood are separated by a centrifuge, and then mixed with other substances in a mixer. However, this also made Chen Li realize one thing. The dark beast has a greater stimulating effect on humans. If someone were to eat the meat of a dark beast for a long time, they would probably become like Ji Xiangguang, neither human nor ghost. Chen Li threw the bottles of evolutionary medicine into the corner of the desk. Although I don't use this thing myself, it's still worth studying in the future. Then they began to carry the exoskeleton materials from the basement back to the shelter. 20 sets may not be a lot, but they still filled the hall of the shelter. Chen Li set up several cameras sent by Tan Shaoqin near the workbench to begin filming the production process. But he suddenly realized the problem. Although the system claims to be able to change the consciousness of living beings, what about machines like cameras? What happens if he uses the update function under the lens of several cameras at once? Will you take a picture of a green net erupting from his body? Chen Li looked at several cameras, turned on the system, and instructed it to assemble the exoskeleton. After I spent 20 survival points, a green light lit up around the exoskeleton material. 10 seconds later, a completely new exoskeleton appeared in front of him. This exoskeleton assembled by the system is not much different from the one made by Chen Li himself. Then Chen Li took one of the cameras that was filming, opened the footage, and began to review it. Surprisingly, there are no green grid lines in the picture. Instead, Chen Li made an exoskeleton with his own hands, his face expressionless. When Chen Li saw this scene, he felt a chill down his spine. If the images in the camera were real, then it meant that the system had actually forced its way into his memory. In fact, when Chen Li used the enhancement function, the system captured his body and began to transform objects. But there is another possibility. The system actually fabricated a picture out of thin air and saved it on the camera's storage medium. Of the two possibilities, Chen Li prefers to believe in the second. If the system can really control your body, why would you wait until you use an advanced feature that allows you to do so? Moreover, after each level up, Chen Li did not feel any fatigue, especially since the time was precise. For example, Chen Li had previously built greenhouses, power plants, etc. If the system were to control his body and slowly regenerate it, he would probably be exhausted to death, and the moment would be inopportune. But the system itself is irrational, so why think so much about it now? After much thought, Chen Li took a few deep breaths to clear away these jumbled thoughts. Now that Chen Li knew that the system could actually hide, he no longer worried about being exposed and began to make the exoskeleton. The exoskeleton would cost the system 20 points to create, which was too expensive. So Chen Li gave up the idea of asking the system for help and was able to do it himself using the tool bench. Since the auxiliary mechanical arm was removed, Chen Li worked much faster. According to preliminary estimates, he could do 3 such tasks a day. For the next 6 days, Chen Li worked on the exoskeleton in the shelter every day. They say that men love machines and mechanisms. But if you do the same thing every day, anyone will get bored. If Chen Li hadn't thought about the huge amount of resources he would receive after completing the project, he would have wanted to smash those exoskeletons. Finally, after making the last exoskeleton, Chen Li finally let out a sigh of relief and plopped down in his work chair. But there is still one last step left: to program the chips of 20 sets of exoskeleton armor. Despite the lack of an auxiliary mechanical lever, it is only necessary to adjust the control of the chip with a hydraulic device. But making 20 sets of exoskeletons one by one would likely take a long time. Chen Li had a solution to that problem. He runs it with a Raspberry Pi microcomputer, developed by the Raspberry Pi Foundation, which is also upgradable. Chen Li spent 20 survival points to upgrade one of the Raspberry Pis, allowing it to connect to other Raspberry Pis in sequence and provide unified control. After writing dozens of lines of code, he finally created these 20 exoskeletons. Chen Li suddenly felt very tired. Although Xiao Hei was crying next to him, he didn't pay attention to it, just lay down on the bed and fell asleep. The next morning, Chen Li woke up after 10 p.m. He ate something calmly and started to carry the 20 exoskeletons outside. About an hour later, Tan Shaoqin and Ding Song arrived in an armored car, followed by 2 large trucks. Seeing the 20 sets of exoskeletons standing in the courtyard, Tan Shaoqin couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Brother Chen Li, thank you so much. You are truly my savior." He hugged Chen Li and began to flatter him, almost kissing his face twice. Ding Song, who was standing next to him, asked, "Chen Li, have you finished filming the video of the exoskeleton's creation?" Chen Li nodded and carried the cameras out of the house. Looking at the pictures in the camera, Ding Song kept praising, not bad, young and promising." Then he took out a card from his bag and handed it to Chen Li. "This is your work card. On the back is the detailed address of the research department. If you want, you can come anytime." Chen Li nodded and took the card. Then Ding Song continued, "Commander Tang and I brought all the supplies in these 2 trucks. I don't think it will be easy for you to unload them, so I'll leave them here first and then come back for them." This reminded Chen Li. Later, he needed more and more resources, and relying solely on manpower to move them manually was definitely not possible. But his hideout was in the basement, and a car couldn't get there. Or should we repair the entrance? Chen Li suddenly came up with this idea and immediately felt that it was feasible. But he still said to Ding Song, Okay, leave the car here for now. While the defense team was moving the exoskeleton, they exchanged a few words with Chen Li before driving away in the car. Chen Li looked at the armored car in the yard and the three large trucks outside and couldn't help but laugh. He only used an exoskeleton, but in return, he got so much. It can't be said that he made a lot of money, but it can be said that he made a huge profit. Chen Li opened the compartments of the two large trucks one by one and examined them. One of them was filled with fuel, food, medicine, seeds, and various precision materials and tools that were used to upgrade the exoskeleton and workbench. When we opened the second truck, we found that most of the things inside were construction materials, such as steel bars, cement, etc. But there were some wooden boxes outside. Apparently, the weapons inside were exactly what Chen Li wanted. Opening one of the rectangular boxes, Chen Li was stunned. What was inside was actually an M82A1 sniper rifle, commonly known as the Barrett sniper rifle. The exaggerated shape and heavy weight made him instantly fall in love with the item. After all, Chen Li only had a small pistol before, and now that he suddenly had a weapon of a level that could kill a god, he felt like he was trading in a musket for a cannon. He then put Barrett down and opened the rest of the wooden boxes. Inside were a Type 87 assault rifle, a HK-UMP-45 submachine gun, and some ammunition. Chen Li smelled the thick smell of gun oil coming from the three guns and couldn't help but laugh. Not bad, not bad. I thought that Commander Tang would give me a few small pistols at most, but I didn't expect him to be so generous. After checking the contents of the truck, Chen Li walked to the khaki armored car parked in the courtyard. This vehicle is different from the heavy armored vehicles that the protection team usually rides on. It is an ultra-light tactical armored vehicle, the design of which appears to be based on the Arctic Cat Wildcat all-terrain vehicle. The overall body length is about 3.7 meters and the weight is about 1.5 tons. Chen Li opened the car door and found 3 seats inside. He then got behind the wheel and tried to start the engine. When the engine roared, Chen Li felt like he was driving a mechanical monster. Chen Li turned off the engine and got out of the car. He noticed that something was missing from the roof and jumped up to take a look. It turned out that there was originally a light machine gun on the roof, but now only the base remained. Chen Li smacked his lips, but he was not too worried about it. After all, if Tan Shaoqin gave him an armored vehicle completely loaded with weapons, it would be a much bigger deal than giving him a Barrett. Chen Li never expected to receive so many resources this time. Apart from a truck with construction materials, it is completely impossible to store other essential items in the shelter, including fuel, food, medicine, etc. In the end, the people from Genshi Supermarket had provided Chen Li with an entire truckload of supplies, plus the supplies sent by the Scientific Research Department. Even if he just lay in the shelter every day doing nothing, he would probably have enough food to last him half a year. Of course, leaving so many things outside was definitely very unsafe. Chen Li planned to immediately build a storage room and completely repair the entrance to the shelter, which was the basement. Although it would require the expenditure of some building materials, it would have no effect. Because this batch of building materials was much larger than he expected. Chen Li stood in the basement, thinking about how to improve it. Then the system provided an upgrade plan. Shelter Entrance Improvement Plan 1. Add electrically operated blast doors, add tunnel entrances, and improve blast resistance. Requires 2,000 survival points to upgrade Option 2. Rebuild the entrance structure, add a garage, improve the view of the entrance, and improve waterproofing and drainage. Requires 2,500 survival points. Upgrade materials found nearby. The survival points required for the first option are reduced to 200, and for the second to 250. If both upgrade materials are available, the survival points required for upgrade are reduced to 400. Damn, a whole 400 points! Chen Li exclaimed in surprise. Although he currently has enough materials and almost 600 survival points, he was still shocked by this figure. The first upgrade plan mainly involves upgrading the shelter gate. They will be replaced with iron gates similar to the armored door designed for only one person. To gates similar to those installed in the radiation shelter. This will not only improve protection, but also make it easier for cars to enter. In addition, a corridor was added, so in the future, defensive fortifications can be built in the corridor. The second option is to completely level the basement and convert it into a platform for entry, which will facilitate the car approach to the entrance and also add a special garage for parking. Both options have their advantages, but the worst part is that both options have what he needs. Isn't it an obvious requirement for him to upgrade both plans at the same time? But think about the 3 supply trucks parked outside, especially this ultra-light armored vehicle. What if it was parked outside and then the tide came and damaged it? Chen Li had no choice but to grit his teeth and choose to upgrade. You're really too suspicious, system. Upgrade both. Of course, no matter how much he complained, the system would naturally ignore him. When the building materials in the truck outside were enveloped in green light and turned into a huge green light that fell into the basement, the entrance to the entire shelter underwent a huge change. This update also took 10 seconds, but the speed of the change was so fast that Chen Li couldn't see clearly. When he reacted, he found himself standing in front of a huge metal gate. Holy shit! Chen Li couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. I saw that the originally dark basement had completely disappeared, replaced by a spacious concrete platform. Looking back, he saw behind him an upward slope, similar to an underground parking lot. Around the platform were drainage ditches that went down. Unless there was a flood, a normal heavy rain would not be able to flood the shelter. He walked up the slope and found that it ran through the entire backyard. In other words, Chen Li could drive straight to the entrance of the shelter by going around the outside. Then he returned to the entrance of the shelter. Different from the previous flimsy-looking silver iron door. This time, the door looks very heavy, with a dark surface, and the material is very similar to his exoskeleton. Chen Li roughly measured the width and height of the gate. The height will be about 4 meters, and the width should be about 5 meters. The door looks natural. There are no buttons on its surface to turn or open it. Of course, as the owner of the shelter, Chen Li still has the right to open the door with his mind. While he was thinking, the steel door made a heavy sound and slowly rose. He calculated that the thickness of the steel gate should be about 10 centimeters, and it would be almost impossible for ordinary mutant beasts and dark creatures to break through this line of defense. When the gate was raised, a corridor of the same width and height was formed inside. It was about 50 meters deep, and there were still moats on both sides to drain the water. Tsk, tsk. Those 400 survival points weren't wasted, Chen Li exclaimed excitedly. He tried to press the button next to the gate, and the steel gate slowly closed. There are 3 energy-saving lamps in the corridor, so there is no need to worry about complete darkness. Chen Li walked along the corridor. About 30 meters later, he saw a garage on the left. The garage is small, only about 50 square meters. Chen Li almost cried, but he couldn't. He said, "System, you gave me these 50 square meters. What kind of car can I park?" At first, he thought it was a 300 square meter garage, but if you try a little, you can still fit it in these 50 square meters. After walking another 20 meters forward, Chen Li saw a steel wall and a familiar silver iron door. Open the door and take a look. Well, here it is again, the familiar corridor of the shelter, and Xiao Hei is fast asleep on the bed. Looking at Xiao Hei, who was becoming more and more rounded, Chen Li's face trembled. He decided to train hard when the beast wave subsided. "I work hard outside every day, while you sleep soundly in the shelter." Chen Li said that he felt very unbalanced. While he was thinking about how to train Xiao Hei, the system suddenly made a sound. Once the shelter's area meets the requirements, the constructed modules can be moved and the structure can be modified. Chen Li raised his eyebrows, thinking that this feature came at the right time, because he found that as the number of modules in the shelter increased, the whole structure became a bit chaotic. For example, the lobby is now the core of the entire shelter, and the entrances to all the room modules are located here. But what he really wanted was to build a building that looked like the beehive from a movie he had seen before. Then he tried to swap the power room and the medical room, and the system gave him a price of 10 survival points. But if Chen Li wanted to move the power room to an unused space, such as a medical room, he would have to spend 100 survival points. He immediately stated that he would think about the aesthetics of the shelter later. After all, the survival points are very valuable now and cannot be used indiscriminately. He then walked out of the shelter and prepared to drive the car parked outside into the garage. The ultra-light armored car and Chen Li's personal pickup truck easily entered the garage. However, both trucks were so large that they significantly exceeded the height of the shelter entrance. As a last resort, Chen Li had to park 2 vehicles outside and prepare to build a storage room. Initially, the warehouse cost 800 points to build, but after upgrading the shelter walls, the cost of the warehouse increased to 1,200 points. However, now that there are enough materials, the cost of survival points has been reduced to 200 points. Therefore, after Chen Li decided to build a storage room, his survival points immediately dropped to 0. As for the construction site, Chen Li also decided to build it next to the shelter. After all, he was sleeping in the hall now, so building a storage room next to it would certainly be the most convenient option. When the supply of building materials in the truck outside ran out again, a new room appeared in the shelter. Chen Li did not have high hopes for the size of the storage room. In the end, after building so many rooms, he found that each room module was 50 square meters. If you want to continue expanding the area, you can only spend survival points. But as soon as he pushed the door, Chen Li was shocked. After the upgrade, the system automatically moved all supplies from the truck, as well as supplies accumulated in the shelter, to the storage room and sorted them. But the storage room is only 50 square meters, and it is still full to capacity. This is especially true for building materials. Although most of them have already been used up, the rest still take up half the space. The rest are essentials, such as food and fuel. Despite the small size of the storage room, it performs its unique functions. Items stored inside, such as food, will spoil 10% slower. In fact, shelf life has been reduced by 10% not only for food products, but also for fuel, medicines, and even steel bars and cement, which is quite impressive. As for the upgrade plan, it mainly involves expanding the space, isolating the corresponding space according to different item categories, etc. The required survival points have also reached 2,000. Of course, the same rules apply for providing materials and reducing survival points. After upgrading the storage room, the entire shelter hall now looks very spacious. There was only a camp bed, a water pump, a large bucket, as well as a gun cabinet, a workbench, a table, a gaming console, kitchen utensils, etc. Once he built the water purification room, bedroom and kitchen, his shelter would be a shelter with all the comforts of living, and he could start thinking about the next plan. After renovating the entrance of the shelter and the storage room, Chen Li did not sit idle either. He had to continue to take care of the greenhouse. Now that the rice harvest in the highlands is almost finished, he is happy, but also a little worried. Harvesting 100 square meters of dry rice is not easy. Although it is possible for one person to do it, it takes too much time and energy. Even after harvesting, he still has to go through a series of tedious processes such as sorting, air drying, and husking the beans. When it comes to sorting rice, he can hardly use the wind rice cleaning machine, which was widely used in the past when there were no machines. However, air drying is a big problem. Rice is usually dried by exposing it to sunlight to remove as much of the moisture contained within as possible and to prevent the formation of mold, which is caused by large numbers of bacteria and fungi. Therefore, before the end of the world, every summer when the rice is ripe, you can often see roads paved with rice in the countryside. But now there is no sun, so Chen Li naturally cannot use natural air drying and can only resort to machine drying. And today, there is actually a machine that can dry grain in the air. Often called a grain dryer, also known as a food dryer, it can usually be used to dry corn, rice, wine waste, etc. But this thing is not ordinary, not cheap, and especially not big. Fortunately, the principle of this thing is simple and can be found on the internet. Having a workbench, it is easy to make a small, simple dryer and then upgrade it with this system. Of course, these machines require a lot of materials, so I will definitely have to go to the city. But not now. He plans to wait until the tide of animals passes before heading out. After finishing work in the greenhouse and breeding room, Chen Li took out his mobile phone and called the steel mill, asking them to come and pick up the truck tomorrow. He then began to observe the community of survivors. The tidal wave is now less than 60 kilometers away from S City. Many survivors gradually leave City S and evacuate in the direction opposite to the tide, which turns out to be the official shelter in City H. And Chen Li's shelter is right on that road. It is expected that a large number of survivors will pass by his door in the coming days. Now that the entrance to the shelter has been upgraded, the security cameras installed at the four corners of the old house cannot clearly see what is happening at the entrance to the shelter. Therefore, Chen Li decided to install a few more surveillance cameras tomorrow so that he could react in time if any unexpected situation arose. While looking through the posts, he made a discovery. The rescue organization actually took the opportunity to recruit people, saying that they could provide food and safe shelter, and that there was no need to be afraid even if a monster tide came, and that anyone could join them. Although I don't know what exactly this rescue organization is planning, it's definitely not good. And judging from Tan Shaoqin's expression that day, the higher-ups had actually noticed this organization a long time ago. But they simply didn't have the extra manpower to deal with it now. Moreover, from Ji Yuan Xiangwang's words, it can be assumed that this so-called rescue organization is probably playing a big game. Chen Li is not too worried about this. Although the authorities do not have the strength to deal with them now, they will have problems as soon as there is any sign of a threat to their foundation. Presumably, this so-called rescue organization will probably be destroyed overnight. Chen Li looked through the posts for quite a while, and before he knew it, it was already midnight. The entrance to the shelter has been improved, greatly increasing your sense of security and giving you 100 survival points. You have built a warehouse. Finally, you no longer have to put things everywhere. Get 50 survival points. You have provided others with a large amount of exoskeleton armor. Is this a blessing or a curse? Get 30 survival points. The shelter you once helped is abandoned. Your daily appraisal points are reduced by 2. Personal shelter. Evaluation in progress. Received 40 survival points today. All evaluations for today have been completed. A total of 220 survival points have been received, and there are currently 220 survival points remaining. Has the shelter been abandoned? Chen Li frowned slightly. Apparently, the Security Bureau moved to the steel mill, so the system reports that the shelter is abandoned. As for the doctor, it seems that he still lives in his shelter. However, given the doctor's character, it is unlikely that he would leave his shelter so easily. Given the structure of his shelter, Chen Li estimated that he would be able to avoid this monstrous onslaught. As for why he lost 2 points, but the score was still 40 points, I think it was the storage room that added it. However, Chen Li remained silent. The entrance to the shelter is redesigned to this state, but the system does not even increase its daily assessment? This is really stingy. Save time for the next day. As the wave of beasts was approaching, Tan Shaoqin, having obtained 20 sets of exoskeleton armor, hastily selected the 20 most elite members of the defense team for training. It must be said that although the members of this defense team also ate the meat of mutant beasts, the stimulation of their bodies was not too great, and their strength was only 1.3 times that of ordinary people. But fortunately, they are all well-trained soldiers, and wearing mechanical exoskeletons weighing 60 to 70 kilograms does not have much effect on them. While others were busy strengthening the fortifications of the steel mill, there was a shortage of labor for some time. However, he still sent 2 members of the defense team to Chen Li's hideout to drive away the 2 large trucks. After all, they were also resources. As a result, when the 2 members of the defense team approached the hideout, they momentarily thought that they had taken the wrong path. But looking at Chen Li, who was installing the surveillance camera, he was sure that he was not mistaken. But why was the entrance to the shelter so big? And was such a large explosion-proof alloy door installed? They remembered that the last time they were here, this place was clearly a basement. Chen Li, who was installing CCTV cameras at the gate of the orphanage, was suddenly shocked when he saw the puzzled expressions on the 2 men's faces. Was there something wrong with the system? Couldn't it distort other people's thoughts? But when the relief appeared on both men's faces, Chen Li breathed a sigh of relief. The car is there. He walked down the stairs, climbed to the top of the slope, and pointed to the two trucks outside. One of the guards looked at the gates of the shelter and exclaimed, "This is amazing. It's only been a few days, and you've already turned this place into this." Although he was very surprised, he had no doubts. It seemed that it was natural for Chen Li to create such things. Chen Li laughed and did not dare to continue arguing with the two of them on this matter. After the two of them left on the truck, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Previously, he seemed to appear in front of others in an exoskeleton and could deceive them with his extraordinary talents. But turning the basement into this in one day was simply unacceptable. Thus, Chen Li truly witnessed the system's ability to distort other people's thoughts for the first time. I can only say, "System, you are really amazing." Now Chen Li does not have to worry about being exposed at all. Then, Chen Li continued to set up surveillance. Naturally, those surveillance cameras were taken away from the store last time. He had been there before and taken all the CCTV cameras in the store, about 40 or 50 of them. As for the location of the monitoring, 4 of them are on the roof of the old house, 2 are at the entrance to the shelter, 1 on each side of the shelter gate, 4 are in the corridors, and 2 are in the parking lot. A total of 14 surveillance cameras have been installed. Fortunately, Chen Li's laptop and secondary monitor can display 14 images from the security cameras. However, this also gave Chen Li an idea. Why not build a monitoring room or a control room or something like that? In particular, it is used to control the opening of the shelter door, switch the future corridor defense weapon, display monitoring images, etc. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that the idea was feasible and that such a central control center would indeed be needed in the future. He then wrote down the idea in a memo. He then proceeded to check the operation of all monitoring systems. After checking all the monitors in turn, he went to the workbench and prepared to begin upgrading the exoskeleton. Hydraulic Exoskeleton Armor Improvement Plan 1. Improve hydraulic system, add full armor, add robotic arm laser function, improve defense, increase power by 30%. Requires 1,000 survival points to upgrade option 2. Upgrade to electromagnetic force, add electromagnetic shield function, add electronic pulse function, increase power by 80%. Upgrade requires 1,500 survival points upgrade materials found nearby. The amount of survival points required for the first option is reduced to 800, and for the second, to 1,000. If both upgrade materials are found, the amount of survival points required for upgrade is reduced to 1,500. Still need to get 1,500 points? You should know that Chen Li has made a lot of money from the R&D department and has acquired many rare materials and precision instruments. But then he responded, "Although we have these materials, it does not mean that we can use them directly. For example, the laser function of the robotic arm in Solution 1. This is not the type of laser gun that children play with, but laser cutting technology used in industrial production. It uses a focused, high-density laser beam to rapidly melt, vaporize, ablate, or ignite the irradiated material. It is typically used for precision cutting of metals. The cost of this type of equipment is usually around 1.5 million, and it is huge in size. The goal of the current system is to integrate such functions into a robotic hand the size of a child's hand. Not to mention the electromagnetic shield and electronic pulse functions in Plan 2. Simply put, an electromagnetic shield consists of a high-voltage electric field and a strong magnetic field. Sounds simple, but achieving a high-voltage electric field and a strong magnetic field is not that easy. Even extremely rare materials, such as superconducting materials, high-intensity electromagnetic coils, etc., are required. Electronic pulses, commonly referred to as EMP, often appear in movies and television, but are very difficult to reproduce. Usually, it is caused by nuclear explosions and explosions of non-nuclear electromagnetic pulse bombs. Naturally, the system is not able to install a nuclear bomb on the exoskeleton. Otherwise, as soon as this happens, Chen Li himself will turn into ashes. Therefore, the second option is natural. However, the second type also requires explosive blasts or chemical fuel as energy to generate powerful pulses and generate EMP through flux compression generators, powerful microwave devices, etc. However, the big problems are how to avoid harming the wearer of the armor and how to reduce the size of these devices. At this moment, Chen Li suddenly felt that these 1,500 survival points were not so precious. Based on the current 40 survival points per day, it would only take him 1 month to upgrade the exoskeleton. While Chen Li was fiddling with the exoskeleton, he heard a cracking sound. It seemed to be coming from the gate of the orphanage. Thanks to the corridor, the sound could be transmitted inside. Slam! Another loud sound rang out, as if something had hit the door of the shelter. Chen Li quickly opened his laptop and opened the CCTV footage of the gate of the shelter. A white rhinoceros appeared on the screen. Although many foreign animals have appeared in Anyang City, there are no rhinoceroses among them. Except for zoos, this creature is mostly found in Africa and Southeast Asia, especially the white rhinoceros, which can only be seen in southern Africa. However, judging by the 3 horns of this rhinoceros, one above the other and of different lengths, this creature must be a dark beast. Chen Li enlarged the image and found that the rhinoceros's skin had a metallic sheen, but it also had the texture of leather. It is worth noting that the rhinoceros's skin was pulled down from the belly, and it swayed from side to side as it moved. The entire rhinoceros looks like it's covered in a thick layer of jiaju armor. The clashing sound Chen Li just heard was the rhinoceros crashing into the shelter gate. Slam! Another violent clash occurred, and the photo in Chen Li's notebook began to shake violently. He quickly turned the camera towards the gate. Call! He sighed in relief. Despite the blow from the heavily armored rhinoceros, the shelter door remained motionless, like an old dog, as if it was telling him, "Keep hitting, kid." If Chen Li hadn't experienced the explosion-proof alloy door after upgrading the shelter entrance, now let him truly experience the power of the explosion-proof alloy door. Under the impact of the armored heavy rhinoceros, the explosion-proof alloy door made a loud sound but showed no signs of weakening. The white rhinoceros's head hummed, and it made painful sounds. He looked at the dark door in front of him in confusion, not quite understanding why it was so strong. He could break through anything before, but not this door. Chen Li, hiding in the shelter, looked at the stunned rhinoceros and laughed. As expected of a system product, the quality is top-notch. At the same time, he was glad that he had repaired the entrance to the shelter in advance. Otherwise, the silver iron door would definitely not have been able to stop the rhinoceros. But after resting for a while, the rhinoceros began to attack again. Although Chen Li was unable to break open the blast-proof door, he was very annoyed and still a little worried. Why didn't he just go and kill the rhinoceros? To be honest, Chen Li felt that he was no match for this rhinoceros. He doubted that he could penetrate the rhinoceros's hide with a pistol. Of course, Chen Li estimated that if he used Barrett for sniping, there was still a certain chance of killing him. But there must be an exit point. Now, all he had to do was open the gate, and the rhinoceros would be able to do whatever it wanted in its shelter. Fortunately, after we hit the rhinoceros more than 10 times, it finally shook its head and left. Only then did Chen Li breathe a sigh of relief. He raised his wrist and checked the time, 13:30. The safe time has not yet passed, but a dark beast has appeared. This is enough to show that the time of beasts has come. But now, we only see a few dark beasts running ahead. Chen Li turned on all the CCTV recordings, and after confirming that the rhinoceros had flown away, he took out the drone. This drone was exactly what he had traded with a fat man at the black market in Anyang City. After using it a few times, I put it aside. But now, it plays a big role. He planned to park the drone on the roof of an old house so that he could monitor the movements of the monstrous tide at any time. Of course, if you want to use the drone for long-term monitoring, you will definitely have to upgrade the battery. Otherwise, it will definitely not be used for monitoring. Then he opened the system and prepared to upgrade the drone. Daewoo Industrial UAV Upgrade. Option 1. Improve the body material, improve stability, increase battery capacity, add auto-tracking function. Upgrade requires 300 survival points. Upgrade Option 2. Improve the material. Shells, stability improvements, control range increase, auto-dodge function added. Requires 300 survival points to upgrade. Upgrade materials found nearby. Survival points required for Plan 1 reduced to 100. The survival points required for Plan 2 have been reduced to 100. If both upgrade materials are found, the survival points required for the upgrade are reduced to 100. After all, it was very important to track the movements of the beast tide in the future, so Chen Li no longer hesitated and decided to upgrade both plans at the same time. After reducing the amount of materials in the warehouse, the drone upgrade was completed. The original silver-white drone became jet black. Its dimensions increased, and its weight increased by about 1 kilogram. In addition, 2 auxiliary propellers were added to the original 4, and the number of batteries increased from 1 to 3. Now, if the drone is in standby mode, it can work for 3 days. If it is a high-intensity flight, it can last 8 hours. This is enough to monitor the tide of the beast. Then he walked to the entrance of the shelter with the drone in his hands. After opening the door, he first carefully checked its condition before controlling the drone and flying out. Because there was a city called S between the tidal wave and Chen Li's hideout, even though he raised the drone to its maximum height and maximum distance, he still could not see the tidal wave. But we can see that the number of dark creatures has clearly increased, and the survivors fleeing from S City. As for the steel mill, he could see it too. At this time, the people in the entire steel mill were like ants, busy reinforcing the walls and placing various heavy weapons. This can't help but highlight Chen Li's advantages. If there are enough materials, he can directly spend survival points on construction without any effort. While flying a drone to investigate, he found a group of survivors riding a bus on the highway. Then he stopped near his old house. Chen Li parked the drone on the roof, put it in standby mode, and then monitored it using the monitoring system. A total of 12 people, men and women, got off the bus. Each of the people in this group was holding weapons, mostly spears, sticks, etc. The leader of the group was holding a bow and a crossbow, but no other firearms were seen. Fortunately, the surveillance camera has a recording function, so Chen Li can hear what the group of people are talking about. The leader of the group said, "It's getting dark. Let's hide here for one night and leave tomorrow. First, let's check the surrounding area." Then the group split into 2 groups and checked Chen Li's old house and Lao Wang's neighboring house. When they regrouped, there was some disappointment on their faces, because although they did not find any mutant beasts or dark beasts, they also did not find any food, not even a grain of salt. Seeing that everyone's morale was depressed, the host gave a motivational speech. He said that if they could hold out for a little while longer, they would be safe once they reached the hideout in H City. While he was giving his speech, someone discovered Chen Li's hideout and ran excitedly to show it to everyone. A group of people immediately ran up to the shelter door, everyone with a surprised expression on their faces. Is there an official shelter here? That's not true. I clearly remember that there is no such thing in S City. A group of people were discussing it. The leader of the group noticed the surveillance camera above the gate of the orphanage and immediately said, "Hello, we escaped from S City. Can we hide here for the night? We will leave tomorrow." Chen Li listened to the sound coming from the notebook and felt strange. If he had negotiated with the Defense Forces and the Security Bureau before, it was because he trusted this special profession and country. But this group of survivors are just ordinary people, a group of refugees from the apocalypse. Who knows what they will do? How could Chen Li suddenly become so compassionate and let them in? The group of people outside the door shouted for a long time, but without receiving an answer, they could only leave angrily. One of the women even said, "These people have no compassion at all. I hope they get eaten by monsters soon." This further strengthened Chen Li's resolve to ignore this group of people. Darkness falls and monsters appear. Chen Li sat on a chair, watching the CCTV footage of a group of survivors sharing a few pieces of bread. He couldn't help but bite into the red fruit in his hand, and then took a sip of cola with pleasure. The feeling of security was overwhelming. The night was long. Would the people hiding in Chen Li's old house be able to survive until the next safe time? The answer was obviously obvious. As the roar began to reverberate, a group of people hiding in a bedroom on the second floor of an old house could only quickly turn off their flashlights and pray they weren't discovered. Chen Li, who was hiding in the shelter, used the night vision function of the surveillance camera to see a black creature the size of a cat, with spikes on its back slowly emerging from the darkness in the distance. It came out of the courtyard and sniffed the bus as if looking for the source of the smell. The dark beast followed the scent and finally entered the old house. Chen Li's surveillance camera couldn't see what was happening inside the house, but he could guess that there was definitely going to be a massacre. In just a few minutes, the group of people scattered in different directions. Someone jumped straight from the second floor into the backyard, broke his leg, and lay on the ground wailing. The people behind him used his body as a buffer and jumped down one after another. The man was trampled to a pulp by his comrades. Chen Li did a rough count and found that there were 5 people left alive. The leading actor was also among them. The faces of the 5 people were filled with fear. In a panic, they ran to the door of Chen Li's hideout and began to bang on it furiously. "Let us in! Let us in! Please let us in!" Chen Li looked at this scene and shook his head. Initially, they could have used the fact that the dark beast was eating the corpse of its comrade to run to the front yard and leave on the bus. But they chose a dead end. How could Chen Li open the door to someone who could use his comrades as a buffer? While they were spending a lot of time begging Chen Li to open the door, a dark beast slowly jumped down from the second floor of the old house and headed towards the door of the shelter. Judging from the actions of this dark beast, Chen Li guessed that it was just an ordinary dark beast, not even an elite level. If this group of people had not become afraid and taken up arms to resist, so many people would not have died, which would have led to the destruction of the entire army. The leader of the group reacted as well and realized that begging was useless here, so he immediately turned around and ran up the slope. Another man saw him running and followed him, leaving only 3 people still knocking on the blast door. According to the CCTV footage, after the leader ran up the slope, he ran in the opposite direction from the dark beast and did not even drive the car. The dark beast looked at the 2 who had escaped, and then at the 3 at the bottom of the slope. Naturally, I went down the slope. Chen Li naturally didn't want to watch the dark monster devour him any longer. I could only quickly turn off the surveillance and remain silent. He was powerless in the face of this doomsday disaster. He would never risk his life to save these people. All we can say is that life and death are determined by fate. I must say that Dark Beast is really very economical. When Chen Li turned on the surveillance again, there was only a lot of blood outside the shelter door, but there was not even a trace of blood left. I don't understand how this kitten-like Dark Beast could eat so many people. After listening to the daily system report, Chen Li lay down on his bed and fell into a deep sleep. While he was sleeping, he dreamed that he was being eaten by a dark beast, and he immediately woke up in fright. I looked up and saw that it was already 10 o'clock. He stood up and splashed cold water on his face to calm his still pounding heart. The corridor needed to be reinforced. It would be nice to add a few more blast doors, traps, and weapons, and finally, an observation room or something. "Later, I will find someone to guard my hideout," Chen Li muttered as he wrote these thoughts down on his note. He then prepared himself a meal of stir-fried bok choy with mutant boar meat. After eating, he turned on the drone and prepared to continue observing the movement and direction of the monstrous flow. Compared to yesterday, today, as soon as Chen Li raised the drone into the air, he saw 7 or 8 groups of survivors fleeing from the direction of S City. At the same time, many survivors were approaching the steel mill, probably preparing to seek shelter from the defense team. In fact, the steel mill defense team never went into the city to conduct search and rescue operations and was not represented in the victim assistance program. She is very reserved. If Lin Yixue had not connected it earlier, Chen Li would definitely not have known that there was a defense team nearby. At first, he even thought that the defense force had been wiped out. Therefore, the survivors in City S also did not know that there was a self-defense team here. The task given to Tan Shaoqin by his superiors was to ensure the operation of the steel mill and the transportation of construction materials to City H. The transportation of materials and finished products alone distracted him from other matters. So how could he search for and rescue survivors? But this time, a large number of survivors evacuated from City S. Eventually, someone discovered the steel mill and naturally wanted to take refuge. Tan Shaoqin was short of manpower, so he took in many of the survivors who fled the city. But once this was decided, the news spread quickly. Except for those who could not reach the city and did not believe that the defending group could hold it, all the survivors headed for the steel mill. Chen Li raised the drone to an altitude of 800 meters and flew to the outskirts of S City, where he found that many survivors were still leaving the city. Behind them were a large number of dark beasts. "This is it," Chen Li muttered. Looking at the densely packed dark beasts, he was a little stunned. You know, this is just the vanguard, and we don't know how many more dark creatures will come later. These monsters, like a tide, gave Chen Li a strange feeling. Cleansing. In Western lore, the gods use floods to cleanse the world. And in this apocalypse, these terrifying dark beasts are the floods that are meant to cleanse the world. What happens after the cleansing? Chen Li only felt a chill down his back and cold sweat running down his forehead. He has no right to think about this problem now. While the survivors were gathering at the steel mill, some of the dark beasts also separated and headed towards the steel mill. From the drone's perspective, it looks like a black river with a tributary flowing out of it. Chen Li flew the drone over the steel plant and found that the height of the steel plant walls was nearly 10 meters. There were rows of guards with guns in their hands on the wall, watching the direction of the beast from afar, and no one knew what they were thinking. There were people standing inside the steel factory, and more people were coming in from the outside. Chen Li zoomed in on the drone's camera, pointed it at the room used as a command center, and saw Tan Shaoqin in an exoskeleton. There were 6 of them in total, and they were all having a lively discussion. However, Chen Li's drone does not have the ability to receive radio signals over a long distance unless he flies it to the command center. However, after a few minutes, Tan Shaoqin and the others seemed to make a difficult decision and ordered their people to come out with loudspeakers. And then even the drone in the sky could hear the sound coming from the loudspeaker. "This is a well-protected area. Please leave it. This is a well-protected area. Please leave it." But no matter how much the defense team screamed, the survivors outside refused to leave, and there were even signs of unrest. At this point, the defense team opened fire and killed several survivors who were trying to break in, and only then did they disperse the people outside. But even then, it was too late. This small tidal wave had already burst out of the steel mill. Although the influx was small, it would undoubtedly become larger as time went on. The survivors screamed and ran in all directions. This moment was a real carnival for the dark creatures. Tang Shaoqin's face turned ashen. He was not saddened by those who were eaten by the dark beast, but was angry that these people had attracted the dark beast. Originally, according to their recent reconnaissance, although this wave of dark beasts was supposed to pass through S City, the steel mill was not on their route at all. At best, some dark creatures on the edge might run across. With the weapons and equipment they had, they could probably hold their ground. But I didn't expect that to happen now. In fact, even if he hadn't accepted the survivors earlier, those people would have still discovered this place and attracted the dark beast here. This is an undeniable fact. No matter how angry Tan Shaoqin was, he couldn't change the current situation. Then the battle to protect the steel mill began. These dark creatures that came from different sources had different appearances, but they always had some similarities with the original creatures on Blue Star. Chen Li had wondered about these questions before. These dark creatures clearly came from another world, so why did they look so much like the creatures from the Blue Star? As he was thinking, gunshots were heard from the steel mill. Hundreds of rifles were firing at the same time, as well as various howitzers and flamethrowers, although he can kill these small dark beasts or prevent them from breaking out. But it has little effect on these huge dark beasts. They carried their guns and cannons and crashed into the steel walls, sweeping the defenders off their feet. Or perhaps some small but extremely agile dark beasts had taken cover, climbed over the nearly 10-meter-high wall, and burst into the steel mill. Suddenly, the remaining survivors began to flee in panic. At this point, the exoskeleton guards finally took action and killed the dark beast that had broken into the steel mill. But it also cost the lives of more than a dozen survivors. Luckily, they were just ordinary little dark creatures. If they had attacked the elites, I'm afraid who knows how many people would have died. In this chaos, Chen Li saw Lin Yixue, Zhao Zhijie, Meng Xueming, and others. Although they were not wearing exoskeletons, they were constantly maintaining order, trying to force those lucky enough to have infiltrated the steel mill to take up arms and fight the dark beast together. But the effect was minimal. These survivors desperately rushed into the steel factory building, even at the cost of pulling others out. Even if someone fell to the ground and was trampled into a mess by them, no one stopped. At this moment, Lin Yixu and the others did not know what they were thinking, and must have felt extremely awkward. Chen Li was flying the drone over the main road of the Beast Tide. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, a rapid voice rang out. I saw a black mass of dark creatures like crows flying from where they were originally located. The automatic obstacle avoidance system instantly activated, and his height increased to 800 meters, allowing him to barely avoid the army of crows. This one! Chen Li, who was hiding in the shelter, opened his eyes wide. Although he had imagined countless times what the monster tide would look like and how huge it would be. But at this moment, it surpassed his imagination again. He had seen the monster tide before, during someone's live broadcast. If it was a river then, this time it's the sea. The entire S-City is filled with dark beasts. Judging from the previous beast invasions, these dark beasts will eventually attack medium and large shelters. The closest shelter to S-City is the shelter in H-City. There is a restaurant called Chen Li's on this route. Oh no. His heart was pounding. The white rhinoceros had already hit the shelter door dozens of times, and Chen Li knew that his shelter was well protected. So, a feeling of calm arose in his soul. But now, this monstrous, tsunami-like wave made him doubt that his shelter could withstand it. At this point, he even thought about running away. No, calm down. I need to calm down. Chen Li slapped himself hard in the face, tried to calm down, and began to analyze the current situation. At the moment, he had 245 survival points, which were definitely useless for improving physical attributes. He looked back at the things he owned at the time. Either the survival points needed to upgrade are too expensive, or the upgrade is completely useless in the current situation. Then it can only be used to upgrade the shelter, and it can only upgrade the gate and entrance. What can I upgrade for 245 survival points? Chen Li quickly ran to the entrance of the shelter, holding a laptop and a drone controller. According to the footage from the drone, the monster wave is now about 30 minutes away from Anyang City. The main reason is that the tidal wave is too big, and its progress is a little slow. Chen Li quickly glanced towards the entrance of the shelter. Upgrade plans suddenly appeared. There were probably two options: renew the gate material, increase its thickness, install automatic machine guns in the corridor, and expand the width and height of the corridor and gate. Not to mention that these two plans are of little help in the current situation, and they require 3,000 survival points to implement. Wait, why do I need to upgrade everything? Chen Li suddenly realized that he could upgrade individually. What's his problem now? It's not that the tidal monster is too scary, but how to avoid it. How to avoid it? It's definitely impossible to instantly build a quantum teleportation platform and teleport the entire shelter. He just needs to hide the shelter. Originally, his hideout was underground, so it was naturally hidden. Now, only the entrance was visible. Chen Li quickly returned to the hall, put on the exoskeleton, and then, without caring about being discovered by the advanced troops of the beast stream, opened the door of the hideout. Then he began to think about how to hide the slope. The system quickly provided an upgrade plan. But at this moment, before Chen Li could even look at the upgrade plan provided by the system, more than 10 or 20 people came running from outside. Seeing Chen Li's hideout, he immediately rushed there. Seeing this, Chen Li cursed in his mind and quickly stopped the group, shouting, "Disappear! Who the fuck do you think you are? You are the one who will get out of here." The young men standing in front saw Chen Li blocking the door and immediately cursed and raised their knives to stab him. It was time to flee, and someone dared to block their path. They did not dare to kill these dark beasts, but if it was a human, they would dare to do so. At this critical moment of life and death, Chen Li did not waste time talking to them. The hydraulic device of his right fist instantly activated, and the enormous force turned Chen Li's fist into a pile driver. With a roar, the head of the long-haired man running ahead instantly exploded, turning into a rain of blood that flew in all directions. Holy shit! Ah, murder! Suddenly, the men and women running back screamed and froze in place. Chen Li looked at them coldly and shouted again, "Get out!" Seeing Chen Li blow the man's head to pieces with one blow, the group of people first stopped and screamed, and then, seeing him take a few steps forward, they all ran towards the slope. It was as if some dark beast was chasing them from behind. After that group of people left, Chen Li was finally able to renew the entrance with peace of mind. Shelter entrance platform. Upgrade. Option 1. Add electric lift function, increase load capacity, improve stealth. Upgrade. Requires 300 survival points. Upgrade option. 2. Add triggered electric shock trap with spikes, improve shock effect, and improve material. Spikes. Requires 350 survival points to upgrade. Upgrade materials found nearby. Survival points required for Plan 1 reduced to 100 and for Plan 2 to 150. If the upgrade materials needed for both plans are found, the survival points required for the upgrade are reduced to 150. There aren't many materials left in the warehouse now, but Chen Li has no choice but to upgrade. With the warehouse instantly half empty, the original concrete slope was turned into steel and covered with a layer of soil that was the same as the soil in the backyard. There is also a scaffold-like structure underneath that can rotate to become a platform or be raised and lowered electrically. In other words, it is now possible to raise the platform straight up to a position parallel to the ground, completely hiding the entrance to the shelter. Not only that, the platform is also equipped with spikes that can be instantly gouged out. These spikes are also connected to a power source and can instantly release high-voltage electricity. But the power consumption is also extremely horrific, so you will have to go to the electrical room to turn on the generator and keep it running. This time, Chen Li not only wanted to hide the shelter, but also take the opportunity to kill several dark beasts. Regardless of whether survival points would be awarded, the materials about the dark beast itself are very useful. For example, the skin of the worm we used last time can be used to make clothes that can withstand acid rain. After completing the upgrade, Chen Li returned to the shelter door, closed the door, and pressed the switch on the control platform behind the door. On the laptop's surveillance screen, the steel platform outside the door made a mechanical sound, slowly turning from an incline to a platform, and then slowly rising up, completely parallel to the ground. Judging from the surveillance footage, Chen Li's hideout had now completely disappeared, leaving no trace. Then Chen Li quickly ran back to the engine room and turned on the generator. Fortunately, the group of people from Zhenxi Supermarket provided us with a lot of fuel last time. Now there is enough, so we can continue to run the generator. The generator had been modified by the system so that it could power the entire shelter while also charging the battery. After filling the generator with diesel fuel, he ran back to the entrance of the shelter and turned on the switch for the spike trap. This spike trap is a trigger type and is triggered instantly when something presses on the platform. If it were under normal circumstances, he would definitely not open it. Chen Li then restarted the drone parked on the roof and flew over the monstrous flow. The steel mill on the other side was in chaos at this moment. Those lucky people who hid in the steel mill were like headless flies, scattering in all directions. Compared to the number of people killed by the dark creatures that broke in, they trampled more people to death. At this point, the defense team can only protect themselves, so they don't have the extra energy to take care of others. Lin Yixue and the other people from the Security Bureau were also powerless, and could only band together to resist the attacks of the survivors while helping the defense team kill the dark creatures that had descended. At this moment, Meng Xueming's eyes turned red, his body shook constantly, and he pointed the rifle he was holding at the survivors around him, as if he was making a difficult decision. Zhao Zhijie, who was standing next to him, noticed that something was wrong with him and quickly hid his weapon. His eyes turned red as he roared, "Just now my father was beaten by those bastards to protect me." As he said the last words, tears welled up in his eyes. Zhao Zhijie was stunned. He had not noticed this whole situation just now. But he looked at Zhao Xiaomei, who was protected by him, sighed, patted Meng Xueming on the shoulder and said, "You survive first." Meng Xueming gritted his teeth and shouted at the people around him, "Go away! Leave these people alone." But then he realized, where is there a hurry in such a situation? In the research department. Lin Liejun angrily slammed the table and roared, "Why is this happening?" Just today, the department originally in charge of investigating the origins of the dark beasts suddenly discovered that a large number of dark beasts had appeared out of nowhere in the S-City area. This is 3 to 4 times more than before. With the appearance of these dark monsters, the tidal wave, which was not very big at first, now grew into a tsunami. No one expected this. The research department immediately reported this new situation, but it was too late. The wave of dark monsters has reached such a scale that the only way to stop this catastrophe is with the help of nuclear bombs. However, there are currently only 3 nuclear bombs in the country that can be used, and all the others are paralyzed. As past experience shows, this dark wave of beasts will eventually reach the official shelter in H-City. This is the first time such a large-scale tide has occurred. Even the largest shelter in Yanjing, Xia Country, was only half damaged by the monster tide this time. However, at that time, Yanjing was only able to hold out after losing a few missiles and being under heavy fire cover. City H is not a key defense area. Although there are defense groups stationed there, their only missiles are completely disabled and none of them have been repaired yet. There are also few heavy weapons. If a monstrous wave hits it head-on, it will definitely be destroyed. Therefore, the question of the advisability of using nuclear bombs became controversial. If it is used, then City S, including the surrounding areas, will become a Jedi city. All survivors, dark creatures, and mutant beasts will disappear, and the shelter of City H will survive. But those at the top will become sinners for eternity. But if it is not used, H City Shelter will no longer exist. Chen Li, who was hiding in the shelter, naturally did not suspect that he could become a victim of a nuclear bombardment. At this moment, he anxiously watched the slowly approaching wave of beasts. At the same time, we also pay attention to the situation in the protected area. The protected area occupies a large area and is home to many mutant animals and plants. And judging from the last fight in the reserve between mutant beasts like the white tiger and the dark beasts, these two are definitely not compatible. If the wave of beasts reaches Anyang City, perhaps these mutant beasts and the towering tree will take action. But ideas are beautiful, and reality is cruel. Chen Li flew the drone to Anyang City, but he couldn't see a single mutant. Even the mutant rats that were everywhere had disappeared. He pulled the drone to its maximum range and reached the edge of the protected area, but he still couldn't see a mutant. He shook his head, thinking that he was exaggerating his arguments. When faced with a dark wave of monsters of such magnitude, these mutated creatures would naturally not rush out recklessly, but must have hidden deep in the protected area. He could only pull the drone back and continue to observe the monstrous tide. But at that moment, Chen Li, who was hiding in the shelter, heard a deafening explosion. Immediately after that, a mushroom cloud appeared in the drone's picture. For a moment, Chen Li thought that the people above had dropped a nuclear bomb. But when I saw that the drone image was still there, and the explosion was small, I immediately felt relieved. Judging from the range of the explosion, it was only a low-power missile. The explosion site was probably near the gas station where Chen Li had set the spider on fire earlier. Although this missile killed quite a few of the dark beasts, it was only a drop in the ocean compared to the number of victims that could cause a tsunami. But it still failed to stop the advance of the dark beast. Soon, all sorts of strange and terrifying creatures appeared above Chen Li's head. These dark beasts vary in size and shape. For a moment, Chen Li had the illusion that he had returned to prehistoric times. Fortunately, he hid the entrance to the shelter in time, and these dark beasts did not detect his presence. Otherwise, with so many dark creatures, he would definitely not be able to protect this explosion-proof door. The electric spikes on the lifting platform were directly activated by the monstrous tide, emitting a terrifying high-voltage current. The power in the shelter quickly ran out, resulting in the death of a large number of small dark beasts. Even these medium-sized dark beasts were shocked by the electric current and jumped up and down. Their bodies were paralyzed, and they fell onto the spikes and were then trampled to death by the dark beasts attacking from behind. The large dark creatures were not greatly affected, but they still subconsciously avoided the place. But despite this, the old house still did not escape the fate of demolition. Under the onslaught of a huge number of dark creatures, it quickly turned into ruins, and all the CCTV cameras outside were trampled to pieces. Now, only drones hovering in the sky can provide vision. However, even drone flights at high altitudes are extremely dangerous. If he hadn't perfected the automatic obstacle avoidance function, he would have been shot down by those flying creatures. In addition, the dark creatures were not interested in ethereal machines like drones, so they were able to survive. The dark monster wave did not advance in a straight line, but rather like a swarm of locusts. Therefore, after the wave of beasts actually arrived in Anyang City, many dark beasts began to attack the city, trying to sneak in and find the people hiding inside. But just like City S, most of the survivors in Anyang City had actually fled to City H in advance, and only a few people remained there. But in the next second, Chen Li's eyes widened. As mentioned, Anyang City was now completely covered in mutant plants. From the sky, it looks like a green barrier. But in reality, people can still enter and exit freely. But at this moment, it has become a real obstacle. The dark creatures rushing towards the city gates were blocked from the outside by thick tree roots and could not move forward. But how can the invasion of dark creatures be stopped? Under the continuous onslaught of the beast flow, the green barrier finally weakened, and a huge number of dark creatures instantly rushed in. The tree roots simply gave up on defense and launched an all-out attack, entangling, piercing, and lashing out, killing the dark creatures continuously. At this moment, the mutant beasts that had disappeared suddenly appeared and poured out of the protected area. The leader was a giant white tiger. In an instant, a continuous roar was heard. The creatures from the two worlds began to fight. The originally invincible wave of dark beasts was stopped in Anyang City by this group of mutated beasts and mutated plants. Thanks to the drone, Chen Li discovered that the monstrous tide had actually split into a tributary and was rushing into the city. However, the dark beasts from the steel mill gradually began to retreat and merge with the main wave of beasts. Although Chen Li did not know the specific situation in the steel mill, he clearly saw it in Anyang City. These surging dark creatures were unable to gain any advantage at all and showed signs of being driven out of Anyang City. The old banyan tree in the center of the city was now emitting a faint red light. Chen Li quickly zoomed in on the drone and discovered that the red light was actually blood. At this moment, the old banyan tree was actually absorbing the corpses of the dead dark beasts and mutant beasts around it. The ball at the top of the tree was also gradually undergoing some changes. His body grew bigger and bigger, and the branches of the old banyan tree apparently could no longer support themselves and began to slowly droop. However, the target of the monstrous wave is not Anyang City, so the main force continues to advance. It took a full 6 hours before the monstrous tide completely passed over Anyang City, and the roaring sounds in the city finally died down. The mutant beasts in the protected area had suffered heavy losses, but the dark creatures had not fared much better. When the bulk of the monsters left, the remaining dark creatures turned and ran away, not daring to stay any longer. The ball on the old banyan tree hangs completely from the top of the tree to the ground. Chenli looked at the blood-red and translucent wood ball through the drone and couldn't help but have a terrifying thought. Could this thing be an embryo carrying something? Beep, beep, beep. After a long period of intense flight, the drone's battery was dead. Chenli quickly flew the drone over the shelter and, after confirming that there was no danger around, parked it on the animal corpse on the lifting platform. He then deactivated the spike trap and lowered the platform. He opened the door of the shelter and saw the piles of dark beast corpses on the platform, and he couldn't help but gasp. Except for the bottom layer, which had been stabbed or electrocuted, almost all of the top layer had been trampled to death. And what's on the platform is only a part. There's much more beyond it. Chenli quickly climbed onto the pile of corpses, took down the drone, then ran back to the shelter and raised the platform again. In the future, we'll have to build a special exit for the drones to enter and exit, he muttered. He then returned to the hall while carrying the drone. He easily dodged the fierce onslaught of the beasts and even killed a wave of dark beasts. Chenli couldn't help but show himself approval. After killing so many dark beasts at once, the system will reward me more or less in the end, right? Moreover, there are so many corpses of dark creatures outside, and I don't know if I can break them down into something useful. He then quickly ran to the engine room and turned off the generator. After all, there was no need to continue to supply power to the trap from the outside, and it would be a waste to keep it running. After turning off the generator, he released Zhao Hei from the cage again. This guy was like crazy just now. He wanted to fly away. But this guy is just a circle bigger than a basketball. Wouldn't he invite death if he left? So Chenli had no choice but to put him in a cage. Then he ran to the breeding room to check on the mutant chickens. But fortunately, apart from a little fear, there were no major problems. Chenli then carefully checked all the rooms and every corner of the shelter, and only after confirming that there was no damage or traces of digging by any creatures did he breathe a sigh of relief. After doing all this, he lay down on the bed, feeling a little sleepy. After all, I'd been nervous all day. But the next second, he was excited again. When faced with an extremely dangerous invasion of dark creatures, you skillfully used traps to kill a large number of dark creatures and received 1,000 survival points. You safely survived the onslaught of the beasts, and the shelter was not damaged. You received 2,000 survival points. Faced with an extremely dangerous invasion of dark creatures, you skillfully used traps to kill a large number of them, and received the achievement reward. 1,000 survival points. Safely survived the invasion of the beasts, and the shelter was not damaged. Achievement reward. 2,000 survival points. You survived a rocket attack and earned 100 survival points. Upgraded the shelter entrance platform, added protective traps to the shelter, and earned 50 survival points. You survived 100 days in the shelter and earned the achievement reward. 200 survival points. Personal shelter. Evaluation in progress. 40 survival points received. Today, all evaluations completed for today, 3,390 survival points received in total. 3,485 survival points remaining at this time. Over 3,000 survival points. Damn, this is going to take off. Don't let the monster tide go. Come back. Chenli's fatigue disappeared as if by magic. He took out the daily evaluation log and looked at it again. It really was 3,485 survival points. Now he can fully upgrade the exoskeleton and get additional survival points to build room modules. However, the building materials such as cement and steel reinforcement have already been used up and need to be replenished. But we still don't know the exact situation in the steel mill. However, the daily score has not been reduced and is still 40 points. According to the rules of the system, the steel mill should still be there. Even the doctor was not a problem. Let's improve the exoskeleton first. Then he jumped out of bed, ran to the workbench, and began to improve the exoskeleton. Now, due to the shelter level limitation, Chen Li can only improve his physical fitness to 30 points. Therefore, at this time, the fastest way to increase his strength is to improve the exoskeleton. Now that the wave of beasts has passed, there will be more or less dark creatures left outside, and who knows if any big ones will appear among them. Therefore, upgrading the exoskeleton is especially important. As before, upgrading the exoskeleton still requires 1,500 points. This means that half of his survival points will be lost, which really saddens Chen Li. But when he thought about what the exoskeleton would look like after upgrading, he gritted his teeth and chose upgrading. 10 seconds later, the storage room was empty. The exoskeleton has also completely changed its appearance. It looks like the power armor from Fallout. The entire body is covered in a dark, high-strength alloy, and the head is somewhat reminiscent of a gas mask that covers the entire body. The mechanical auxiliary arm on the back has not undergone significant changes, but looks more elegant, and the entire arm is covered with an alloy integrated into the overall armor. A circle of compressed batteries is installed in the belt part of the armor. These batteries are the power source for the entire armored suit. Of course, the battery that can support this power armor is certainly not a normal battery. It has also been upgraded by the system, with a compacted internal structure and increased capacity. But ultimately, it runs on compressed batteries. A bit poor indeed. If a serious battle were to break out, this suit of armor would likely not last long. In other words, only armor powered by nuclear energy can truly be considered power armor. However, nuclear batteries are still far away, so only compressed batteries can be used as a replacement. Chen Li tried to lift the power armor. The exoskeleton originally weighed only about 60 kilograms, but now this set of power armor should weigh about 200 kilograms. If this power armor is worn by an ordinary person, it will be fine if it has enough energy to operate it. But if the energy suddenly runs out, it will turn into a living iron cage. After placing the power armor against the wall, Chen Li began to look for its charging port. He thought that the armor's charging port would be very high-tech, and was even worried that he wouldn't be able to charge it. But when a triangular plug was pulled out from the armor's belt, Chen Li suddenly fell silent. The corners of his mouth twitched as he said, "This charging method is really simple." When he inserted the plug into the socket, the display screen on the right side of the power armor suddenly lit up, indicating that it was charging. The power of the battery was clearly insufficient, so Chen Li could only turn on the generator to directly power the power armor. Fuel reserves that initially seemed sufficient suddenly became insufficient with the advent of power armor. The city's fuel reserves are clearly running low. It is best to find a source so that you can directly extract and process it. Chen Li frowned and muttered. He had thought about this problem before. Things like cement, steel bars, fuel, etc. not only go out to get them, but also exchange them with others. But these things aren't like vegetables you can grow. Especially with fuel. The less you use, the less you have. If you really want to be worry-free, your best bet is to find an oil production area and build your own refinery. But such a place is hard to find. Not to mention that until the end of the world, even during the end of the world today, these places are important defense zones. Thus, compared to burning fuel to generate energy, using clean energy such as geothermal heat pumps becomes more important. It may be possible to upgrade the geothermal heat pump later to capture deep geothermal energy and increase electricity production. Of course, if you have enough materials or survival points at a later stage, you can make a thermoelectric generator on radioactive isotopes and you won't have to worry about energy problems. Back to the present moment. The voltage in the shelter is 220 volts, and it is completely impossible to fully charge the power armor in a short period of time. Chen Li calmed down and fell fast asleep on the bed. When I woke up the next day, I found that the power armor was only charged to more than 80%. Don't worry, 80% is enough. His main objective today was to go outside and see if there were any dark beast corpses that could be broken down into useful materials, and also go to the steel mill to check the situation. Then, Chen Li calmly ate something and unplugged the charging cable of the power armor. He opened the protective plate on the belly of the armor and pressed the button in the middle. Suddenly, the entire armor completely opened up, revealing a space as tall as a person inside. Now, Chen Li just needed to get inside. However, looking at the narrow interior of the armor, he still felt a little nervous. What if I get locked in and can't get out? Even though he knew there was an emergency button on the armor, he still spent a long time mentally reassuring himself before he finally dared to enter. When the armored casing was closed, Chen Li did not feel any discomfort and his vision was very clear, but with a slight yellowish tint. Then he tried to move his hands. Since the armor made mechanical hydraulic sounds, it was no different from wearing an exoskeleton. However, this armor set is now powered by electromagnets, and the hydraulics only play a supporting role. Of course, Chen Li did not try to jump. After all, I had close contact with the roof last time. Then he put on his armor, led Xiaohei down the corridor for the first time, and stopped in front of the gate of the shelter. After the platform outside slowly descended, Chen Li did not detect any dark beast through observation, so he opened the door. When Xiaohei first saw the outside world, he immediately began to twitter happily. When the heavy door of the shelter opened, what entered the room was not the bright sunlight, but the white sky and blood that was already congealing but still dripping from above. In front of the shelter, a pool of blood formed, slowly flowing into the drainage ditch. Even though Chen Li was wearing a power armor helmet with a filtering function, he could still smell the faint scent of blood. I wonder if it will attract so many corpses and blood of the remaining dark creatures or mutant beasts. Chen Li smacked his lips as he looked at the many animal corpses. As for whether these animal carcasses will spoil, stink, etc., there is nothing to worry about. The temperature is now about minus 30 degrees Celsius, and the outside is like a natural refrigerator. The stench will definitely stop soon. He had enough time to sort out the bodies. Thinking about this, Chen Li suddenly realized that he was the one who pulled Xiaohei out. He looked down and saw no traces. And on top of the pile of animal carcasses was a black ball that was pecking at food. Damn it! Wait a minute while I check if there's anything to spread out. Don't rush to eat it. Chen Li's voice sounded a little muffled because of the power armor. He grabbed Xiaohei and threw him back. As for whether Xiaohei would suffer any harm after eating the dark beast, I don't think so. Because Chen Li has seen other mutant beasts eat the dark beast several times. Then he tried to dismantle the system one by one from the front, and the little black one from the back followed him and ate the rest. If there are usable materials, spend some survival points to dismantle them. If not, just throw them away. There were about 60 or 70 animal corpses falling from the lifting platform. They were all small, dark animals. The largest of them was about the size of a large dog, and the smallest was even the size of a cat. When he looked at the animal corpses on all the platforms, he felt despair. These are all bones, fur, meat, internal organs, teeth, etc. None of them can be broken down into special materials. True, not every dark monster can give useful materials, only some special ones, for example, the worm skin from last time. Now, the fur, teeth and claws that have decayed on these dark beasts can at best provide some protection from the cold or be used as knives, but have no other special function. Instead of wasting survival points on decomposition, it is better to directly improve clothes or weapons. Chen Li stepped on the animal corpses and climbed to the very top of the shelter. Compared to the small dark animals below, there are more of them above, and there are even quite a few medium-sized ones among them. The system would then begin to identify him. The hard work had paid off. About half an hour later, Chen Li discovered a special material, leather that was stronger than steel, yet flexible. Its owner was a white rhinoceros who had knocked on the door of Chen Li's hideout that day. Judging from the way he died, he must have fallen into a trap where his body was electrocuted and turned to numbness. Then, the dark beast behind him pushed him to the ground and eventually trampled him to death. To be honest, Chen Li discovered that these dark beasts were actually hunting each other. How could these creatures, which have a food chain, suddenly and for no apparent reason gather together and attack human shelters? It is obvious that this was somehow manipulated. Who is behind this is unknown. Maybe aliens? Or is it a legendary god or demon? But this question is the same as the question of why the sun suddenly disappeared and why there was a white light in the sky. No one knows the answer. Chen Li shook his head and pushed the thoughts away. There is no point in thinking about it now. He spent 5 survival points to lay out the white rhinoceros hide and horn, put them aside, and then continued searching. Finally, after searching all the animal carcasses around the shelter, they found only 1 rhinoceros hide and 3 rhinoceros horns. As for the use of rhinoceros skin and horn, Chen Li has many ideas. For example, let the system add skin to clothes to make it into invulnerable armor. But that would be wasteful. Chen Li actually wanted to save these materials and make something out of them in the future. Bionic armor. A semi-mechanical bionic armor that combined flesh and machinery. Of course, he definitely wouldn't wear such armor. Instead, he wanted to control the armor via remote control, just like a robot. This way, he doesn't have to worry about whether it's safe outside. He can directly control the armor to go out and scavenge for resources or do other things. His real body was hidden in the shelter to control it. Of course, this would have to wait until Chen Li had at least created a robot that he could control. Chen Li then took the skin and horns back to the hideout, put the things in the storage room, and went outside. Next, he needed to go to the steel mill to assess the situation. After all, steel mills are now an important source of building materials. If he were gone, it would be a loss. Of course, he could use this opportunity to take over the steel mill and hire people to make steel himself. But here comes the problem. Where does the raw material come from? Of course, it's very simple. Find a mine and start mining ore. Chen Li tapped his steel helmet and said in a muffled voice, "I hope not all the people in the steel mill died. Are you kidding? Even if we give him a mine, a steel mill, and a processing plant now, he still won't be able to manage them. It's not because we can't find human resources. After all, labor was very cheap before the end of the world. Many factories even offered 9 yuan per hour, and there were still many people rushing to work. Not to mention that the world was ending due to food shortages. As long as there was food, countless survivors would rush to help. What about energy? What about equipment? What about safety? These 3 problems are enough to make Chen Li's life difficult. He certainly can't burn diesel fuel every day to generate energy. Even if the equipment is available, it still needs to be repaired. After all, many devices were inexplicably damaged on the Day of Judgment. Finally, there is the issue of security. Now the monster tide primarily attacks large shelters with large crowds of people. If there are too many people behind it, what will Chen Li use to defend himself? Therefore, cooperating with the official is the best choice. Chen Li then used the lift to carry all the dead animals outside. After clearing the road, he left in a light armored vehicle. He certainly did not go to the steel mill empty-handed. Instead, he carried a barret, a pistol, a miaodao, a machete, and a fully charged drone. After upgrading his exoskeleton to power armor, a slot and buckle appear on his back specifically designed to accept weapons. There are also 2 holes on the waist for attaching weapons, but it can only hang small weapons such as machetes and pistols. However, Chen Li was hesitant about taking Xiaohei with him. But looking at his feathers reflecting the cold light, I decided to take him with me. After all, he planned to make Xiaohei a fighting force in the future, not a ball that could only eat all day. After putting Xiaohei in the passenger seat, Chen Li got into the armored car and drove towards the steel factory. Currently, the highway is full of potholes, and the houses on the side of the road in Anyang City are in ruins. When Chen Li passed the ruins of the doctor's house, he deliberately stopped the car. After all, the doctor also gave him 2 survival points every day. It would be a pity if he simply lost them. According to his previous memories, he moved all the cement slabs that were pressing on the exit of the doctor's shelter. Then he knocked on the iron gate and shouted several times. The doctor naturally remembered Chen Li's voice and quickly opened the shelter door. "Okay, everything is fine." Satisfied that the doctor was okay, he stood up and returned to the car. continuing his drive toward the steel mill. Only the half-naked, stunned doctor remained.